Good Thursday morning, everybody. Not a good Thursday morning, a great Thursday morning as we head into one of the great sports days in the city of Houston that I can remember. What with the Texas Children's Houston Open teeing it up right about now, very shortly. The Astros opening day at 3 o'clock, and then the Cougs Sweet 16 at Toyota Center at 9. How about that? And we're celebrating it at St. Arnold's. That's where Lance and Dell are. AJ's back at the studio, commanding the desk. And here we are, the board. And here we are, guys. We have been waiting for this day all week long, and here we are. What a great day. And the Rockets kicked it off last night with a beauty.
Oh, man.
What a beauty. Holy
What
crap.
a
What
beaut.
about that? Listen,
We'll
12
set a
straight
record.
points to take the lead late in the game. I mean, you talk about clutch. And then 13 straight points to start
26
overtime.
to 2 run. They had a 26 to 2 run at
Yeah.
one point.
Yeah.
That's
26 to 2
incredible.
loss.
A 26 to well,
No.
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, well, they
Spoiler
lost.
alert.
Well, it's
We
not a
weren't there
spoiler
yet.
alert.
It was a 26 to 2 run.
Right.
A 13-point lead. They scored 13 points in less than 2 minutes in overtime. Incredible.
So
Now, what people are going to tell you, what the negative people are going to focus on is that the Rockets set a record for the largest comeback in overtime history since they've kept play-by-play stats in 1997-98. So negative people are going to go, yeah, but for this over the last, 28 over the last 28 years, it's the biggest comeback hit in the history of the sport. Yeah, I mean, on paper. But what people should be focusing on is the 26 to 2 run, not Kevin Durant's 2 free throws could have tied it in overtime after losing a 13-point lead with only 3 minutes to go in the game. Like I said, the negative people are going to focus on the fact that it was a record-breaking loss. But the positive people amongst us are going to focus on the great comeback and how cool that was.
Well,
So,
yeah, two comebacks. The Rockets come back where they scored 12 straight, take the lead.
Well, that
and
was
then
the good
Kevin
one.
Durant just starts throwing the ball all over the place.
Oh, he
And
was sweet
LP
at the
has
end.
got his lip, which is hanging down to his chest. And but he blocks the shot. They go to overtime. Rockets destroy him. And in somebody put out, I don't know if it's true, but teams that
I
have
don't know.
a
I don't know if
10-point
it's
lead,
true.
teams that have a 10-point lead in overtime were 180-0 until last night.
Well, I mean, it is the largest comeback in the history of overtime.
Yeah,
So,
right.
probably
Yeah.
so.
That's a
I mean,
very
it checks
possible
out.
that's true. I don't care if it's true or not. I like the stat 1 and 180. The Rockets doing stuff nobody else ever did. Okay.
Yeah. Kevin Durant had been 10 for 10 from the free throw line and tricks off 2.
Yeah.
And just the turnovers, as you mentioned, they start shooting threes, miss threes. They had an 8-second turnover call in overtime. It was, the comeback was just, that was something really exciting to get back from that deficit, that late in the 11-point deficit, to come back that late in the game showed a lot of heart from the Houston Rockets. And then they carried it over with, just a tremendous start. You had Reed had a 3. You had Kevin Durant had a 3. Alpi had a dunk. Amen Thompson had a dunk. KD had a technical free throw make. Like they legitimately scored. They scored 26 to 2 over the latter portion of the fourth quarter into the first into the first 2 minutes basically of overtime, and then just a complete and total meltdown. And it's games like this, John. The comeback was great, but all jokes aside, but it's games like this, it's losses like this to playoff teams like this, where you are right now. You're in the sixth seed. You're kind of locking into the 6th seed right now is what you're doing.
Well,
you went from 3 to 6.
You ain't out of the woods as far as a play-in. You ain't
You're not out of the woods, but it's going to be pretty tough. I saw the odds are like 17%.
Oh, really? What were the odds that they would blow a 13-point lead in overtime?
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know that the Suns are just going to finish on a.
Well, we'll see. They play each other.
The Suns have to. Yeah, they play each other, but it's 7. I think it's 83% Rockets no play-in, 17% play-in. So it's still pretty low, relatively speaking. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're playing.
I got faith.
They're playing poorly, like playing or not. It really doesn't matter right now. I don't see how they can beat good teams. Anthony Edwards didn't play.
Yeah.
Did we mention Anthony Edwards didn't play? Did we mention it in overtime? 5 of their 7 top players weren't even in the. They weren't even available. By the time you got to the overtime, you were beaten by a B team. Again.
Yeah.
You're beaten by a B team again.
Well,
with a 13-point lead late, like it was. Dell was surmising that maybe when the microphones are off that Ryan Hollins and Craig aren't very happy with this team. I'll just leave it there. I would say that's probably accurate.
That is one way of describing it.
It's a friendly way.
Yeah, it's the way that's preferable.
Yeah, I protected you.
I just asked the question.
I protect all producers is what I say.
Giannis said or mimicked or repeated what KD allegedly wrote about a certain player on the roster. All I asked was, is KD more insulting to this team when he's got a burner or Ackerman or Hollins when the mics are off after having to sit through what they have to sit through this year?
They sat through all of them.
Yeah. Watching this team
I've got to imagine at some point you have to say something that's not complimentary because the games are the games. And this is, KD was hobbling at the end of the game. They had to take him out. It was a great comeback. It was a great story. If you just would have finished, it would have been a great story. I know Anthony Edwards is missing, but it still would have been a great comeback, a great story. Maybe you try to build some momentum. Instead, it's just another in what looks like a brick in your, it just – what is it? Not the Cask of Amontillado. What's the one where they brick the guy into the wall? Edgar Allan Poe. I can't. I'll remember it. That's what it feels like. It just feels like you're being bricked into a wall, or you're just having, more simply, just your casket's already in the ground and just more dirt being shoveled on you. Is there
any chance that Luka Doncic doesn't play in the postseason? Because that would be nice. Even without their best player, they still beat people. I don't know. There's got to be some way that the Rockets can advance out of the first round, but I don't see it. I don't see how. I just don't. This is just they're playing about as poorly as you can possibly play with the talent. Now, I will say this: do you know how many points the bench has scored the last 2 games combined? Take a wild guess.
I don't know. 46 points.
Okay. Dal, you have any idea?
Considering the tone of this conversation, bench points.
They're not playing a whole
Tari
lot.
doesn't shoot the ball well. Reed is now in the starting lineup. I'm going to go a combined 19 points.
Ooh.
20.
Yeah.
Yucky.
Yeah.
God,
20
that's
points.
low.
20 points. This
In
is
overtime.
This is a team. Well, I mean, you're missing Fred and you're missing Steven Adams.
You've been missing Fred the whole year. We got to stop saying missing Fred.
Right.
You're not missing Fred. You're missing Steven Adams, and you've been missing him for a while. And guess what? Somebody else came in his spot. So
and when you picked up Clint Capella in the offseason, you said, "Wow, why are you doing that? You already got Steven Adams. What do you need all that for?"
Thank God you got him.
Yeah, well, thank God you got him because he's not doing anything. Nobody's doing it. That bench is the worst bench in basketball. It's the worst bench in basketball.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
There's got to be something worse than that.
No. It's the worst bench in basketball.
Didn't there have to be somebody worse than that? Golly, man. I knew Tari was missing again, but 1 of 7.
Well, Reed sucks, too, right now. I mean,
no. I know. Here's a question I have for you, John. Now, Reed is supposed to have elite shooting talent, right?
Yeah.
And I've said that. that he's an elite shooter. But you know what elite shooters never do? When they get wide open looks from the corner where no one's even closing them out, when they take that shot, they usually make it. If they don't make it, it's an in and out. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like a free throw. If you get wide open look and you're an elite shooter and no one is around you, you're going to either make it or be inside the cylinder and maybe have it rattle out. Reed had a look like that in the third quarter, and it literally donked off the front of the rim like it wasn't even close. Like he wasn't even close. And this is the thing, Reed the other day made a three, and he came down and kind of heat-checked it, took another three, this time from probably 3 feet behind the top of the key, and he hit the side of the backboard with no rim. Like he's facing the rim, and he hit the side of the backboard like it didn't even hit rim. This is not it wasn't blocked or anything like that. These are not the shots of an elite shooter.
No.
Like you should be close to making most shots if you're an elite shooter. And Reed Sheppard hit the side of a backboard. That's something Corey Brewer would have done.
Yeah.
Corey Brewer would have taken a shot that missed rim and hit the side of the backboard straight on. That's a Corey Brewer shot. That shouldn't be a Reed Sheppard shot.
Do you know what his shooting percentage is this month? The Rockets are 6-7 this month. 6-7. Do you know what his shooting percentage is this month from the field?
From the field?
Yeah.
Oh, he's shot a lot. He's had a couple good games, but I'm going to say 42%.
40.7. His three-point percentage, 34.5. That's not an elite shooter. That's
not an elite shooter, but for Reed,
no.
I'll
last
take
month,
actually,
last month he was 42% from three.
Yeah, actually, it's his second lowest. He's had a 33%.
Yeah, right.
January,
right.
But did come back with 41.9 in February. I mean, he shot it better there.
Yeah.
And inside of March, he had that big game. So that actually includes a couple of pretty good games for him, and he's still at that number.
Yeah.
Averaging 15.3 points a game, but from an efficiency standpoint, just not very good. Just not very good. It's a really – God, man, I don't want to be negative. I love playoff basketball. But this just feels like they're just playing out the stretch right now. It feels like they've lost all their mojo.
I don't know. I saw effort. I mean, I just think that they're.
I saw effort.
I know. I mean, I don't think they're just playing it out. I think that they put everything that they could into it. They're just not good enough. They're just not good enough.
Well, I should say
help, zero help off the bench. Zero help off the bench.
I'm
and
waiting
Kevin
for them to play it
Durant, they're 23 from 23 from the line. Kevin Durant's free throw. And Kevin Durant's turnovers in critical situations. I know he's the best, and all you KD, okay,
dream shake.
He gets across midcourt and he just gives the ball away.
I see what dream shakes. What his excuse is going to be today for KD?
Well,
I mean, I've never seen anyone make more excuses for a guy. What was it this time where he missed 2 critical free throws and had? Like KD is just not playing good in clutch situations.
That first free throw was so bad. That's not a clutch. He
was 10 of 10 headed into it.
That's not one of the great players of all time. With the game on the line, you got 2 free throws to tie the game. He barely caught rim on the front. He barely caught the front rim. I mean, talk about. Well, he did blame himself. AJ, you got this. This is after the game. KD talking about why the Rockets lost this basketball game. Well, AJ's getting it here. Here is Kevin Durant. I mean, he was pretty down afterwards, and can't blame him. 8 assists, 6 turnovers. He's looking at his own stats while he's answering this question. He's reading his own stats, and he takes the blame.
Then I turned it over 6 times. Then I missed that free throw. I really believe we lost because I missed that free throw, and I turned it over 6 times. To be honest,
I did too.
There's plenty of times I went up there thinking I had somebody open. I'm trying to pass, and I should have shut the ball. And I got to make the free throws at the end.
Yep, you got to make the free throws at the end. He went on. We got some more sound from him. Alpy was just dumbfounded. Alpy lost. That was a great block to send the game in overtime. That's for sure. But man, oh man, he was so pitiful defensively. He let everybody just run by him in overtime. It was embarrassing, just standing there and letting guys with wide open layups. And then he misses a chippy. Amen misses a chippy. Alpy misses another. It was just holy crap, guys! Come up with one basket and you win the game. One basket. It just unbelievable how bad that was. We're breaking. We're live at St. Arnold's Brewery all day long. We got all the shows out there today. Want you to get on out there. Texas Children's Open, the Astros opening day, and 9 o'clock, you got the Cougs in Illinois in the Sweet 16 at Toyota Center. Doesn't get any better. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
This is John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Wow, some stats here. Any idea the incredible numbers that Dorian Finney-Smith has put up these last 4 games?
No, but I mean, I don't even care about that guy. That was a miss. Move on. I literally
That's
they could waive him
mid-level
right.
exception. That is
You could.
just
I know
a
it's
zero.
not. It's not like a huge chunk of money, but it's a roster spot that is the literal zero. I don't want him. And Josh Okogie gets more minutes now, wisely. But that was a miss. Rafael missed, and move on. Cut him. Get rid of him. I guess let him play out the rest of the season. But that guy feels like a roster jinx at this point. How good? How good has he been? I bet you're going to tell me something pretty good.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, guess how many points he has? A 4-game stretch.
4-game stretch, I'll say 3.
1.
I was over with 3. Unbelievable. Yeah. He didn't play as much now either, though.
No, but he's got 1 point, 1.5 rebounds. I don't know how you have 1.5 rebounds.
Just literally, he's a zero. We spent all that time, wasted all that time. You know, when DFS gets here, that's really going to be interesting to see what he can bring to the table as well. We spent all that time. I feel like how many summers do I have left before I die? How many summers do I? That's what they say. You start looking at that and you start to really get creeped out about how much time. How many summers do I have left before I die? And I spent how much time talking about when Dorian Finney-Smith gets back? Why did I waste my time talking about Dorian Finney-Smith? What a fool I was.
If you go by the Gilbert prediction, you have 1 more summer.
Yeah, exactly. I may have 1 more summer this year could be it. And what was I doing? When Finney-Smith, I wonder what's going to happen. What is the rotation going to look like with Dorian Finney-Smith? Who cares? It's going to look worse.
Yeah.
I was so stupid for ever bringing him up.
He's averaging 1 point. He's averaging 1 point in those last 4 games. 0. He's averaging 0 in the last 2 games.
I tell you what, man. I give Brado credit. He's bringing up stats that are not complimentary because that's the real.
Yep.
This is real facts, not a bunch of pom-pom waving. This team's a disappointment, and it's getting worse.
The last 2:30 of overtime. Minnesota 15 points, Rockets none. Minnesota 4 rebounds, Rockets none. Minnesota 4 assists, Rockets none. Minnesota 6 of 7 in field goals, Rockets 0 for 4. Free throws 1 of 1, 0 for 2. 3-pointers 2 for 2, 0 for 1. 2-pointers 4 for 5, 0 for 3. 1 offensive rebound, 3 defensive rebounds, 0 blocks, 1 steal, 0 turnovers, 5 points off turnovers. Rockets 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2 turnovers, 0. I mean, talk about just falling apart in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, doing absolutely nothing. You can't have done less than the Rockets did. You can't.
Right.
Well, it follows up what happened against the Bulls, where they gave up scores on 10 of the final 11 possessions, and they took a lead against Miami over the weekend, and if not for a tip-in, they would have blown that game too. So this is now 3 games in a row where they fought back, taken a lead, and were more than willing to give it away. And if the Heat could box out, it would have been a 3rd straight time this has happened.
Yep. No, yeah, the last, when they took the lead against the Bulls with 5 minutes left, just nothing after that. Nothing. I mean, and now this. Without Anthony Edwards. Holy crap.
I know. He had his little beanie on, and he looked like how hip-hop used to look in, like, 92. He had his and there's some throwbacks going on. Like, I don't know if you've noticed. Have you noticed the big box T-shirts now? How it's really like boxy and big sleeves, and there's a whole new way that the style has really changed. My kids have super baggy pants again. Like, I'm telling you, the 90s are back. And Anthony Edwards was trying to rep it yesterday. That's that old Cypress Hill hoodie. Beanie that he was wearing. I have one. I mean, now Anthony, I didn't give that. Ant's not wearing mine from back in the day.
He didn't. That's not vintage, Lance Zierlein.
Mine was like red and white. So His is different. His is probably more expensive. I think
Likely.
I got mine from. I don't know. What's that skateboard shop back in the day?
What are you asking me for?
Well, you look like a skater.
Back in the day, why would I know?
Well, a skate shop. Journey. I think I got it from Journey.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I got it from Journey.
Oh, that's nice. Let's
right.
get Charlie in here. He's called in. Anybody else wants in? 713-780-3776. What's up, Charlie?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
How you doing, Charlie?
I just want to talk about the Rockets real quick. I just wanted to say something. I'm pretty sure that everyone's been thinking, man. This team has been embarrassing to watch this season, man. I can't believe the level of expectation this team had. And then to have the precipitous fall that it's having right now, like they're literally getting embarrassed by every playoff team above them and below them even now. And it's gotten to the point now where I just want to turn the TV off and go watch something funny on YouTube just to get my mind off it. It's gotten like to the point where it's horrifying. It's like watching something bad on Instagram, like an old lady get hit on Instagram. You just want to turn it off. I can't believe like with the management, with Rafael Stone, how he didn't do nothing. No one can dribble the ball up court. Like, it's crazy. It's like watching a bunch of 5-year-olds play against a bunch of teenagers. No one knows how to pick the ball up. And I swear, I don't know if there's a stat somewhere, but I swear this team is probably leading the league in the amount of posterized dunks they get on them. Like, Tari Eason's getting turned over and slammed on every game. Like, it's embarrassing. I swear I saw Aaron Holiday get dunked on twice in one game. Like, it makes no sense. And no one can shoot now, not even Kevin Durant. So it's embarrassing. And I don't know what they're going to do now.
No, it is.
Charlie, that was a voice of the people right there.
Yeah.
You could see he was despondent from the beginning. He had nothing but truths to say, and he wasn't trying to even play games or joke around. He was just telling you the facts. Stinky. People getting dunked on, and they do look like little kids bringing the ball up. They look like me versus Angleton when they used to full court press and they had those stupid double nets.
Was it Yates who used to press all the time?
Oh, they would press with a 70-point lead.
So the Rockets look like the teams Yates dealt with when they would just press them into submission.
God, I remember the coach started taking heat like, hey.
Come on, these are kids.
You're up 84.
You don't. He goes, this is how we play.
That's it.
Yeah,
We're going to
Rockets aren't
keep on
getting beat
playing
like
that
that.
way.
But I honestly, you have to extend your pressure against the Rockets. Why would you not?
No, yeah.
Why would you not?
Or just meet them at half court and they'll just hand the ball to you. Meet them at half court.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant did that
Certain
again
points.
last night. He just handed the ball to the defender at half court. I don't get – this is multiple times he's done that. And this is not all on KD. KD is obviously – he's one of the great – blah, 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 blah. But he's contributing. Eight assists and 6 turnovers is bad. Really, really bad. Okay.
And I know he takes accountability. He mentions and all that. That's great. I'll give him, if he wants, I'll buy him we're at St. Arnold right now. I'll buy him their hot chicken sandwich. If he wants to come here right now, I'll say, hey, man, thanks for taking accountability. I'm going to get you a chicken sandwich today. Would you like kettle chips, or would you like fries? I'll get you their mushroom pizzas, delicious. But can you not do it? I'll buy you whatever you want here since you took accountability. That's great. But also, I'd like for you to not turn it over that much late in the game and not miss critical free throws. Oklahoma City, 3 times it's cost them games. Maybe Minnesota it cost them yesterday. I mean, it certainly could have taken it to a second overtime. You definitely lost the first game of the year against Oklahoma City, and there was a third game where he had critical. I think it was in December. We had just critical free throw misses, and then the turnovers have become a major sticking point in March. Like, I'm glad you're accountable. Just stop doing it. Stop doing it. Did Ime ragdoll his team and throw him under the bus yesterday? I didn't see any comments from Ime. I had to go to bed. I'm like, what is this?
Ime just said, repeated, why the lack of communication? Because of lack of communication. Why did the Rockets, how did you blow that lead? We didn't score. I mean, he was about as despondent as you can be. Or he probably said they didn't score. I'm sorry. He didn't say we didn't score. He don't take no accountability. It's always they didn't. You know, they weren't. My favorite is that last game, they weren't ready to play. Wait, that's a coach's job to get a team ready to play. That's the coach's job. The team is ready to play. That's what I do as a coach, get the team ready to play. His lack of accountability, Rafael's lack of doing anything, just sitting on his hands from before the season starts, the Rockets' inability to close out a game, the stupidest turnovers, okay, the lack of being able to score when they have to have a basket, the lack of clutch at the free throw line. That's the third game now that Kevin Durant has missed critical free throws at the end of the game where he could have tied or given them the lead. Third game now. This is an organization-wide just total collapse by this organization. And I know that they're pissed. I know they're pissed. I know that they're but they can blame themselves, really, because they sat on their hands, did absolutely nothing to help this team when they had to have some help from the outside with all the injuries. They did absolutely nothing. And right now it's caught up to them. Just said, oh well. And you know what? And it's a product that was supposed to be. This was supposed to be a great year. You know where the Spurs are right now? 2 games behind. 2 games behind Oklahoma City. This is where the Rockets were supposed to be. The Spurs are so far ahead of what the Rockets. They're doing exactly what the Rockets were trying to do. The Spurs did it in less time. Of course, they picked up the best player in the league at the time by doing it. But
Yeah.
that's where the Spurs are. The Spurs are exactly where we thought the Rockets would be right now. And the Rockets
It's
are
true.
where the Rockets are the 6th seed.
That is sickening. That is sickening. We had a head start. And granted, Wemby's great, and I know, but that's supposed to be us. That was supposed to be us. We had the young Bulls last year, the young Bucks who were all up in your face, throwing people around, getting in people's face. Like, man, that team was just a pack of wild dogs. It was so much fun to watch. Now it's just disgusting. They don't have that same juice, and I hate to have the same storyline conversations all the time. It's old, it's tired. I don't want to bore listeners where they say these guys talk about the same things, but I have a hard time getting over the fact that last year it just seemed like everything was them playing for each other as a brotherhood, and now it just seems like a collection of guys out there. There doesn't seem like they don't seem to have a cohesiveness as a unit. I really don't. I don't see the same brotherhood. I don't see the same rushing over to pick someone up when someone goes down. It's the little things that I don't see. I cannot be the only one who sees this. There's got to be other people who maybe played the game, high school coaches, anybody. But surely some of you guys see the fact that it's not that something is off here. This team does not look like they're having fun.
No,
they do not look like they are attacking games anymore.
No. Well, again, I'm not going to question their effort. They tried their ass off last night. They're just not good enough. They're just not good enough. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. I protested my taxes by myself. I made a mistake. But I didn't know about Ownwell at the time. I know about Ownwell now. I wish I had a house just so I could use Ownwell. I wish I had a house in Houston so I could protest my taxes there. I don't know if there is an Ownwell in California. I would use them. I don't know if that's the case here. I don't know if you can. I don't even know if you can protest your taxes here. I don't even know. I do know in Texas they say, okay, are we wrong? Yeah, you're wrong 88% of the time because that's how often Ownwell wins. Harris County, Montgomery County, Brazoria County. Y'all, Ownwell is owning the government in all of those counties. And it's coming up. Most counties, May 15th is the deadline to protest. So we're coming up on it. It's quicker than you think. I used to just throw my property tax, and I just throw it on the counter or throw it in a drawer. Don't be that guy. Call right now. It takes just 3 minutes to sign up. And Ownwell takes care of everything after that. And you only pay a small percentage of what they win. Don't wait. The deadline to protest, May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. And let them know that I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, so what's
Can we talk about something positive like
Yeah.
opening day? The Rockets, no more headspace for them in 7 o'clock hour.
No,
It was
I wanted
it was a historic loss in overtime. No one had ever lost a game leading by 13 by that amount of. It's the biggest comeback in the history of overtime since they've kept that stat in basketball. Okay, so that's that. But we have opening day. We had Ergetti ended up getting moved down. And AJ, I want you to bring up what's the Underwood, the Brad Underwood, the coach for Illinois. Yeah, he was talking about Kingston Flemings, and I gave it to you also. So just bring that up, AJ. Let me know when you have it. So the head coach at Illinois, this figures to be tonight one of the best battles of March, of certainly of the Sweet 16, is Illinois-Houston. Houston's about a 2.5-point favorite, and Illinois' head coach Brad Underwood.
It was 3.5.
Yeah, it's 2.5 right now, which makes sense. Illinois is a tough team. That's going to be a tough battle, and Brad Underwood was talking. No, he's got it. Brad Underwood was talking about Kingston Flemings and the impact he has.
Yeah, very similar in terms of I think coach's approach has been very similar to what ours is. He's turned the ball over. He's turned the reins over, rightfully so. He's earned that respect. He's a tremendous athlete. He's been a big shot maker for them. He competes at a very high level, as does Keaton. And it took us a little bit throughout the season, especially early, to get Keaton in that role. But they're both, I would say, mature beyond their years in terms of poise. Obviously the successes both those young men have had this season are pretty paralleled in terms of their growth and what their impact's been on their team.
Wagler is his guard that is
Keaton
tremendous.
Wagler,
He's averaging
freshman.
almost 18 a game. Really, really, really good. That's going to be a hell of a matchup.
Big Ten Freshman of the Year. Big Ten Freshman of the Year, averaging 17-8 a game. Freshman, as you mentioned, 6'6", so good size. These are a battle of two.
He's going to be a good pro. I think he's underrated as far as his professional.
He's not talked about nearly as much as certainly Kingston Flemings is.
No. And here's the problem tonight. Merkovich, Stojakovic, Ivicevic, Homrichis, Petrovic, Juxtis.
Oh, wait, they have a –
I mean –
yeah, they've got – wait, is that Drazen's son?
That's
well, Drazen's son only – no, Petrovic.
Yeah.
Is that his son? He only averages a point a game, so he's not a problem. But Stojakovic's son is Andrei Stojakovic is a big problem.
Yeah.
He is a big problem.
No, they're all problems. When you got this many
21,
Vitches, you got this many Vitches that you got to deal with. Okay.
You bitches wishes I would, or what did I say?
You bitches wishes you had this.
Yeah,
you bitches wishes you had this.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Cougs are saying that to them at the end of the game, but they got some bitches on their team, and or at least some itches. They got more. It's really less bitches and more itches, but yeah, a Merkovich, Ivicic, and then as you said. Stojakovic. So
I believe Drazen has been dead longer than this kid.
Yeah, he's
okay. He's 23 years. He's
his grandkids might be playing in this.
Yeah, but Stojakov, Page's son, he had 21 against VCU. Page's son can score in a variety of ways.
Yep.
And you mentioned the freshman David Merkovich. Oh man, is he looking? He's starting to get better and better and better. He was tough in the tournament as well. Yeah, the Cougs have their hands full tonight. This is a great matchup. I think Illinois is going to go a little deeper than the Cougs will, but who cares? I don't care. When I say deeper to the bench. I mean, in that regard. But the battle of Wagler versus Flemings is going to be.
They got 5 guys that score in double figures. 5 guys, so they can score. I mean, you got to guard every single guy, and. This is their toughest test. I don't think there's any question. Yeah. This is the toughest test, especially now that Florida's out of it. The other side, I think this is the Final Four game right here.
So as John mentioned, this Tomislav Ivicic, he's got 101 3-pointers. He's the first in the NCAA by a 7-footer in the last 2 years, which for whatever that means, 2 years, a little data dredging. But they have a 7'1" center who can knock down threes, who's averaging. Close to 3 a game. So 2.7 a game. So you've got Merkovich, who's a little bulkier and stronger. Then you've got Ivisic, who can step out and score from distance. Then you've got off the bench Stojakovic, and then as John mentioned, the Big Ten Freshman of the Year, second-team All-American, Keaton Wagler. So, I mean, once again, I had Illinois beating Houston in the bracket. Certainly don't hope that happens. But I do think that a lot of the bettors are going to take their shots on a little bit deeper team. But, you know, everyone's got a plan until they taste Houston's best effort. And Houston's best effort, especially when it comes to an intensity standpoint, as I can't remember who Houston was talking to. It was a first-round matchup, but it wasn't. I don't think it was the Aggies. I think it was their first-round matchup. They were talking about the fact that you can't simulate Houston. Like you can't take your players from your second team and simulate what you're going to see from Houston's defense. You have no way to simulate Houston. You just don't. And even if you have a good first-team unit, they can't play against themselves. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the Big Ten is a good basketball conference, John, but everyone's got a plan until they see that intensity start to jam up on them.
Just to though, he takes 3 a game. He makes less than 1 a game. He averages 6.8 a game. He was a really
averages
good
1.
Yeah, he averages 0.8 per game. He was yeah.
They've got him with 101 3-point field goals, first in the NCAA by 7-footer.
Well, there's
the
two
last 2
Ivisiches.
years. I'm talking about Tomislav.
Oh, I'm talking about Zvonimir. Okay.
Oh, that guy sucks.
Well,
I don't even know who
I
he
don't
is.
know that he sucks.
No, I'm talking about Tomislav Ivisic.
Oh, okay.
He is. Yeah, he's a 3-point maker.
He averages 1.5 a game. And he's
1.5 makes.
1.5 makes a game. Yeah. And he's been at Illinois the last 2. Now, I don't know if they're related or what, but the other Ivisic has been to 3 different places, played at Arkansas, played at Kentucky, and now Illinois. So they've got a couple Ivisiches, and they've got Mirovic, and they got a Stojakovic, and this is going to, the Viches are going to be a big, big problem tonight. It's going to be fun. That's the last game of the night, and they love putting the Cougs last game of the night, and it's going to cap off a brilliant day as the Astros take care of business in the opener with Hunter Brown. And by the way, did you see Zach Neto is here? And those two do not like each other. They started a bullpen clearing brawl last year. So we'll see the two of them hooking up again tonight, or this afternoon rather. Hunter Brown on the mound. That's going to be fun. Mike Burrows tomorrow, and then Christian Javier in Game 3. Let's break. 713-780-3776. We'll break in. We'll go into what the Astros are going to do this season and what Major League Baseball is looking at after the opener last night on Netflix, which nobody saw. We will do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go
That's
anywhere.
rude.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Astros, Angels, today, 3 o'clock. ESPN 97.5. We don't have the game today, but we're working on it. That's another station. Another station's got the game.
We're working on it?
Well, we're working on it. I don't know if we're going to get it'll ever come through, but we're working on it.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, like we pick up we got the when the Texans played the Cowboys, we had the Texans.
Oh,
Remember?
yeah. If you want
Right.
So if the Astros play Sunday Night Baseball, we would have them on ESPN.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to
Yes.
figure out. Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, that is true. I mean, that happens. That happens plenty, actually.
Yeah.
And we are allowed to play that.
Well,
okay,
it used to happen a lot. I'm not sure it's going to keep on happening. The Astros are
yeah.
the Astros are not as relevant as they used to be. They're just not, and that's a
No.
shame. Hopefully, they get off to a hot start. Hopefully, this pitching comes through early on. I got a lot of hope in this pitching staff. Honestly, what are your biggest concerns about the rotation?
My biggest concerns are health. I mean, when it comes right down to it, how can you make a determination of a lineup if you can't keep Christian Javier, two of your five guys healthy?
Well,
McCullers and Christian Javier. I mean, I don't know how you can have, because then all of a sudden everyone gets pushed up. Blue ball. Well, here comes Arrighetti. Here comes maybe blue ball into the starting
Weiss.
rotation. And so there's Weiss made the team, by the way. So then it has a domino effect on the entire pitching staff. My number one concern is that. Now, if you want to try to get into just baseball-related stuff, I would say, how many of these pitchers – I know the swing and miss is a really big deal. I think one of the things that doesn't get talked about enough is the pitch-to-contact pitchers. The ones who can – like Fromber was at times, but other times, it's great to have the swing and miss. You know what that leads to? Really high pitch counts in the first 5 innings. And then you're going to your bullpen and you wear the bullpen out during the year. Every once in a while, having some guys who can just induce ground balls, can pitch to contact, get hitters to swing at their pitches and, not hit the ball hard on the exit velo, not really barrel up on it. That's great because you can go 6 innings and occasionally 7 innings.
Yeah.
And I think it really has an impact on keeping your bullpen fresh. And the Astros have always wanted to, swing and miss. And I totally get it. Nothing bad happens when somebody swings and misses. However, with that said, one of the things that we've seen from 17 on, I mean, you can take any pitcher you want that's been really, really good. Their pitch count will get a little high because they also don't give in and throw. Very few of the Astros pitchers will give in. Fromber was one of the worst / best at it. He wouldn't give in. He would rather walk you than let you get your pitch to hit. Now, he could induce a lot of double plays, and he didn't give up a ton of home runs, so that was great. But I just think these high pitch counts and allowing men on base because you keep trying to get the swing and miss and you don't want to give in, at some point that really catches up with you. And I just I don't know.
My biggest concern is not health. It's whether or not they're still any good. It's Christian Javier's fastball.
That's a fundamental.
Yeah. No,
that's an existential threat.
And it's not Brown, it's not Burrows, it's not Imai. I think that there might be struggles Imai with coming over here, and we'll see whether or not he's good enough for Major League pitching. He's got the stuff, though. Holy crap, has he got the stuff? Burrows has got the stuff. I don't know that Javier's got the stuff anymore. I don't know that. I don't know that Lance McCullers. Obviously, I don't know how long he's going to be able to go, and whether or not he's not 2017 26 straight curveballs Lance McCullers anymore. He's just not that guy anymore. I don't know that either of those guys are good enough to be in a contending team's rotation. That's my biggest concern on that.
Yeah,
my second
right.
biggest concern is having some consistency offensively. I mean, Altuve's coming off an okay year. Jordan's coming off a crap year, just total collapse. He wasn't good when he played, and he didn't play. Paredes got hurt midway through. He was really, really good. Correa was meh. He was okay, meh. Jeremy Pena was good. Jake had his best year, and he was still just meh. Cam Smith, inconsistent. Started great. But Walker was terrible last year. I mean, you got a lot of questions offensively.
I'm not going to lie.
Questions.
Jordan feels like a 34-year-old right now. The way that his performance, 6 home runs last year think about this, and you don't even want to extrapolate it because it gets really bad. And I know he had hand issues, but then it just turned into he just didn't get lift. This guy had last year he had 165 at-bats and had 6 home runs. Just terrible. I mean, just terrible by his standards. His projections this year, according to Baseball Reference, I mean, they're projecting missed time. That's all they can do using the recent history. They project 363 plate appearances, 18 home runs.
Oh, my God. 363. He's going to miss half the season.
That's
about 60% of the season. 600 some at-bats in a regular season.
Baseball Reference, he has 311 at-bats, 363 plate appearances, but 311 at-bats. They project 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, and an OPS of 904. So, I mean, 904 would be awesome, but not if you're only playing that many games.
That's not great for him. 904 is not great for him.
904 OPS is – I would take a 904. Yeah, by his standards, sure.
It's not
that's
great.
True. But I would take it. His career is 961.
Yeah.
I mean, last year was 797.
That's a below-average year. That's a below-average year for him.
I'll take over 900.
I'll take over 900 right now, too, because he wasn't close to that. Let's get Sean in here. He wants to talk about the Astros. Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up, guys? You all know Johnny Wood, where his place is. We know what he's going for. But, hey, today, Astros, we're going to win by 10 because we got the Hunter against the Trout. Who wins? The Hunter wins against the Trout every single time.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Well,
we know because, hey, Johnny Wood, we know your alliance to stay over there.
What? Are
That-
your alliances L.A. now, Johnny? He just called you Johnny Wood, and he said over there. He said your alliances stay over there.
No, my
Are
alliance.
you aligned with the Angels?
I'm not. I'm not an Angels or Dodger guy. Trust me on that, pal. All right, Sean. Don't say stupid stuff when you call in. That's stupid stuff. That's stupid stuff you're talking about.
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all. Hunter. The Hunter is going to get the Trout, son. That's it.
I wish.
I'd like it better
I
if
wish
there
he
was
was
a pitcher named Fisher.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we had a Fisher.
Hunters,
Well,
I do think.
we can't Fisher Brown. That doesn't work really that well.
No.
But, hey,
No.
Yeah.
I do what I.
Blake
I
Fisher.
tried. Hey, look.
I appreciate the effort.
All right, that was
Yeah,
pretty good.
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah,
I mean, I see what you're doing. You know,
Yeah,
it's the
but-
one of the oldest battles in the book is you take the mascot and you say this mascot would beat up this mascot, so we're going to win. And he's just going to simple, Mike Trout versus Hunter Brown, and so you have the Hunter beating the.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. A Fisherman might have been better if you had a Fisher.
Yeah, you had Fisher.
And sometimes the Trouts do beat the Fisherman. I hate to tell you.
I don't know.
Sometimes.
All right.
I mean,
we got calls.
The fish aren't always caught.
We got calls that we get to on the other side. Y'all
Let's
want
go.
to talk Astros? Let's go. We'll get Frank and Keith in here on the other side. But right now, we got a little underdog.
Ooh, are we going to go higher on strikeouts for Hunter Brown? Is that what we're saying? Since the Hunter is going to beat most of the people in that lineup because he's a Hunter, if we're using that, from like the last caller said. I know this. I've got college. I mean, I'm looking at college basketball higher or lowers. I'm looking at the higher and lower in for your team, for your hometown baseball team here, the Astros. I mean, I'm going to pull that up. I haven't looked at them yet. I do know right now, oh my gosh, I've got a 75% profit boost in my lobby. 75% boost. $20 max, that's fine. I'll throw 4 of them in there and try to hit it big. That's what I can do. I've also got a 50% MLB boost. It's MLB only, so you only want to pick baseball teams. See, this is an example. I tell you a lot about the high and the low, the stats, the total outs that a pitcher gets, the strikeouts, the total bases, doubles. You want to go higher or lower than .5. There's all these different stats to choose from. But what's really great is the amount of profit boosting and free winners that they will give you. They'll have one like, if he pitches more than one pitch, you win. Oh, okay, well, I just won. So now I got one in the books. This is how Underdog makes it so much easier for you to win big money. And it's legal here in the state of Texas. Nobody else in the space does it like Underdog Fantasy. The user interface is fantastic, but they're just finding ways to give you higher payouts. And all you got to do is pick those winners. Just study the games and go higher or lower on the stats. Don't be afraid to go lower on stats, okay? Don't be that guy that's always higher. You're not going to win. You got to pick highers, but get some lowers in there as well. You got March Madness. You got Major League Baseball. You got NBA. You can pick and choose, or you can stay with one sport and try to knock it out of the ballpark. Use promo code Lance, get $50 of bonus entries when you make your first $5 play, but you must download the Underdog app and use promo code Lance.
All right, welcome back live from St. Arnold's Brewery. How is it out there? What's the schedule today,
beautiful.
Del? What do we
What do you
got
mean?
going today out at St. Arnold's? all
Chicken
day
sandwiches.
Well, Lance really wants a chicken sandwich.
I really want a chicken sandwich.
The kitchen isn't open as of yet because they're not open. We welcome you out here starting at 10. Starting at 10 o'clock, they're going to be open for business, so that's when you start to come
I'm
out here.
sticking around till I get my sandwich.
Well, I bet you will. Of course, it'll be me from 10 to 12, and then Locked On Astros will be out here from 12 to 3, and then you'll have Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6. So we're out here all day, of course, starting with John and Lance, but if you want to come out here, that starts at 10. Michael's already set up the picture booth the picture. So if you want to take a picture out here, you can do that as well. But, yeah, a good time out here celebrating not just opening day, but the tournament. It's a big day in Houston sports. We're here for it at St. Arnold, and it's brought to you by Huntington Bank. We should mention them as well.
Yeah.
They're the sponsor for the studio. They're also the sponsor for having us out here along with St. Arnold.
Thank you, Huntington Bank. This is going to be a beautiful day. St. Arnold, I'm just such a huge fan. Love Lenny, who has been a big proponent. One of our very first, little known fact, Del, John and I, our very first appearance on the road, remote appearance, was in the evening where we went to, I think it was both of us. I know I was there, but I'm pretty sure it was both of us. We came to St. Arnold. It was early on, like probably 97, man. It was when we first started, and St. Arnold was a fan of the show, and they had us out to, and it was before this was all built out, so we were literally in a room with the great big, machines that were doing the, that were preparing all the ingredients and making the beer, and we were out there, and we had like a Q&A. They had benches out there. We had people come and hang out with us. It was really cool. This is the very first, you probably don't even remember, John, but this was the very first spot we went and did something out and about remote-wise with St. Arnold. And they were relatively new. I think they were 1 or 2 years old at most at that particular time.
Wow, that's old. They're old now. They are old now because that's 25
been
plus
established.
Years ago.
Yeah, been established. But
that's
great
almost
pizzas
30
out here.
years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're Houston's. I think they're Houston's original.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have the golf tournament on. You can't be drunk all day unless you start in the morning. So get over there. Start drinking at 10. You're going to have to drink to listen to Dell's show there. Okay, let's go. Throw down. And then you got the Astros at 3, and then the Cougs at 9. Hopefully,
God,
you
I can't believe it's 9. Why does it have to be 9?
9, I know, right?
Why do they do this to us? I'll never forget having to do a 6 a.m. radio show at the other station, and Rockets would play the Blazers at 9:30. Like, my God. Playoff basketball at 9:30. Terrible.
Yeah.
Or Golden State. Every year is like,
Every year.
Portland and Golden State. Every year. Every
Right.
year. Or Lakers. And you know what they never did? You know what we have to do? We have to move our game to 8 o'clock to help the West Coast. Why don't we do 8 o'clock to help us? Why don't we get 8 o'clock for us? Why do we have to, I don't care if this game's on the West Coast. Oh, it's too bad, so sad. Start your game early. I don't care about all y'all's dumb traffic.
Yeah.
Idiots.
No, we don't care. We don't care.
Don't
Then
live
what a
there if you don't
rockin'-
want that traffic.
What a rocking city
right.
we got today. We got the best city in America today. We also got some calls in here. Who's up, Frank?
Let's go.
Let's get Frank in here. Hey, Frank.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I think this Lance McCullers situation, man, I know it's going to sound like a downer on opening day, but it just brings to mind Steven Strasburg. Steven Strasburg sacrificed his arm in 2019 to beat the best Astros lineup, in my opinion, that we ever had, and we didn't win the World Series. Lance McCullers sacrificed his arm, 26 curveballs in a row to beat the Yankees, get us to the first World Series we won, first one since 2005. I think we just need to pay that guy and let him ride off into the sunset. If I'm Jim Crane, hey, man, thanks for coming out. We can't do this every year. Best case scenario, he starts the season really hot. We trade him for a bag of chips, and the Astros move on about their business, man. That's just how I feel. You guys might think I'm wrong, but we can't keep pinning our hopes to this guy every year just for him to get hurt. I know that's not his choice, but it's just reality. I'll shut up and listen.
I don't think
it's the last year. It's the last year.
Yeah, I think they are paying him and letting him ride it. Listen, if he gets off to another start where he's got a 6.5 ERA like last year, I could see him being designated for assignment, honestly. I could see him getting DFA'd. I don't think they're just going to keep him on the roster because Lance had you could really hear the hurt in his heart. They talked to him, and I know you remember the soundbite I'm talking about, John, this spring. And it's a sad story. I don't know. Strasburg was better than Lance McCullers, but Lance McCullers definitely is part of the history and fabric of the Houston Astros. He's always been around the team. Even when he was hurt and injured, he was down with the team, very close. I assume he's still really good friends with Carlos Correa. He's somebody who's been involved in the community. He and his wife do great work in the community. He's somebody who shows up to events left and right. He's been great as a Houstonian, and there's no question that he is a part of the fabric of the championship run. It's just unfortunately his story is going to be peppered with what could have been and what wasn't, and the injuries. And while it's not his fault, like he has 1 year left, John. If he doesn't start off well, I don't think he can take up a roster spot with them, to be honest with you. He's going to get paid one way or another. I could see him getting designated for assignment. I really could, if he gets off to just a miserable run early on.
Yeah, that I could see that too. They did that with Jose Abreu. They said, well, let's just cut our losses, send him to Florida. You know what? We made a mistake. That was
what, a year and a half left on that one, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and this one is in the last year. If, in fact, he can't pitch anymore, then that'll be – you know what? I think you're right, because they've got other options, and you can't just throw away every fifth start. You can't. And if he can't pitch anymore at a major league level and get guys out, then, you know, and he's got his first start against Boston at home because that'll be Game 5. That he'll be the starter in Game 1 of the Boston series, and, you know, hopefully he'll come out with a good outing. If he doesn't, I think they give him a couple more. They waited a long time for Abreu. I don't know that they can afford to wait all that long with Lance McCullers.
I bet they wait at least 5 or 6 starts.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd have to be a series of bad starts. Plus, they're going to look at spin rate. They're going to look at velocity. They're going to look at exit velo. I mean, they're going to look at certain metrics that determine where he is as a pitcher. But you're right. If he doesn't have it anymore, for what? Why would you – like – you're not going to eat up a roster space on the bullpen with him. If you can't get guys out anymore and you're in the last year of your contract, he didn't pitch in 23, he didn't pitch in 24, and in 25 he was bad. He was bad in every metric you can think of. Innings pitched to hit, I'm saying just basic stuff. Innings pitched to hit, strikeouts per 9, walks to strikeouts, whip number was a 1.7. I mean, this has been 3 years in a row, 2 where he didn't pitch and one where he had been, you know, he was less valuable than if he hadn't pitched. You know what I mean? Because he brought negative output to the team. You're just not going to give him half a season to prove himself. He needs to prove himself early on, and I'm pulling so hard for him. I really want him to, for our sake as Astros fans, but also on a personal level, just because. And we joke about it sometimes, and but it's nothing personal. I mean, I really like Lance as a person. I really think he's a good dude.
He is a
good
guy.
I mean, he doesn't pitch, man. He's just always hurt, and it's just like at some point the frustration level sets in, and what are you going to do? But if you're the Astros, you're right, John. You cannot afford. There's never been a season in this most recent history where you had less wiggle room and margin for error. You just don't have the bats to make up for it anymore.
Nope. All right, let's get Keith in here in a hurry and catch up on breaks. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the Lance McCullers conversation. I think at some point, obviously, you know, Spencer Arrighetti just takes a spot in the rotation. So I don't know how many starts that is, but obviously Arrighetti deserves to be on the MLB roster. Lance probably does not. Second question, hypothetical trade. Jordan really shouldn't be in left field at all. You've got the influx at the infield position, and you need to upgrade that outfield because it's probably the worst outfield in baseball in terms of hitting. So I have a trade that I think might actually work. Isaac Paredes and Zach Cole to Boston for Jarren Duran. What do you think?
Well, they tried to get Duran, I don't know how often, all off season. This is something you're not making. I mean, you're not breaking news here. They were trying to get Jarren Duran the entire offseason and couldn't get it done. So I don't know that they weren't offering. I don't know that they were offering Zach Cole. I don't know what the deal was, but it was multiple reports from multiple people that the Astros were in and trying to get Jarren Duran, and it just never happened. So right. I don't know now that maybe it is now that they're both going, you know what, let's get it done. We'll just accept whatever it was. That maybe the Astros just said no. No, you're asking for too much, or I don't know. I don't know which side it was. But whatever the case may be, Jarren Duran was definitely tried for and couldn't get it done. So
yeah. So now we just hope Paredes can. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm to the point where I'm kind of hoping Christian Walker struggles early and Paredes. Well, that's not true because Christian Walker can bomb.
No, why
so,
would you?
But I mean, Paredes. Well, I don't want because I'm trying to find a way for Paredes to get at bats. And how else are you going to do it? He can't play in the outfield. How else are you going to do it? Stick Jose back out in the outfield? Like we can't do that anymore.
Well, there's plenty of bats. Watch. There'll be plenty of bats.
Well, he's going to have to, all right, you get this game at third, this game at short. That's what's going to happen. This game at third, this game at second, this game at first.
Yeah.
Maybe this game DH.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen. They're going to have to find ways to manufacture because he's a great pull hitter, and you got to pull park.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. Live from St. Arnold's Brewery all day long here on ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Homemade. Let's go. Thank you to them. Let's talk a little Zadig Jewelers.
Huntington Bank.
Oh, Huntington, excuse me. Huntington
Yeah.
Bank.
Let's talk about Zadig Jewelers. We got Zadig Gym of the Day coming up. When we come back, it'll be a quick one, but a good one nonetheless. I want to tell you about what Zadig Jewelers can do for you. For a lot of you out there, you are thinking about what can I do for maybe Mother's Day, but what can I do for this anniversary that's coming up? I got a 10-year anniversary coming up. What can I do to make it special? I've got a 5-year, a 25-year. These are examples of – Zadig is an example of being able to find the perfect jewelry by just simply going to the website and getting an idea and then coming in, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've got necklaces, the pendants, the tennis, the Lincoln chain. They've got rings, bypass, wrap, eternity. The eternity rings are a really big deal. A lot of women really, really love that. You can shop by brand. So the biggest brands and the biggest names she's going to recognize are available there. And earrings, bracelets, whether you're looking to go big or do something smaller, Zadig is going to have something for your budget, and they are going to have experts to help you find the perfect gift. And they can buy, sell, or trade jewelry as well as timepieces. I always talk about that with watches, the luxury watches, but they do that with jewelry as well. So there's just so much to see. I highly recommend going to Zadig.com and taking a quick peek if that's something that interests you. But stopping in, you're going to love the store. The store is beautiful. There's a lot of things to do in the area. Grab some lunch. Walk the street for a little bit when the weather's nice, but just stop in at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard and see what they can do for you for any special occasion at Zadig Jewelers.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Yep, thank you, Huntington Bank, for making it possible for us to be out all day long at St. Arnold's. We appreciate you. Appreciate you, Huntington Bank. 713-780-3776. Astros. Texas children. Who's going to call in? Who's going to call in a golf question today? Texas Children's Hospital golf question. Okay?
You sure you want to do this?
It was, yeah.
You know what you're going to get, right?
It used to be free to go out there. I don't know if it still is. I'm not sure.
Was it really?
Yeah, they had. I know at least 1 year, maybe more. Maybe it's been more that it was absolutely free just to go, show up, walk out there.
Was it free when we were going to Redstone or to?
No, I don't believe
It wasn't
Since
free out there.
Memorial. It was free in the fall when they were, because it was, during the football season, but now they've moved into a prime spot. I'm not sure if anybody knows. Give us a call. But let's get a golf call in here, okay? That's enough of this baseball and basketball.
Enough of this opening day.
I can tell you now,
And
it is
March
not
Madness,
free.
It's not free.
It's
Stop
not
telling
free.
people it's free.
Nope, not as it stands now.
Okay.
Did it
All
stop being free when Jim Crane took over, or did that happen before?
No, Jim Crane. It was free under Jim Crane.
Okay.
Not anymore.
So,
Not anymore, it's it.
We're
No,
trying
it's
to
not.
get a.
What, trying to get a
We
what?
got to pay Josh Hader. Josh Hader's.
You think
Contract
that's what brought it on?
Josh Hader is why.
All these pitchers that he has to pay who don't pitch.
See, it's been a lot over the. No one's paid for more pitchers that didn't pitch than Jim Crane.
Yeah.
Starting with. I mean, you can start with McCullers, but you can. Also, Justin Verlander made a pretty penny not pitching. Also.
Oh my God, Christian Javier and Brandon Walter and Bennett's.
Brandon
Well,
Walter.
at least those guys weren't making a lot of money.
Luis Garcia. They were
talking
still
about
on
the big bucks.
They were still on early contracts. So the Urquidy, I think Urquidy had gotten paid a little bit. I'm not sure.
Oh,
but no one's paid for more. pitchers who
Montero.
couldn't pitch.
Well, we
And that was
appreciated
just
it when he
because-
didn't pitch.
Montero was just because, stink. Not because
we
injury.
were happy that he wasn't available.
Oh, right.
Because of stink.
To this day,
Biscuit's
just
available. He wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Biscuit.
Hey, top of the morning, my brothers.
How we doing,
Hey,
Biscuit?
man. Put me down as one of them guys that love the late stars playing. I get
Oh,
off
you like
late,
him?
Man,
that's
you
right.
know, I
That's
get-
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a late start. I get off late, so I love them late starts, man. And that loss last night for the Rockets, man, that's brutal, man. And who knew? I mean, I've been going back and forth, man. I even called in on Stephen A's show, man. We have got to start putting Durant down in the ranking lower than what they got him, man. This carelessness with the ball is ridiculous, man. This dude, I thought Harden turned the ball over. This dude is a turnover machine, man. Some of the passes he throws are so lazy. It's like, God almighty. Yeah, man. But my point I mainly called in on was the Cougars, man. I just think the Cougars got the right draw, man. I'm an Indiana boy, so I've been watching a lot of Big Ten games this year. Illinois their defense is sad, man. They got a good offense, but their defense sucks. And I just think if the Cougars just slow them down a little bit and just rebound, at a decent level and don't get in foul trouble, this is a good matchup for the Cougars to me. And I think Cougars, man, I see them in the Final Four. I've been saying it all. I told you guys earlier, I think they had a better team than last year with depth-wise. And once he started playing McCarty and Mercy more, going, man.
Yep. No, you're right. And having the only number one seed out of the tournament is a big plus. They get through this Illinois game. They got Nebraska or Iowa. That's nice. So this is the best. I think it's the easiest road. It's the easiest road. They're the 2 seed, and all the other brackets have their 1 seed. So it was really, really nice for Iowa to beat Florida. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is I mean, this does not necessarily mean you're going to the Final Four if you win this by any stretch. I mean,
No.
it's going to be the children of the corner are going to fight it out for the other spot, but you're going to have to beat one of those. You're going to have to beat some corn farmers over there at some point. But Illinois is your toughest matchup on paper. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it, but I really do think, the winner of this game is going to move on to the Final Four. I really do, and I'm hoping it's Houston. It would be great. You really want to send home Nebraska. I'd prefer Iowa win because Nebraska travels like a hive. So you want them to lose. And then what happens? So I've been to these events. You have too, Johnny. What happens is the fans have typically you buy 2 packs. So you buy this game and the next game. And then when you lose, if your team loses that first game, people will walk up and down the aisle trying to sell their tickets for the next game. Now, it's digital now, so I don't know how it's going to work now. But it's always wild to watch people trying to sell their tickets as the game is winding down because they know their team is going to lose. And you're trying to sell it to anyone, to the other team. Hold by because you want to try to get rid of your tickets, your game tickets.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's great when you're there and you can grab those seats right away. Because they'll just unload them because they might get stuck with them. But yeah, it is. Hopefully there'll be a bunch of Cougs fans looking for them tickets from. Well, actually, the other game is first, so that's a problem for Cougs fans. They're not going to. The Iowa and Nebraska people ain't going to be sitting around waiting for them. So you know what? When the Cougs win tonight, they're going to have to go online and get those tickets, which is tougher.
Ooh! Look at AJ's got his Cougs ready.
I know. He's ready. Do you see his shirt? You see his shirt?
Yeah, he's red. He's red.
He's ready, baby. AJ's ready. AJ, what's the final score tonight?
I say U of H 77-68.
77-68.
Okay.
Kicking
It's
that
been a high
ass.
scoring tournament, so yeah.
Okay.
They scored 87. last night.
77-68. He likes the over. And again, 140. 140 on that under-over.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Maybe.
You said there's money on people coming over, right?
Pardon me?
You said there's money on the over and that on a little bit
money
higher
on the
scoring
over.
game?
Speaking of which.
That's what AJ has it.
Yeah, AJ's got the over. AJ's got the over. Speaking of which, no John Chill today, AJ. No John Chill. He's not going to be able to make it with us today, so he might be here tomorrow. We'll work on that. 713-780-3776. In one of the biggest days we can remember in the city of Houston today, starting with golf, and then on to Astros, then on to the Cougs tonight at Toyota Center. So just doesn't get much better than this sports day right here on ESPN 97.5, your ESPN station, brought to you by Huntington Bank. Right now, I'm talking about HR&P. They bring you payroll. They bring you HR. They bring you a better way and an easier way to do things. I mean, it is so simple. We have a part-timer in our HR and payroll department. That's it. That's all we got. Very little work to do. Very next to nothing to do. Nothing against what Laura does for us, but she's just part-time now. That's how easy it is when you've got HR&P. All right? You're somebody who's struggling. Your payroll department's getting bigger. Your HR department is getting bigger. You need a CPA to do your taxes. How good are they? I don't know. I do know that they've got affordable care experts at HR&P. It doesn't get any simpler. My wife, we filed together. She was like, hey, send me your W-2. Boom. Took 2 minutes. Done. It is so simple with HR&P. They make it so easy for you and your company just to get these things done that are necessary. If you're struggling, if you're doing way too much, if you're spending way too much, go to hrp.net and see what they can do for you. hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back. Big game tonight. Cougs and Illinois.
Well, there he just did it again.
Did it again, John.
You're being accused of coug washing. Tony says, why is L.A. Johnny coug washing today's local sports lineup? There's a very big Big Ten basketball game at 6:30. Noted Iowa fan said you're coug washing.
Do you know that the Iowa-Nebraska football game is called the Heroes Game? That's the
what?
official title.
It's the Loose Meats Bowl when it's played in Iowa.
Well, I'm looking at it right
They
now.
play
the
for a ham
football rivalry.
sandwich at the end. Everybody carries around a ham sandwich when they win.
No, Iowa's Loose Meats.
The Heroes Game is played between Iowa and Nebraska in football, and if whoever wins gets the Heroes Trophy.
Do you know what a Loose Meat sandwich is?
A
This is a big deal in
sandwich?
Iowa.
They get a sandwich?
That's what Lance is saying.
No, I'm just saying Iowa's big sandwich is called Loose Meats, and it's like I think it's just ground beef, like a ground beef sandwich.
Like a less saucy version of a
I don't
sloppy
think-
Joe.
I
It's
don't
a
think-
sloppy Joe without the sauce.
No. I've seen this
I'm
on
looking
Guy
at it right
Fieri.
now.
Is it? Because I see it on Guy Fieri.
It's loose meat. Yeah, it's loose ground
Is it?
beef.
But it's not
You throw
sloppy
onions.
Joe,
and-
right?
No, it doesn't have the
Yeah.
sauce on it.
No tomato stuff.
It's onion. You can put onions, pickles, mustard, ketchup, but it's just loose ground beef, and you
That's
throw
all
stuff
it
on
is.
it.
It's like
that's
just chopped up.
gross.
It's a deconstructed hamburger.
Yeah, that's all it is.
No, it's
And
fine.
you know what?
It's just messier.
In Iowa, that's fine dining. That is fine
Loose
dining
meat
there.
sandwich.
What is the official
Do they even
sandwich
season
of
this
Nebraska?
thing?
I
Seasoning.
mean, it looks
beef
kind of good.
broth.
It's got mustard, pickles,
Yeah,
cheese
but
on
it's
it.
yeah,
Have you ever had chopped cheese?
It's what you throw on a burger.
Johnny,
Mustard,
have you ever had a
pickles.
chopped cheese sandwich?
Chopped
Yeah, from-
cheese?
He ain't
Chopped
from- he ain't
cheese.
from New
It's
York.
known as a bodega.
He ain't
It's
from
at
New York.
bodegas in New York, but they have it at what's the bodega place? The Burger Bodega here has chopped cheese sandwich. It's good. LaShane used to make it. It's basically the same thing. It's just ground meat. It's chopped up. It's chopped up beef, and then there's cheese that's melted into it, and then you just put whatever you have on the top. Look, it's good. It tastes good. It's messier. I'll just put it inside a tortilla, or I'll just put it inside a tortilla and make it a taco. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what it's basically a taco on
It
a bun.
appears the bread is very important to this
Yes, yes.
Because if it's just ground beef and however you season it, the bread has to be a big deal.
Yeah, but it got to be
bun.
good. It's got to be
Well,
a good
the
burger
bun-
bun.
Yeah, but
Now, my buddy Michael Bennis used to make, his granny would make granny burgers, and she would take bread and then hollow it out and then put the ground beef in there and cheese and then bake it in an oven. Like, that's okay. I got that. You want to hollow out some bread and stick it in there? That's fine. Now I got a contraption to hold the meat.
You know how hard it is, especially if there's no that sloppy Joe sauce to keep it together. The ground beef is falling all over the place.
Yeah. No, you got to have a fork or spoon with it.
Yeah. I mean, come on, Iowa, clean it up.
Clean it up.
don't bring your loose meat sandwiches down here, okay?
No.
You
yeah.
come here, you eat a Whataburger or whatever the burger place of choice is, but you don't come
I
here.
can't
and
help
bring
but
your
think every time you say loose meat,
sandwich.
I can't help but think
Yeah,
of
'cause
Hope
I know what you're going
Solo.
to say. I knew,
Wow.
There it is. I knew he was going to say
Why
that.
did he have to put a
I knew he was
name
going to
to
say
it?
that.
You didn't have to put a name
I
to
knew what
it.
he was going to say that. You know what Nebraska's signature sandwich is? I've heard of this too. A runza. It's a baked yeast dough pocket stuffed with ground beef, cabbage, and sauerkrauts, onions, and spices. These are two loose meat. This is a loose meat sandwich game is what it is. This is ground beef. The two people who just eat their ground beef people is what they are.
Instead of patty
They're simple
form,
people.
they crumble it up.
But they put theirs in bread. I got to
And
be
they
honest
have
with you,
corn
Tony.
and potatoes, and that's it.
I got to be honest with you. I kind of like this better.
The runza's contained.
Yeah, it's contained. It's got cabbage and sauerkraut. So for me and my people,
Sure.
it's the German Russian cuisine.
I mean, it seems a little bland to me, but
I like
whatever.
that. Well, we'll put some kind of mustard on it.
Okay.
We'll put some kind of a Dijon mustard or
Any
something.
spice in these sandwiches at all?
Yeah, this does not look like it has a lot of spice.
All right, let's get
These
some
are the
calls.
people
People want to talk about the game,
These
not
are the people coming into town.
sandwiches.
Any people who eat loose meat sandwiches on the hold?
Oh, Tony tricked you two into talking about loose meat
didn't trick
sandwiches.
me. I don't care.
No, I said that.
You're
He just said you were
easily
kook washing.
distracted, you two.
I don't care.
I'm easily
Huntington
distracted.
Bank is paying for this? Is that what
Yeah,
they're
you're
doing?
welcome.
They've been paying for this for a
Do you know
while.
how many
They're
people?
our sponsor
You
for the
didn't
studio.
even know that either. What did you learn today in one sentence? You learned about loose meat sandwiches. Is
Yeah.
what you learned. And Runzas. There's a lot of people who didn't know anything about that, and
Runza.
now they will die knowing more about
You
the
know what
ground
I do?
beef sandwiches of the Big Ten.
I runs away from loose meat.
Yeah, that's a good call.
All right, let's get Ryan in here. Hey, Ryan.
I love when people put us on hold. It's one of my favorite things that's happened.
And by the way, the Reuben sandwich was
We're on
invented.
hold.
Was
the
invented
radio
in-
is up. It's all perfect.
Yeah, we
That's
might want to
great.
put him on hold. We
Thank
were
you, Ron.
the Reuben sandwich is invented in Omaha, Nebraska, in 1920.
Of course it was.
Yeah, of course it was. They
Terrible
put
sandwich.
sauerkraut on it. Of course
Yeah,
it was.
I didn't know the. I didn't know. I'm saying I didn't know it was all Germans, but my German side of my family settled in Kansas, so I guess Nebraska makes some sense too. I suppose.
Yeah. All right.
Anybody else who wants to put us on hold?
Yeah. Who's after that? It's Anthony. Hey, Anthony.
No.
Hey guys, so I want to talk about the Rockets, but side note, the sketch I did yesterday with Lance having Tourette's was like I got almost crashed into 3 cars. I literally had to stop, pull over on the freeway just to collect myself because
I thought it was some of the worst radio
like,
we've done. I thought it was some of the Anthony. I thought it was some of the worst radios Dell's ever done.
Anthony, we're going to let you continue, but I do appreciate you positioning it as a skit like any of this crap is planned. Go on.
All right, so the Rockets game. I got infuriated again because I saw a glimpse of how good this team could be at the end of the fourth quarter when they went on that 8-minute run where they basically played just nonstop defense, and LP actually put 100% effort in and started blocking passes, getting steals, diving on the ground. And then he was just like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. And then, of course, they turned back into the Rockets and lost. So if they just play like that, I don't think nobody can beat them. But it's just so frustrating to see the slow tortoise do slow tortoise stuff.
Catching on.
Go
Shout out
watch.
Rio.
Go
I don't
watch.
like that nickname.
Go watch the overtime baskets that Minnesota made. It's sickening. LP just standing there watching guys, trying to guard them up at the top of the about the free throw line extended, and them just running by him. It's sickening that was the effort with no help, nothing, time and again. I mean, it was unbelievable. You're right. How good they looked, and then how crappy they looked. It's amazing, and the same like within minutes of each other. It's amazing. And then the block he had with the bloody mouth, and somebody was right. They said nobody even went over and nobody. I mean, one guy chest bumped him when he was almost to the bench.
And you used to run. That's what I made that point early in the show. Where's everyone running over? Like Dylan Brooks was that guy. Dylan Brooks would run over and help you up, and maybe
he would get
knock somebody down.
He would get the opponent out of the way to make sure you weren't going to
he'd
help
make
him
sure
up.
he did it in the most gregarious way
he would
possible.
get the
too.
opponent out of the way. Oh, you're not going to help my guy up. I'm going to help my guy up, and another guy would too. You mentioned that moment. There was another moment, I think, in that fourth quarter.
You mean when Ahmed Thompson got whacked in the face?
A couple of times like that. But Alpi was on the ground on a hustle play, and it took forever to anyone to get over him. Not just the play we're talking about, the play with the blood, but there's another play where he was laying on the ground, and it took a while for anyone to run over there, and eventually they got over there, and eventually got on the ground.
Super weird.
We're picking at things, so who knows? But, yeah, if you're watching for that stuff, it is noticeable that there are times where the energy on this team seems off. For whatever.
It really does, and it's that – it's that teamwork makes the dream work mentality of running over and helping up. Like, that was a given. That was a lock last year that they were going to do that. And it's not happening as much. It's like they're like, you don't want to believe that Kendrick Perkins was right when he says the Rockets go their separate ways after games.
I fully.
But I do wonder how he I do wonder if he's guessing that or if he's heard that.
Yeah.
Because you never know with NBA guys. They have connections inside of every – well, that's not necessarily true. But sometimes they can have connections in a building somewhere. He might be hearing that from somebody.
Yeah.
He might be hearing it from KD. I don't know. No, he wouldn't hear that from KD.
He ain't talking.
Here's what Tony from Loose Meat says. Secret to good loose meat sandwich, steam the ground beef with a little bit of Sprite. On God.
What?
Now, I'm telling you, he's the one from
No,
Iowa.
I know
This
that.
isn't a joke.
With Sprite and steam
Yeah,
it?
it's not
That-
even a joke. He said that.
That is so Iowa. Good Lord.
Using
It
Sprite
doesn't
as
get
some
any
type
more
of
Iowa than cooking with
additive.
Sprite.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Sprite? That's how
Cooking
you
with
get a sandwich to be at its best?
Fieri, and I'm going to show you how to make a sandwich with Sprite.
Oh, my God.
No.
That's why you people are so heavy. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in.
Witch?
Let's take a quick one here, and we got a lot of stuff to do here. If you want to get in, hurry up. 713-780-3776. You got to talk a little taquerias.
Yeah, Taquerias Arandas. You headed there for breakfast? If you are, I suggest a plate. I mean, breakfast tacos are great. You can do that too. Great to bring into the office. But if you're going to stop in, get a plate, man. Here's what I like to do. Post my phone up, bring my headphones in, sit by myself, and watch a story while I'm eating my breakfast at Taquerias Arandas. You get the refried beans, a little breakfast potatoes, some bacon. I mean, I'm kind of projecting what I like, maybe some migas. You can have whatever you want. They got a big, wide variety to choose from for breakfast. And that's 7 days a week that you're getting a delicious breakfast from over at Taquerias Arandas. It's a great way to start your day off. Yes, you have lunch and you have dinner. You can watch sporting events there. But I want to focus in for just a second on breakfast because it really is something that you can take into the office with your breakfast tacos, or you can stop in and get your day started the right way at a Taquerias Arandas, or go in late at night if you'd like to for a delicious breakfast as well, because they serve breakfast all day long. So Taquerias Arandas, over 20 locations here in the Houston and surrounding areas. Stop in and enjoy great, authentic Mexican food for very reasonable prices. Taquerias Arandas.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Big ups, Huntington Bank. We appreciate you. Thanks for sponsoring today, all day long, at St. Arnold's. All right, the game is at Toyota Center. And when asked about, we played a Brad Underwood. Brad Underwood is pretty good. He's pretty good soundbite. So is Kelvin. I mean, you got some really good. I think college basketball coaches, I think we found, who was the college basketball coach in one of the interviews during the game? He said, I'm firing my whole staff. I'm firing the whole staff because we can't stop. We can't get an offensive or whatever. I
Was
forget.
it Kevin Willard?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was Maryland. Was it? No.
The new
No.
Villanova coach, right?
Villanova. Yep. I'm firing the whole. Willard was at Maryland. Now he's at Villanova. Yeah, I'm firing the whole staff. That got a reaction. I'm on a chain with some coaches. They didn't really appreciate him throwing his staff under the bus in the middle of a game. But that's neither here nor there. Brad Underwood asked about playing at Toyota Center, a home game for the Cougs, basically. Here's what he had to say.
You know, I've been asked that before, and I'll be honest, I could care less. And I'm gonna sound really kind of selfish here. I'm an old JUCO ball coach. I drove on 16 passenger vans. I drove from Dodge City, Kansas to Mesa, Arizona for a basketball game, for a tournament in a bus. You had told me back then that I'm getting to coach basketball in the Sweet 16 and play Houston. I would sign up for it. I would crawl to get there. If we want to beat them, no matter where we play them, we'd have to play great. Guess what? We're going to have to do that tomorrow. And I think they're going to have to play well if they want a chance to beat us. And so we've won on the road. We've been pretty successful doing that in the Big Ten. So I don't pay too much attention to it. I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and you know, playing Houston's a challenge enough. It doesn't matter where.
All right. By the same token, the Cougs are basically at home. They were 2.6 miles, I think, from the campus to, not that they're on campus.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
All right, so what?
See,
Yeah.
I
Too
think
bad,
this
so
is
sad.
that's a call out to the fans. Brad Underwood ain't worried about y'all. Y'all better show up.
Well,
He
even
ain't
if
worried
you
about
show
y'all.
up,
You know, that's
better
something.
show up.
they're playing a road game. They've won road games, he said. We win road games,
but-
oh well. We got to play on
but
the
if-
road, oh well.
I don't look. We've talked about it and how great this is for the Cougs to be playing at home. I just don't know that the rest of the country fears a Houston basketball crowd. I don't like if it was, hey, Brad Underwood, you're playing 5 miles away from Cameron Indoor.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't have the answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I
They
don't know.
would
the
if it was a
reputation.
regular season. That home court advantage is real at Houston.
I would agree, but maybe that's just his vibe because he just kind of explained it. I'm a
Houston
JUCO coach,
fans
but
historically have not been the loudest in tournament settings, and this goes back forever.
I just don't know that there's a reputation that
Right.
they can swing a game.
Well,
because of,
And it's not that they're not loud; it's just the masses. They
Yeah.
don't have the same.
They don't have the
masses
same
sometimes.
amount.
Yeah, because
I will say this, and I've been to every Houston arena. It's the best. It's not reactive. It's proactive. They scream. I mean, as far as being at now, that's at the Fertitta Center, not so much Toyota Center. At the Fertitta Center, I've never seen a better crowd in Houston. I mean, the Texans are, at times okay. The Rockets, the Toyota Center is not like that at all. Astros baseball is reactive, not proactive. It's proactive at Fertitta, but they're not playing at Fertitta Center, so it's going to be different.
It's a much
not
larger
gonna be as
venue
good.
where it's hard to be loud. Like in those venues, I just don't love basketball in these venues. It's
well, this
just,
one is an
Well,
actual
this isn't.
basketball arena.
Oh no, that's right. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not at.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not-
Toyota, so
it's
you
not-
do have that.
That's
It'll
right.
actually
Yeah, my
be
bad.
built
my
for
bad.
basketball.
Yeah, the Final Fours.
Yeah.
The Final Four. And the Final Fours are not good in those venues. I
No,
watched
no,
it
no.
here. I watched it in Indianapolis. It's just not. It's just not great. But yeah, that's right. Toyota Center. That'll be, and that can get
But
that can get potentially loud, but it's also quartered. Like
it's quartered.
Well, it's not quartered off because the fan bases, your tickets are sold per game.
It actually may be less than quartered off for Cougs fans because Iowa and Nebraska are so happy to be here, they're going to pay whatever for those tickets. Now, whether or not they could get here because of TSA is another story. Whether or not they braved it.
Well, we're the worst. I've been keeping up with this. By the way, it was 3. So it was listed as 4 hours the other day. The guy in the line said he was very happy. It only ended up being 2.5 hours.
Oh, nice.
And he got there 6 hours before his flight or whatever. But actually, other cities are not having the same issues we are. For some reason, they flash, and ours have been really bad. And sometimes it's at Hobby and sometimes it's at Busch. But lately, it's been at Busch a lot more.
So Bomani Jones had Van Lathan on. They're discussing the TSA waits, and apparently New Orleans, Atlanta, and Houston have the longest waits. And he was like, 3 of the blackest cities have the longest waits. And he was like, you're not gonna have black people show up to work if they're not getting paid. Like, why would they, with no guarantee that money's gonna come back to them? They're not showing up. So that was his explanation for why.
There's
TSAs
a lot of people who are getting screwed who are working like
you know what though? Last time that's not a great way to look at it because last time they overpaid everybody who did show up. They said they gave money. They said, okay, for showing up, we are going to you're going to benefit with extra pay for what more than you would have made just working.
Yeah, I don't
know. The kind of the get back whenever they're done because they got food pantry stuff set up for workers now to just try to get meals. I mean, that's got to be tough action. I'll say that.
No, absolutely. Now, that on the other side of the coin, what about Houston playing at home? Kingston was asked, "Hey, how great is this that you're basically at home playing a Sweet 16 game?" Oh, AJ didn't have that ready. Sorry about that, AJ. He is getting it now.
Yeah, look how
he
nice
tries
he
to
is to
talk
him.
into. John tries to talk people into sound bites.
Well, I had it up there. I had it in there.
It's a lead-in, but sometimes you just don't know if he's going to get to it or you don't have it ready.
Well, before the segment, hey AJ, we're going to play
he
this.
doesn't do that.
Yeah.
You don't know if John's doing that.
He doesn't do it to me.
Wow. I do.
But
you don't have my mic up. You never have my mic up during a break.
Because all you do is cough into the mic.
No, I don't. No, you're just an a-hole. That's all.
That's true.
That's true. But that's not why I do it. I just don't want to.
No, you do it because you're an a-hole. That's why.
That's not why.
Here is Kingston.
Protecting
my peace. Second time I've heard that today that you're an a-hole.
From the same guy.
It doesn't matter. It's twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sources.
No, it's confirmed.
I
got
a second source.
2 sources.
2 sources.
One source 2 times.
That's right. So it is real. AJ, we ready? Here's Kingston talking about playing at home.
No, I feel like honestly, pressure is self-induced, but I don't really think you should have more pressure because of Houston. At the end of the game, we're just excited to play here. I mean, we're excited to play. It doesn't matter if we're playing in a gym by ourselves, us versus them. We'd be excited for the 2016 game. You know, the fans are honestly there for TV. Obviously, we love having our fans there. They love having their fans there. But both teams will be fine with playing anywhere. We're both just hard competing teams, and we're just excited for that. So I don't think anyone on this team feels more pressure because we're a little closer to home, at home technically.
It doesn't matter, he said. Doesn't matter. That was a lot of external noise in that one.
I imagine he's just around a bunch of other guys getting asked.
Everybody's getting questioned. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Both sound clips have underplayed it from the Illinois side and the Houston side, which is just to say, hey,
is it
go
now?
play basketball.
But is it a big deal?
Well, if they get off to a good start, sure, the crowd will be going. They'll have everything behind them. But what does it mean if they start the game 3 of 12 from the field and Illinois has a lead? Does the crowd? How effective will the crowd be in keeping them up? I don't know. It's interesting because it's somewhat unique. We've had it with the Cougs on the other side. Did it help Purdue? Maybe.
Well, Kelvin Sampson thought it did.
Well, see, Kelvin Sampson approaches it differently than Brad Underwood. We'll see what Brad Underwood says after the game because he is kind of downplaying it before.
Yeah, I'm sure after the game it'll be a different story. If, in fact, the Cougs have a dominant fan base there, if that's the case. I'm going to tell you this. After that first game, you're probably going to have a lot of empty seats. Certainly you're going to have the losers are all going to leave. They're going to leave, so that might even be. And if it's Nebraska, they're bringing a contingent down here. And, whatever, if Nebraska wins, it's going to look like it's all Coug fans because they wear red too.
Well, it can look a certain way.
Yeah. But whether or
not it may not sound a certain way.
Well, I would imagine if I'm Nebraska and you win that game, or Iowa and you win that game, you're rooting for Illinois.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
No, everyone's going to be cheering against Houston. I've seen this before. I watched it in Houston when they played Maryland back in the day in the Summit. In the Summit. Everyone gangs up on the best team. All the opposing fans gang up on the best team. It's a lock. And why wouldn't you?
Yep.
I would too. Get them up on out of here. No one wants Houston winning. Except us.
Plus, Big Ten. Big Ten. Big Ten. Big Ten. They're going to be chanting Big Ten there.
Yeah, I don't know the Illinois.
They don't do that.
How Illinois feels about Iowa and Nebraska. I don't think the loser of that Iowa-Nebraska game is going to be rooting on the winner.
The loser's out of the building.
No, I know, but even still, they won't go. You know what would be great if it's
Big
Iowa or Nebraska playing the Cougs. I don't think the loser of that game is going to be rooting on the winner. Hey, it'd be great if one of the Big Ten made the Final Four. If it's Iowa or Nebraska,
No, but
maybe
again, they won't even be there, so it doesn't matter.
No, I'm not talking about the actual cheering in the building. I'm talking about what they think. I don't think that's how it goes for those two. Illinois, who knows how they feel about other Big Ten teams, but we know Iowa and Nebraska aren't happy. Look. That's an SEC thing. Let's be clear.
But they don't
want one conference who does that.
Right, but they don't. Nobody wants to play the Cougs. I'm going to tell you that.
But they won't be rooting for their conference mate no matter what. That's SEC coded for whatever reason.
That is what happens with every conference. You root for your conference.
No,
okay?
No, you are rivals for a reason. You don't want success for your rival.
My wife is praying on the downfall of every rival she has.
Yeah.
She prays on the downfall of the Aggies and Sooners and Notre Dame and Miami. Anybody that's beaten Texas, Miami with the –
You mean the Cotton Bowl? She holds that?
You remember the embarrassing, 91 belt to ass?
Yeah, back in the Cotton Bowl, way back.
Notre Dame got them once, so now they can go bleep themselves for life.
Wow.
Like she prays on all of their downfalls.
She
holds grudges.
That's how a good fan
She's a woman.
No.
She holds grudges.
Well, that's unfortunate. You said that.
SEC.
But pushing aside what they did to you, like in October, like in football, hey, I know we just lost to them in October, but now that they have a shot to win the national title, let's root for them? No.
So I asked SEC
Big
fans.
Ten.
I can't remember who I was asking about the SEC and the SEC cheer. And what I was told was no one will ever do it for Alabama winning. Now, this was probably about 6 years ago when Bama was winning. Like, that doesn't exist. Auburn will never do it for Alabama.
Of course.
Alabama would never do it for
Rightfully
Auburn.
so.
It's as long as it doesn't have a direct impact on you, and a lot of times lesser you say it when your own team is winning. Like if Auburn's winning, they'll say SEC. You don't say it when one of your rivals.
When Georgia's winning, you don't say it.
Yeah, no. They just say it whenever their own team is winning. They chant it in the stands, but you don't say it when one of your rivals. And let's face it, everybody in SEC is a rival. Yeah. They don't actually like each other.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, they use each other to prop themselves up, but they don't actually like each other.
It's a collective, but they
no.
don't like each other.
Yeah, my wife never roots for Alabama ever.
No,
But,
I was
but
told
the SEC thing is real. It's real.
Well, the SEC thing is real, but they chant it when they're at the game, though, when their team is playing.
Yeah, but they also root for SEC teams other than Alabama in non-SEC settings.
Yes, if they're sticking it up someone's ass.
Wow.
That's seriously.
That's
what it is.
Trying to use the SEC to prop themselves up.
If they're by themselves, they don't. It's like they probably are hoping this team loses. If they're with other people, hey, look what we did to you, SEC.
Because it makes them look better.
Look at SEC.
It makes them look better.
It's all fake, though.
They're
SEC guy used to
superior.
always claim Kentucky as his team too.
They're superior in every way. That's what they want.
Except not in college football anymore. They're not superior
No,
in any way.
I haven't
They
seen
still
them in a
think they
national
are.
championship game for years.
They
What,
still
COVID?
think they are.
Not since Georgia beat up on TCU.
Yeah, Georgia TCU, and that was
2022?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2022. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a long
All
time
right.
ago.
Loose meats wasn't even invented back then.
Runza? What about the Runza sandwich?
Runzas weren't even invented probably in 2022.
All right, we got to break.
We're winning World Series. We won a World Series in
We're
22.
still the best team in baseball in
Yeah, what
2022.
are you talking about?
Right. And the SEC was the best then.
Yep, good old days.
Big Ten. Big Ten.
That's not a thing. It doesn't
It
even
is a
sound
thing.
good.
Why are
I
you
just
cheering for
started it.
Illinois? AJ, clip that.
Yeah. Ooh.
If the Cougs
Save
lose,
that, AJ.
Save that, AJ.
Time to break. Don't go anywhere. Brought to you by Huntington Bank, ESPN 97.5 live at St. Arnold's all day long. All right, welcome back. Thank you, Huntington Bank. Live from St. Arnold's all day long. Opening day. Some questions. All right, quickly, let's run through it. These are the major questions for baseball this year. Will the Dodgers three-peat? Yes or no?
Yes.
I don't think they will. They were an out away from losing the World Series last year. I think somehow it's going to be derailed. People don't win three.
They're not as good this year either. They've actually lost a lot of good players.
No, they didn't.
Oh, wait, they just added better players. My
Yeah.
bad. It's my mistake. I don't know how they could possibly win again.
Will the automated ball strike system be a hit or a miss?
A hit. They used it for the first time yesterday.
Yeah, and unfortunately they
ABS
were doing an interview. By the way, did you know that since 1907, this is the first time that a college manager has taken over a big league team?
Yeah. It was mentioned whenever he got hired.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that, it's happened in basketball. It was actually a big deal when Rick Pitino did it and went to the Celtics. It was a big deal when Steve Spurrier did it and went to the
Brad Stevens
went to the Redskins. Of course, you had, but those were the early ones. I think he did it before. Did Spurrier do it before Pete Carroll did?
I don't know that.
Steve Spurrier. Yeah.
Yeah, Spurrier.
I think Spurrier did it before Pete Carroll did.
Yeah.
But Pete had already been in the NFL, then went to college and back. So that doesn't really count. Straight college to pros, we saw it when Rick Pitino went to the Celtics and he brought, his high-flying Kentucky style of basketball there. That was considered, a little unusual.
Yeah, but Larry Brown had done it before, and yeah, there's been. This is the first time since 1907.
Doesn't happen in baseball.
No, doesn't happen in baseball.
College baseball and pro baseball are two totally different animals.
By the way, that is Tony Vitello, the Giants manager who came over from the University of Tennessee. Is the lockout threat going to be talked about quite often? I think it's going to be
I don't
a
think so. I
storyline.
mean, your job is to talk about the games going on and not the impending doom. So we might talk about it some, but I don't think in broadcasts are going to talk about it much. No.
What division?
I don't think so. It's going to happen. I mean, it's 100% going to happen.
What division has had 3 teams in the playoffs for the last 5 years?
3 teams in the playoffs 4 of the last 5 years. Not ours. Let's see. Red Sox. So, AL East.
AL East. That's it.
Is the only one?
Yep. AL East.
Yeah. Blue Jays, Yankees, and Red Sox.
And before that, Tampa was in it a couple of years. Baltimore was in it. Every single team in that division has been in the playoffs in the last 5 years. The order of finish in the AL West. Go.
The order of AL East finish,
West.
you said, or West? Oh, I'm going to go Seattle, Astros, Dodgers, Angels.
Dodgers.
I mean, Seattle, Astros. A's. I'm sorry. A's, Angels. Although, if I'm being real, I would not be 100% shocked if things got a little sideways for the Astros and the A's, maybe made a little bit of a move. They got some good young talent.
You forget the Rangers.
Oh, wait. That's right. I guess 3. I guess I'll put us 3.
I'm going Astros, Mariners,
You don't mean it.
A's. Yes. Astros, Mariners, A's, Rangers, Angels.
I think the Mariners could approach 100 wins this year.
I don't.
I think the Mariners
Screw
are going to be
Mariners.
really good.
Their locker room is falling apart.
Yeah, that's already been squashed. And you know what? The more, it's funny. There was one way I kind of thought about it when it originally happened, and then afterwards, it really was kind of horse bleep for him to for Rosarena to make such a big deal. Like, he made a bigger deal out of it that he should have after the game when he's cussing and he apologized to Cal Raleigh. That's one of those things. You go to Cal Raleigh, you don't do that in the locker room. That is kind of a bullcrap thing that he did. I mean, it's not unusual for a guy to be in a competitive situation, be a certain kind of way. We kind of laughed about it, but the more I thought about it, he really turned it into something. It got way bigger than it should have been because he made too big a deal about it with his response.
Yep. More likely to be fired after the season, Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone, or Joe Espada and Dana Brown?
Ooh, who invented this one? Did you just come up with this?
I just came up with it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm going to say Espada and Brown because I think the Yankees have a better chance of winning their division than the Astros do. And if you don't make the playoffs, I think if both teams didn't make the playoff, I think both of them get cleared out. I don't see how Boone makes it another year. Even if they make the playoffs and go out in the first round, I think Boone is gone.
Yeah. I think it.
How can you
Cashman,
keep rolling with Boone?
Do you know how long Cashman's been there?
Long time.
This is his 29th season.
Wait, 29? Brian Cashman's been there 29 years?
Yeah. 29th
Oh,
season.
my gosh. Yeah, I guess so. Who have we talked about a GM for them? Who was a GM before Cashman?
Yeah, he came over, and that's when they went on the run with Roger and them right before.
Yeah.
97.
Bob Quinn?
Yeah.
No. Brian Cashman is Bob Watson. Wow, Bob Watson, Harding, Pete Peterson, and Bob Quinn. 1 year wonders, all three of them.
Wow.
1 year, and then you had Brian Cashman, and that's going back to Bob Quinn was 1988 to 89. Harding, Pete Peterson was 1990 to 96. Then Bob Watson was 96 to 97, and then Cashman 98 to now. Holy crap! I cannot believe it's been that long for Brian Cashman. That makes me feel so old. Wow.
Yeah, 29 years.
Because he was a young
I think
GM
this is
back
it,
then, like a young spry GM.
What if they go out? If they go out in the first round, I think they're both done. I
don't know. I guess so, probably, but I still think Cashman's probably a pretty good GM. I think Boone. I don't know how Boone's made it this long. It's
9 years.
It's
now.
crazy.
No.
It's so ironic based on how George Steinbrenner used to be too, where he would just fire people willy-nilly, and Boone has lasted way longer than he would have Steinbrenner. It wouldn't have even been close. George Steinbrenner would have whacked him immediately.
Yeah,
probably Cashman too.
Yeah, no, but he would have been gone by now if George was alive. There's no question. Yep, there's no question. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here. Opening day. Astros win today with Hunter Brown?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think there's any question. There's no question. The Astros win.
Yeah, I think the Astros
Brown,
win, but I think it's I'm going to go 3-1.
Number of wins by Hunter this year.
Number of wins by Hunter Brown.
Look at that Astros train.
We love our
train.
Astros in Houston. You hear my train?
Yeah.
All across the Lone Star State.
Woo! Hey,
I got my own train here.
You know what?
We sing it loud.
We got to play that today. It's opening day.
We do have to play it for AJ.
Dell,
Tell
nice
AJ
job.
Where to find it.
What?
Tell
nice
AJ
job.
where to find it.
What do you mean, Dell? Nice job.
Tell AJ where to find it. We barely played it last year, and we didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's no real reason to play it.
Well,
because the team wasn't
let's
good.
try to make the playoffs.
Yeah, if we had a Rocket song, we should have played that too, but you didn't.
Go Rockets!
If I had played a Rocket song, they would have been able to not blow a 13-point lead in overtime last night.
Which is no way to know.
Yeah.
no way to know.
And 180. 1 and 180. Let's get Hayden in here. Is this
Rahil's daughter, Hayden?
Maybe.
What? He hung up. It wasn't Rahil's daughter. Okay.
Wow.
Well, you don't know. It's Hayden.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I don't know. Actually,
don't know?
I'm not in the building. I just said I don't know. I wasn't in the building. I don't know if it was her. I was hoping it was.
Oh my
maybe
God.
maybe she has some thoughts on the Astros.
I didn't realize this. I'm just now clicking on. I can watch the Texas Children's Hospital Houston Open, the main feed.
It's got to
right
be
now on my
exhilarating
computer.
stuff. It's
How
got to
about-
be exhilarating.
Yeah. How about that?
Hey, it's one of golf's. They call it a mini major. It's here in Houston.
Is it the
Stop trying to
sixth
hate
major? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's what some people are calling it. That.
It's not the sixth. It's not the
Oh,
sixth
it's not
major.
the sixth major. Okay, where does it rank? Is it in that the second tier
It's
of
high.
golf tournaments?
It's up there. Yeah, it's
You got
well
the
like,
majors, and
all
then you
jokes
got
aside, this is it's well like golf tournament. It's just always the proximity to the Masters. You've had some of the biggest names. Well, a lot of them didn't like. Where was it when they used to be out the Woodlands? A lot of people just didn't like that
Tiger
tournament.
never
Wouldn't
playing
come.
it because
Tiger wouldn't come. Is too close. Well, I don't think he liked that course either. By the way, and then also it was because of its proximity to the Masters, you had people not playing it. There was always some little things here and there, but now that's too bad. They all have PJs now, so they don't have to worry about TSA getting out of here.
while we're talking
I'd be legitimately afraid if I were a fan coming in from Iowa
to not be able
or
to get back.
Nebraska or Illinois. I would legitimately be afraid that I'd get stuck in a 4-hour line. That would be a legitimate fear of mine if I'm watching. So now, granted, social media scares you about everything. You see the worst of the worst for everything, so you think that's automatically how life is. But I'm just telling you, those fear videos of the lines, where you can see here the line is wrapped around I-10 and goes all the way to this easy parking. I mean, not I-10, it's right, Bush, and it goes all the way to easy parking down the by the Jack in the Box near 59. Like, what? How long is this line at Bush? So I wouldn't have even made the trip if I were a Big Ten person. I would have just said, screw
why are you
that,
even
guys.
here?
We'll just watch on TV.
Why are you
We'll just
even
watch
here?
on TV. And I do hope you guys get caught up in some serious traffic.
The Iowa and Nebraska fans.
Yep. I
Yeah, we
hope
don't
they
care
get
about
in
them
Illinois
either.
too.
We hope
Illinois
they
too.
hate their stay here.
I don't want them to hate their stay. I'm not sure that the visitors. I'm not sure that organizing a Final Four in Houston when everyone hates their stay is a great thing.
Well, all three Big Ten schools are going to go home disappointed.
Well, I hope you
Sorry.
hate your trip back because the
Sorry.
TSA lines are long for Big Ten people.
I think
only.
Nebraska's playing with found money at this point, right?
Yeah, they are.
There's like,
Yeah.
hey, and
So
Iowa,
is
made it
Iowa.
to Sweet 16.
Well, so is Iowa,
Yeah,
yeah.
everyone, they'll be disappointed because you want to win, but only Illinois really has anything to
Yeah.
really complain about.
Yeah.
To be sad about if they don't make it to the Final Four.
Yeah, Nebraska, you're a football school who's not really a football school anymore.
You're like a volleyball school.
And Iowa, I mean, you
They-
beat Florida. That's good enough.
Nebraska's a volleyball school.
It is a volleyball
It
school
is
now.
kind of. It is kind of. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We're going to combine here, so we got one segment and then News of the Weird coming your way right here on ESPN 97.5. Right now I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com. You are out there. You got your car. You want to buy a new one. You don't like this car anymore. If it is in decent shape. I mean, John Clay Wolf ain't buying, $500 cars, $1,000 cars. That's not what he does. You got to have a decent car. All right, worth a few $1,000s at least. And then John Clay Wolf will give you more. If it's worth a few thousand, you want some more for it? Yeah, absolutely, I want some more for it, okay? He's got to be able to turn it around and sell it at auction. But he doesn't care about making that big profit at auction like the other guys do. The other guys don't buy as many cars as he does. So the other guys need to make more profit. So the other guys have to pay you less for your vehicle. John Clay Wolf works in volume. John Clay Wolf buys a bunch of cars, way more than they do. John Clay Wolf does billions in buying and selling, okay? That's what John Clay Wolf does. So he can afford to pay you more and make less when he sells them. It's just economics. And John Clay Wolf has built a huge business here in the United States of America. He's all over the country. And he will continue to, with that same philosophy, paying you more, making less, and just doing volume. And that's what he does. The reason he does volume is because he pays you more. So if you're going to sell your car, one place that you have to go, GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Everybody balls on the run.
There's an echo.
Steady.
Making big plays is the thing.
You know, I take it back. I'm going to say Astros 1 and Mariners 2.
This music got you there?
I don't want to say I'm that easily influenced, but I'm going to say Astros 1, Mariners 2, Rangers 3. Then A's, and then the slapnut Angels.
Wow. That's
team.
ugly.
I know they're in the same division as the Astros, but I kind of get mad that they literally took Ohtani and Mike Trout. Mike Trout has been he might as well be like Ernie Banks. You took this all-time talent. Now, granted, his injuries obviously played a big role. This guy won like back-to-back MVPs, basically. I think, 3 or 4 years? And what did you do? Nothing. It's like his career. It's like when you've got one of the worst fantasy football teams and they've got, Josh Allen or somebody, in an MVP season, or Lamar Jackson. And it's like, sweet. We're just going to bury him, 2 years ago, Saquon Barkley. Awesome. He gets buried on the worst team. He can't hurt anyone. That's what it was like with Mike Trout and Ohtani. I mean, you had those two monsters and you did nothing. So you get nothing. You get nothing. We're going to be eating at 10 o'clock. We're getting food from here. Guess what the Angels are getting? Nothing, because they deserve nothing.
That tie-in, what a mind you have.
I'm so excited.
By chicken sandwiches?
I found out. I don't know now because
what are you looking at now?
Well, chicken ciabatta sandwich. I already know their butcher. How about this? The pizza, Italian sausage, sliced meatballs, pepperoni, bacon, of course mozzarella, hot honey. That pizza and then their mushroom pizza is phenomenal. I've had it a bunch of times. Let's do a Zadig Gem of the Day. We had a Gem of the Day last night happen, and I don't want to discuss what happened afterwards. But here is now. You want to talk about it? You want to talk about hyped? No one got more hyped than these two announcers that you know and love. Here is your Zadig Gem of the Day.
It's the gem of the day. It's the gem of the day. It's Zadok Jewelers' gem of the day. It's
Julius Randle driving, throwing a ball. What a ball, my lord! What a block! What an incredible block by Albert Shengun to save the Rockets' bacon.
I will say this. I've never seen Alpy get up that. I thought it might have been goaltending. He got up.
Craig almost had a heart attack.
He got up so high. Rewatch that thing. It looks like it might have been coming down. He got up way above the rim and swatted that thing. That was sweet. It was another Kevin Durant blunder late. He does not take care of the ball in late situations. Holy crap! And Alpy bailed him out with that block.
If we remember that sequence, they're down by 1. They get the away from the play foul. Kevin Durant goes up there and did what all the Rockets did up until, he missed his free throws. He made a free throw to make it 95-95. And you think you're in a perfect spot. Either you win this game or we're going to overtime with the ball on your best player's fingertips. Instead, he decided to give that thing away mere seconds after touching it on the inbounds. I don't know what it is. It's been going on all year. Of course, we wouldn't focus on it when he was playing other places. He's had point guards in the past that could initiate offense. Has he always been this bad when it comes to handling pressure? I know he has never had, at least from what I remember, this type of role because he's had a Russell Westbrook or a Steph or even Kyrie or James in
I don't
Brooklyn.
know if he has been. His numbers were the same. Like his assists and turnovers are pretty much the same now, before this month. Because I looked at that and I'm like, well, I mean, it's kind of his numbers, his assists and turnovers are pretty level through most of his career. I think now, though, he's really being exposed, especially away from the basket.
But the question is during crunch time.
What's worse?
It's even worse. Yeah,
because
exacerbated.
he doesn't have that guy that can get the offense started. He has
there are
to
times.
do it.
Yeah, there are times where whether it be through exhaustion or a bad matchup, you'd love to have Kevin Durant off the ball and give it to someone else and let them initiate. But you can't trust any Rocket to dribble. So at least not when they're facing pressure. So it becomes Kevin Durant's burden to do it. And if it feels like the kryptonite is, hey, if you bring up someone to set a screen and there's two people on the ball, he's going to throw it away. Maybe going forward, you have to trust him to just beat his man off the dribble and keep extra bodies away from him so he doesn't have to make a decision.
But how long have we been saying this, and how many times does it have to happen? We've been talking about this for almost, over a month now.
It speaks to Ime's problems, at least people's perceived problems of him and his lack of adjustments when it comes to what this offense is. But I don't know what the answer is other than stop setting screens to try to get Kevin Durant an advantageous matchup and let him try to beat whoever he's got off the dribble. Like, at the end of the game, because Jaden McDaniels got hurt, the matchup got easier, and then Rudy Gobert somehow recovered from a crossover and blocked the shot. But until proven otherwise, stop bringing guys up into the picture.
Well,
because he cannot handle it.
And then Alpi did he dribbles up around his head. The ball goes that high, and he's spinning and doing all that crap. And, that's the other option, and that ain't good. I mean, he did it. Remember, he beat Milwaukee doing it back in November. And, he won a couple of games, and he tried to do it again last night, and it was just, that's the other option. That's it. Either KD throws it away at midcourt, or Alpi just goes in, backing in, and then throws up some crap. Those are the two options.
No, and Amen late in the overtime when you're trying to hang on to a lead, Amen shot a 3. I never want Amen shooting threes. I'll just be honest with you.
No, that's the other option.
So this team can't dribble, doesn't have dependable outside shooters. That's why Reed Shepherd has a green light, even when he's as bad as he is. Because who else are you going to throw the ball to be an outlet?
When Reed's bad now, the one thing you can say about Reed is he won't let off the gas for taking shots. I wish Amen would have never told him he was going to punch him in the face. I'd like Reed to rethink some things every once in a while. Like, I used to think, good, keep firing Reed. You need to shoot with confidence. Now I'm like, damn, he's too confident. He needs to back off when he's not shooting with the crap.
Yeah. I mean, there's no good option. I mean, there's no good options right now. Crunch time. Honestly.
I can't believe, and I was talking about it yesterday, it got me actually flustered on my show, that this team is so poorly constructed that simply removing two 30-somethings changes the entire trajectory of a season. Because I was asking the question, is Fred VanVleet the Western Conference version of Tyrese Halliburton? That he is that important to how things work here, that if he's not around, the entire operation falls apart, particularly late in games. Like, the Pacers punted on the year. They knew, we're not going to win anything. Tyrese isn't around. We'll be back. They made a trade. The Rockets didn't. They made a trade around the deadline to be better for next year. They're going to be good to go next year. The importance of some 30-something-year-old point guard who wasn't the full-time starter in Toronto until Kyle Lowry left. This can't be a well-constructed team if simply removing Steven Adams and yes, good players, but bench guys for the most part until Fred came here and became a full-time starter after a couple years of doing it in Toronto. These are above-average guys in the NBA with good roles. Like, Steven Adams is a good role player. This should not be the reason their offense goes in the tank. This should not be the reason you can't handle late-game situations. Fred VanVleet isn't around. How well constructed are they? If this is happening, and it's been happening for 2 months, they have no answer for it.
Well,
there is no answer.
They didn't come up with an answer. They just sat on their hands. Again,
there is no answer. So,
they just sat on their hands and let and just said, "Oh well, we don't have Fred."
We know that, and they're gonna pay for it. How can they mitigate that moving forward
in this season?
Yeah, what this is all. I mean, you got to find a way. How can you find a way? Can Ime find a way? What can be done? Do you try to go back to Amen more? Do you have Alpi bring it up more?
I don't love Kevin Durant. I'll give Kevin Durant a lot of credit. He's been durable this year. You know, he's played a ton of minutes. He's been durable. He hasn't missed. That was my number one concern, was him missing a bunch of time. That hasn't happened. He's been very durable. But you're asking him to play a lot of minutes and take on more primary ball handling, which, you know, is a stressor, is a physical stressor, a mental stressor. I don't know. I can't think of an answer. I really can't in terms of getting into the offense. I don't trust Reed Shepherd. Reed doesn't trust Reed. That's why he picks the ball up so quick. He can beat people off the dribble, but too many times he gets intimidated and will just pick the ball up and look to get rid of it instead of just working his way out of trouble. I don't know that there's an answer for the ball handling stuff, because the turnover thing, I don't think it's magically going to fix. I think it's going to be just the turnovers plus the lack of dominant rebounding. They're still a better rebounding team than most of the teams they play, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of how Ime could do it, but he knows a lot better than I do about how to fix this, and he hasn't fixed it.
Ime doesn't feel like he's doing anything either. It's the same crap over and over and over again. It doesn't feel like, I mean, it is. It's the same issues that they face every time, a tight game or blowing a lead. I mean, it just seems like it's just happening over and over and over again. It's just incredible how many times that they've blown leads. Last night was I thought the Knicks game was ridiculous. Last night was incredible. Up 13.
Now
with
down 11. Now they
3
had
minutes
a huge
to go.
Comeback. They had a huge comeback too, though. Like, you could argue that it was highly unlikely that they would have ever taken that to overtime.
But they did.
And yet they did.
Yeah.
They outscored. They had a run of 26-2 against Minnesota. 26-2 run from the end of the fourth quarter into the third. 11-point difference and then a 13-point difference. And it ended up being 26-2, which is your 24-point difference combined. And then after that, they never scored the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't score the last 13 minutes.
No.
I mean, last 3 minutes.
No, nothing. Zero. Incredible.
Stupid buttholes.
But wow.
We love our Rockets in Houston.
Astros.
Oh,
stupid
Rockets.
buttholes.
Yeah,
you heard them.
Like a bunch of stupid buttholes.
I don't know that buttholes is a way to describe the team.
I just don't know what else to say.
Huntington Bank paid for that.
Do you think
that's a weird way to position it?
You know, we don't have to mention them when we are at our low point.
I know.
Well,
like, that's a bad way to
Would
talk
you like
about
to be
them.
judged at your lowest point?
I feel bad for Huntington Bank.
Well, that's
right
how
now.
they play it. I don't know what else to say. I can't call people dummies all the time, because really they do play like dummies sometimes. They play dumb, sloppy basketball. The fourth quarter, it's about 8.5 minutes. There was a stretch where a Kogi is thrown. He just got it ripped from him. Like, it was a series of terrible mistakes. Reed Shepherd had one, KD had one, and a Kogi had one, like back to back to back. And I'm sure Alpy did something dumb at some point in there too. So, and I just kept thinking, they can't win. Like, there's no way they can win doing this stuff. They were down 5 at the time, and I'm thinking, how can they come back when they're this careless with the basketball? It's just impossible.
That's what they do. It's what they do. Breaking it here, talking a little Houston Powder Coaters. I mean, these people from Nebraska and Iowa and Illinois, they're coming down here, and they're going to go, wow, your city looks great. Your downtown looks great. And you know why? In large part because of Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is going around the city, making it look great, powder coating light poles and all kinds of stuff, any metal that we have. They did the gigantic Ferris wheel outside of the what restaurant is that? Downtown. The gigantic Ferris wheel downtown. They did that. They do, I mean, if it's powder coated in this city, it's pretty much Houston Powder Coaters. It's pretty much what Robin and the great people have started over there. And it's incredible how stuff looks. And especially this. If you buy something metal and it's new, if you're a business, you buy a bunch of tables and you're going to put them outside, okay, get them powder coated first so that they don't look, so midway through, I don't know, however old they are, a year or two into it, you're going to have to send them to Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters does it first. You ain't going to have to send it to them maybe forever because they will take the outdoor heat and rain and everything that the weather throws at them because they've been powder coated by Houston Powder Coaters. Nobody does a better job. Nobody does it as efficiently. And, oh, by the way, free pickup and delivery. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is you have powder coated. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. A woman set the world record, Guinness Book of World Records, for most times she could get a ping pong ball out of a martini glass
Okay.
using only her mouth.
Oh,
Okay.
her mouth. Oof.
Oof.
Okay, thank goodness.
I heard ping pong ball, and I thought you were going to say something about Nuevo Laredo.
No.
Oh,
no.
my God, that was close.
Oh, you two filth and flarn.
Oh, we're the problem during News of the Weird. It's our problem assuming that something like that would be said.
Yeah,
No,
what are you
no,
talking about?
with her. Listen.
That's your move. That's your brand.
I saw a guy try it. He couldn't even get that. Her tongue was incredible.
Wow.
Incredible tongue.
Cut that,
Okay?
AJ. Save
Well,
that.
No, it was like down to below her chin. I mean, this
Well, of
this
course
woman.
she's going to win that contest.
She's going to win. No, she did it. She set the
it
world
was a
record.
contest?
How many
Oh,
could you? How many ping pong balls could you get out of a
Zero.
martini glass?
0. I'm not
With your
stupid
mouth.
enough to try because somebody will immediately get a camera out and
There's
turn
just
me
some
into a meme.
things a man shouldn't
Yeah.
be filmed doing, and that's one of them.
That's one of them.
Unless you have an OF, and then you do that for cash. But if you're just doing
Yeah.
it for fun, don't do it.
Right.
To be shamed later.
Yeah, I don't need to be a meme.
A Washington State.
Dell already memed me yesterday with that dumb Lance's.
If Lance had Tourette's.
Lance's Tourette's.
Tourette's. Yeah, no. That was good. A Washington man has been arrested for the 98th time. 98 arrests. He's got 4 felony convictions, 27 misdemeanors. This time, he stole multiple things from multiple stores and then led cops through a high-speed chase, blowing red lights and whatnot. How many times does it take to finally say that this guy may not be able to handle society?
I think they should let him keep going. However long he needs to spend in jail, let him out. Because can you imagine what will happen when he's booked for the 100th time, and instead of actually taking a normal photo, have a piece of paper with 100 written on it, like Wilt?
Yeah,
Like Wilt.
You got to make this a thing. Like Wilt, get
Yeah.
the piece of paper, 100 written on it, and make that a thing.
You have to celebrate it in
Yeah,
a way.
you have to acknowledge it, certainly. So I'm not glad
You can't get to that number if it's bad crimes.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the 4 felonies, right? But still, at some point, you just go, let the man get to 100.
Public intoxication.
Well, he's
by-
kicking it up a notch. Deputies say they found thousands of dollars worth of stolen merchandise from numerous businesses inside, and he had a custom bong device built into the dashboard of the truck so he could comfortably smoke drugs while driving. They
Well,
found
I mean, have you ever just been to a Target and somebody just opens a door and gets out to go inside? I would say 75% of the cars in Houston that open their door smell like weed now.
So custom. So do we know if he built it himself, or did he have to go someplace and he had to explain, hey.
Yeah,
I
custom means
Right.
somebody else did it.
So he had to
Well, I'm
explain to
pretty
someone,
sure-
this is what I want, and they're like, okay, we'll get that done for you. Who's doing that?
he probably taped it to the
That's
dashboard.
what I think. I think he did it himself.
Yeah, he did it himself.
You think that's how he custom?
Where do you go to get that done?
Oh, that's true. This guy's got
Yeah.
that many arrests. He's probably not putting.
Oh, no, he ain't. Well, on top, they found meth, heroin, and fentanyl. So he's, you know what?
Well,
he's a five-tool player.
He may not get to 100.
Yeah, there may
He's
be a
a
reason.
five-tool player, that's for sure.
Yeah, he may not get to 100.
I'm hoping he does, though. I like to see him be able to mark that occasion. Historic stuff. How old is he? Is he an old man? Because if he's not, he may get to 200.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully he gets his shot for 100. You want to see the paper with the 100 written on it.
I think whichever police department, sheriff department, whatever it is, whatever law enforcement agency arrest him for the 100th time, they should make note of it.
You guys want the fentanyl smuggler to get another shot.
I don't. A couple more. Just a couple more. And then you could put him away for life.
Just a simple PI.
Yeah, simple public intoxication.
Arrested for,
public
disorderly
nudity,
disorderly conduct.
whatever it is, and then put him away for as long as you can. But let him get to 100.
Let him
The
get
man
to
put in some effort.
Yeah, it's like Bama Bayou.
I need whatever jurisdiction he's in to start doing the thing that he did.
Yeah.
Start fouling people on purpose to get him more chances.
Bam out of Bayou, like he's
arrest
trying
him,
to get to the number.
release him, and let
Yeah.
him go back at it.
Like you let him get his number.
And
or plant something in his pocket.
I don't.
Oh, see, now we don't love that game anymore.
I don't want to.
Well, it's the same
I don't
as
want a
what-
dirty cop to be involved.
It's the same
Just let
as
him
what
do it on his
Washington.
own.
It's the same as what Washington did. They were dirty cops.
No,
just
they were
letting him-
triple teaming him at the very end. They didn't want the man to get
Fouling
it.
These are love of the game arrests, though.
That's true.
He's doing it for love of the game.
Benjamin's-
He's an ethical hooper.
Benjamin Steakhouse in Midtown offering a cocktail, a hot cocoa cocktail with booze.
Here in
for
Houston?
$1,000 a drink.
Here in Houston?
New York City.
Oh, New York City Midtown. Yeah, that's dumb. That couldn't fly in Houston.
No.
They couldn't fly in Houston.
$1,000 drink. Do you want to try it?
No.
Honestly, I want to know
It's
what
a
a
cocktail with
$1,000
coffee
drink.
in it. It's going to take.
Hot
You're going to be
chocolate.
hot chocolate. You're going to be so disappointed.
I don't
You'll be
know.
like, what? What do you
th-
think's magical? What booze is so magical that you think it's going to change everything?
It looks pretty nice. Looks good.
Versailles Velour is the. Oh, it's called that. It's called Versailles Velour. That's the name of the drink. I don't know what they're putting in it though. Can't find that.
Versailles Velour. Opulent concoction imbued
It's topped.
with five,
of course.
What, Gold
five
Flakes?
Walla
Yes.
packing
Gold Flakes, there it is.
prestige spirits. 5 different alcohols, and it's
It's-
adorned with a
And-
gold leaf.
There
Yeah,
it
24
is.
karat edible gold leaf. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Yep, $1,000. I wouldn't mind trying it.
Yeah.
Now, Lance, you got to buy it, but somebody's.
Yeah, I'm not getting that.
No,
And my
no.
wife and I always take our. We start taking our post-draft trip to New York, but I promise you that won't happen. I'll promise you that's not happening.
Go. Yeah, well, you need to do it. You need to go to Benjamin Steakhouse and get it.
Nothing says man of the people like getting $1,000 drink.
Yep, that's you. All right, we're done. AJ, great job, as always.
As
AJ.
always.
And Huntington Bank, thank you.
Great
St.
job.
Arnold's, thank you. We appreciate you.
We're gonna keep on thanking you because we're gonna hear all day long. Dell's up next, and you got the wheelhouse, not the wheelhouse,
The wheelhouse.
not the wheelhouse.
Wow.
The wheelhouse.
What is it called? No,
we got Locked On Astros.
yeah,
From-
but their name is.
it's called Locked On Astros.
Oh, yeah.
From 12 to 3.
Well,
They're
his-
going to preview.
But his Twitter name is something.
Who
like
is
that. But
it?
Anyway,
It's Brett from Locked On Astros. He's
Yeah.
here. Brett
Oh.
but his
Yeah, yeah,
Twitter
yeah.
name
and
is something
Eric.
like
Brett
that.
and Eric do Locked On Astros.
Oh,
Brett is
yeah,
here
I know
right
them.
now.
I've been
Yeah.
on their podcast.
Yeah,
So they're going to get you ready for the
then
game
Joe
today, 12 to
George.
3, and then Joe and Jeremy from 3 to 6.
Jeremy?
All out at St. Arnold.
Wait, no, not Jeremy.
Jeremy's not around.
Can't be. He's got game, unless he's not doing a game.
When's the game start?
The game starts at 9.
It doesn't matter. He's got to get ready. He's got to get his mind right.
3 hours?
You think Jeremy will be here?
Not here, but he can do it from wherever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He won't be here.
Yeah.
Hey, is Jeremy going to be here?
Oh, he's going to.
He is going to be here.
Well, it is.
He works way harder than you, John.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at him.
Well, the game is
Well,
here.
that ain't that difficult.
Well, still, his
I mean,
mind. He got to get
honest.
his mind right for
His
the game.
mind right.
Did you hear what Craig?
He's going to be talking a lot about the game on the show.
Did you hear the way Craig and Ryan Hollins yell and scream and like you gotta? It takes it out of you.
I think he'll be fine.
Okay. It just shows he's a people's champ.
Jeremy
He is the
Branham's the
people's
people's champ.
He's doing something I wouldn't do, that's for sure. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here. Or the Wheelhouse, I forget which one. Next,
No, neither.
right here
That's- I made a
on
mistake. It was
ESPN
something else.
97.5.
We continue our time here at St. Arnold, and it is a celebration of Houston sports. We got the Astros on opening day today. We also have the Cougs versus Illinois for a chance to get to the Elite Eight, with the Cougs in town trying to get back to another Final Four. And we also have what happened last night in Minnesota as the Rockets lose to the Wolves in one of the more, well, not even one of the more. When you consider the numbers, it is the most improbable loss in the history of overtime since they've been keeping track of that stat. Going into last night, a team with a double-digit lead in overtime, 10 or more points, was 180-0. Now it's 1-180 thanks to the collapse, which followed a great comeback by the Rockets. Sean and I talked about this yesterday going in, coming off the embarrassing loss to the Bulls. What would this game be? Because the Rockets aren't playing well. They walked in there with the advantage of not having to deal with Anthony Edwards. Could they go get a win against a playoff team on the road on national TV? All these things have conspired to lead to Rockets losses. And this is another one of those games where the other team isn't at full strength, which was the case when they lost to Golden State at home. They went in there, played pretty poorly throughout, and then had a run, which thought, hey, somehow, some way they're going to pull this out. And then they reverted back to what they have been over the past month or so, a bad basketball team. Well, they've been average over the last couple months, but over the last week, they've not been a very good basketball team, and it showed itself again in overtime. We had a caller yesterday. His name is Mike. He said this team wasn't fun to watch. Now, that might still be true, but they're entertaining. Not in a good way, though. You want to call it schadenfreude, whatever, but watching Rockets basketball is an experience. I mentioned a text yesterday from KJ, my friend, and he was in the group chat and just our regular old text string last night, being frustrated by that Rockets performance. I don't know that he went with cheeks or ass, which was something that was said yesterday, and I'm aware the speakers are on so people can hear that. But that was the tone last night as well, as this team can't be called a smart basketball team. It's harsh to call a group of individuals dumb, and I wouldn't call them dumb, but they play dumb basketball consistently. And while I could not believe that a 6-foot point guard could be so important to this roster, it's another example of why you needed someone, even if it is just the caliber of Fred VanVleet, to organize. Because when you have a 13-point lead in overtime, as I stated, you don't lose. You needed someone to, whether it be to calm this team down, organize them, get a shot. None of that took place in the final stretches of that game, as the Rockets blow a game to not just a Wolves team that was without Anthony Edwards. They kept losing guys throughout. The main defender for Kevin Durant got hurt, Jaden McDaniels. He got hurt late, so he was a non-factor when he was on the floor late, because you could see he could not move, and Kevin Durant took advantage of it. And then eventually Chris Finch and the Wolves said that's enough. Rudy Gobert fouls out. Naz Reid gets thrown out. And yet some combination of Mike Conley, Julius Randle, Bones Highland, Terrence Shannon, they all found a way to pull that game out, and the Rockets lose again. And if you think about what it has been over the last 3 games, it's been the same formula. The only reason they haven't lost all 3 is because the Heat can't box out. If the Heat could box out, they would have lost another game where they were down, came back, and allowed the other team to get back in it in some way, shape, or form. In that game, it was the inability to get the ball in bounds. Your coach not calling a timeout and advancing it to the half court, making it a very difficult inbounds. That was the Heat game. Kevin Durant gets up a shot. Amen Thompson tips it in. They could be in the middle of a 3-game losing streak and even closer to the play-in. Right now, they're benefiting from from the Suns not having their full complement of players. But the way they're playing, I don't think anything's out of bounds. I think they have one more game with the Suns as well. So this could get this race to avoid the play-in could get a little bit tight. If you look at it, how it stands now, they've lost their last 2. They're a game and a half behind Minnesota for the 5 seed. The Nuggets won. Jokic and Murray were great. So they're well behind. They're 2 games behind the Nuggets and 3.5 behind the Lakers as they continue their fall down the standings. And now 3.5 ahead of the Suns. So there's still a buffer there. They should avoid the play-in, but they're they're getting ever closer to maybe having to see those Lakers in the first round, which at one point felt like the matchup you wanted. At this point, I don't know that there's any team you would favor the Rockets against because you can't trust them. And if that's going to be the feeling going into the postseason, why wouldn't you think they get knocked out in the first round? They are talented enough to do what they did late, to put together a performance where they have a 26-2 run and they feel like they're much better than Minnesota. But they also have the inconsistencies of what you saw. It was all distilled into one game. Doris Burke talked about it in the middle of the game as Minnesota felt like was going to put the Rockets away. She was discussing that the two teams on the court in front of us have a tier they can get to, but they also have the inconsistencies that lead to performances, what we saw last night. She said the Thunder, the Spurs, and now the Lakers don't play to these highs and lows, particularly the Thunder and the Spurs, while the Rockets certainly do. And you got it all right in one setting as they blow a game that they had no business blowing after taking a lead in the game they had no business taking. And I mentioned how it was all distilled into that very game. Even the Alperen Sengun experience, all that you get from Alperen Sengun happened in that one game, from the block shot that sent the game to overtime, the defensive plays he made to give the Rockets the lead, but also the times he got blown by, times he could not get over with help defense, the lack of variety in his post moves when the Rockets really needed the bucket. You had it all. And, of course, you had his block, the bloody lip, and it fits along those lines. You get the block, you get the bloody lip, you take the lead, but you don't close it out. How is that any different from his dunk in Chicago and his inability to knock down a free throw to take the lead? It's the Rockets. They're inconsistent. They can't be trusted. And now they're a team that not a lot of people believe in, and they've given no one a real reason to kind of refute that. So, Sean, you're watching the game. You're the host of Rocket Power, which people can hear right here on ESPN 97.5. You can also see it as a YouTube podcast as well. You're watching that game from start to finish. You see Minnesota kind of putting the clamps on the Rockets defensively. It felt like that was a game Minnesota's going to win. They make the comeback and then they lose. What was the biggest thing you took from last night?
I actually couldn't believe that they made the run to get it to overtime. And then when they took the 10-point lead in overtime, I was like, yeah, I mean, if you just continually take off the best players on Minnesota's team, like,
yeah.
like this will happen. Rudy Gobert fouls out, no Ant, Nasrid gets kicked out. I thought that play was like, okay, right, like Timberwolves probably get another run in them to cut this lead. Just that's what the Rockets are all about, is turning a 10-point win into a 3-point win. I didn't actually see, like, they just it was incredible. It was like watching an artist paint, but it was the Rockets blowing a lead. It was everything that we talk about, like the worst stuff about the Rockets, all happening in like a 2-minute stretch of game time, 3-minute stretch of game time, and the it was just perfectly distilled in like, oh, now we get the terrible Kevin Durant turnover. Oh, now we get the miscommunication and throwing the ball away turnover. Oh, now it's a can't finish around the rim not turnover, but essentially a turnover because Sengun is underneath the basket and the Wolves are running out. So it is like the perfect constellation of like what every game watching the Rockets is like. And I thought that until like, I don't know, 45 seconds left, I was still like, there's no way they actually lose this, though. All they need to do is come down and make one shot, and it's basically impossible for the Wolves to come back. It was like the Falcons 28-3, where you're like, if they just kick a field goal anywhere, they just win the Super Bowl.
Get an extra first down somehow, some way.
Yeah, like I saw Raheel joking online after the game that like they could have just taken 24-second shot clock violations and like probably been better off on offense if they just kneel it out.
Yeah, because they would have been set defensively as opposed to turning the ball over and getting giving fast break opportunities to the Wolves. I didn't even mention the Kevin Durant missed free throws where they have a chance to tie the game, and he missed the first, missed the second on purpose, and the ball goes out of bounds off the Wolves, so they still have a shot, and then they don't get a shot up. So it was a spectacular failure by the Rockets, and they were given a gift besides the fact that they came back in and tied it and eventually took a big lead. It was 95-94. Alpi flops, gets an away from the play foul called on Rudy Gobert. He fouls out. Kevin Durant does knock down that free throw, and then Kevin Durant throws the ball away, and Alpi has to block the shot. People are playing the body language game right now with the Rockets because Alpi makes the play to send it to overtime. He's got the bloody lip. He knows he has a bloody lip. He's playing it up. That would have been such a memeable thing if the Rockets would have won. We remember way back when Brian Cushing had the bloody forehead, and that became a thing people latched on to. This is just going to go down, and plus the internet has changed quite a bit, so people don't care about as much as they used to. But if they had won, Rocket stands, Alfie stands would have turned that into a thing, but now it just goes by the wayside.
Yeah.
But they turned it into a body language thing. Alfie has a bloody lip. And did any Rocket really go over there, at least from the guys on the court, go over there and dap him up, hype him up after the moment, or was it like, man, we narrowly avoided that. Let's go back to the sidelines. Now they did use that as a catapult to take a big lead. It just did not lead to a win. So, Mike, once again, you may be right that they're not fun to watch. You cannot say they don't provide entertainment. It just so happens to be the wrong kind.
I mean, for the rest of America, that's like,
yeah,
it
has made national news that game.
It was like a March Madness game because
I'm
not really sure how well it was actually played. Like the level of basketball I watched,
it wasn't high level basketball.
Did not feel high level. It felt like the Minnesota Timberwolves tricking off a game, and then the Rockets tricking off a game is basically what it came down to. The last 5 minutes of regulation and 5 minutes of overtime. But if you're just sitting on your couch on a Wednesday night before going to bed, you're like, what the hell is happening in this game?
If you have no rooting interest, it was a great couple 20 minutes when you include overtime in the final minutes of the fourth quarter.
Like I went out when the Rockets were up 10 to take out my trash or something, and I'm walking back in and wait, it's a 4-point game now? What the hell just happened?
So here's the number. This is the number from ESPN. With the closing 15-0 run, the Wolves came back from 13 points down. No other team in the NBA has overcome an overtime deficit that big since the league began logging play-by-play details with the 97-98 season. We're talking about the middle of the Bulls' second three-peat.
Almost
that's
30
the last
years ago.
time. Yeah, that's the last time since they've been doing this. It has never been done. So the Rockets do historic things. Like, Kevin Durant's passing MJ on the list for most points. Historic moment. They're interviewing him, asking him about it. And then they have this. So this is historic, too. In fact, we'll hear from Kevin Durant because he missed free throws. He took the blame for it. But he did also talk about, or at least try to give an explanation for it. And as you might imagine, there really isn't one that's going to make people feel good. So we'll get to that when we come back. We're here at St. Arnold, which means we may have a special Astros guest. We're expecting that gentleman around 11. You can make the tie-in. St. Arnold, someone associated with the Astros. If you know the Astros, you know St. Arnold. You may be able to figure that out. So we hope to have him right around 11 o'clock as the Astros get their season going. We have something special at 12. Locked On Astros will join us. Not this show. They'll do 3 hours getting you ready for Astros baseball. Astros Angels to start the regular season. Well, they're going to have a full-on preview. So you're probably not looking for this show to do it. We'd certainly have a show in line to get you ready with all angles as the Astros maybe exceed expectations, and maybe that starts today. So we'll get into that. And, of course, we do have the Cougs later today right in this city trying to get to a Final Four. So a lot to get to. We want to thank Huntington Bank for having us out here at St. Arnold. You can come out here and enjoy all they have to offer. Lance has been trying to get his chicken sandwich for 2 hours, and he has it now. He's been looking forward to that chicken sandwich for about 2 hours. He's almost done. The fries are certainly gone. You should be next. Maybe it's a chicken sandwich. Maybe it's a mushroom pizza. They have great things here at St. Arnold. You should take advantage of that. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
The simplest but big picture question would be what happened?
Man, up 13. I mean, they just scored quickly. Hit a three in corner from us having to rotate. Got and one right after that. Cut the lead. Easy drives to the rim. And then DiVincenzo come off wide open for a three. I just think they made every shot at the end, and most of it all for us scrambling, us not guarding the ball. That was a tough loss.
By Vanessa Richardson, how did it happen? Which is the question for a lot of people. How'd you do what you did to come back, and how'd you do what you did to blow it? So they lose, second loss in a row. And Ime was asked about all the losses that have been inexplicable, particularly the ones when you're losing to teams that are under 500. That was brought up on the ESPN broadcast. And he was asked about last night's loss as far as how it affects playoff seeding, and he goes, "This is the worst one. This is the worst." There have been many, as he pointed out after the question, that have cost them potential seeding, but this one is the worst, and I don't know how you fight him on that, but there it is. So they'll try to bounce back, but it's been 2 months of nonsense from the Rockets, and we, and understandably, have not looked at Kevin Durant's career as closely as others. I mean, there are KD stands that you'll see on Twitter, so they know the ins and outs of his career, but for us, he has either been the enemy or someone we didn't care too much about when he was in Brooklyn or really Phoenix. Does he not know what a double team is and how to handle it? Like, near midcourt, it seems like an imminent disaster no matter what is happening. I was talking about it with the guys previously that at this point, I don't care if you think you can get yourself an advantageous matchup. No more setting screens from Kevin Durant in late game situations. If he can't beat the guy off the dribble, tell him to get off the ball, because at this point, you can almost expect him to throw the ball away in those moments. So plenty of problems, and they keep getting shown to us in kind of HD, well, in 4K, depending on what your TV situation is. So the Rockets go down there. All right, we have Astros, Angels tonight, or excuse me, this afternoon. Hunter Brown going for the Astros. They tried to get off to a good start. But we do have Cougs, and it's the Big Ten Invitational in Houston at this point. So I would agree with the thought that whoever wins this game is going to the Final Four. Illinois got a giant team. They don't play great defense, so maybe the Cougs can take advantage of that in this matchup. The way they've played the first two games, and sure, it's been several days since, a different environment. Whether the home crowd gives them an advantage or not, who knows? Brad Underwood doesn't really seem concerned. Kingston Fleming doesn't think it'll be that big of a deal. We will see how it plays out on the floor. But as far as paths, you couldn't have asked for a better one. Beyond the fact that the number one seed is out, if you get past this Illinois team, I certainly don't think Iowa can match up, even though they did beat Florida, and I don't think Nebraska can either. I think this is one the Cougs win. They won't have the same dominant performance that they did the first two games, where they weren't leading by less than double digits after the 4-minute timeout in the first half. But can their backcourt continue to play well? Sharp got off to a great start shooting in game one, and that led to them jumping out against Idaho. And then how much can you really take from the Idaho game? But the A&M game, A&M tried to play at a pace that would make the Cougs uncomfortable. It did not, as evidenced by the final score. If Emmanuel Sharp is kind of the weather vane, seeing him get off to a good start would make me feel pretty good about the outcome, because he's kind of a release valve for them when it comes to their offense. He's the guy, unfortunately sometimes, where a grenade is thrown to him late in the shot clock. If Kingston Fleming or Uzan doesn't like what their situation is in the pick and roll, it sometimes feels like it inevitably will wind up in Emmanuel Sharp's hands, because he is the designated shooter. They will make sure to swing the ball to him to get off a shot. So love the Cougs to get into some early offense off that pick and roll. And whether it be Uzan or Fleming's taking shots in the mid-range confidently or getting all the way to the hoop. And the other thing, of course, because of the size of Illinois, JoJo Tugler's got to stay out of foul trouble. It is while Sharp shooting is a weather vane, Tugler playing 30-plus minutes is one as well. If they can keep him on the floor for extended amounts of time, and even when he's on the floor, it's not affected by the fear of committing a foul because he's near foul trouble. I think that's the formula. The shooting of Sharp and Tugler being on the floor to be that defensive anchor, and I think you get this one. If you don't know a lot about Illinois, you're gonna see some familiar names. You're gonna see a Stojakovic. You're gonna see a Petrovic. That kid isn't the son of Drazen, but Stojakovic is the son of Peja. So that's a thing to take a look at if you're trying to figure out some things about Illinois. Also, they have a good young point guard as well. Hasn't had the acclaim that Kingston Fleming has, because Kingston Flemings is well on his way to becoming at least a top 10 pick in the upcoming draft. But Keaton Wagler is one of those guys. If you're hoping or looking to shut down one player on Illinois, it's him. He's a big guard too. He's 6'6", so his size may be an issue if Flemings is on him as far as trying to keep him out of the lane. But 6'6", 180, he's been really good for Illinois this year. So those are some of the things to point to if you're hoping for a Cougs win. Keep Wagler from being impactful in the game. You're rebounding, you're shooting from Sharp and Tugler on the floor, and I think you win this one. It's a small margin. It's only 2.5, but Cougs Illini tonight at Toyota Center. That is the final game of the night. We got Texas versus Purdue. So I'll ask you, Sean. Texas, not a Cinderella according to Mark Few. Some people want to get that off because they're the lowest seed remaining at an 11. But with Purdue and Braden Smith and their size inside, how do you think this goes for your Longhorns?
I think it'll go one or two ways. Either they'll hang around and then get blown out, or they'll get blown out immediately.
So either way, it ends in a blowout.
Or maybe not ends in a blowout, but Purdue pulls away at the end.
Pulls away, okay.
Or
so
Purdue,
double-digit victory.
Yeah, Purdue starts with a double-digit victory and kind of holds it there. You know, the path to winning is just
it's very small.
Is Tremont Mark or Jordan Pope gonna make or Dalen Swain gonna make really hard shots? If so, let's keep it rolling to the Elite Eight. Also, Vocatitis is gonna play his basically third straight career game. That would also be super sick. But I'm just enjoying the moment with this scrappy team that we got here. And
underdog, scrappy Longhorns.
I get why Mark Few doesn't want to say, that I just lost to a team that's been borderline unwatchable and lost 5 of their last 6 games before the tournament. I get why he doesn't want to say that he lost to a Cinderella and wants to just point to they're Texas. But guys, this Texas team is not that good.
It's not good.
They played an entire season and kind of proved that it's a weak bubble really kept them in.
But the Cinderella tag comes with a team who, there have been moments. Yes, but there have been moments where teams who did not play well in the regular season but were supremely talented found a way. But we normally put that tag on some mid-major who had a great run and then winds up beating a big dog and getting to an Elite Eight or Sweet 16. People are just hesitant to put the burnt orange in that category just because of the money spent. But if you just watch them play, it coming together in this way, winning 3 games in what was it, 7 days or whatever it was, or less than that actually.
Yeah,
it's something to be applauded. But I agree. I watched that Purdue squad and they against Miami, they consistently get good shots. Whether they go in or not, that's a different story. But they run their offense, they get good shots, and they have Trey Kaufman-Wren, who's been really good in the tournament. And then they had, of course, Fletcher Lawyer, who had a big afternoon in that round 2 game, around the 32 game against Miami. Missed 1 shot. Free throw line from the field was 6 of 7 and 4 for 4, and wound up with 24 points. So that is someone, along with Braden Smith, who didn't have a great game. Their backcourt's pretty good. And then they have the interior presence of Kaufman-Renn. So
Yeah.
those are at least the local element as far as the Sweet 16 is concerned.
If they didn't have either one of Smith or Kaufman-Renn, I could see the path of either them getting dominated on the inside or, turning the ball over and letting it turn into kind of a track meet up and down. Because, Texas has been, or in the regular season, was outside the top 100 of total defense and defensive efficiency in the nation. But in the tournament, they've allowed, I think their highest is 71 points or something like that, where they've really had I don't know if they've hit another gear or if they just have kind of allowed other teams to trick off on offense against them. Yeah, they gave up 68 to Gonzaga, 71 to BYU, 66 to NC State. That is not Texas basketball. That is not the Texas basketball I watched. The 3 games they gave up before that, 76 to Ole Miss, a bad Ole Miss team, 88 to an Oklahoma team who's not in the tournament, and 105 to Arkansas, who's good, but 105 in a college game
that's an insane amount. No matter how good the other team is in college basketball,
ridiculous. So the fact that they've just turned into a decent defense with tough shot makers, again, it makes for a great story. It makes for a great Elite 8 run. If this was, Tarleton State, the nation would be falling in love with them. I understand why they're not, but also this is not a very good basketball team. This is not a team that should match up well with Purdue.
I think the one thing you mentioned that could be, and you talked about it, the shot making. If they're just going to make tough shots, then not only is that demoralizing, it's just something you can't defend. If their guards are going to knock down shots, then of course they have a shot to win. It's just not something you can do anything with, no matter how good your defense is. And Tremont Mark is certainly capable of that. Can he do that for what would be a third game against one of the best teams in the country? It seems doubtful as far as Texas is concerned. But that game will be the first game to start the Sweet 16. That game's on CBS, and then Iowa, Nebraska get going. Arkansas, Arizona, and the Cougs and Illinois, the nightcap. Before we go, there is some college basketball news, and I don't know that I've seen this happen before. I'm sure coaches have returned to a spot. You're fired, most likely you leave on your own, and then you come back. I don't know that I've ever seen what's happening with Will Wade and LSU, where you leave because you're the subject of an FBI investigation. You have to go to McNeese. There's a show cause, I believe, thrown your way. You spend a year at NC State, get them to the tournament, and LSU's like, you know what, Will, we loved our time with you. Come on back. That FBI stuff, who cares? You want to be our coach again? Welcome. And Will Wade, back at LSU, I think he'd left, was it 2019 he had to leave that job? And as I kind of ran down, he had to spend some time taking his medicine at McNeese State. He was hired in 2023 at McNeese State, then spends that year at NC State, and right on back to LSU, back like he never left. And this all stems from the 2019 FBI investigation when he was caught on a wiretap talking about how he's effing tired of dealing with recruiting, and he made a strong-ass offer to a kid back when you weren't allowed to do that. Now that you can, it's perfect for them. He can do it. The FBI doesn't need to be involved, and LSU liked what Will Wade was on when he was there. He made the tournament 3 times. Maybe it would have made it a 4th if not for the COVID year canceling the tournament. And he's back at LSU. Will Wade, back in the SEC. It fits. He feels like an SEC coach, and he'll get to run that LSU program this upcoming year. I do like on Wikipedia, they've already updated to LSU first stint, and then they ran down all the things that went wrong. Now he gets a chance to correct those wrongs. Sorry, Matt McMahon, the former coach of LSU. Will Wade was available, so we'll take him.
I mean, Will Wade got fired for stuff that is just how business is done now.
It's done now. It was kind of how business was done then. It's just that he got caught on the wiretap. And Matt McMahon was bad anyway. It wasn't like he should have kept that job. LSU's been, let's just use the word stinky to describe what they've been under Matt McMahon. So they want a clean slate, although it's with the guy who they had to fire or tell to go away.
A clean slate. With the guy who was caught on the FBI wiretap. Now, he was only trying to play players, which is when you say FBI wiretap, I'm like,
it does sound like some real egregious stuff going on.
Yeah.
He was simply involved in paying players, which you're well within your rights to do. And that's probably some of the the calculus being done for them. You know what? Yeah, that was embarrassing. The NCAA came down on us, but we can do that now. So was it really a big deal? No.
Yeah,
so,
I'm more surprised from the Will Wade side that NC
that he
State
would want to go back.
or that just like NC State's a better or isn't a better basketball job than LSU. That just that like crossed my mind as like it's crazy that a guy left NC State after 1 year to go to LSU to coach basketball.
I would have to guess there was a giant financial commitment made. LSU, we know they're willing to spend on their coaches and a roster. In football, I would guess that Will Wade made that part of the negotiations. Hey, we're going to spend money. You've heard coaches across the sport talk about what the difference is between having a big budget and not. I don't know who it was after their tournament loss said, hey, if our roster was here, we could accomplish this. So Will Wade, I'm going to guess, said, hey, I'll come back. I actually like my time here until it ended the way it did, but we're going to spend. I'm not going to be put in a spot where I'm behind Arkansas. Don't they have, like, Tyson money? Isn't that what Arkansas has? I'm not going to be behind the big spenders in this conference and the big spenders across sports or across college basketball if I'm going to come back here and dredge up all the things that got me sent away. So that is the big just call it college sports news. Will Wade, after leaving LSU, is back with the Tigers after 1 year at NC State. All right, we'll go to break with that. Right around 11, we should be joined by a special guest. You can make your guesses. He's affiliated with the Astros closely, also with St. Arnold. So if you know, you know. It is a big Astros day. Locked On Astros joins ESPN 975 from 12 to 3 to give you a preview of not just the season, but the game. Astros, Angels today here in Houston, and then you can do that. I'm sure people are doing the double, where they'll watch the Astros in person and then head on to Toyota Center to see the Cougs in the nightcap of the Sweet 16. So a lot going on here. You can join us 713-780-3776. We're here at St. Arnold, thanks to Huntington Bank, and I got the menu in front of me. I will wait till after the show to take advantage of that, but you should come out here right now. We got our promo team out here. We've got shirts, koozies, hats. We've also got Next Level Events, which is run by our friend Michael. If you want to take a picture, kind of like a photo booth scenario. It's a traveling photo booth, so if you want to take a picture, you can do that. And St. Arnold will be giving stuff away all day as well. So it's great time to come out. The weather, nice, and if you know, maybe the sun affects you differently than others, it's covered as well. We got covered seating as well, all here for you at St. Arnold. We're closing out hour one when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Del Olalea.
We're out here all day, thanks to Huntington Bank. At St. Arnold, we start at 7, and we'll be here till 6. Locked on Astros after me, and then Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's going to do the show. He's got a big game tonight, but he's here, or at least he will be here, to talk about all things Houston sports, from the game he's going to be calling, Illinois versus Houston, and of course, Astros baseball as they get going. But let's get to Keith. He wants to switch it up a little bit. Keith's on hold. He wants to talk some NFL. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, big day for Houston sports, obviously, but I'm a Ravens fan, and I'm just curious. Obviously, it feels like the A.J. Brown asking price is too high. But what's preventing the Ravens from just signing Tyreek Hill right now? Because he's available, and he would upgrade that receiving core immensely, and it just seems like a perfect fit. You know, watched or older wide receivers go to Tennessee or Baltimore to finish out their career. Second question is, all caught up on, 4 episodes of DTF St. Louis. What are you thinking about that show?
What is preventing the Ravens from signing Tyreek Hill? The health of his leg? I don't know that any team needs to make a decision about Tyreek Hill right now. He is a over 30-year-old small receiver whose game is speed, and he had a devastating leg injury. And his agent's job and Tyreek's job is to tell people he's right on track to be ready to go. But there's no rush for the Ravens. When Tyreek Hill starts doing the Tank Dell stuff, when they start seeing him cutting and moving and at least looking from afar like a guy who still got it, then you may see Tyreek Hill show up on a contender. If you want to ignore all the off-field stuff as well, that might make people take a step back. There is no need at this point. I don't think there's a big market for Tyreek Hill right now. Show you can run again, show you can cut again, and then maybe someone will step forward. That feels like something that if it goes down this year, we're talking August, maybe July, as he proves to people. Because remember, this happened, his injury was on Monday Night Football, I believe, four weeks into the season.
Yeah, it was like the start of October.
And that knee leg was pointing in a different direction. So those types of injuries are far more severe than just simply an ACL tear. If it was an ACL tear, he may already be on a team. That might have happened at the start of free agency. But as it stands now, no one really knows his status. That's the sell of Drew Rosenhaus and Tyreek to convince people that he's going to be ready to go. But to the Ravens' history, they do like a veteran. They like signing a guy with a big name, and he would certainly fit that profile. And they also love a small receiver, and he's one of those guys that fits the mold. They don't do a good job of drafting big receivers, the ones they do go after. So will Tyreek Hill wind up on a contender? If he's healthy, yes. Will it be the Ravens? It's a very distinct possibility. What was his? Do you remember what else he said?
I kind of like him on the Titans more.
Well, it fits the bit. Yeah.
Now that I'm
if he winds up at the
those
Titans,
two teams, I think he fits better on
give
the Titans.
Cam Ward a deep threat. Yeah, whatever sell the Titans need to sell to make the Tyreek Hill thing make sense for them. That would be it.
The other question was about are you caught up on DTF?
And what do I think about it? I did not see the most recent episode. It's weird. I mean, the Jason Bateman being the freak that he is in that show, the character. To be clear, I just don't remember his name. To be clear, yeah,
goes by Jason Bateman.
It's a secret autobiography of Jason Bateman.
David Harbour. Hi.
yeah,
Bateman. Just
him and David Harbour sharing a wife at one point. I don't know that, and Linda Cardellini involved as well. It's fine. I mean, to what I said, I'm not caught up on it because it's not drawing my attention where I need to be there every Sunday night. It's part of the streaming era where I know at any point if I'm bored on a Wednesday evening, in this case Thursday evening, I'll just go watch DTF St. Louis. But until I get there, I got plenty to watch. I had the Rockets to watch last night, Keith. How could I possibly watch DTF St. Louis? So maybe on a slower night.
Of Rockets games, that is the one to watch. At least it wasn't the boring.
Yes.
How are the Rockets going to lose this one?
Yes, if you know the subject. Yeah, if you know the subject matter of DTF St. Louis, what the Rockets, the freaky stuff the Rockets were on last night, this lines up.
On the
I
court.
don't know. Yeah, on the court. I don't know what they're doing once they got back to wherever they flew into. Not that, most likely, but the nonsense that they got into on that court last night is at least NBA wise pretty freaky, pretty nuts.
DTF Minneapolis.
Maybe
That's
at
what they were
least.
doing last night.
Wow, it was an experience.
Down to
and
fail.
I got the group text to prove it. An experience for people, particularly one individual had a time watching this Rockets team disappoint him in ways that he's come to expect. So our special guest is here and present. So we'll go to a break, and then we'll be joined by Jeff Blum, the part of the broadcast team for Space City Home Network. Of course, he does that with Todd Callis. You hear Todd Callis quite a bit on ESPN 97.5 Houston. So we'll have his partner here shortly, Jeff Blum here at St. Arnold, thanks to Huntington Bank. So we're wrapping up hour one. Hour two will begin with Blummer when we get back. Hour 2 here at St. Arnold. Want to thank Huntington Bank. John got me. He did that earlier today, and he got me. Huntington Bank is why we're out here to celebrate the beginning of another Astros season. Of course, we've got the Cougs a little bit later, so a big day in Houston sports, and we're joined by one of the voices of the Astros, Jeff Blum. Welcome, Jeff.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you coming out. First time I've been able to speak to you, but of course, if you're an Astros fan, you've been listening to you and watching you call games for now almost a decade. Well, you've been a part of the broadcast team beforehand.
Almost a decade. I've been well over a decade, man.
Full-time starting in 2017,
yeah.
But you had been part of the broadcast beforehand. I was talking to Jeff that his time with Todd Callis coincides with Joe Davis and Oral Hershiser. They became the broadcast team full-time in L.A. At the same time. So the two dynasties across Major League Baseball, their broadcast teams start at the same time. Just something I found a little bit interesting. But we talked about this team in more hopeful as opposed to expectation. I brought that up before we started. Mm-hmm. What's the feeling like around the club? Because you mentioned that, hey, this goal is still to win. And do you think this club believes that if things go right, they're a real contender?
Absolutely. There's no reason not to. You've got the personnel, you've got the pedigree, you've got the experience, and now they're healthy. Last year, health kind of ruined all the plans that they had to go out there and try and win the American League West. But I think that they're actually better suited to maybe be the hunter a little bit in the American League West. We know that Seattle kind of took over that throne last year by winning that American League West title. But at the same time, you have kind of retooled, brought back some of the experience with Carlos Correa. Altuve should have a bounce-back year. I think he was a little frustrated with how things went last year. And you've got a rotation that going into spring training, there are a lot of questions. And now you're going, man, we've got a really good rotation, 1 through 5, and yet we still have 4 or 5 guys that have big league experience in Sugarland. So the depth is there going into this season. I think they're excited about that. York Don, healthy in the middle of that lineup, is going to help out things a lot. The only question for me is what's going to happen in the outfield. It's just going to be a revolving door of Joe Espada trying to get these guys in the right position to see who's going to perform the best and go out there and score some runs.
You mentioned the outfield. The expectation, at least back here, was that it'd be Zach Cole, it'd be certainly Jake Myers and Cam Smith, and then we see that Zach Cole's been optioned and Bryce Matthews wins a job. Now, I think it had flipped. The rotation was in question because we had so many new faces, but they have performed well in the spring. And in the bats, who we were more familiar with, they have struggled a bit. And we've heard about the new approach. They've changed some of the coaching when it comes to the hitting staff. Mm-hmm. Have you seeing this lineup and what it can be? You simply think what we've seen in the spring is simply an outlier, and they'll get back to form in the regular season?
Do you know which ballpark in spring training was the single worst ballpark to hit in?
Where the Astros
West Palm Beach
find their home. Yeah.
So I'm going to give them a little bit of a discount, especially when you go from a place like West Palm Beach and then you show up at Dyken Park, which is super hitter friendly. So I'm going to wait and see what those guys are able to do. Some of the things that I did see, Carlos Correa was smashing the ball. He had high exit velocities. And you start to look at some of the peripherals, and even Christian Walker. Last swing he took at Dyken Park before against Sugarland was 110 miles an hour off the bat. So I kind of have hopes that these guys are going to be able to do it. We've seen them flip the switch too from the regular season to the postseason. These guys understand what's at stake, and they also understand, and I do too, is that the back of the baseball card is a good predictor of what these guys are going to be able to do. No matter how old they are, I think they're going to go out there and be able to perform. I just want to see the Cam Smiths, the Joey Loperfidos, Jeremy Pena continue to do what he does. I want to see what some of these young guys are able to do, maybe kind of taking over that throne of being the young guy that can kind of propel this team a little bit.
So the infield was a question throughout the offseason. What are they going to do? Some people thought, hey, there's never enough good hitters. Why don't we just keep them all? There are some questions about where guys would be once we started. I think even Paredes was asked when he came into spring about, you concerned? He goes, no, I'm not concerned. I expect to be here and I expect to play. I don't want to call the solution. What is the strategy to get all these experienced, productive bats in the lineup in a way that helps this team?
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad that Isak is here. I think if you traded Isak and didn't get somebody as good or better, you would have gotten worse as a team. So keeping him on this ball club actually makes him a very good team. And if he's not in the lineup, he's a hell of a weapon to have later in the game to come in and pinch hit and have a quality at bat. But at the same time, I think we learned last year that having him in the lineup makes this lineup better because he sees so many pitches. There were several games where he came in and he literally saw a third of the pitchers that starting pitcher threw. And I think that helps out guys like Jordan. It helps out guys like Altuve are a little bit more aggressive early in counts and allows Isak to go out there and work the counts. But if you're Joe Espada, you start to go around the diamond. How many at-bats can I get him at Isak at first base? How many can I get him at second base? How many can I get him at third base? How many can I get him at DH? So you start to add those up and pile those numbers up. You start to get around that 400 or 500 at-bat range where I think you need Isak to be productive in this lineup. And it's just going to be up to Joe to be creative enough. But it's also a credit to Isak understanding the situation and understanding that his best position is to be an Astro.
So the previous show started to we're doing a preview. So the standings, where do we have the Astros? I think for the most part it was second and hopefully first. And we're trying to figure out what could elevate them because whether right or wrong, the belief is the Mariners are the team to beat in the AL West. If there is a gap, maybe you don't even believe there's a gap, what closes the gap as far as the Astros getting back on top?
It's kind of similar to what the Rangers did in 2023. They kind of overachieved. The big knock against Seattle over the years has been their offense. They've got an incredible starting rotation. Are they going to be able to maintain? Are they going to be able to stay healthy? Because they had one of those great years like the Astros did in 2022, 2019, where you had a healthy pitching staff, maybe overachieving a little bit and helping them their cause. And then their offense did great. They had Eugenio Suarez hitting bombs. Cal Raleigh's got to come back to earth, I would imagine. I mean, there's no way he comes out and hits 60 home runs every single year in a ballpark like Seattle. So I think a lot of what Seattle is relying on is their starting rotation, the back end of their bullpen, and is their offense going to be able to score? Because I don't feel that they're better defensively than the Astros. I feel like now our rotation is competitive enough with Seattle's to be able to compete. It's just a matter of whether or not that offense for Seattle is going to produce like they did last year. But that's where the Rangers kind of overachieved in 23 with their offense, and then they fell back to the median a little bit. And that's kind of what you hope with the Mariners. They fall back, and the Astros are able to maintain.
Well, let's get to the rotation. You mentioned at the start that seems more solidified than we had thought going in. What have you seen? Of course, Hunter Brown, top of the rotation. We know. There are questions whether Javier is ready to go. Of course, Lance McCullers wins the fifth spot, if you want to call it that. He is part of the rotation. What have you seen from Burrows, Imai? How do you feel this rotation will play out?
Well, first of all, Hunter Brown's a beast. He's going to go out there and compete. He understands and I think he's ready to be that ace of the staff. But how good is your rotation when you got a Lance McCullers in your 5 spot? I think that kind of speaks volumes to what the depth of this rotation is. But what's in between Hunter and Lance McCullers is what you're concerned about. And like you said, Christian Javier might need a couple more starts to get back to who he is and develop that velocity that we have become accustomed to at the top of the zone. But I've had a chance to watch Mike Burrows throw a little bit. And it's kind of ironic. We picked him up in a trade from Pittsburgh. He worked under Brent Strom. Keep that in mind in Pittsburgh, and now he's a part of the Houston Astros. He is touching 97, and he's probably got one of the better changeups in all of the game of baseball. That is a wonderful 1-2 punch to be able to go out there and compete with. And then you add what you're hearing and what you're seeing a little bit is that Garrett Cole kind of bulldog, angry mentality on the mound, which is kind of fun to watch. And if he goes out there and pitches angry, I think that really helps him and his cause. And that might have been missing in the rotation over the last couple of years. Just kind of that guy that's got a little bit of angst to him. And then you have Tatsuya Imai, who I can't wait to see because the scouting reports that I've seen is his fastball averages from 91 to 99. That tells me he's got an electric arm, but he's also got the mentality to be able to change speeds and kind of manipulate the baseball a little bit to go get swing and miss and get outs. And he's got 2 or 3 change-ups. He's got a split. He's got a slider that doesn't move traditionally. So when he gets comfortable in this rotation, gets comfortable here in America pitching Major League Baseball, he might be able to go out there and really light things up and be a competitor for Rookie of the Year.
We got Jeff Blum here out at St. Arnold. You know the voice. You know the man. Been part of this Astros organization in different ways for a long time now. As he kind of laid out when I said I only gave him a decade. He's like, what are you talking about, only a decade? But he does Astros baseball, of course, with Todd Callis. You can hear Todd Callis throughout the season right here on ESPN 97.5. So back here, if you want to call it back home, as I mentioned, hope, expectations. That's maybe me in a bubble. That may be just radio, the media in the bubble. How do you think fans are approaching this year as we look forward to a new season?
I think fans have an expectation, and a lot of it is due to what we've seen over the last decade and it kind of filters into the clubhouse. Those guys have expectations on themselves. They want to go out, obviously, and put up numbers for themselves, represent the contract, represent the Houston Astros, but at the same time, when you've been in the spotlight for as long as the Astros have been and as long as some of these guys have been in the spotlight, they want to maintain that. And I think they have the expectation that, like, hey, they're going to raise their hand maybe about halfway through the season and go, hey, we're still here.
Remind people who we are.
We're going to come back there and kind of sneak up on you, if not take over. But I think a lot of it's really predicated on how they get out of the gate a little bit, because we're going to see Seattle in the first couple of weeks and maybe remind them a little bit up in Seattle of who these guys are. And these guys are just too smart, too experienced to let any of that stuff affect them. They want to go out there and prove who they are.
So, just looking through some of the posts, you certainly have a relationship with St. Arnold. That's why you're out here. If you look at a menu, they tell you what you should eat and what you should drink with it. So, what is your perfect pairing when you're out here?
I usually come out and get the Cuban. They have a Cuban sandwich here over the years that has been fantastic. I've had the hot chicken sandwich. Any of their pizzas, whenever it shows up, I'm a guinea pig, and I will be happy to try anything out. But even their entrees, I mean, even if you want to go full-blown, it feels like Michelin star entrees here, which are fantastic. But anytime they give you a recommendation for beer tasting to go with it, you're never going to go wrong. St. Arnold's a place to be for, IPAs. I'm a big fan of Art Cars, and they say it's the IPA for everyone, and it should be because it tastes so great and it goes smooth. But sometimes I go outside of their recommendations just because I'm in the mood for something citrusy, or I'm something for a little more hoppy, or maybe the Irish Stout. But the options are aplenty, and so are the food.
So we got a baseball expert, a St. Arnold expert.
I'm an expert of the menu, yes.
He's a do-everything type of guy. That's Jeff Blum. Of course, throughout the year, you're going to be able to hear him on Space City Home Network calling Astros baseball. And despite what some of you may think, he's got high expectations, as you should, for this Astros season, and they get started today.
Well, we all know the better they play, the better I sound.
Definitely. So it's a better job when the team is good. So let's hope for that for Jeff and Todd and the Astros themselves. We're here at St. Arnold's. Thanks to Jeff for coming out. Thanks for Home Huntington Bank for having us all. Come out here. He told you. The menu is wide. It's full of great things. You should come out here and enjoy it here at St. Arnold. That'll wrap it up for this segment. We will be back. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us.
No, great to meet you. Great to be on. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Sean.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Dale Olalea.
Once again, want to thank Jeff Blum for coming out here and joining us. Thanks to St. Arnold for having us, and, of course, Huntington Bank for being the sponsor for all of it. You guys can come out here. Jeff told you about all the food beyond the Astro stuff, so if you want to come out here and eat, enjoy the ambiance. We're giving away T-shirts and hats from ESPN 975. St. Arnold has giveaways as well. Come out here. Big day in Houston sports. You should take part and do it at St. Arnold. So we talked some baseball. Let's get to some in NFL. Some quarterback news. Sean, we have, I guess you could say, disrespectfully talked about Ty Simpson, not because of his play. That'll be something we judge once he actually gets drafted and where he plays. It's about what he said when he talked about how he wanted to leave a legacy at Alabama, and that legacy was a blowout loss to Indiana in the Rose Bowl. But he didn't want to transfer. He wanted to leave a legacy, and it kind of fits what this show will make fun of. He has entered the chat because now he's a big topic of conversation thanks to someone who has representation at the same agency, Dan Orlovsky. Mike Tannenbaum has hyped up Ty Simpson as well, so he's become someone of interest. And he also had his pro day as well yesterday, and he is strongly the second best quarterback in this draft, despite maybe some contrary opinions about him being the best quarterback in this draft. And he had this quote: "There's going to be a lot of questions around my name. I know what I'm capable of, and I know whoever gets me is going to get a good player and a guy who loves football and a guy who loves the team and loves being a part of something bigger than himself." He also used the term, "I feel healthy as an ox." So, Ty Simpson, I watched him play. You watched him play. If you could take the first 8 games, I think you might be impressed. But of course, Lance has watched all of it as he got ready for the draft, and the opinions don't even really vary unless you're talking about a small segment of media. Unfortunately for him, what he does going forward will be in some ways judged, at least by the uninformed, by what Dan Orlovsky said. He's a guy who was just fine being drafted maybe late in the first, maybe gets himself up to the top 20. Now it's going to be, is this guy actually better than Fernando Mendoza? So while Dan Orlovsky has pushed back on the CAA stuff, he actually didn't do Ty Simpson any favors. Working as the other quarterback in the draft, and you go to a place that maybe has a established starter and you can find your way, would have been the better way for this to go.
Yeah, because now he's set up as, like, they tried to tell us he was better than he should have been the number 1 pick, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So, at least the first quarterback taken.
Yeah, it's a far cry from, like, getting drafted in the teens or 20s and being more, late first-round quarterback, because we do just mentally have different expectations for, Jackson Dart than we do for Cam Ward and these guys that go later in these drafts. That's like, Kenny Pickett was picked with the 20th pick in the draft. Like, if Ty Simpson went 20, like, that is perfectly fair. Honestly, he's better than Kenny Pickett was. So, like, there's some level of, like, now you're setting him up to be judged like a top 5 guy, and he's no one's saying he's a top 5 guy other than Dan Orlovsky.
And this is a quote that I find special. "When I go into a program, I'm program changing. I don't just make myself better, I make other people better. If you draft me and you want me to be your franchise quarterback, I'm not just coming in to look after myself, I'm looking after the whole team and making sure I leave it better than I left it." Everything after the first sentence, cool.
Yeah.
But did he change the Alabama program in any way?
Not in a way that would make you want to draft him, I would say.
Yeah, I'm like this goes along the lines of his legacy quote. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not like Alabama was on hard times before he showed up.
No. I mean, it was Kalen DeBoer's second year, and you made the playoff, and you did win a playoff game thanks to Oklahoma being Oklahoma. But this is the Alabama that wins national titles. You didn't set a standard. Like if Fernando Mendoza wanted to say it, he could get that off. Of course, they did make the playoff the year before, but at least he could say, I took Indiana to places no one ever has. And you'd be like, you know what, Fernando, you're right. Losing to Indiana by 4 touchdowns isn't program changing, not in the positive.
No. If Greg McElroy wanted to say that, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he like brought up, he didn't want to transfer. He wanted to go because the legacy, and it's the wrong word, and it's like sounds ridiculous to talk about Alabama like that when you're Ty Simpson and started 14 games or however many it was for the Tide. Like, yeah, that sounds ridiculous. I remember last year though, like Quinn Ewers said essentially the same thing. The difference is Quinn Ewers did kind of leave Texas in a better spot than he found it. Like he was part of a turnaround as a 3-year starter of going from 8-4 to making the playoff twice. Like, yeah, like again, you still are a little bit like, I'm not sure if it's still the right move for you to make like dollars and cents wise, but it's at least like I get the sentiment. This one, I'm like, Ty Simpson, who do you think you are? Like, what do you think Alabama is and was before you got there? Like, Jalen Milroe was more successful at Alabama.
Yeah,
than
for
you
a
were?
guy who was lauded for not transferring and staying, he had seen enough of Alabama to know they had reached greater heights, and he had to scrap and claw to eventually get that job. Maybe he believes, look, I wasn't going to change Alabama because they're Alabama, but if you draft me, let's say,
yeah, I can bring Alabama to X,
yeah.
Y, Z.
That's when I look at when I think about all of Alabama's greatness, I think Ty Simpson is carrying that forward into the NFL. Yeah.
I didn't say I agree. I just said I think that's what he's trying to like. That's the only way that makes sense. Is saying I'm a program changer. It is I will change your program because he didn't transfer. He didn't do he showed up to Alabama and had a very old-fashioned way of sitting for 3 years and then playing for 1 and then going to the draft. It's like, I don't know if you can say you changed the program, though. Like, that Kalen DeBoer changed the program. Or
And
actually,
not-
Nick Saban changed the program when he decided to
left.
retire.
Yeah. So Ty Simpson probably more a part of conversations than he should be, and it's not all thanks to him, but he has done his part as well.
I'm rooting for him, though. I'm rooting for him.
I don't want him to be bad.
I think this
well,
is
you know
all
what? Let me
ridiculous.
pull. Well, yes, let me pull back. I don't know if I'm rooting for him. It depends on where he lands. Like if he lands with the Jets, I'm not rooting for him. I'm not going to root
That's
for
fair.
him.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's fair.
I
for
need
you
him to land on some inoffensive team that I don't care anything about.
Yeah.
If he lands on that team, I'm rooting for Ty Simpson. I don't want him to fail, but if there's a team that I have a deep-seated hate for, I'm going to ask that you be bad. That's all.
Okay. So if he goes 16 to the Jets,
I'm rooting against him.
But
in fact, although I don't really feel like I need to. He's a Jet, so I don't need to put that much energy into it.
They kind of handle that themselves.
I don't need to throw that much negative energy his way. I think the Jets will handle it. But if he does wind up on the Jets, it's like how I root against. First, I have my opinion on Drake May that I want to be right, and the playoffs got me back in the game. But he's also a Patriot. Why would I want any Patriot to be successful? So that all comes together. The Ty Simpson thing, just go wind up on, I don't know, the Bucks. Maybe they draft you. I don't care. It wouldn't bother me one bit if you wind up in Tampa. A couple of other NFL things to get to before we close out the segment. I mentioned it early in yesterday's show, but we never got to it because we had a lot of Rockets calls and people were upset, and the Rockets were like, if you think you're upset now, wait till we show you what we're on in Minnesota. But the Puka Nacua thing, if you don't know that story, Puka Nacua is being sued for allegedly uttering it's anti-Semitic. It wasn't a slur. He said bleep all the Jews. Allegedly. He is being alleged to have said that. He also bit a woman. That one seems more clear-cut. While his agent says, or his lawyer says, that was just horseplay, that one he's not pushing back on and saying it didn't happen. He's just saying the extent of what happened is overblown. I don't know Puka's people. I don't know anything about him other than he's a great receiver. But there's got to be someone saying you need to sit down. Like, stay inside. He was a fourth rounder or a fifth rounder. So he doesn't have the fifth-year option. So he is very close to getting a giant deal from the Rams as they get away from Devontae Adams as he gets older, he's a guy who's in line for lots of money. The old guard is gone. Cooper Kupp's in Seattle, won a Super Bowl. Devontae Adams maybe has 1 year left. He's going to be their, $35 million receiver, something like that when the time comes, and yet he can't stay out of trouble. If you go back previously, last year into the season, he was the guy who did an anti-Semitic dance that he promised to do in game that he didn't do because enough people got to him and say, hey, you can't do that. So this is a job for someone to go, hey, man, you're about to get life-changing money. Just relax. Leave people alone. Don't go on streams, and perhaps don't say what you are alleged to have said if he in fact said it.
Yeah, this should have been a great week for Puka Nacua, considering that JSN just got paid and kind of set the market for all right, when I'm next up, I'm getting around that neighborhood because he is one of those guys that.
Yeah, I said 35.
Yeah.
I'm underplaying it.
Yeah, it's like he can, probably he can at least ask for 40 and not get immediately hung up on by the Rams. So I think that, what you said is true. It's like you don't have to be the receiver where you hear a story and you're like, oh my God, again with this guy? Like,
No.
There's always a receiver like that in the league. It used to be Tyreek Hill. It used
You don't
want to
be that
Antonio
guy.
Brown. Like, don't be that guy.
Don't be the next. Don't be the Gen Z version of Antonio Brown or Tyreek Hill. Stay out of.
Just stay home.
You should be.
Watch
you should
DTF St. Louis or something.
Yeah, if you're looking for some extra stuff to get into, just watch that. It may provide enough entertainment for you that you don't have to go out and do things.
Yeah, Rooster comes out every week. Put him onto some streaming options. Not.
There are plenty.
What he's doing.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle watching Michelle Pfeiffer in Madison. It's fine. I mean, there's enough TV. There are enough movies to keep Puka Nacua out of trouble.
Video
and yet,
game. Come on, Puka.
Yeah, we were
play
like
Xbox.
Kyler Murray's like, you're making fun of me because they put a clause in my contract that I had to chill out because I wouldn't chill out on what was it, Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Doesn't look so bad if I spend all my time in my own home.
If I could have either one, I'd pick that one. I'd pick Kyler Murray.
I don't want my quarterback with a homework clause in his contract, but if I'm going to pick one, I'm picking the clause over, oh no, my receiver is out and about again, and now we have a crisis team trying to shape the narrative so we don't have the receiver who looks like he is anti-Semitic or bites women, which apparently is not being refuted.
Neither one, I would say, is, or I would say that maybe being addicted to video games is better. Better. It's not on TMZ for 2 weeks.
The receiver who's addicted to video games, who cares?
Whatever.
Our quarterbacks
That's almost
need
endearing, honestly.
Yeah, it's actually. You know what? For all the superstar receivers and what they get into, if you simply want to have headshots in Call of Duty, we'll take it, buddy. It's actually something we love. Instead, he's out in them streets.
Yeah, keep
and
your
it's
head
not
on a swivel. Tell
and
John
it's not
to
working
be
well.
careful in LA.
Well, is driving his problem? I think it's just him being Puka. I mean, I don't behind the wheel is the problem. Maybe if John wound up in a restaurant, Puka might do something he doesn't like. But as long as
mouth.
yeah, I don't know how you
get bit.
No, I mean I know how you get bit. Some a-hole just bites you on your shoulder when you're not paying attention, which is probably what happened. I just don't know how you go to. Well, I know there's drinking involved most likely, but I don't know how in his head he goes from what would be fun, biting this woman I barely know on the shoulder, and seeing what comes of it.
Oh yeah, I don't understand the thought process.
I don't understand his side of it. I could see someone getting bit without giving consent. It happened apparently, but now she's suing for damages. We'll see how that plays out. You know, this is something you wait for. You wait until he signs the contract.
Yeah, lock in that guaranteed money, dude.
Yeah, you wait for him to get the deal, then you sue him.
Oh.
Now he's just on, not him, her.
It's like, Puka, wait to bite.
Yeah, of course. I've expressed he should have waited.
Wait like a month.
She should have waited. You wait. Maybe she's not locked in on the NFL, but someone should have got to her. Look.
Okay, listen.
He's in line for about $39 million per year. Let's hold off. Let's keep all the keep track of everything we need to keep track of to build our case. But when it comes down to it, we're suing a little bit too early. The man just told everyone that he can't even buy a home yet because he lives in L.A. and he's on that fifth round rookie deal. Things are going to change pretty shortly for him if he stays out of trouble. We'll see if he's capable of that. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more seconds to go here at St. Arnold, thanks to Huntington Bank. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. That's to get on the air. But if you want to come out here, you should. The food is great. Lance already gave it a thumbs up. Jeff Blum gave it a thumbs up. He joined us earlier. And, of course, you should come out here and try it yourself. And it's not unique to restaurants like this, but other restaurants don't generally give you what you should have to drink with the sandwich or the burger. They have all that out here for you. So if you're looking to figure out what to pair with the great food, they have it listed right on the menu. So if you haven't experienced St. Arnold's, now's your time. It's a great time to be out here. We got a couple more seconds to go. We will be back.
The Del Olaleya Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Del Olaleya.
What were they doing that allowed them to go on that run and win the game?
I don't know what happened. It was just, we went quick. We got the 8-second violation. We got some turnovers. They make some threes. I mean, it happened so quick. So I don't know. I don't know what we could do. I mean, it just happened so quick, and we didn't even understand what happened. So you know, we just can't do that though. It happened. I mean, we're gonna move the next one. So let's see.
Albert Şengün in a daze after the game. Didn't know how it happened. Didn't know how they got there. All he knows is they lost and they can't do it. He kind of should feel like that. It's inexplicable. The stats are the stats. Teams who are up double digits in overtime, since they've been counting that stat, which goes back to the 1997-1998 season, were 180-0, according to the people who did the research. And now they're 1-180 because the Rockets are the one, or 180-1, excuse me, because the Rockets are the one. As they drop a game to the Wolves, they had no business. First they had no business winning it, and then they had no business losing it, and it all came out in a wash. If you just go by the better parts of the game, other than like a 5-minute span, the Rockets were the second best team on the floor all night long, even with the absence of Anthony Edwards, even with guys going out of the game, like Rudy Gobert he fouls out thanks to a bit of an Alperen flop. You've got Naz Reid getting thrown out. Scott Foster explained it and said he was questioning the integrity of the crew, so that's why he got thrown out. People were reacting to it. He didn't say anything. Why did he get thrown out? Guess he called into question the officials. So he got ejected. The best player on the floor outside of Randall for the Wolves was Jaden McDaniels. He was guarding KD. He was providing an offensive impact. He leaves the game because he gets hurt. And you feel like, okay, got all these advantages. You have the comeback, you're going to win. Instead, they lose, and their second best player has no explanation wise. Let's see after he watches the film if he can figure it out, because the Rockets lost to Minnesota last night. Let's get to Jay. He wants to talk some Rockets. What's up, Jay?
Hey, you broke it down pretty easily. I mean, it was just the careless with the ball. They didn't take care of the ball at any moment in time. Kevin Durant had a bad night, but then showed up in the fourth quarter. I don't blame him. It's just careless mistakes. The block that Şengün had, none of that happens if we took care of the ball. I mean, they do the screen and pick and roll, but KD makes a bad pass. It was just a bad night overall. The loss happened. It's crazy. I blame this on Ime. You're up 13. Şengün dunked right down the middle of the paint. You can see the Timberwolves, they just really want to throw the game away already at that point. Down 13, but then they shoot a three, they get an N1, no timeout, you keep playing, no switch. I just, when that game ended, I just rolled my eyes and went to bed. It's not even frustration no more. It's just like, whatever. It's just, like the kids say, put the fries in the bag, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Rockets have broken some people. It's been a season-long trudge to this point where when they keep making the same mistakes and there is no clear path forward as far as finding an answer to fix these things, you just think, okay, this is who they are. You're not even at the point where you get mad. You just become a person who accepts what's going on. And what's going on is they can't be trusted. In any tight situation, you just hope and pray they find a way. And they did that once in the last 3 games when they got an offensive rebound. But they were well on their way to tricking off that one, too, after being down in the fourth, fight back against the Heat, and then they're going to give that game away because they couldn't inbound the basketball. I think that's the biggest thing. The simple things that they seem incapable of doing. Your best player, if he sees 2, he struggles. When all you have to do is get an inbounds in, you don't do it. All your coach has to do is call a timeout to advance it, to make it an easier inbounds. He doesn't do it. Play Reed Shepherd when he's hot and you need shooting. Not done. Maybe take Reed Shepherd out of a game when he's killing you from the floor. You don't do it, particularly when you know he's going to be a deficit on the defensive end. I think the biggest problem is fans believe when they look at this team, these are simple things I could think of. Why don't you? And it's what happens to a coach when expectations rise and you don't meet them. the simple things kill you. And I don't think the Rockets have an answer for their problems. They're just going to have to hope to get better. And it's been over 70 games, and really the last 30 or so have been this way. So you are going to make the playoffs. Is anyone excited about it? Maybe the next 10 games will change our opinions, but I think for the most part, people are like Jay, and you're like, all right, buddies, let's get knocked out of the playoffs late April, and we'll see what you do in the off season. It didn't feel like that. It's now the season is long, but it's actually a short amount of time since we thought the Kevin Durant trade was going to get them over the top. To wow, Kevin Durant can't even handle a double team. 70 games will do that to you. All right, we'll go to go ahead.
I was going to say, Kevin Durant can't handle a double team, and also I think he's the best player on the Rockets. It's like,
yes, he's the only one you would want to have the ball in his hands at that point, but still, at any point he could throw the ball away in a way that seems very silly and very unforced.
Yeah, and even when he's, 3 for 13, when he rises up to shoot another one, I'm like, yeah, like I'm cool with it. I think it's going in.
Yeah, he's built up enough belief that please shoot the basketball, even when you're struggling. Doris Burke was on that throughout the game. Yeah, he struggled, but at any point it can get going, and it turned. Him knocking down a couple shots, him getting to the rim, and also their defense forcing turnovers turned that game around so quickly. It went from, and it honestly didn't it just start with Julius Randle being frustrated and running through Alpi. It was they were down 11, and then they scored a bucket to make it 9, and then he runs through Alpi setting the screen. They get the flagrant free throws, and then they score again. So all of a sudden you're back in the game, and it snowballed where Minnesota, who has their own problems late, fell apart. But they did enough to push it to overtime, and then the Rockets had the ultimate collapse in that back half of the overtime. From scoring the first 13 points to not scoring again, and that's why you lose by 2 in Minnesota to the likes of Terrence Shannon and Mike Conley. That won't get talked about as much because there's so much to get to, but it was Minnesota's back of their rotation who helped them win this game.
Dante DiVincenzo was.
Yeah, he did knock down a big shot. He was in there, so there are some guys who they would play in a playoff series.
Should not lose to Dante DiVincenzo.
No, he knocked down a big. Yeah, he should not be their best perimeter player. If you're losing to a team whose best perimeter player on the night is Dante DiVincenzo, at least at the moment, it speaks to their ineptitude and why people feel the way they do about this Rockets team. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment here out at East River 9. We're out here, East River 9. We were out there last week, out at St. Arnold. Thanks to Huntington Bank. We appreciate them for having us out here. And you can come out here as well. We're about 15 minutes away from Locked On Astros taking over. They will give you a preview of the season, talk about this team in general, and of course, we got a game today. Hunter Brown on the mound against the Angels as the Astros get their season started. After them, it'll be Jeremy and Joe. All that here at St. Arnold. Come out and get something. We got our promo table going. If you want merch from us or even from St. Arnold, all that can be done. Just come out here, get some great food, have a drink or two, and get ready for not only the Astros, but the Cougs tonight as they try to get to the Elite Eight. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Del Olalea.
So the Raiders are about a month away from drafting Fernando Mendoza. And one of their owners, the GOAT, if you want to use that terminology, Tom Brady, was being interviewed this week, and he said that the NFL didn't like the thought of him making another comeback. He inquired about returning, and he said the NFL didn't like the idea very much. I don't know what that means. Is it because he was a part owner that the NFL didn't want the player-owner thing to occur? So we have a standard here, Sean, where sometimes I just ask you things and you determine whether it's real or someone's just saying stuff. So I'm going to give you the quote, and you tell me, is Brady revealing something or is he just saying stuff? I actually have inquired, and they don't like that idea very much, so I'm going to leave it at that. We explored a lot of different things, and I'm very happily retired. Let me just say that too. Is this a thing or is he just saying stuff?
The end is tough. The end is where it throws a wrench into things where it's like, but also I'm happily retired. But I did talk to the NFL about unretiring, and they told me not to. Is essentially what he's. I think he's trying to. I think he's just saying stuff. I think he's trying to just float out there, especially after the
flag football stuff.
The one play of fantasy or flag football that I saw where people are like, he's better than 16 quarterbacks right now.
Sure.
Because he moved away from a streamer and threw a ball. I think that he's trying to ride that wave of like, yeah, I could come save one of these sorry-ass teams if I wanted to, but Roger won't let me. I think that's what he's trying to get off. He's trying to build the myth.
Particularly after watching Phillip Rivers do it, and Joe Flacco is playing again. And Joe Flacco said, hey, teams are dumb that they didn't want to sign me to start. That was part of Joe Flacco's press conference as he's now a Brown again. A league spokesperson said that there would be salary cap issues if an active player owned a stake in a team, and I would get it. So it's the whole circumventing the salary cap. We'll pay you this far below your value because of your stake in the team, which is what the Clippers are dealing with in some ways when it comes to Kawhi Leonard. So Brady's not coming back. He certainly wouldn't do it with the Raiders as they're in line to draft Fernando Mendoza. I think that final part of it where they were asked about it, the league was, and they had that answer, makes me think there's a little bit there, but I don't believe there was I don't believe there's much to the thought of Tom Brady playing again. Because if he didn't want to play again, he'd find a way to play again.
Yeah, he could just sell his. I mean, it's probably more complicated than this, but he could just sell his Raider stock and then, or ownership stake, and then play.
Get a promise that he could get it back when his time was over.
And I didn't even think about, if he comes back, he definitely would not come back to play for the Raiders.
No,
he would come back to win a Super Bowl.
He wouldn't be with the Raiders because it doesn't make much sense for their future. He'd go play someplace else, and at some point, he would retake his ownership of the Las Vegas, or his part ownership of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Do you think that Tom Brady would have won the Texans extra game in the playoffs? Do you think he would have won?
Oh, you want to do this thing? How much time does he have? Do we pull him off the street the week of the game, or does he get like a 2-week run up, like CJ's questionable throughout the run-up to that game because of an injury, and then they wind up saying he's not good to go, and Tom Brady's waiting in the wings.
I think something happens to Davis Mills and whoever the third stringer was.
Graham Mertz?
Yeah, the Florida quarterback. And they're like, we need Tom Brady. And he has 1 week.
So the Phillip Rivers scenario.
Yeah, he has one, like the Pittsburgh week is just pure ramp-up. And then at the very end of the Pittsburgh game, like what happened with Bo Nix, where it's like the last play of the game, C.J. Stroud's going to miss next week. They're going to have to start Tom Brady. Like, I don't think
there's no question they win the game.
I don't think they lose by as much.
Tom Brady doesn't throw the pick six to Marcus Jones.
No, and
He
definitely
doesn't.
throw
He
that
doesn't.
one and
He doesn't.
probably
He
not
doesn't
another.
throw 4 picks.
He
He doesn't throw
just
4
doesn't
picks in the
do
first
it.
half. The question is answered with this: yes, they won the game. If the same scenario plays out where all you're doing is replacing one quarterback with the other, of course they win that game.
I didn't want to say they definitely win that game.
They're
Definitely
definitely
lose by
winning that
less.
game.
They definitely are more competitive.
Sean, they may win that game by double digits because of how many times CJ put them in a bad spot.
Just Tom Brady moving the chains instead of throwing a pick. Yeah.
Yeah, willing to take the check off, the dump down. He would do that enough, and the
knows
New
the
England
system.
defense. He wouldn't give the New England defense enough opportunities to cause chaos. He'd keep his own defense in advantageous situations. You give him the Phillip Rivers ramp up, they're winning that game.
So what we're saying is that 48-year-old Tom Brady
Would have led the Texans to a Super Bowl. I think Seattle beats them in the Super Bowl, but they're beating the Broncos the next week. Yeah, we saw that weather, and
CJ.
And unlike Drake May,
CJ.
you did it. I didn't want to bring it up. You did it. And unlike Drake May, who somehow, some way, as a New England Patriot quarterback, can't play in bad weather, they may want to look into that as using that as an excuse for why he played so poorly in the playoffs. We know Tom Brady would have been able to play in the snow. And you know, as a fan who rooted against him for the better part of my childhood and adult life, I don't want anything to do with him being successful. But for this particular question, that's the best way to ask it is to do it at the end of a show. Yes, they're making the Super Bowl if he's the quarterback.
Yeah.
Give them just do the Phillip Rivers thing and they win both those games.
That's the thing. Phillip Rivers and Joe Flacco, to a lesser extent Joe Flacco, have really made this, like, not ridiculous to me. Like, the fact that you can come off your couch and just, oh, yeah, I still know how to do this is
10 years
is
ago,
something.
while I may have entertained the question because it was the last part of the show, I would have said no. No, it's the NFL. We have seen that older quarterbacks are fully capable. And that Texans team, despite how, let's just say, less than stellar their offensive line was last year, there was enough there to not have Tom Brady dead on the field. So they would have won both those games and then got beat by Seattle.
Tom Brady threw for at least 4,000 yards in every season that he played 16 since 2010. He had 3,500 in the season he only played 12 because he got suspended for Deflategate. He threw
He's
for
not
over
listening.
4,000 yards every year.
He of course isn't listening to this, but he should be insulted that you even asked the question. Would he have won those 2 games, considering the scenario? Of course.
His career high for interceptions in a season is 14, and it was in the 2000 aughts.
You don't have to give me the stats. I know.
Tom Brady, great player.
He was a great player.
On ESPN 97.5, I'm willing to say Tom Brady was really freaking good.
Finally, someone on the station went out on a limb. A bunch of soft. I was going to use different language, but we got people.
Yeah, we're in mixed company.
We're in mixed company. In the studio, I would have said something else. All that conversation means we're done for the day, and I'm done for the broadcast day. Coming up next is Locked on Astros. They'll get you ready for the Astros, the season and the game. That is a little bit later as the Astros and Hunter Brown take on the Angels out at Daikin as another season gets going. I want to thank St. Arnold for having us out here and Huntington Bank for getting it all together. And, of course, Jeff Blum, who joined us at 11 to talk about this Astros season. Jeff Blum, been calling games with Todd Callis since 2017 and, of course, has been part of the Astros organization far longer than that. We're done for the day, Sean. And since we're done, what does that mean?
We chase the fight.
That's what we're talking about. Let's chase the fight. Astros Angels in about 3 hours. Locked on Astros in about 5 minutes. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
What is up, Houston? It is opening day. This only comes once a year, a chance where everybody is a winner. The Houston Astros are trying to get back to the postseason. I know they fell one game short, but they're hoping. A lot of Houston fans are hoping that they get back to the postseason. My name is Eric Heisman. I'm part of the Locked On Astros podcast, where you can find on YouTube. Brett, who are you?
Yeah, Brett Chansey here, and you can find us 5 days a week on YouTube, on Apple, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, free and easy to listen to. This is a dream come true, and I thank 97.5 for having us out. The guys asking us to come over. We've got some great guys behind the scenes helping us produce this show, and excitement is in the air. Hope springs eternal when you get to day one. Why? Because you're undefeated going into the season, and so the Astros hope to get off to a fast start, Eric, because, I don't know about you. I'm tired of slow starts. I'm tired of the excuses. Let's BTA the rest of the league early, right?
Let's wait for Memorial Day. That's what the Astros typically do. But what we're doing is we're going to be broadcasting at St. Arnold Brewery until 3 p.m., but 97.5 is going to be live until 6 p.m. Today's show is presented by Huntington Bank, so thank you as well. But, yeah, definitely this is the one day of the year that the Rockies can actually feel like they have a chance to compete. But as of now, the Astros can say they can compete. The Mariners are going to be the biggest competition. But there's been a lot of drama this offseason. I know Dana Brown, Joe Espada, they want to move past all the drama because Isaac Paredes, where is he going to play? They thought they had a way for him to get some playing time, and then Jeremy Pena was healthy, but now he's not quite so healthy. So we'll have to talk about this. This is not your typical Astros team.
Yeah, and we will get to the opening day lineup. It was released early this morning, and you and I, when we were discussing it, right before we came on air, we were a little shocked about who was in the lineup and the positions of those players. But we've got some first-time opening day guys. We've got some Houston guys that made the Astros roster.
Yeah, 9 first-timers. This is pretty awesome. We'll talk about that. We only got 5 pitchers that were on the opening day roster last year: Brown, Abreu, Keane, and Kurtz. And the Astros did win 87 games last year despite all the injuries. So do you think that they're going to win more or less? This is something that we're going to talk about on today's show. And something with Pena not in the lineup, I guess I gave a spoiler away, but last year when Pena was in the lineup, the Astros were 70-55. They were 17-20 without him. So that shows how valuable he is to the Astros lineup.
So, Eric, since you let the cat out of the bag, why don't we go ahead and discuss that? Why, Jeremy Pena goes what? He was 0 for until his last at-bat versus the Space Cowboys, hits a home run. And it was a no-doubter. It was on the train tracks. It was a momentous occasion, right? Jeremy Pena's back. His injury is no more. But now he's not in the starting lineup. What gives? I hear he's taking BP at Consolation Field in Sugar Land. Is he healthy? Is he not? Why would the Astros do this to us?
Well, the whole idea is they did not feel that he was injured enough to be placed on the 10-day IL, but they did not feel like he was healthy enough to be in the lineup for opening day. So, yes, he played one game, but even Jeremy Pena, 1 game, 4 at-bats. He hit the home run, but that was against the Space Cowboys. It's a different animal when you're playing against somebody like Soriano. We'll talk about him in a second.
That's true.
But I think the Astros wanted to just give him some time. He's not hurt enough to miss work, so to speak, but he's hurt enough to not be in the lineup. And so it's day-to-day with him right now. So if you go ahead and put him on IL, it's not retroactive to start the season. You have to miss the full 10 days. So they did not want to do that. So he cannot play any games when he's on the active roster down in AAA, but he can go out there and participate in batting practice and just get some playing time. Not playing time, but just some live.
Just stay active. Stay active. Because, look, Jeremy Pena had a career year last year. And, Dana Brown said it again. We want Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown to be Astros for a long time. We want to extend them. Dana Brown's teased us with Kyle Tucker saying that. He teased us with Alex Bregman. Neither of those guys are in Astros uniforms. Kyle Tucker, extremely overpaid in my book. Thank you, Dodgers, for becoming the villain. They are the villain, and they are the one everybody's chasing. But with the Astros and with Jeremy Pena, I think despite not being in the lineup opening day, I still think he's going to have probably his best year, Eric. The 300 hitter is not a thing of the present. It's a thing of the past. I actually covered that on Back to the Bullpen last night. We talked about why that's gone awry. But if there's anybody on this team that can get to 300 and get close to that, I think it's one Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, I think he has a pretty good bat-to-ball contact rate. And leading off, he's going to get all the different plate appearances, everything he needs. But it's opening day. I think that this is an awesome experience. We want to hear from you. If you get a chance throughout the show, we want to hear, do you have any opening day superstitions, any traditions you do on opening day? So go ahead and call the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Go ahead and tell us your opening day traditions. I know that for me, Brett, I like to get to the ballpark early, go ahead and try out some of the great barbecue, go out to the Street Fest, and just like to hang out with my friends and family, but just enjoy the experience. It's about opening day. It's just one of those times a year that I do take off for work reasons.
Now, when you go, do you get the designated driver wristband for the free Coca-Cola?
Before, yeah.
Well, so I don't get that. I usually bring in my cup from last year because it's free refill. So a little fan hack: bring your cup, even if you got a cup from the World Baseball Classic. Bring it in. Who wants to pay $10 for a Coke in the ballpark, right? So make sure you do that. I know for me, I love being there from beginning to end in the morning. It's just the vibes are immaculate. Houston is a baseball city, and people are trying to take us out of the golden era, Eric. I refuse to believe that the Astros are out of the golden era. I know we didn't make the playoffs, but I still think we can scratch and claw. You know why? Because Jim Crane told me that as long as he's here, the window will never close.
I don't think he told you specifically. He told Houston.
Hold on. I have had conversations with Jim Crane at Minute Maid Park before it was Daikin. I have had conversations with him, and he likes Locked On Astros.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for that. But, we're going to have to talk about the pitching matchup pretty soon because Hunter Brown, he really came into his own last year, and he's facing a really tough matchup. I know we all expected Yusei Kikuchi to be an opening day, but he moved all the way down to fourth.
Yusei.
So we'll have to talk about that next. But, guys, thank you to St. Arnold's for hosting us. Thank you, 97.5, for having us on. And we are the Locked On Astros podcast. My name is Eric Heisman. He is Brett Chansey, and we'll be back after the break.
This is Locked On Astros,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
We are back with the Locked On Astros podcast. Is it right? And we are excited about opening day because Hunter Brown is on the mound. Framber Valdez, he is a thing of the past. Hunter Brown is now the ace. After a 12-9 record last year, 2.43 ERA, 206 strikeouts and 185 innings. He finished third in the Cy Young race, and I know a lot of people don't like the fact that he finished third, but if you look what Scooble did, he's a old school type pitcher, and you have to give it to him. He earned what he got last year. So
yeah, exactly. So in this conversation of top pitchers, there's a term called an ace. And honestly, Houston fans probably aren't going to like me saying this, but there are only two true aces in baseball this year. Right now, it is Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens. They are heads and above everybody else in the league.
Right.
Everybody else can be elite, a number one starter, but it takes a lot to be an ace. And I've learned that from Mike Stanton, talking to him, from his 19 years in the big leagues. He's a small hall guy. He's a small aces guy. But Hunter Brown this year, I think, is motivated because he's staring down the possibility of a large contract. Remember, he got a new agent with
Scott Boras,
with
who's
Scott
not going
Boras.
to do extension.
Yeah, well, he gave us extensions for a couple players here.
Well,
some
that's
discounted
Jose
deals.
Altuve, and
It is, but look.
and Alex Bregman, I think, wanted the extension at the time.
But here to me is why Hunter Brown is the guy that you finally break that mold for. Let's go back to June 25th last year. Astros are facing the Angels in Anaheim. No, they're not in L.A. They're in Anaheim, but they're Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, whatever. Don't get me started. Hunter Brown hits Neto, and Neto takes it personal. And let me tell you about Diesel. He's from the Detroit area. He does not play. He's got that dog in him. He's the guy that I think is going to give you the innings, is going to have the moxie, is going to be that leader. He's got to stay an Astro. I hear names like Biggio, Bagwell, Altuve. You know who I need included in that list?
Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown, yes.
Yeah, but I think if you're going to extend Hunter Brown, you should have already done it.
Well,
and Dana Brown came in
Eric,
saying he's going to extend everybody,
Eric,
and he did not.
But, Eric, do you drive looking in your rearview mirror or through your windshield? I'm looking through the windshield because there's hope out there, and I am not looking in the past. I have confidence. Look, Dana Brown, he's on a one-year deal.
He's always on a one-year deal.
He's got he's like
a
a
constant
teacher.
lame
I'm a
duck.
teacher. I'm on a one-year deal. Why can't teachers get more than one-year deals? What's up with that?
Well, there's reasons. We'll
Okay.
go into that after the
Maybe
show.
that's an HR email back at work. But anyways, but seriously, so Hunter Brown is going up against Soriano. Now, you would think Soriano, Jose Soriano, whatever. The dude's had success against his team.
Yeah. I know that I know Soriano has not been in the league for a long time, but he has definitely controlled the Astros with a 1.04 ERA, with 22 strikeouts and 17 innings. So definitely a tough target for the Astros. This could be a low-scoring game, and we'll talk about the lineup next. So it's up to the Astros to get creative, try to get to Soriano early. This is his first start. Obviously, he is still young. He is still trying to discover his control. So if you can get to him early, we'll have to see who's going to be in the lineup in a second. But no Pena, we already know that. Hunter Brown has just got to go out and do what he did all spring training, which is dominate. I know that in his last start, I think it was just whatever. He didn't do quite as well, but he's still showing that he's going to be that ace. And so Hunter Brown against the Angels, he's really been pretty dominant. Last year in 11 innings, he only allowed 5 hits and a 1.64 ERA. So he's just got to go out, set control, and the offense has got to do a lot better job than they did in 2025.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, I think the key here is jumping on Soriano early. He likes to get the ball low in the zone with a curveball. He throws the sinker. That is up against the right-handed hitter's hands as well, the fourth seam.
Right.
The slider, if he can hang that slider, Jose Altuve knows all about that. we know all about those Jose Altuve hanging slider home runs in the postseason. Gosh, I would love to see more of that. But, again, Soriano plays low in the zone. You got some guys that are in the lineup probably because of the matchup, a reverse splits guy. So outside of neutralizing Soriano, I really don't think there's too much to worry about other than maybe a healthy Mike Trout that really worries me about this Angels team. And you got a 4-game series. So what I say early on, you've got to get off to a hot start. There's none of this, it's only opening day. It's only March 26th. No, you got to get the dubs in the win column early.
And I think it's going to fall a lot on Christian Walker because I know that we'll talk about the lineup in a second, but he's down in the order. But a lot of the production is going to depend on him and also finding a space for Isaac Paredes. We know what Alvarez is going to do. We semi-know what Altuve is going to do at this point in his career. But I think that the big X factor here is going to be Christian Walker.
So, okay. So you say that. Can we go ahead and talk about the lineup today?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, because if we're depending on the number 7 hitter in the Astros lineup today, Walker, I mean, as a train rolls by, you know what that is? Woo woo, that's opportunity. We're going to our next World Series. Let's lead off with Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Isaac Paredes, 1, 2, 3. I like that 1, 2, 3. Then you've got Carlos Correa, cleanup. Joey Loperfido. Welcome back, Joey Loperfido. We actually interviewed him. We were the first podcast to get the exclusive Joey Loperfido insider interview. Then you've got Cam Smith, the aircraft carrier. Then you've got Christian, not Luke Skywalker. Yainer Diaz, who needs to not swing at everything out of the strike zone. And Jake from Rake Farms Myers. I mean, look, I like this lineup, Eric, but, bro, when I saw Walker 7th, I'm like, do we have that much confidence in the guy?
Where did you want him, 9th?
I didn't want him 9th, but he's a home run hitter. You're paying him $20 million to hit home runs. You're not paying him $20 million to take a spot on the roster. You're paying him to produce.
Yeah.
And he needs to produce.
And he's batting 8th because
7th, yeah.
Because
Eric moved him down to 8th.
Joey Loperfido has earned the right to bat in front of him. So Joey Loperfido, who had a great season last year in limited at-bats, batting .333 with 4 home runs and 14 RBIs.
And I think this is a good matchup for Loperfido.
Yeah, I know.
Lefty. Look, I like Loperfido. I know he got a lot of crap before he left town, before he was not a part of the Houston Astros. A lot of people loved him. He was a fan favorite, but his production on the field, the baseball savants were like, Loperfido will never become anything. And look, I don't know what his ex-WOBA or his WOBACON is, but I do know that he's got the tools, he's got the speed, and if he can get that hit tool working, Eric, like I said a couple days ago on Locked on Astros, if we can get 3 or 4 of these guys going full steam, if we can get them, I actually said the same thing when I talked to Joe and Jeremy the other day, I need 3 or 4 of these guys to get hot early on so that there's no pressure on the big guys, and then hitting's contagious, Eric. Hitting's contagious. You do it, I do it. Let's all just be gangbusters. Although I don't have a great outlook for a power offense in 26.
All right, for those of y'all just getting in the car, going out to the ballpark, wherever you're going, Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes, Correa, Loperfido, Smith, Walker, Diaz, and Myers. A name you did not hear is Jeremy Pena. He is not going to be in the lineup for at least opening day. He's down in Sugarland taking some live BP. When will he be back in the lineup? I think only he and Joe Espada know the answer, but he was not healthy enough to go on the 10-day IL. So this was a way for him to them not to lose him for a long extended period of time, but still for him to kind of work his way up. But yes, he hit a home run in the exhibition game, but if you're looking at the Angels, as bad as they can be, they're still better than the Sugarland Space Cowboys. So,
yeah, I mean, look, yes, it was against Space Cowboys, but I honestly thought Eric, he turned on it. I don't know if you noticed his swing. It was a real short, compact swing. I still think Jeremy Pena is going to have a great year. But guys like Cam Smith, Cam Smith played more games last year in a year than he's ever played. And what was the famous line when he made his major league debut? He was 365 days removed from the College World Series.
Right.
This kid skyrocketed through, hit spring training like gangbusters, came out hot and kind of fizzled out. Earlier I had kind of teased a little bit about where has a 300 hitter gone, right? Listen to this. When Ted Williams' era, the average major leaguer faced 74 batters in a season, okay? Today, in a season, you will face at least 300 hitters. So Andrew McCutchen, in his career, has faced 1,500 different pitchers. Ted Williams, in his career, only faced 476, and that was over 20 years. So the game has changed. The bullpen, the relief pitchers, the closers, they're better. They throw harder. The velo's up. It's
Right.
harder to hit. So it's important for Cam Smith to make those adjustments and be the aircraft carrier and not just a gold glover, but maybe a silver slugger.
Well, what happened last year was he has had success his entire life, and he hit a wall. The league adjusted to him, and he didn't have the success that he found throughout his college, high school, whatever career. So now it's up to him to make those adjustments. And so when we come back, we're going to go and talk about the 5-man rotation and going eventually to a 6-man rotation. Who's in the rotation? Does the rotation even matter? Thank you for listening to the Locked On Astros podcast on 97.5, and we are broadcasting live from St. Arnold's. Thank you to Huntington Bank for making this possible. We'll be back after the break.
You're listening to Locked On Astros.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now back to the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
Opening day 2026. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast, live from St. Arnold's, and it's a beautiful day out there. It's not super hot. It's time for baseball.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for this throughout the whole cold winter, but this is just a perfect weather out there. You wish they would open. I don't know if the roof's open or not, but
I doubt the roof's open.
Probably not.
They teased us with an open roof against the Space Cowboys, but we know during the playoffs it's a Major League Baseball call, so it's not the Houston Astros.
it could be close because it's always loud. But assuming we make the playoffs again this year,
I think if there's rain forecasted on any region, even in the Eastern Hemisphere on planet Earth, they have the roof closed.
Yeah.
But hey, when the roof's closed, it still rains inside. So, I'm sorry, I digress.
we
but,
don't talk about the details.
Well,
here.
look, it's not a dome stadium; it's a covered stadium. But they really got to fix that, man. I shouldn't be getting drenched in my first row seat right next to the bullpen boxes.
It's just because of the train tracks and their retractable roof, the way they designed it. There's going to be leaks every once in a while. It's okay. It'll probably cost millions and millions of dollars to fix it.
Eric's paycheck from the Astros is coming to him.
Yeah, all my $0. So let's go. We talked a little bit about the matchup, Hunter Brown versus Soriano, but let's go and talk about the rest of the five-man rotation. I know we heard a lot about them going to a possible six-man rotation. It is coming, probably April 10th. But if we're looking at who made the roster as the five-man rotation, we're talking about Hunter Brown. Of course, he's the opening day starter. But you're looking at Mike Burrows. He's going to be the Game 2 starter. I think this is perfect. What he did last year in only 96 innings was impressive. But I think that I don't want to say he's going to turn into next Garrett Cole, because I think Garrett Cole came with a little bit more experience, but his stuff can play well.
Well, obviously Garrett Cole's projection out of college at UCLA, when he turned down the Yankees drafting him and he waited around for the Pirates, and then he came to the Astros. I was there at that game against the Rays when he had the 15 strikeouts in the ALDS. Was there with my son.
Right.
Phenomenal. And we got to get back to the playoffs, Eric, because when my son Sammy and I go to an Astros playoff game, they're 12-0. And both the World Series games we attended, they won. So that is
find
definitely
him at H-Town Wheelhouse.
That's right. Astros, if you want to sponsor my postseason tickets, I would love to go for free. Mike Burrows, I think, is going to be a part of the law firm Brown, Burrows, and Imai. I think they're going to shut things down. I like the way Burrows can bring that fastball up, tick up the velocity, and pull the string on the changeup. We saw it against the Astros last year, Eric. Swing and miss stuff. I think this is a solid move. I love Burrows at the second spot, and then we move down to Christian Javier. I have a question for you, Eric. Has the invisible from Christian Javier disappeared?
I don't know if it's disappeared. I just don't know if it has the same movement post-surgery that it probably did before.
So it's disappeared?
I guess so. To answer your question, yeah. So I think it depends on what it's like in real game action, because somebody like Christian Javier, he doesn't have much to prove in spring training, so he's just out there trying to get ready for the season, while you have other people that are trying to make the team. So he had a pretty good spring training, I would say, at 1-point-something ERA. And so he went out there and did the job. Yes, he had the personal matter where he had to step away for a few days. But I don't think he's going to be the same Christian Javier he was before. But if he's decent enough to give you a 3-point-something ERA, he's pretty good as the number 3 starter. But keep in mind, the Astros have a deeper rotation now. So if these guys are not performing, somebody else is going to step up.
Yeah, and early in the offseason, I was really hoping Eric Getty would work his way into the 3, 4, 5 spot. We can get to that later. But we do want to say thank you all for tuning in and listening. We are Brett and Eric from Locked On Astros. You can check us out on YouTube. You can listen to us on Apple, Google, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We're free and easy to listen to. Later on in the show, you'll have to stick around because at 1 o'clock, we got Mike Stanton, World Series champion, joining us from the Back to the Bullpen podcast. And then we have, at 1:45, I believe, we have Locked On Angels co-host John Frisch talking to us about the preview. But let's get to your favorite pitcher, Lance McCullers Jr., Eric.
I think you skipped somebody, a pretty important import from Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tatsuya.
Imai. He's
Imai.
coming
There we
from
go.
Japan. This is his first season. And I know there's a lot of unknown. How does he adjust to the new baseball, facing different hitters, different rules? I think that he can make that adjustment. But he's had some success in spring training. But what you see with him, and I think this is something you saw in Japan as well, was the velocity tends to alter.
Fluctuate. Yeah,
fluctuate.
Yeah, he'll go 98. He'll go 92.
Right.
He'll go up and down. Now, this is what's interesting about Tatsuya Imai. And I don't know if anybody else in Houston caught this. I'm sure you have. If you have your Houston-colored glasses on when you listen to the radio like I do, because I am not biased, I am just right. Houston Astros are always number one. But Tatsuya Imai was all the talk in MLB until the Astros signed him. Once the Astros signed him, they're like, he's not that good. He's not Yamamoto. And I'm like, hold up. He went head-to-head with Yamamoto in the NPB, and he beat him. I mean, so just because Houston signs him all of a sudden, he's downgraded. What I love is that's great because when they expect you to do nothing, you can do anything.
Yeah.
Okay? A guy that's got nothing to lose is a dangerous guy. Now, Tatsuya Imai does have a lot to lose, or a lot to gain, I should say, because he's got a contract. What I want is I want him to solidify a spot in this rotation. I want him to be a key part of a playoff run, and I need him here the duration of his career. I don't want a one-and-done Imai.
You're aware that if he does well, he can opt out of his deal and then get a better
I know,
deal.
but I'm hoping, hey, H-Town, we got to make him feel welcome. I mean, I got the Kanji Go Astros hat. I mean, look, I've got the Kanji Astros shirt. I'm trying to support Imai all I can.
Yeah.
But I love his stuff, Eric.
And, guys, don't read too much into the order, especially start the season. Outside of the number one starter, where they're pitching doesn't really typically matter.
That's right.
Yeah, so Imai is starting fourth because that's how it lined up with his pitching in spring training. Also, it works out perfectly with a couple off days. It gives him an extra day of rest because in Japan they typically have start on 5 to 6 day anyway. So let's go and talk a little bit about I want to talk real quick about I guess what I want to talk about is your thoughts about the order as well.
So, again, like you said, the pitching order doesn't necessarily matter until you get into the postseason. Obviously, you've got your ace, you got your number one guy. When you get to April 10th, you're going to go from the 5 to the 6-man rotation. And so how that plays out, we'll have to see. I just really think that right now, and we will talk about him after the break.
Your favorite pitcher?
Your favorite pitcher. Bury me in the H, right?
Yeah. Well, go ahead and talk about Lance McCullers. Does he fit in the fifth starter role? And who's going to be the sixth starter once they go ahead and expand to 6-man rotation? Thank you for listening to the Locked On Astros podcast on 97.5. We are going to be broadcasting live at St. Arnold's Brewery until 3 p.m. But don't worry, the show goes on until 6 p.m. And the show is presented by Huntington Bank. And we'll be talking about, do you want to talk about who Jeremy and Joe are going to have on?
No, yeah, Jeremy and Joe later on. The Astros are actually playing on Apple TV Friday night, and Ryan Spilrose is going to be on 3:45 with Jeremy and Joe. So make sure you stay tuned in. The game may be on, but you can still listen to the radio while you watch the game, so check them out.
Now back to Locked On Astros
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
We are Locked On Houston Astros, and thank you for joining us at St. Arnold's Brewery. We are broadcasting live until 3 p.m. At 3:10 is first pitch, and we have somebody out there that has a shirt that says "Hate Us." Everybody in the league seems to hate the Houston Astros, but we love the Houston Astros. My name is Eric Heisman. He is Brett Chansey. We are part of the Locked On Astros podcast, Locked On Podcast Network, and we do have a YouTube channel. We're getting close to 16,000 subscribers, so if y'all could go out there and subscribe to us, that would be great. But right now, we're going to talk a little bit of Rockets in a second, but I do want to talk about Lance McCullers. I know that he's been a topic of a lot of people over the past month or so. A lot of people want him to just pack it up, retire, but he's got something left in the tank. He's still got something to prove. This is his final year of the 5-year deal he signed with the Houston Astros. I think this is a little bit why Jim Crane is a little bit apprehensive on doing extensions because of what happened with McCullers. He gets injured, he comes back, he gets injured, and hopefully with the adjustments he made with his delivery, he can have some success.
So, the moniker, the bury me in the H, he's got the spaceman tattoo. I mean, he's all Houston all the time. So, I mean, you got to hand it to the guy. He's still one of the marquee names you mentioned when you talk about the 2017 World Series legitimate championship that the Astros won. But the joke online is he's the bury me in the IL guy, right? So I've been on the fence about Lance McCullers Jr. I've really tried my hardest to support him. We've interviewed him. We've had him on the show before. But when he first spoke in spring training, I've never heard an athlete give a eulogy of their career the way that Lance McCullers did.
That wasn't what it was.
It's what it sounded like. It sounded like I'm done. My daughter says I'm good enough.
It was just frustration.
I understand, but it's like if you're trying to sell me on a Lance McCullers that's going to go gangbusters in 2026 or log more than 55 innings, I don't need to hear that off. Like what I need to hear is I'm back, I'm ready, I've changed a lot of things, I'm confident in my ability. I'm Lance McCullers Jr. I got ice in my veins. Paul Wall makes grills for me, right? I save dogs. I mean, I am Houston's champion. What I don't need to hear is, well, my daughter says, I think you can still do it, Daddy. No offense, I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I get it. But what I want Lance McCullers to do is I want him to get 70-plus innings this year, Eric. He's projected 113. If he gets 70-plus innings and stays healthy, I am not against Lance. I just don't know I buy what he sells right now. That's just me. I'm just being honest.
I think you have another player that had success throughout his entire career, and he's trying to he just had a slice of humble pie handed to him over the past 4 years. And he's just trying to figure out what to do. He's frustrated. He's just trying to figure out what's the next step. So the Astros, we're always going to give him the chance as the fifth starter.
Right.
There's $18 million why he was going to get that chance. So is he going to hold on to that spot in the rotation the entire year? It's up to him. If he goes out there and has a 8 ERA, they're going to find a way to DFA him or something. But we've seen it with Rafael Montero, Jose Abreu, other pitchers and hitters in the past where if you're not performing, you're not going to be on the team. They have set the standard. So what he's going to do right now is he is going to basically show that he belongs. If he doesn't belong, and with all the adjustments he made, the Astros are going to find somebody else.
Now, with all that being said, okay, Eric, it's not that I don't think he can. I think he absolutely can.
Right.
But it's can he stay healthy?
That's what this whole altered delivery is about.
No, right, and I understand that. Now, there is another narrative out there. Now, if you're like me and you're knee-deep in social media, please, I don't recommend it to anybody. It's not good for your health. But the other narrative is, let's just throw in the bullpen. And I don't think when people say just throw a starter in the bullpen, it is not the same thing. I mean, when we had Ryan Stanek on and talked to him, he talked about, because I asked him, why when you get heated up, why when you warm up in a game and then you don't pitch, do you not pitch for like 2 days? He said because when you get heated up, everything gets going, and if you go pitch the next day, you can get injured. Being a reliever and with his injury history is not conducive.
Right.
So Lance McCullers' only avenue to success is in the starting role. And Astros fans, I'm not willing or trying to say that I want Lance McCullers to not be a functional part of this roster. I just don't believe it till I see it. If he is, that's going to be icing on the cake because the hallmark this year of the Astros is not hitting, it's pitching.
All right, well, we'll go talk Spencer Arrighetti in a little bit, but let's go and talk a little bit about this Rockets game I keep on hearing about. The Rockets lost by only 2 points yesterday, but it wasn't that they lost by 2 points. It's how they lost. They had a lead in overtime, then had a epic meltdown in that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, can we just say they're missing 3 words, Fred Van Vliet. If you have Fred Van Vliet, this team has like 10 more wins. I mean, they need a point guard. Hey, Fred, can you, on your podcast, announce that you're coming back next week? Because guess what? Steve Kerr was fired in Golden State. So that means his sorcery is done. I don't think the Warriors are a threat anymore, right? But where the Rockets are seated right now, it looks like they're the 6th seed. Can they hang on to that? The question is, you've got KD, you've got Alp, you've got Amen, you've got Reed Shepherd hitting those Reed pointers, as I call them, the guy that wants to sell you a 401k. But Reed Shepherd and company, they're just missing something, Eric. I wish I had more confidence in the Rockets going to the playoffs.
So I guess it goes back to this big trade the Rockets made, Kevin Durant. He's averaging 26 points this season, 5.4 rebounds, 4.5 assists. But was that the right move to make?
Absolutely.
I know what he does, but they gave up a lot in order to make that done. And from what it sounds like, maybe he's not the team player that the Rockets really wanted him to be.
Well, he is, but again, you're doing this without a point guard. In the NBA, you need a point guard. You need a 2010 guy. You need that guy, and Kevin Durant can't do it all. But at his age, he's doing it at a high level. He's climbing. He's climbing the all-time scoring chart. I mean, outside of LaFlop James in L.A. playing for his 40th season and breaking records. Why? Because he's old. At least KD, I think, is a legitimate threat. LeBron James doesn't scare me anymore. But KD, the Slim Reaper, despite the social media hubbub that came up recently, if the Rockets get hot, though, in the right moment, maybe they make a deep run, Eric.
So I still don't understand how the Rockets went on a 13-0 run to start overtime. And then
I do. They're the Houston Rockets.
15 straight.
I do. I have watched this team since 1986 when we had our hearts broken. I mean, I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I was at both championship parades. I think Akeem Olajuwon could come back and still play. That dude's still balling in his 60s. That's awesome.
Yeah. So the Rockets just need to figure out some way to get the chemistry going, whether it's I'm not sure, maybe once Van Vliet comes back, maybe that will be better. But we'll see. This team is good. I think this team will compete. The question is, can they compete for the championship this year?
And Tari Eason needs to step it up. He has been on a stinker lately. He is not the Tari Eason that I grew up loving. Yeah. I need a resurgence. I need Tari Eason to come back. I need Lance McCullers Jr. to come back. I need a lot of these guys just to be their old self again.
Yeah, so the Rockets, they're still a good team. I remember at one point they were second in NBA, but they've taken a little bit of a drop, but still they have a chance to get where they want to be. But the Astros, it's opening day, guys, and we're super excited about this. We are talked a little bit of Rockets, but now we're going to focus a little bit about the Astros. Next, we're going to have Mike Stanton. He's going to come on. He's going to talk about what is it going to take to manage players like Lance McCullers. How are you going to keep them healthy and maybe get them past that 113 inning mark. How are you going to manage this bullpen? And we just heard before the show, Brett, I don't know if you heard about this, that Josh Hader isn't even start facing hitters until May at this point.
Oof.
So it's a long hill for him, but at least the Astros
Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
At least the Astros have Brian Abreu right now. So, guys, you're listening to Locked On Astros podcast. We are streaming live at St. Arnold's Brewery on 97.5 until 3 p.m., sponsored by Huntington Bank. So go ahead and make us your first listen on YouTube. Go and subscribe to us. My name is Eric Heisman. He is Brett Chansey. When we get back, we'll have Mike Stanton on. There's nothing like baseball in March. Nothing like the sound of the baseball hitting the bat, and nothing like the start of a new season. I know 2025 wasn't successful for Houston Astros. 2026, we're hoping, is a little bit more successful. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, and we're being joined by special guest, Brett.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to bring on Mike Stanton, 19-year Major League veteran, 3-time World Series champion, and my co-host on the Back to the Bullpen podcast, Mike Stanton. Welcome in.
Hey, thanks, guys. Eric, I feel for both of us what we have to deal with on a daily basis with this guy that was just talking.
Wow. So Mike, you're going to do me like
Hey,
that
Brett,
in front of
doing,
all
buddy?
of Houston. You're going to throw me under the bus. Wow. No, hey, Mike, seriously, it is great to have you on. I'm going to give our fans a little fun fact about Mike if you don't know this. He is shorter than what his pitching profile said in Major League Baseball because of ABS. No, I'm joking. Mike, we want to talk to you about this Major League phenomena of the 6-man pitching staff. The Astros say they're going to go from on April 10th, go from a 5-man to a 6-man rotation. Is this going to become more of a regular thing in Major League Baseball?
Oh, I already think it is. I mean, the funny thing is, if you go back just 4 or 5 years ago, it was taboo to even say 6-man rotation. But everybody is doing this. Now, it might not be a 6-man rotation all the time. Like the Astros are starting with the 5-man rotation just simply because they have off days, and you don't need that 6-man. But later in the month, they're going to play 13 games in a row. And that's when they're going to call up Spencer Arrighetti, who will be the 6th starter. And, I think every team across the league is doing this. Heck, there may even be some teams, they'll never say it, they'll never use the term, but they may even go to like a 7-man rotation. It's such a mix-and-match situation now across Major League Baseball, just trying to keep everybody healthy.
I know I've been told by a certain person that Paul Skeens is one of those aces in baseball, and he gave up 5 runs in the first inning. But I know Lance McCullers has been a topic of a lot of people in Astros camp. But how do you think the Astros are going to handle McCullers, especially with the injury history, that he hasn't thrown a lot of innings in the past 3 years? How do you think that they're going to handle his inning load?
Well, to tell you the truth, I think it's going to be up to Lance. And I don't think they would ever say this, but I think the approach is going to be, we're going to go as long with him as we possibly can. I mean, he's in the last year of his contract, and I'm not saying you're going to abuse him, but it's hard to make a plan for a guy that just really hasn't been on the mound very much the last couple of years. So I think anything you get from him is a bonus. And he's really the reason why Spencer Arrighetti is starting in AAA, even if it is only going to be for a couple weeks here. But yeah, I think it's almost like a start thing just to see how he's feeling. And listen, hopefully, it's been frustrating for Astros fans, but I can only imagine how frustrating it's been for Lance because he wants to pitch. And his arm just simply has not allowed him to do that. So if he's healthy, we also know that he can be good. So I think it's really, you just go with him until you have to make another decision, you have to make another move just because of his health.
So, Mike, you had mentioned the 13 games in 13 days. Are those opportunities for the Houston Astros to maybe rest Lance McCullers when that time comes around? Because they're not going to give him the Arian Foster treatment where they overuse him and overwork him. I mean, he's going to have to be on kind of a little bit of a schedule. But do you think Lance McCullers Jr. will be not hidden, but maybe given some rest days to make sure they extend his usage on the mound throughout the season and effectiveness?
Well, that's the whole reason why you go to a 6-man rotation, or even add another guy in there if you need to, a spot starter or something like that. I think that you definitely don't want to abuse anyone. But this has turned into arguably, as of right this moment, this may be one of the worst contracts the Astros have ever signed. And hopefully, Lance can change that. He can be healthy, he can be productive, be on the mound, and then people will feel a lot better about it. But are there going to be off days? Of course there are. But that's the whole reason why you go to a 6-man rotation. Now you don't have 4 days rest in between starts. You have 5 days rest. And that's not just for Lance. That's for everyone. Because to tell you the truth, the guy that they need to protect more than anybody else is probably Hunter Brown. Because without Hunter, then they're really in trouble.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Hunter Brown is the one that they need to protect. He hasn't reached 200 innings, but he got pretty close last year with 185. I think Christian Javier, how many innings is he going to pitch? And I guess at the same on the same boat, you got to look at Mike Burrows. He only pitched 96 innings in the big leagues last year. I think 30 innings in the minor league. So you have a lot of starting pitching depth, but some of them, none of them have pitched more than 100 innings outside of Hunter Brown. So I don't think it's a Lance McCullers specific thing. So.
Oh no, it's everyone. It's everyone across the board, and to tell you the truth, the team that you hate to say it in a radio show like this, but the team you can actually look at that's made it successful are the Dodgers. The Dodgers had one pitcher last year throw more than 100 innings, and they really protected their guys so that when you got down the stretch, you could go to your horses, and your horses were ready to run. So, as much as you hate to say that name in this fan base, that's really one of the ways you can look at it. And I don't think the Dodgers are someone that's doing it uniquely. I think it's happening all the way across Major League Baseball, just simply trying to keep the best arms in the industry on the mound, on the field, performing.
Yeah, definitely. This season we're starting with the Astros are starting with Josh Hader on the IL, and we just heard that he may not even be ready till May or throwing or pitching in May. So, Mike, what does that do? The back end. You've got guys like Brian King, you've got Brian Abreu, you've got other guys, but that changes your game plan and how you forecast the first part of the season, waiting for one of the best closers in baseball to return.
Yeah, that's not good news. You obviously, you build a bullpen from the back forward. You get your closer, then you get your leverage guys, and you move earlier in the game from there. And, the good thing that the Astros have had, they've known Josh has had an arm issue for a while now. This isn't something that just popped up right here at the end of spring training. It's not good news that he's going to take a little bit more time on the IL. Bottom line is you want to make sure he's healthy when he does come back. And the Astros have had time to keep themselves from having any kind of real issues. Now, you're obviously going to be a big arm short, and it's not how the bullpen was originally designed, but you still have some quality arms down there. And then on top of that, that does put a little more pressure on the starting rotation. I've always said the sign of a bullpen is a good starting rotation. And if you can get a starting rotation that can give you just an extra out or two a night, that saves an arm coming out of the bullpen. If there's a big difference between a bullpen covering, 7 or 8 or maybe 9 outs a night and then having to cover 10 or 11 outs a night on a nightly basis. There's just more work down there. And then when that happens, by the time you get to the middle of the summer, you're having issues in your bullpen too from overuse.
I think that's why you see some of these long relievers making a team, like the Tane and some of the other guys, Weiss, because of maybe a possible piggyback situation. Let's say McCullers only throws 4 innings. You have somebody eat up another 4 innings. That way you're not eating up the bullpen, because that's something Joe Espada has mentioned, is you don't want to eat up. You don't want to as much as you want to protect the rotation, you want to protect the bullpen, because like you said, it's a long season. And
Yeah. Well, you can
have
you can win with a rotation in your your starting rotation. There being a revolving door, but really what's been proven in the last decade is that the bullpen is actually as important, if not more important, than the rotation. Just simply because the rotation they just don't pitch as many innings as they used to. You were just talking about Hunter Brown not throwing 200 innings. To tell you the truth, there's not very many guys that do throw 200 innings anymore. But you go back 20, 25 years, you're talking about guys who are throwing 230, 240, 250, 260. And those are all outs that still have to be covered, and there's where the stress in the bullpen comes from.
Yeah, exactly. This has been great. We're talking to Mike from Back to the Bullpen podcast, my co-host, and you're hearing Locked on Astros with myself and Eric Heisman. We would like to know, Mike, can we bring you back for another segment real quick, talk a little bit of offense from a pitcher's perspective, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to do it. I got the grandson. It's time to get a haircut for Easter.
Hey, you know what? That is important. Go get the cut.
Hey,
go get
priorities,
the
man. Brett, I love you.
That's right.
The grandson
yes,
takes
sir. Well, hey,
precedent.
definitely thank you, Mike, for joining us. We are here live with ESPN 97.5 at St. Arnold Brewery. We will be broadcasting here till 3. The show will be live here till 6 p.m., presented by Huntington Bake. If you want to call in, the HRNP listener line is 713-780-3776. We'll talk next.
This is Locked On Astros.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
It is 1:15. We are getting closer to first pitch of opening day 2026 for your Houston Astros. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. We are broadcasting live at St. Arnold's Brewery. And thank you to Huntington Bank. And we are talking about Astros opening day. Next segment, we'll talk a little bit about the Sweet 16. But we want to talk a little bit about the odds. I would say the odds are not in the Astros' favor. Definitely a lot of people are down on Houston Astros. Definitely they are the underdogs this season. The Mariners are favorites, of course. They are plus 100 in some sports books. If you're looking at where the Astros are, that's on winning the World Series. If you're looking at the Astros, they are on the list, but it's plus 2,500 of winning the World Series.
Yeah, okay, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse, Eric, but those are some pretty good odds. I mean, if you put money on them and they win, I'm just saying.
The Dodgers are plus
This is not official gambling advice, okay? No. I'm just saying. But, I do want to say a couple shout-outs. Number one, to St. Arnold's. I had an amazing ciabatta chicken sandwich earlier. Phenomenal. The bread, the chicken, look, the tough thing about chicken sandwiches is when it's grilled, you wonder, is it going to be dry? This was one of the best tasting chicken sandwiches I've ever had, so thank you to them for that. And I want to send a shout-out to some kids that are watching us live online at Pearland Junior High East. Thank you guys for tuning in. Coach Chansey does wear more than one hat. But the odds of the Astros going to the World Series, I don't think are very great. But you know what? It's all about getting to the playoffs. Once you get to the playoffs, it's anybody's game. Eric, we saw the Dodgers look like they weren't even going to make the playoffs last year. And at one point, the Astros had a massive lead in the division. The Dodgers narrowly lost the World Series to the Blue Jays because I think they were still outplayed by the Blue Jays, and they won. So I don't think it's an automatic for any team. I don't care what the odds are. That's why you play the games.
I know, and I'm just talking odds. We're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this, but I do want to look at where we think the AL West sits right now.
Okay.
If you're looking at the way that likely the division's going to sort out, the Mariners are negative 115 on finishing in first place. The Astros are negative 290 on finishing in first place. The Rangers are plus 350. The Athletics, if you scroll all the way down, it's plus 1,300. If you scroll all the way down, it's plus 2,700.
Now, later on, we are going to have Locked On Angels guy, but I think for the season, we need to honor West Sacramento. We need to call them the West Sacramento Athletics. They're not the Oakland Athletics. They're not the Las Vegas Low Blinds yet. Let's just call them the West Sacramento A's. How's that, Eric? You good with that?
Sure.
All right,
we'll go with that. So the main thing is the Mariners. The Mariners are a team that has caused the Astros a lot of issues over the past couple years. Definitely last year, the Astros were 10-16 against the Mariners. And get this straight, the A's. The A's were a thorn in the Astros side last year.
They are pesky.
Yes. So the Astros, if they're going to win the West or get back to the one of the division leaders, they've got to play better against two of their rivals.
See, and I have them not winning the West, but I'm okay with that. There may be, and I'm the always positive, always Stroh's guy.
You like stress of wild card games?
It's the playoffs. Again, like I said, once you get there, it's anybody's game. And yes, the Astros are going to go for the division, and if things go right, if this offense outperforms its expectations and the pitching does what it's supposed to do, it is very probable that they win that. But I think the Mariners are going to win a lot of games too. I think the wild card, field is going to be crowded, but I think the Houston Astros find their way into the wild card. Look, who wants to be off a few days? We just want to play baseball. We want to keep playing baseball. And so whether they're wild card or division winner, I just feel like they'll end up second in the AL West, make it by the wild card. They still have a good shot at the ALCS. the Blue Jays, I think, are the scary team to beat because they added people. They lost people, but they added. I mean, they've got hitters, they've got pitchers, and they narrowly missed that World Series last year. Narrowly.
Well, you mentioned Blue Jays. It's kind of funny because the Astros actually had a winning record against them last year, 4-2.
Yes, they did.
And
so
the Yankees, they're 3-3 against.
Maybe Manfred can make a new rule. If you get to the playoffs and you play that team and you had a winning record against them,
this isn't fantasy baseball.
You start
it's not
with
head-to-head matchup.
You start with the one-game lead. I mean, we already have ghost runners or zombie runners, as Mike Stanton calls them. I mean, we're inventing new rules now, right? I want to know when the batters are going to start calling balls and strikes.
So going back to the point, we got the Astros going 5-8 last year against the Mariners, 5-8 versus the Athletics. This is something they definitely work on. But if you're looking at the Tigers, they were 2-4 against Tigers. The Guardians 2-4. The Red Sox 2-4. So those are a lot of teams that are likely going to be in playoff contention this year. So you got to find a way to be better against the playoff contenders. You did good against the Yankees and the Blue Jays, but you got to do better against the other guys, especially if they're in your division, because I think there's going to be a lot better teams in the American League this year. So you can't guarantee or bank on getting into the wild card. You missed it last year by one game. If you would have just won one more game last year, the Astros would have gotten in. But the Tigers did, and they almost got as far as they could. But the Tigers are a pretty good team.
Well, the Mariners are hanging a division banner inside the stadium.
Okay.
The Astros don't they hang division banners outside the stadium.
Oh, they used to.
The standard's a little different here in Houston. We have a gold standard here.
They
I'd like
used
to think.
to hang the division
Well,
banners in.
they don't anymore at Daikin Park, the coolest ballpark in Major League Baseball. Now, was it really colder last year in the stadium? Because I don't think it was, but everybody, I think there was like the reverse psych or just a whole. I think it was a psyops thing from Daikin. Like everyone's like, oh, it's cooler because it's sponsored by an air conditioned company. Actually, I heard they fixed some of the air handlers last year, and that's why it was a little bit colder. But it wasn't because Daikin took over.
I don't think that's the purpose. I don't think they're fixing the air conditioning or anything.
Well, it makes sense. It's a great promotion.
I was surprised they didn't put ice cubes out in the train. That would have been nice. But I did call the fact that maybe have all the different logos on the baseball.
They did that. Good job, Eric. They consulted you. Oh, did you buy any of the old oranges that they sold in the authentic store?
No, that
orange styrofoam for $150.
I'm sure my wife would not have been happy about that. She's already have a wall of Towels Hill out there in my garage. She's like,
oh, that's
what
right.
Are you going to do with that?
Eric has a piece of Towels Hill, the wall. If you want to buy it, you can reach him at Eric Talk Strohs.
All right, so if you're looking at the rotations, the Astros compared to the Mariners, the Astros have the slightly worse ERA, 4.30 compared to 3.97, but the Astros had the slightly better bullpen, 3.70 ERA compared to 3.72.
So where I think the Mariners do have the Astros pitching-wise is they've got guys that have done it for a little bit longer. You were talking to Mike Stanton earlier and making the point that, Hunter Brown is like the guy and everybody else is trying to be the guy or a guy. And so what you have to do when you face the Mariners is you have to neutralize their offense, and you have to attack their pitchers early because they've got some solid pitchers. I mean, Bryce Miller's on the IL starting off the season, but when he comes back, the Seattle Mariners have a solid pitching staff. The question is, how are they going to be offensively? Is Julio Rodriguez going to be the danger that we thought he was when he signed that long-term extension with them?
And Bryce Miller wasn't Bryce Miller last year. He dealt with a lot of injuries and ineffectiveness.
He's a stud.
Yeah, I know.
I believe isn't he a Texas boy? Isn't he from Texas?
Don't quote me on that. I don't know. But,
okay. I believe Bryce Miller is from Texas, and if you're from Texas, you're automatically a better baseball player.
So I know it's March Madness, and it's a Sweet 16. The Cougars are playing tonight, and you could have been –
whose house?
You could have been watching some –
Nobody responded. Wow.
Houston Open today, watching opening day, then going to watch some March Madness. But when we get back, we'll go and talk a little bit of March Madness. Thank you for making Locked On Astros your first listen every day. We are live at St. Arnold's Brewery until 3 p.m. today, and the ESPN 97.5 will be broadcasting until 6 p.m., presented by Huntington Bank. So we'll be back in a second.
You're listening to Locked On Astros
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now back to the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
It is opening day 2026, but we know there are other things going on in life, not just baseball. We think baseball's life, but there's other things going on. I know there's the Rockets. There's we got the
the Houston Open teeing off today.
Yeah, and then we have something called Sweet 16. I
The
don't know
Sweet
if that's
16,
called,
that's right.
So we got some basketball being played. The Cougars are doing really good. Hopefully they can go all the way this year as a Cougar. But let's go ahead and talk some hoops. So what do we think about the Cougars? Do they have a chance to advance?
Well, yeah, let's do this. Before we do that, I want to bring in Joe George.
What's up, boys?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Good. How you guys doing? Thank you guys for doing this. Appreciate it. And glad it's beautiful out here at St. Arnold opening day. We couldn't ask for a better day, honestly, for opening day.
Now, folks, this guy's talking with a forked tongue today because he's looking Astros, but he looks like a Cubs fan to me. I thought this was like a Ferris Bueller reference. I was thinking.
No. The people know, I was thinking, are we going to be on camera today? Well, the Cubs game is first.
Well, I brought extra hats.
So I might the Cubs are playing right now, so I might just change my hat for 3 o'clock when the game's over.
There you go. Fair weather fan. That's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Just like about, okay. So let's get into the Sweet 16 hoops. I mean, Houston, the South region, hosting, and I absolutely love these matchups. You have Nebraska, you have U of H. Do you see U of H making it to the Final Four out of the Sweet 16?
I think they can. I mean, Illinois is a really good basketball team who they'll play tonight, late tip, which is I still don't really get it. They're playing at 9 o'clock at night when there's games happening in California. So I don't know why the Cougs are playing so late, but I think this is a good matchup for them. Illinois has got one of the best offenses in college basketball this year. They're good on defense. They've got a lottery pick as well in Keaton Wagler. So they've got talent over there, and their coach has been through it. So, I even though I'm from Illinois, I don't root for Illinois. But that's a good basketball team. So I think if they can get out of this game tonight, I think they've got a good chance. Iowa and Nebraska are fun. Nebraska's pretty good this year, too. Fred Hoiberg, who I'm very familiar with because he was the Bulls coach at one point. So I think the Cougs got a good chance to come out of this. Florida getting knocked out definitely helps. So, yeah, I think the Cougs, rightfully so, getting the home court advantage, should get out of this one.
Yeah, Nebraska, I heard their announcer, and I didn't realize it because I don't follow Nebraska basketball. I'm actually more familiar with Nebraska football or Nebraska women's volleyball than I am Nebraska basketball. And the announcer was like, I've been doing this for 40 years, and I've never seen them win in a tournament. I was like, this is a big deal for Nebraska. So if U of H plays against Nebraska, I mean, Nebraska's not coming here going, oh, you have the home field advantage, it's your game. They're not going to lay over.
Well, no, to be honest with you, too, I don't really know how much the home court advantage is going to exist. Jeremy was there in Oklahoma City, obviously, with the Cougs, and he said Nebraska took over.
Really?
Yeah, it was just a madhouse. I mean, because your point, they were the last – I think they were the last Power 4 team to never win a March Madness game. I think the last one before that was Northwestern. And so Nebraska fans are traveling like crazy. And Illinois travels well, and Iowa travels well for sports. So I think there's going to be a lot of Nebraska fans at Toyota Center tonight. And then if they win, even more potentially for the game on Saturday. So it's a weird, it's going to be home court, but it's also not in a way. So it's a cool story for Nebraska. To have a program that's never won anything in March Madness, not a single game, and then to now be here is fun. You just hope it doesn't come at expense of Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs.
Well, how cool is it, Eric? You can go watch a tee-off, the Houston Open, and you mentioned this, to me earlier. Then you can go to a baseball game. Then you can catch a Houston Cougar playoff game.
It might cost some money, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, the tickets are outrageous. My son and I went to the Final Four when it was in Houston. Now, U of H and the big schools had been knocked out. We literally bought our tickets 5 minutes into the first game, drove down to NRG, got in the stadium. Our tickets were $50. Everybody around us, $500.
Yeah, because everyone leaves, right? So you can get in late. But this one, I think it was the cheapest get in last I saw was $450.
Yeah, I'm not paying that. I'm watching on TV.
Because I feel like by the time you pay $450, you're sitting at the top of Toyota Center, which means you're just going to be watching it on the Jumbotron, which is like watching it on TV anyways. So I might as well sit my ass on my couch and enjoy the game.
Or you might as well come to St. Arnold's and watch
Or come to St. Arnold and watch the game.
Come to St. Arnold's. Look, just hang out. So, look, Duke, I've been very impressed with Duke. Their coach, I mean, if there's anybody that could ever take over a legacy of Coach Krzyzewski and be successful, I guess it's this guy.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, Shire, he's a good coach. And he's a guy I'm familiar with. He's like a high school legend in Illinois. So he's what we heard about growing
Man,
up.
how is everything going back to Chicago and Illinois?
Well,
What is
it just kind of happens.
ESPN 97.5, home of Illinois sports.
That's what the afternoon listeners accuse me of all the time. But no, Duke's good, man. Like, you got the two Boozer kids.
Yes.
I don't feel like Duke has played their best basketball in the tournament. The first game was kind of they're playing a 16 seed, and it was a close game for most of the game. Last game as well, the first half was close. They blew them out in the second half. The Duke is one of the teams that I have in the Final Four. I think they are super talented, and it does feel like that they've got the right pieces to win it all this year.
Now what about Texas, okay?
Yeah,
Texas and Purdue. What do you think? I mean, Eric, what do you think about the Longhorns?
Well, I was going to mention, yes, this is Houston, but I'm sure that we got a lot of
Plenty of
Longhorns
them
out here. But the Longhorns are number 11. Purdue is number 2. It's going to be a tough matchup, but we've seen some upsets already. So I would say if we're going to go for more Texas teams to get in, let's go ahead and go for the Longhorns. But what do you think, Brett?
I think the Longhorns take care of Purdue. I think they're riding kind of a hot streak right now. They're playing, I think, their best ball. But, man, when they get to Arizona, the Wildcats are brutal.
It's a good I mean, everyone in the Big 12, honestly, is good. It's the best basketball conference for a reason. Yeah, I think Texas can kind of have that. We were debating this, I think I was on Monday's show, about if Texas is a Cinderella, and I got outvoted. I said yes because, well, they're the lowest seed, but they're still Texas at the same time. So it's weird where, like, they're the lowest seed, one of the last teams in the tournament, had to play in the first four, but now they're here and they're playing a school that people call Perdon't all the time because they choke. Like, they always choke. It doesn't matter.
It's the home of Drew Brees.
It is. That's true.
I mean, it's the house that Drew Brees built.
Yeah.
Did they say that?
Is
that a thing?
It might be.
The only person I know that I know went to Purdue grew up on a farm, and he was an engineer. He was really smart, and he had a really good work ethic. So let's wrap up this with the Midwest region.
Sure.
I think Duke overtakes Michigan State in the East region, but in the Midwest region, I don't see anybody except the Michigan Wolverines coming out of here. The Michigan Wolverines are strong. I think they're one of the favorites.
Yeah, Michigan's obviously like a really so I went chalk on my Final Four, so I've lost Florida. Sorry, Cougs fans. But hey, that's good for the Cougs. I'd rather you know what, Jeremy's a Coug and obviously play-by-play voice for the team, so I'd rather him be happy than my bracket be correct. Because it just means he's in a better mood when he deals with me.
We're all here. We're all here for Jeremy.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. But Michigan's a very good team. But I will say Iowa State is very talented. They're very well coached. So, like, could they pull it off? I think they absolutely can. Like, they've got a big injury they're dealing with right now. But if they can somehow just, if they can squeeze past Tennessee, who I think is a good basketball team as well, you've got a chance to take down Michigan. It's not like it shouldn't be a favorite or anything like that. But I expect the spread to be close in that game like it would be in any other. But, I mean, Arizona, like, they're just another one of those teams that they've been incredible all year long. And if they win it, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I view it as, like, Houston, Arizona, Duke, Iowa State, Illinois, all as teams that I think can win the tournament this year in March Madness.
So who wins it all in your mind?
I still lean on Duke. Like, Duke is where I got it. I mean, I think the Boozer twins are pretty incredible, so I like Duke to win it this year.
Who do you have, Eric?
I'm going Cougs.
He's going Cougs.
As
okay.
you should.
I should go Cougars. Look, I love what Kelvin Sampson has done.
Incredible.
I mean, go back to the Bullhorn and handing out tickets. People weren't even going to games.
Yep.
This guy was like the Mattress Mac of athletics at U of H.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that video where I think it was his first year where he was just like walking around campus and just like inviting people to games because it was such a struggle. And like, I think it's because the Cougs are so good now that obviously a lot of the kids who go there don't have any idea what it was like. But what Sampson's done, I mean, it's one of the most incredible turnarounds you've seen in college basketball where you've got a program that's just, it's a giant nothing burger. And he comes in and now they're a perennial team every single year with, championship hopes as rosters turn over, and he just keeps finding a way. Like, he's one of the best coaches I've ever seen. He's awesome.
No, yeah, definitely. For me, my pick is still Duke.
Okay.
Now, I hope I'm wrong on that. because the Cougars have been so close. And I want to see Sampson win a national championship. I just think the Boozer twins, watching those kids play, unbelievable. And, that's what that's where I think college basketball is still, yes, you still got transfer portal issues, but it's not as affected by the transfer portal as football is.
Sure.
Kids still want to play. You still got the programs. But U of H has got to do it because Fleming's, these guys, they're going to be one-and-done dudes.
Yeah,
they're going to be lottery picks.
Yeah,
probably.
Flemings and Sinac are going to be lottery picks this year. I think for sure. Flemings might go top 5. I definitely think Sinac's going to fall into the lottery as well. It's a different era now. I think what helps college basketball more than football is that the contracts are so much lower for second-round picks in basketball in the NBA than they are for third, fourth-round picks even in the NFL. So there's just more money to stay in college. There's more of a reason that and even we're seeing in college football too, where guys are staying because they can make more. So I think I don't know if that was the intention of NIL, but I think that has worked out. Where now we're gonna have maybe our next JJ Redick, which we haven't had in decades. Guys who are there at schools for 3 or 4 years,
right?
Even an Emmanuel Sharp, not a villain, but just having those guys who are out of school for a long time. I hope that happens in football and basketball.
And there's a guy,
real
Sharp.
Teams. Oh,
he needs some redemption.
He's
too.
impressive. He's an impressive player. As long as he stays out of foul trouble, he's good. He's a good one for sure.
All right, guys. I know we've been talking some NCAA basketball, but we got some breaking news. Dana Brown says he has the answer to how to solve the Isak Paredes situation. And we're going to go ahead and talk about that next. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. We are broadcasting at St. Arnold's Brewery until 3 p.m. Thank you, Joe George, for joining us. Thank you for making Locked On Astros podcast your first listen. Thank you for Huntington Bank for making this possible. And thank you for everybody at 97.5. When we get back, what is Dana Brown's plan for playing time? Talk about it next.
Now back to Locked On Astros
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
It's getting closer and closer to first pitch. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast, and it is opening day. We are super excited to see what Hunter Brown can do on the mound versus the Angels. We're going to talk to the Locked On Angels co-host in a second, but before the break, I did tease something. I want to get to it real quick. Dana Brown, he has a plan how to get Isak Paredes playing time, and this is exactly what he said. He's going to play first, second, third base, DH. That's the plan.
Wait, did it take him telling us that?
Yes.
Haven't we? I think Dana Brown listens to Locked on Astros. How many times have we said that?
Yeah, I know. This is not brain surgery, but what is brain surgery is if you think the Angels are going to have a good team this year, and we're going to have the co-host of the Locked on Angels podcast join us right now, John French. Go ahead. How are you doing, John?
Whoa, Eric. I heard that. Now, you might have had me on hold there, but I got to stand up for my Angels. How are you doing, guys? It's good to talk with you.
No, yeah, definitely, man. Calling in from, we're speaking to you from the West Coast. You're on Pacific time. I don't even know what that means. But you guys
you
do
guys are in the
have.
future. That's what that means.
That's right. We are. That is true. So let me ask you this. This lineup touts 5 guys that have actually 6 guys that have 20 home run potential. Mike Trout, Jorge Soler, Joe Adele, Zach Neto. We'll get to him in the Brown episode in a second. O'Hop and Lowe. How do you think this offense is going to perform in 2026 from the Angels' perspective?
You know what? They were the fourth. They hit the fourth most home runs in the majors last year, and they still ended up with a losing record. They still ended up fifth place in the West. So I understand that, home run potential is always there with these guys, but that was their emphasis. They were a swing for the fences team last year, and we all know that's going to lead to a lot of strikeouts. And so for these guys to come into this year, they've got kind of a new philosophy. Obviously doing the small things, moving runners over, driving guys in, getting the sacrifice flies. It can't be all or nothing with this lineup. And so when you have guys that have 20-plus homer potential, that's just kind of the icing on the cake to me, because Mike and I have said on Locked On Angels that we're going to celebrate sacrifice flies like we would celebrate home runs, because we saw way too many home runs that didn't do anything for us last year. And so we're excited to see if these guys can play some old-fashioned social ball. They got Kurt Suzuki now, so maybe we can call it Suzuki ball.
That's true, and I think it all depends on the rotation. Kind of like the Houston Astros. The Astros have a potentially good rotation, but all depends on a lot of guys kind of get out of their comfort zone, pitching more innings than they've done in their career, I guess major league careers, and getting back to health. And I guess the same can be said for the Angels this year. So what additions have the Angels made to their pitching staff?
Yeah, so their plan was to have Grayson Rodriguez in the rotation. They acquired him by dealing Taylor Ward to the Orioles over the offseason. He had 1 year left on his contract. Grayson Rodriguez has 4 more years of control. Unfortunately, he's got some arm fatigue, some dead arm, so he's not in the rotation to start the year. But what I did like, fellas, is that they had 2 young guys. Jack Johanowicz, you saw him last year, and you saw him at the end of 2024. Last year was not a great season for him. Made some mechanical changes over the offseason, pitched to a sub-2 ERA over spring training. Now, I know it's spring training, but some guys can have inflated ERAs in spring, and some can look really good. But Kohanowicz's mechanics look so much better to me coming into 2026. And so he earned a spot. He literally earned it. And so did Ryan Johnson, who, if you remember, skipped the minor leagues last year after being drafted and came in as a reliever. He got about 10 appearances, and I would say that 2 of those appearances were really bad, and the rest of them were pretty good. And he earned a spot in the starting rotation as well, because Alex Manoah had a horrible spring and also was dealing with a fingernail issue, so that's put him on the IL as well. So as far as the rotation goes, they've added those two young guys to the rotation in terms of earning it. They've brought back Reed Detmers from the bullpen back into the rotation. The guy is a starter, and he's got to be a starter. He learned a lot being in the bullpen last year, one of the better relievers in baseball last year. And then, of course, at the top, and you're going to see him today, you've got Jose Soriano, and then your old friend Yusei Kikuchi rounding out the 1 and 2 for the Angels this season.
All right, so I know this is the Locked On Astros podcast, and a lot of us accuse of having Astros-colored glasses, like Brett's wearing sunglasses inside for some reason. But I wanted to ask your opinion on the Astros right now. Where do they fit in the American League West?
Well, with Brett wearing sunglasses inside, Brett, I would expect nothing less. You got to rock those shades, baby. There you go. Look, I totally, I'm an Angels fan, but I'm also a baseball fan. And when I look at the Astros, every year it seems like if they get off to a slow start, the Astros always find a way. They always find some guy to add to their rotation. They always find some guy to help them round out their lineup. And so I never doubt the Astros. Where I put them at the top of the division, I still would, but I also think that the Mariners have done a good job of giving them a run for their money. So if it's the Mariners and the Astros at the top of the division, that makes all the sense in the world to me. And full disclosure, I drafted Hunter Brown as my first pitcher in fantasy because I usually like to wait till round 3 or 4 in fantasy baseball, and Hunter Brown was my first pitcher off the board. So I don't doubt the talent that he has, and I know that he's going to go a long way this year. I'm just really hoping, like, there's a part of me that feels like the Angels all have something to prove, and the guys on the field know that too. And so, look, I had said this on Locked On Angels. I said, look, guys, we all know the issues with the front office. We all know the issues with Artie Moreno. Nobody's coming to save you. And so if you want to get stuff done and you want to be something in this division, it's all on you. And I think the attitude behind Zach Neto and Mike Trout and Sean O'Well and Logan O'Hoppe, those guys are hungry, and they really want to do something this year. So, again, nobody's coming to save them. So if they want to compete with the likes of the Astros and the Mariners, it's all going to come down to what they can do because they're not going to get any help from the front office, in my opinion.
Right. So let me interpret for Astros fans what you're saying. You wear an Angels jersey to the stadium, but your shirt underneath your jersey says Houston Astros.
That's not.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Dang it. Well, I can try. Hey.
I know you got to.
No, I get it. No, I get it. But real quick, while we have you this segment, we want to ask you. Hunter Brown's going against Soriano. Hunter Brown's best friend Zach Neto is on the Angels. They had a little bit of a brush up last year. What's the over under on Hunter Brown beating Zach Neto in the first game?
Look, Zach Neto's leading off, so they're going to see each other right away.
So first pitch or third pitch?
Yeah, exactly. So is it going to be the first one, or are they just going to put them right on base at the beginning? Look, it's two young guys.
Yeah, that's a terrible.
And,
right.
Go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
Oh no! I was just saying that's actually a terrible baseball strategy. I can see the tweets now. You don't know ball, but Soriano keeps the ball low in the zone. He has neutralized the Astros. What would you say are keys to the Angels' success, since you're the Angels guy, of getting one more game on the Astros than they get in a 4-game series?
Yeah, it's really going to come down to making somebody like, I'll say Hunter Brown, they got to make him work. They can't let him cruise. And if he is cruising, which we all know he has the capability of do, you got to change it up. Somebody's got to lay down a bunt. Somebody's got to do something to change it up. As far as Jose Soriano goes, it's his first opening day start, and he's always been great on the road. I'm interested to see how he's going to meet the moment. I wonder if it's going to get too big for him because it is his first opening day start. But like you mentioned, he's in his last game, 7 strong innings against the Astros of shutout ball. It was like one-hit ball. So I'm confident in him. But because it is opening day, I'm interested to see how he's going to handle the pressure. And then as far as the rest of the series goes, you kind of know what you're going to get from Yusei Kikuchi. He's been pretty reliable in terms of what he's able to do for you. Reed Detmers, of course, getting in there at some point. Astros fans are familiar with him. He's been around for a while now.
but he's back in the bullpen. We're hoping that his mindset, he takes that bullpen and bulldog mentality back to the rotation, doesn't nibble. He attacks because Reed Detmers has the stuff to attack the hitters. Even if he's facing somebody like Yordan Alvarez, he's got to be aggressive against him.
No, yeah, definitely. And so we want to thank you, John, for coming on. John is the co-host of Locked On Angels. Y'all make sure you check him out. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, where Locked On Astros can be heard. And we want to let y'all know that we are live at St. Arnold's Brewery. ESPN 97.5 is here till 6 p.m. We're here till 3. It is presented by Huntington Bank. And, John, again, thank you for coming on. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. And next we'll give you an update on the Jeremy Pena update next.
Welcome back. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. Thank you for making us your first listen. Go and subscribe to us on YouTube. We're trying to get to 16,000 subscribers, but we are here talking Astros baseball. It's opening day. We're super excited about that. We do have a Jeremy Pena update. This is an update. It's not like the Dana Brown one, but Dana Brown did say that he's going to play sooner rather than later.
What? Okay, you're killing me with these updates, Dana Brown. First, you tell us, I know how we're going to get Isak Paredes some more at-bats. Well, how is that, Dana? He's going to play multiple positions. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Now, he'll play sooner rather than later. Is this the return to protocol in the fixing of the medical team and players being prepared like Carlos Correa talked about? Is this from – because I think Carlos Correa is a team position.
This is GM talk.
I hate GM talk. It's so like, we haven't heard discomfort yet, knock on wood. But, yes, I absolutely need Jeremy Pena in this lineup, sooner rather than later.
Right. So if you're looking at who's in the lineup right now, we got Cam Smith. Cam Smith definitely earned some playing time. I know at the end we talked about him kind of losing the job last year, but what does he need to do this year? What do you see? I guess what I'm trying to ask, what expectations do you have for Cam Smith in his second season?
So I think Cam Smith is fully ready offensively. And when I say fully ready, I'm not saying he's in midseason form, but he did work with the new hitting coach, Rodriguez. He did work with their hitting lab in the offseason. So I think his body is going to be a little bit better prepared. Talk to him this offseason. The dude's an aircraft carrier. He is a physical specimen, but it takes a toll on your body no matter how in shape you are over the 162. So I think he's probably worked on the way he sees the ball, the way he attacks the at-bats, okay? I remember back when Yordan Alvarez was rehabbing at Sugarland, and we asked him how does he prepare, how is he always like on top of it, seems like he's always ready, and he says every pitch is all that's going on, and he attacks every pitch the same. Cam Smith, I think, is going to attack these at-bats, and all he's got to do is make more contact because he has loud contact. His bat is loud, and I think he's going to play well. This is a kid that is projected only 13 home runs. I'm going to take the over on that, Eric. I'm going to say plus or minus 10 home runs. I think he gets into the 20 range.
I think it's all about making a better contact. That's what he was doing in spring training. My name's Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are Locked On Astros podcast. Thank you, 97.5, for having us out. We are out here till 3 p.m. We're sponsored by Huntington Bank. And so thank you once again for everybody at 97.5. This is hour number 2. We are that much closer to first pitch. But Cam Smith, this is a guy that's already proved himself in right field. And we know that at some point the Astros have some I guess, notion to kind of move him to center field. They have a lot of options. I know that Bryce Matthews is another guy I want to talk about right now. Bryce Matthews did make the opening day team. He's likely going to play some left field, maybe some in infield, depending on the health of Jeremy Pena, how long he's out. But I think that right now, until Cam Smith figures it out offensively, don't try to change positions. He's already a Gold Glove, almost caliber right fielder.
But I think Zach Cole's got the tools. He's got the loud bat. He's got the speed. He's got the arm. And, again, spoke with him in the offseason, and I just love that he's a student of the game. Hey, I want to let y'all know when Jeremy and Joe go on, ESPN 97.5 is giving away a $50 gift card to St. Arnold's. All you have to do when Jeremy and Joe go live on air from 3 to 6 is go up to them during a break, not live on air, during a break. You have to be wearing Astros gear. You can't wear Cubs hats. And then tell them the year that St. Arnold was found and answer one Astros trivia question. So if you got all that, 3 o'clock to 6, approach Jeremy and Joe during a break, tell them when St. Arnold was founded, and answer one Astros trivia question. you get a $50 gift card courtesy of St. Arnold Brewery.
I'm guessing we can't participate in that. So.
Well, I mean, I've got Astros gear. I brought other Astros uniforms. I can maybe wear my hat backwards, look a little disguised. I don't mind a $50 St. Arnold's card. But, yeah, we're probably not in the running, Eric. But, whether the Astros are in the running or whether they're not, they are our team. And Jim Crane is the most successful owner in Houston Astros history. And I hope that this year he is able to sign or extend either Jeremy Pena or Hunter Brown or both, because I'm tired of the low-hanging fruit narrative of he's a cheap owner. Aren't you tired of hearing that?
Well, he is in a top 10 spending teams out there. I think you're looking at the Dodgers. We think of the Dodgers as the one spending the most, but they're not. It's the Mets. The Mets are in the top salaries out there, but the Mets didn't. They're not a good team, and so
look, spending doesn't equal success.
We saw the Yankees for so many years after 1999. They still haven't made it back to winning the World Series or anything. So.
I'm not a big Daddy Yankee fan, but we are the Yankees' daddy still. So that is something that I love, and taking that into this season. Eric, I want to ask you about the offense, okay?
Okay.
Because we talked about Cam Smith, we talked about Christian Walker being what makes him or breaks him. He's Eric Cosby. You can find him at Eric Talk Shows. If Yordan Alvarez does not perform the way he's expected, I'm talking about hitting 40-plus home runs. I'm talking about OPS of 980 or more, or 1,000 or more, right? If Yordan Alvarez does not perform well, can the Astros offense really compete without Yordan Alvarez having a great year?
Well, that opens a spot at DH.
Oh, God, here we go.
If Alvarez is not performing, then this is going to be a team that's going to win at most 80 games. Because if he's I would say that Jeremy Pena is probably the best hitter when healthy on this team until Alvarez proves otherwise. We know that what Alvarez is capable of, but last year he kind of took a step back. I know a lot of it had to do with health, but even before he got hurt, he was struggling a little bit. And when he came back, he wasn't the same Yordan Alvarez. So I think that the whole season, I hate to put this on one guy, but you can't really do – you know what Paredes is going to give you. You know basically what Altuve is going to give you, but you really don't know what Alvarez is going to give you. There's nothing in spring training that said, oh, yeah, this guy is going to just light it up this year. I know spring training is spring training for a veteran like Alvarez, but he needs to go out there and be that guy that makes teams fear him.
And now, to that point, Eric, I think he still is that guy.
Yeah, of course.
Because when I look at his Baseball Savant page and I look at everything on here, he's in all red. Everything is red. And the guy has loud power.
Right.
Okay? And so, now, let's say he has a great year. Does he break Lance Berkman's single-season Houston Astros home run record?
He can. He's fully capable of doing it.
You got to commit now, yes or no?
If he's healthy, yes.
If he's healthy, there you go. There you go, the magic words. Chase the fight
last year,
or
6 home
stay
runs.
healthy.
6 home runs, and all the –
Yeah, but look how many at-bats he had.
I know.
165 at-bats. Okay, Yordan Alvarez had a 797 OPS in that shortened season. Some people would die for that, right? They would sacrifice a lot of stuff for that 797. But Yordan Alvarez needs to get back to 35 home runs, a 308 average, 567 slug. That is where the rubber meets the road.
I know chicks dig the long ball and everything, but
always
we need to focus more on OPS. He needs to get more into the 900s. I don't care how many home runs he hits. Yes, hitting 30 home runs would be nice, but getting more into the higher OPS would do it for me.
The Jose Altuve approach, I call it.
Yes.
You remember when he focused on getting into the 900s? Now, let me ask you about Jose Altuve, because we have not talked about him, and maybe we can talk about him in this next segment. But Jose Altuve is a guy that we haven't said a lot about, that he still is a very viable part of this team.
Yes, and he's going to be a big part of this team because he is the Houston Astros. He is the face of the Houston Astros. So, guys, thank you for making Locked On Astros podcast your first listen. We are here at St. Arnold's Brewery until 3 p.m. today, and today's show is sponsored by Huntington Bank. And thank you, 97.5, for having us on. When we get back, we'll go ahead and talk about the guy everybody loves.
You're listening to Locked On Astros
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now back to the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
an hour from now, the game will be live. The Astros season will be started, and you can get your day started with the Locked On Astros podcast every day. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We're Locked On Astros podcast, broadcasting live at St. Arnold's Brewery, part of 97.5's broadcast. They will be broadcasting from 6 till 6 p.m. today. And thank you for Huntington Bank for sponsoring this. So we are talking Astros, and before the break, we were talking about Alvarez and can he reach the 47 home runs. And I think that a lot of focus is on home runs versus OPS and some of the OPS plus. And if you look at what Altuve did last year, he had 26 home runs. This is the most home runs since 2022. But in 2022, he had a 921 OPS. Last year, he had 26 home runs, but his OPS went all the way down from 771. Yes, He was hitting a lot of home runs, but everything else was kind of gradually going down.
Yeah, so when you age as a hitter, you tend to be more of a pool hitter, okay? So when you age as a hitter, and that's really what's happening, Altuve's got to relearn to use the whole field, you know. This guy's getting really long in the tooth, but he still is Jose Altuve. He's still, when you need him in tough moments and tight situations in the playoffs, I still would have Jose Altuve as one of my top picks, you know, to go out there. Under a lot of scrutiny because of his defensive skills, and last year the fiasco of, you know, he said, "Here come the outfielders." Thank you for the T-shirt idea, Jose. And so it's hard to see one of your favorite players of all time to decline, okay? And so we definitely want to make sure that, look, Jose Altuve might be going through a maturation process in his later years, and I hope that he turns it around. Eric, we have a caller on hold. Jason and Conroe wants to discuss Christian Walker. Jason and Conroe, you're on live with Eric and Brett from Locked On Astros. How you doing, sir?
Really good. Love your podcast, by the way.
Thank you.
There is a line that I love from the movie Major League where he says, "I tell you to get on base." And you know what? That's the object, is to get on base. But when you're a guy like Alvarez and Paredes, where you're a power hitter, yeah, it's great when you hit home runs. You know, I think all the buzz last year was on how Christian Walker wasn't performing well, and everybody said he sucked. There's nothing like having a comeback year when you hear all the buzz and you hear all the noise. I think he's going to be the guy that shocks everybody and either hits the most home runs, or I'm not going to say he's going to be better than Pena, but I think he's going to be the one to shock everybody. And I hope he does, because you know what? When you get told for so long you can't do something and you hear the noise, you're going to want to do something about it. So let's go Christian Walker.
You know, dude, I love that. Jason, I love that. Thank you for calling in, man. That right there is the heart of Houston. That is the Houston Strong from 2017. I mean, you've seen this whole area. We've taken it on the chin weather-wise. We've been through a lot. This is a diverse city. But we're really a blue-collar city. We're a hard-working city. You know, I like that. You know, I can ride that. I think that'll preach every day and twice on Sunday, Eric. Christian Walker on would you call it a revenge tour or a comeback tour?
I just think it's Christian Walker going back to what's made him successful. And
there
I think that's last year he got off to such a bad start. He got really hot in the second half, kind of became the hitter that he was with the Diamondbacks. So, like you said, don't get off to that slow start. But he still had the 27 home runs, 88 RBIs, which led the team. But the OPS plus was 97, and so he was a below-average player. So despite leading the league in leading the team in 2 categories, he was still a below-average player. So I don't know what that says about the Astros offense, but it shows that there were some struggles last year, and we'll talk about some of those struggles in a second. But it wasn't just Christian Walker, but he was the new kid on the block, and it seemed like everybody was expecting him to just take the team on their shoulders. And then when Alvarez was out, and then they're like, okay, well, at least we have Walker. And then he just kept on struggling.
Well, the feeling across the city, because, you know, if you're like me and you go to a sports bar or you go to an Astros game or, I don't know, wherever you go on the weekends, you talk about the things that you love, like Astros baseball. And there was a lot of hope. There was a lot of optimism with Christian Walker, 3-time Gold Glover, 20-plus home run guy, 30-plus. I mean, this is a guy that's going to bring back, power to first base, right? And it just didn't happen. And whether it was mental, whether it was the tweaks that he had to make in his swing, he just couldn't figure it out last year. But, that's why you go back each year. And the thing is, we are under the cloud of expectations. And when expectations are too high, that can be crushing and debilitating to even a professional athlete at the highest level. And we forget that not everybody hits 300 every single year. Not everybody hits 30 home runs every single year. So these guys are going to have bad years. They're not going to be good every single year except for a select few. Christian Walker is poised, I think, and if he does do what Jason talks about, and you have a healthy Yordan Alvarez, and Cam Smith steps it up, I'm telling you, this lineup has potential, but the question is, what are they going to do when a runner gets on second base?
And that's something that they struggled with a lot. And what you talked about just reminded me a lot of Adam Dunn. He was considered a pretty good hitter. He'll never get to the Hall of Fame, of course, but he would bat .224, strike out a ton, but hit a lot of home runs. And that's what a lot of people.
Ryan Howard did that.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's where we are. We are in the age of the long ball. We are in the launch angle. And when you're teaching hitters to have an uppercut swing, when you're talking about launch angle, and the bat path is not flat through the zone, you are going to swing and miss more than anything. And I've mentioned this before on my Back to the Bullpen show. Chipper Jones always talked about, I always tried to drive a hole through the center field wall. Not over the wall, through the wall. And if I can do that, I can hit home runs. Home run hitters, true home run hitters, don't try to hit home runs. They just swing the bat. That's what the Astros have to do. They have to swing the bat.
Yes, and so the Astros just need to play their baseball, which is making better contact, and I think that this is something Dana Brown and Joe Spot have been preaching. They've been trying to get the hitting coaches to do their thing for a few years now, and so they had to get some new hitting coaches over here. So we'll see if the change of hitting coaches will help, but at the end of the day, it's up to the professionals to go out there and get the job done. So as we get closer and closer to first pitch, we are going to look at some of the things that went bad in 2025 and also some things that need to go better in 2026. And we'll look at some of the matchups. We'll look at some of the lineup. We'll have some more conversation about the lineup up ahead because first pitch is getting close to about 40 minutes away.
Yeah.
We are super excited. And thank y'all for everybody coming out. Thank y'all for 97.5 for having us on. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. My name is Eric Heisman. He is Brett Chansey. We'll be here till 3 p.m. and 97.5 will be broadcasting until 6 p.m. And today's show is presented by Huntington Bank, and we'll be back in a second.
Now back to Locked On Astros
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
It is March 26th, and it is Astros opening day. And like Brian McTaggart always said, you can say you were here when Locked On Astros were broadcasted live at St. Arnold's. So we are part of the 97.5 takeover of St. Arnold's today. They will be broadcasting until 6 p.m. We will be here with you until 3 p.m. Then we'll be hanging around kind of watching the Astros game for a little bit. But this episode is presented by Huntington Bank. So my name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. You can go and subscribe to us on YouTube. We broadcast pretty much every day.
Yeah, man, 5 days a week. You can check us out. Video, audio. Look, on your way to work, on your way home from work. We're a 30-minute show, perfect for the ride in or perfect for the ride home. And look, also, we check out social media from time to time. If you have questions for us, we'll actually answer them. We'll put your name on the screen. You could have your 15 seconds of fame or 15 minutes of fame. But, Eric, I want to get right into it. Bryce Matthews, Houston area, Humble ISD, Atascocita High School alumni, had his jersey retired, had a very strong spring. And this is a kid that is not just playing one position. He's pulling an Isak Paredes. He's playing multiple positions. What is it going to take to get Bryce Matthews more playing time than once or twice every 7 or 8 games?
Playing first base, second base, third base, DH.
Right,
no,
but
that's Paredes.
Right, yeah, no, but in the game, is he going to have to get RBIs? Is he going to have to Is he going to have to overperform to get that playing time because of the logjam of the position players?
I think, honestly, it's going to come to how much playing time he gets. I know Dana Brown had that plan. Joe Espada did say that Yainer Diaz, you know how last year when he wasn't catching, he would play DH. That's not going to happen a lot this year because they're going to need that position. The DH position is going to be at a premium this year. So it's a question of how often is the left field situation going to be there. Is Loperfido going to just take it and run with it and become the everyday left fielder? I don't think so. I still think the only way to handle the Brady situation is have Alvarez play more left field. If he's comfortable out there, if he feels like he's more in the game, that's the situation. But for Bryce Matthews, it's not about home runs. I know I saw some projections about him potentially hitting 17 home runs, having 20 stolen bases. But for him, it's about getting on base, making good contact, and stealing some bases. And I think that's where his impact is going to be felt.
Look, I think anything that Bryce gives to this team in a positive manner is a welcomed addition. You know, we saw him in Arizona where he had the 2 home run game. I mean, this kid's exciting. Talked to him a couple off seasons ago. Actually talked to his family, and I remember his mother telling me that he was a better football player than he was a baseball player. But it was the diamond and the work he loved putting in on the baseball field versus the football field. He said he hated practice on the football field. And he literally said, because I could carve out any defense as a quarterback, I was that good, I hated practice. But when I was in baseball, I felt like it was my zen. And so we hope that he finds his zen definitely for sure this year. Eric, I have high expectations for Bryce, but I don't put too much on him because there's so many other things that could happen this season.
And look at what we did last year. We put all these high expectations on Cam Smith. Not that anybody really cares in the Astros organization what Brett and Eric thinks, but all these high expectations were about Cam Smith being this impact rookie, because sometimes it does happen. Jeremy Pena was an impact rookie, but they don't always click. And so
that's right.
You can hope that he does something, but you can't expect it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what you can expect and what you can look forward to? ESPN 97.5 is giving away a $50 gift card to St. Arnold during the Jeremy and Joe show. They are going to be here from 3 to 6. And all you have to do is come up to the table when they're broadcasting live during a break. Don't interrupt the show. During the break, you got to be wearing Astros gear. You can't wear Chicago Cubs gear. And you have to tell them the year St. Arnold's Brewery was founded, St. Arnold's was founded, and answer one Astros trivia question. Just one. So if you got your trivia knowledge ready, you'll get a $50 gift card, compliments of St. Arnold's Brewery. Eric, this season, it's got so many storylines. I think the plot this year is thicker than it's ever been because you have an offense that's not expected to perform at a gangbuster level, but you have a pitching staff that has a ton of reinforcements. And if that hitting group can match the energy the pitchers give it, it's going to be a very good team, but it all has to come together.
I think scoring runs. I know you always make fun of me. I always say, well, the Astros just need to score more runs. But last year, the Astros scored 4.23 runs per game. That was 21st out of 30 teams.
Wow.
So that was the worst since their 92 loss season in 2014. So they've got to score more runs. And I know you kept on bringing this up last year, but their record was 65-15 when scoring 4+ runs.
Yes, the number 4. The magic number 4. This victory is brought to you by the number 4.
Okay, let it go, Brett.
No, I'm not because – but, Eric, do you see this team averaging more than they averaged last year? I think they absolutely have to.
Yeah, and it depends on Alvarez and Paredes getting playing times and both staying healthy. Pena, does he stay healthy? Because the Astros dealt with a lot of injuries last year. I believe at one point they had 18 guys on the IL, and that's if it's not MLB historical high, it's definitely Astros high. So they got to keep people healthy, and that's something that they dealt with last year. If you look at what the Astros did also last year was they struggled with runners in scoring position. They batted .245, which was 23rd in baseball.
Well, league average is .245 now. League average used to be like 270s. I mean, hitters are hitting less.
Yeah.
So why do I mention that? Not just to go back to the first hour of the show, but if hitters are hitting less, then that means the opportunities you have are slim to none. And if you squander the opportunities, you're not scoring runs.
Right.
And if you're not scoring runs, you're not winning baseball games. And it's all about the W, right?
And the whole reason I brought this topic up was you mentioned Bryce Myers. Last year, the Astros outfielders had a combined .665 OPS.
Oh, wow.
Which
combined?
is terrible. Yeah. That you're talking about Cam Smith, Jake Myers, anybody that played in the outfield.
And Jose Altuve.
Jose Altuve. Yes.
The left fielder, Jose Altuve. Former left fielder, current second baseman. Can Jose Altuve play catcher? Just to do the whole Craig Biggio thing?
No, he's not.
Biggio played outfield. Biggio played second. Biggio was a catcher. Jose Altuve. He's a pretty small frame, though. I think he could do it.
Right. And my last, I'm ignoring that.
You just blew right past that. I totally think.
And this is going back to something you mentioned earlier. Yordan Alvarez, between 2021 and 24, he had the second highest combined WRC plus of 164. I believe it was only Aaron Judge that had highest.
Whoa.
So this is the type of impact that when healthy, he can have. That's why I said the season does depend on him. If he's not in this lineup regularly, it's going to be 80 wins or basically what the Astros had last year, 87.
He has, as the baseball savants say, loud tools.
Yes.
He has a high floor, okay? Again, not to name drop Astros that I've interviewed in the past, but Alex Bregman once told me, it's all about execution. And that's true, right? You can have the numbers. You can go with it's on the back of my baseball card. I can show you that I'm a good baseball player in the past. It's not what have you done. It's what are you doing for me now. And no time is better than now, game 1, against the Angels, who I think are going to be bottom feeders in the AL West. Because, yes, they have a lot of home run guys, but they swing and miss a ton. And you've got to expose that. You've got to jump on Soriano early. And tonight, before the show ends, we're going to make a prediction. I'm just going to throw it out there because you always make me make predictions. So we will do that. And, folks, I don't like making predictions because I don't like being wrong.
Well, you just ruined my awkward moment. I always make you have the
I'm not letting you have the awkward moment today on Houston Airwaves. No, sir.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and, as in our final segment, we're going to go ahead and make some prediction, look at the matchups, and once again, for anybody just tuning in, why is Jeremy Pena not in the lineup, but he's on the active roster? We'll talk about this, but thank you once again to 97.5 for having the Locked On Astros podcast on. We'll be broadcasting until 3 p.m., but 97.5 will be here until 6 p.m. and presented by Huntington Bank. So we'll be back next.
Now back to Locked On Astros.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Locked On Astros podcast. We are broadcasting live from St. Arnold's Brewery. We are going to be here for 15 more minutes, and thank you to Huntington Bank for making this possible. My name is Eric Heisman. This is Brett Chansey. We are the Locked On Astros podcast. We are on every different podcast medium you can think of.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, Apple, Google, Spotify. I mean, wherever you get your podcast. YouTube, check us out. And, hey, I want to send another shout-out to Pearland Junior High East, the school where I teach during the day, my day job. What's up? Coach Chansey says hi. I hope you're paying attention in class and not
Probably
listening and not watching YouTube while you should be learning. But, Eric, what I'm excited about is when we make predictions, like, what do we err on the side of caution and just throw caution into the wind and just predict the most ridiculous and have hot takes, or are we realistic? I feel like I'm more realistic this year because I picked the Astros to be in second in the AL West to make the wild card. Where are you in the division? Because I saw the AL West preview. Tell the people who you said was going to win the division.
I still think it's going to be tough and tight between the Astros and Mariners. I think there's going to be a one-game separation unless I see this offense really kind of take off. I believe the Mariners might have the upper hand, but there's a lot of what-ifs for this Houston Astros roster right now. The rotation, it has the potential to be good. The lineup has the potential to be good, but there's a lot of what-ifs. The bullpen, especially without Josh Hader to start the season, there's a lot of question marks. Don't get me wrong, this team can be good, but it's just a question of will they be good. So we'll have to see what happens over the next 4 months and see how it all pans out. But if you're going to ask me how many wins they're going to have, it's probably going to be around the same amount, 87, but they have potential for more. It's just everything has to go right.
So they outperformed their expectation, I think, by, 4 games?
Yeah, last year the Pythagorean numbers by Baseball Reference projected them to get 84 wins. They got 83 wins.
Okay.
87 wins.
Right. So, I had them at 88 wins. I had them making the wild card second in the AL West. And I think it's the first time that I've not picked the Astros to win the division. I think getting a little bit older, getting a little bit more mature about how I view baseball and being more of a realist, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with making the playoffs. Because you get hot in the playoffs, you catch someone cold, it doesn't matter what you did over the 162.
I don't like it. I'd rather the Astros be in first place. I don't like those wild card games.
Well, right. Now, I mean, I understand that, but I've been to my share of wild card games. I've seen them be successful, and I absolutely think that the Astros will do fine with that. Now, let me just throw something at you. How many hitters in the Astros lineup will hit 20 home runs or more, Eric?
Well, considering I believe they had 3 last year,
okay.
I would say you can only look up from here. I would say maybe 4.
4? Okay. So I'm going with Yordan Alvarez, plus 20. I'm going with Yainer Diaz, believe it or not, plus 20. I'm going to hope upon hope, and I'm going to put Christian Walker at 20. You know who else I'm going to put at 20?
Who?
Cam Smith. I'm going to put Cam Smith at 20.
You went from 13 to 20. Wow, that's impressive math.
Yes, thank you. I pride myself not as a mathematician, but a guru of
I correct
math.
myself. 4 players hit home runs. I forgot about Yainer Diaz.
Okay, so it was Yainer Diaz. Give me the 4 from last year.
It was Yainer Diaz, Jose Altuve, Christian Walker, and Isaac Paredes.
Okay, I think Paredes also gets it. I think Altuve. I think they have up to 6 guys that can hit. Look, if the Angels can have 5 hitters or 6 hitters that are plus 20 home runs, can't the Astros also have that?
Yeah, I would see that. So if you're looking at what the Astros, the odds are about them, how many games they're going to win, it's not very good. Like I believe it was, I lost my little chart here, but it was negative 150 for them to win plus win 80 games, but to win 90 games, it's not looking pretty good. So
yeah,
I think this is probably going to be 85 win game.
Well,
team.
yeah, look, 85 to 88 wins, you're probably there plus and minus a few. If you get to 90, you're going to have an absolute excellent season. Hitters going to outperform their expectations. Now, let me ask you this. Who besides Hunter Brown is going to be in the running for some awards, whether it's Rookie of the Year and Bryce Matthews, whether it's a Silver Slugger or Gold Glove? Who do you think makes some noise for awards at their position?
I'm going to go out something that nobody's probably thought about because he is a rookie, Imai. Imai could be in consideration for Rookie of the Year this year.
Jeremy walked up. What's up, Jeremy?
So he could get some votes if he has a good season. He is considered a rookie. But Bryce Matthews, if he gets playing time, he could be in the top maybe 10. But
Yeah,
I don't know
think-
if he will get the stats.
Yeah, you've got to get the playing time. I mean, very few guys come up as late in the season as Jordan Alvarez does in their rookie year and win Rookie of the Year, right? So it is all about quality, not quality, but quantity, like how often they're up there. I think Hunter Brown is again in the Cy Young candidacy. I think Gold Glove-wise, now listen to this. If Carlos Correa plays a very good third base, he could win a Gold Glove this year at third base. I mean, he's a Gold Glove winner at shortstop.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not at third base? Do you like him if he's at third base most of the season? Do you like him as a Gold Glove candidate?
Sure. It's all about him playing defense. He already showed at the end of last season that he can do it. So I think it's a matter of can he replicate that success he had in the last season. And he's going to be playing some shortstop at the beginning of the season, especially with Jeremy Pena being in and out of the lineup. I think this is going to help get Paredes some playing time with Pena kind of have some off days to start the season. But, Brett, we are almost done, and we do need to look at today's game.
Yeah,
because
let's do that.
It's important because
Let's go back over this lineup.
We're about 17 minutes away from first pitch. So
The baseball philosopher Dana Brown and Joe Espada sat down and put this lineup to frustrate Astros fans or confuse them a little bit. I'm not mad at it. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, so Altuve is leading off. If Pena's not in the lineup, Altuve is going to lead off. I don't see anybody else besides Paredes leading off, but I don't think you're going to put him in that situation.
Right.
Alvarez is the DH. He's batting second. I would have had him maybe third, but I see putting this is a situation where I don't think Alvarez likes batting second, but this is something that Joe Espada likes, and then Paredes is batting third.
Yeah, so then you got Carlos Correa and Joey
Loper-Fido.
Well, I was trying to think of a nickname for him. Joey Lopes?
Joey
Loper?
Cooks.
Huh?
Joey Cooks.
Joey Cooks, that's right. Joey Cooks. That's right, the Italian kid, straight from Sicily, right?
Sure.
Joey Loper-Fido. And then you got Cam Smith, the aircraft carrier, followed behind Christian Walker, the power hitter at seventh. The 7-hole hard hit wonder there. And then who are the last two? Who's rounding out this this starting nine?
You got Yainer Diaz and then Jake Myers.
That's right, Yainer Diaz, friend of the show.
Yes.
Yainer Diaz, who, if you watch our show on YouTube or you listen, you hear him do our intro every day. So, look, we're always big Yainer Diaz guys. I know there are a lot of people, I'm out on Yainer. Yainer's no good, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Yainer's just messing with y'all. This year, he's going to go off, Eric. He's going to hit 20-plus home runs. He's going to throw out guys on the base. It's going to be fun. Oh, and we haven't even talked about the ABS system.
Yeah, we were going to talk.
Totally
I wanted
missed
to talk
that.
about that with Mike Stanton, but we missed the chance. If you want to listen to the podcast, we could talk about that later. But my question is Joey Loper-Fido. I know he's he's left-handed, and they're probably trying to get another lefty bat, but he just doesn't portray a fifth hitter to me. I would say maybe put Christian Walker there, but I think that just shows where the faith is in Christian Walker.
Dana Brown loves spring training, and he loves spring training performance. And what did Christian Walker not do in spring training?
He had 2 home runs, though.
He had 2 home runs. I mean, a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while. I mean, Ryan Howard hit home runs. But he
Yes.
struck out a lot. I mean, look, again, Christian Walker, if he can come back and have a comeback year, if he can be, the guy that we all expected him to be, I think we're looking at a really solid team. But this offense, don't hold your breath. I don't know that it's going to be high-powered, and I hope I'm wrong about that.
So Hunter Brown versus Jose Soriano. I know that it's going to start off with Hunter Brown versus Zach Neto. That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Hit by pitch, first
No,
batter.
Brett,
Come on.
on.
Let's do it.
It's not going to be like that.
Hey,
but-
give him chin music. You know, Nolan Ryan once asked Satchel Paige what his favorite pitch was. Satchel Paige said, I love the bow tie. Nolan Ryan said, what's the bow tie? He said, the first pitch, you throw a high and inside fastball and make them feel like they're wearing a bow tie. That's what he needs to do, Neto. Bow tie, baby.
Real quick, what do you think? Nobody predicted the Mets to be winning 11 to 4.
Oh, yeah, Paul
5.
Skeens got running after 37 pitches.
So your prediction for this game real quick.
For the game, I think the Astros come out on top. I think they win this game 6-2.
Okay, I would go with something more conservative, maybe 4-1. But
Eric's a safe guy.
yes, I deal in safety. So, guys, we are the Locked On
That makes
Astros
sense.
podcast. My name is Eric Heisling.
I see it now.
He is Brett Tansey. We thank you to 97.5 for having us on. Thank you to St. Arnold's for hosting us. And thank you to Huntington Bank for making this possible. Next, you're going to have
You're going to have Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6. Check them out. These guys are great on the mic. I think Joe finally changed out of his Chicago Cubs hat, so we're safe. No more Ferris Bueller references. But I'm sure they'll have people like Will Kunkel, some superstars come on. So y'all stay tuned to ESPN 97.5. Again, this is Locked On Astros. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, and we are out.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here as well. Mapes is back at the studio.
Yep, he is.
Do we know why he's at the studio?
Can I say?
I don't know. That's
I mean,
why I
we
was
know,
asking.
but that's up to you if you want to say it, but we do know.
Ryan got into a fender bender.
Yeah.
That's
Ryan
all
did?
Yeah, that's all I know.
Was it his fault?
It's being disputed.
What'd you say?
It's being disputed.
Oh, really?
By the other driver, yes.
So they're arguing about it on the side of the road?
Probably.
Oh, so police report and all of that?
Oh, yeah.
So some facts are being debated?
Yeah, so when I talked to him like a half hour ago, I was like, I don't know when I'm going to be there. And I was like, sorry, Sean. Sean, I haven't told you that yet. I hope Ryan did.
So what did
Sean just found out he's working till 6.
where did Ryan's where did he get hit?
He said the guy was turning and turned into him, but the other guy is saying that Ryan was on his phone.
That feels like a terrible argument. How would he know? How can you prove it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Ryan's going to be on the right side of history here.
Unless
Judge Jeremy and Joe. Judge Joe, Joe Judge. He says that Ryan's in the right here.
Yes. Unless you could prove that a text message was sent as the accident.
Well, just because someone's on their phone doesn't mean you could turn into the lane and hit them.
Great point, B-Mac.
Well, depends on who you ask.
Yeah, I mean, unless he was on his phone and then ran a red light or something, that obviously changed things. But if he's just chilling in his lane, you
Brian,
can't just run into him.
Why are you way louder than us?
I don't know.
So much louder than us, right? Was he louder than us?
We're
at St. Arnold Brewing.
I think your ears are just sensitive.
I don't. 713-780 ESPN. Is Brian louder than us? But we are at St. Arnold. Great on the Locked On Astros guy. What are you doing here? What's going on? What is happening?
I can't watch the game?
Which game are you watching?
Oh, that's a Jake Asman move.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about it.
We're doing
That's
live
a Jake
radio in
Asman
Houston, and
move.
you're watching Wrigley Field camera?
Oh, that's a Jake Asman move, bro.
Come on, man.
No, it's not. I'm not
Yeah, it is.
I'm not producing YouTube shorts during a show. I'm just watching the game.
You have to pay attention to what we're telling you.
I'm watching. I'm listening.
But we're giving away a $50 gift card to St. Arnold during our show. All you have to do is come up to us during a break. You have to be wearing Astro gear, and then tell us the year that St. Arnold was founded. You can tell me whatever because I'm not 100% sure. Do you know?
I do know.
Okay, good.
There's a hint on my
So
hat.
tell us, you should have said that, and tell us the year that St. Arnold was founding, and then you have to answer one Astro trivia question. So that's all you got to do. Come up to us during the break. Tell us what year St. Arnold was founded. We'll ask you an Astro trivia question. You answer that correctly, and you're going to get a $50 gift card to St. Arnold. Yep, there you go.
You did a great job changing my script.
Okay. Yeah.
I could tell you were rewriting it as you were going.
Well, yeah. Well,
I wrote it for the Locked On Astros.
Yeah, it says
guys.
we are giving away a gift card during Jeremy and Joe. All you have to do is tell them during a break. So that would have sounded weird coming from me.
You're right.
So this is what we have to deal with here as talent at ESPN 97.5 is you get this copy and you just have to on the air figure it out.
Just got to pivot.
You got to edit on the air.
Yeah, just got to pivot away.
Yeah. So, anyways, today's going to be a lot of fun. It's kind of it's going to be very much a holiday show. I thought today was Friday. Up until this morning.
I feel that.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Friday type of show. It is also Astro opening day. So the Astros get started here in about 5 minutes. The TV's on right in front of us. We're in the beer garden at St. Arnold. An outstanding spot. Great spot for you to hang out with us. Great spot for you to watch the Astros. Great spot for you to have a cold beer. Great spot for you to enjoy some fabulous food. I see you are already partaking in that. Brian's got something over there, too. Brian doesn't drink?
It's a root beer.
Oh, they have good root beer here.
Yeah, they have very good root beer.
Good.
Also good
Very
orange soda.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Don't drink too much of that, though. You don't want to drive home after too much of that. And then some really, really good food as well. So come on, hang out with us. Of course, today, Sweet 16. I just came over from the Toyota Center. It's already packed down there. It's a madhouse. It's a zoo. You have people going to the Astros game. You're seeing a lot of U of H gear down there. You're seeing a lot of Illinois gear, a lot of Iowa gear, a lot of Nebraska gear. Today's a lot of fun in the city of Houston. Opening day is always fun. You throw in the Sweet 16 on top of that. You got the Houston Open happening down the street. So this is a great day, I think, for the city of Houston. I love days like this because it's our fair city that's on display. It's the forefront of everything, and they always produce. They always show out. So I love days like today.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous for the people that are doing Astros and then Cougs, but also if you're doing the golf tournament first. What a great sports day that would be if you got the change to go out and do all three things in one day.
Yeah, I mean, tiring.
It's a lot. It's tiring because you're starting early with golf, and then the Cougs don't play till 9.
I wonder when the first tee time was. Probably 7?
Yeah, so you probably can't go to the first tee time.
That's a long day.
You got to go at least the 8:30, 9.
You're kind of a dog, though. If you go watch the Shell Houston Open at 7, you go watch the first tee time, which maybe 7, 7:30. I'm not sure what it was. I didn't look. Then you go to Astros opening day at 3. As soon as that's done, you walk over to the Toyota Center, watch a basketball game or two, or half of a game and a half, depending on when the Astros game ends. Should end in time for tip-off, though, with the pace of play. Thank you, Robert Manfred. I think he had today in mind in Houston whenever he created the pitch clock.
Yeah, he's thinking of us.
He was thinking of, if there's an opening day at 3 and there's a Sweet 16 matchup at 6:20, we should probably try to limit the span of time during a game.
Makes sense.
I think that's what he was trying to do. So it worked out in the long run. So, yeah, but a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It makes me hesitant to start our show on a sour note, but it's kind of I don't know if it's the lead story, actually, but it's just the most recent game that was played. Last night, Rockets go to overtime in Minnesota. No Anthony Edwards, a team that you're trying to, battle with playoff positioning with. You come from way behind. You finish the game, the regulation, on this unbelievable run to force overtime. You begin overtime the same way that you started the end of regulation. You are roasting Minnesota, and then you blow a lead. You know the Rockets are 1-7 in overtime this year?
That's bad.
Did you know the Rockets are 4-9 in one-possession games this year?
That's also bad.
They play losing basketball.
Yeah, they do.
Whenever it's clutch time, in Clutch City, for goodness sake. They play losing basketball.
No, and it's been like that all year. I mean, from the beginning of the season, you look at their fourth quarter efficiency numbers. They haven't been good. They've been bad in clutch games all year. They've played in a ton of them, and a lot of them are in similar vein to last night where they're up big, but they're letting teams come back in. It's why what we talked about yesterday where Ime Udoka was frustrated that he has to play a 37-year-old or whatever Kevin Durant is these days in late game minutes because we should be blowing these teams out. Last night's game, I don't know, like between the Lakers loss, the Spurs loss, and last night's Timberwolves loss, it's probably the 3 worst losses of the season.
Yeah.
And I don't know which one's the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
because they're all bad.
It's also glossing over a really bad Denver loss,
yes.
too.
And you know what? And it's also time, I think, with the Rockets to not give them credit for the bad wins. Like they're winning games against bad teams, but they're doing it in a terrible way.
Like the Pelicans?
Yes, they're just playing bad basketball. It's not really fun to watch, to be honest. It's just a lot of ugliness.
This table is brilliant right here. They're drinking Pedialytes. That's smart. I like what you're doing there. Those
yeah, we
Pedialytes,
have Electrolyte is outside.
He's got some Pedialytes. He's about to go drink the bar. And he's going to be feel fine when he's done. Like,
yeah.
what a genius idea.
Yeah, one of our
That's a
sponsors
smart man.
out here, Electrolyte, is out there, so you can go get some as well. So you can get some if you need some. Oh, he's about to throw you.
I got mommy's wrist. You have to be careful with me. But no, and look, I hate to be like, I was right, you were wrong.
No, you didn't.
You're right. You're right. I don't hate to be that. I just felt like I had to say it. That's a successful BS challenge flag. Yeah, that is upheld. You're right. But this is another example of where turnovers flat out kill you. And I'm not the only one saying it. Go listen to the postgame. Ime Udoka, we turned it over too much. Kevin Durant, I felt we lost the game because I missed the free throw and because I turned it over too much. Alpi Şengün, we turned it over too much. Look at the leaders in the NBA in turnovers. Rockets are in the bottom 5 last check. Look at what sparked the rally, an 8-second violation.
Crazy.
Sparking Minnesota's rally. And highlight culture was on full display again yesterday. And look, the Rockets had the basketball because there was that little foul on Rudy Gobert that led to the free throw, technical free throw. Rockets make the technical free throw. It's a tie game at the end of regulation. You have the ball, 7 seconds, whatever it was. What do you do in that spot? You take the final shot. You protect the ball. You take the final shot. You have Kevin Durant. It goes in. Yay, we celebrate. You don't. You go to overtime. Okay, no sweat, no big deal. What do the Rockets do? Kevin Durant throws it away. Minnesota comes back in a fast break. And Alpi Şengün makes a fabulous play, an unbelievable play. Goes up high, rejects it, sends it into overtime. He's got a bloody lip. It reminded me when Brian Cushing had his bloody nose, like a memorable moment. Now, you know what I'm going to tell you? It should have never happened. It shouldn't have happened. You have to take care of the basketball, and that's like the whole highlight culture. Like, what a play by Alpi. And it was. But how do you ignore the awful play that it was in the previous possession? And then whenever you lose a game in large part because you were sloppy with the ball, and look, maybe you win at the end of regulation. Maybe Kevin Durant is a hero yesterday if he takes care of the basketball. We never have the Alpi block, but you have a win. Like, I feel like these people rather see these highlight plays than actual winning basketball, and it's coming from a team that does not play winning basketball.
No, and you're right. And I do feel like last night there was a little bit of a different tone because they lost the game, that more people were upset with the turnovers. But to your point and what we talked about yesterday is it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter that you win or lose a game. You're making losing plays. You're making them all the time. It's why at this point no one should have any confidence in the Rockets getting out of the first round. Just being honest. Like, they've played terrible in these moments. And, again, last night, like you said, it was a great play by Alpi, but why are you in that position?
Should have been in the position.
You shouldn't be there.
Shouldn't be in the position. They play losing basketball.
And even, look, Kevin Durant, fifth all-time in scoring, but at the end of the game, you got to make your free throws. If Minnesota doesn't get lucky and knock the ball out of bounds, like, you got to make them. I feel like the Rockets missed those a lot too.
Yeah, but wasn't that like the first miss in 23 tries? Like, it's a little bit more difficult for me to like knock them when they're 22 for 23. Like, should he make the free throw? Yes. Will Kevin Durant say he should have made the free throw? Yes. Is Kevin Durant a great free throw shooter? Yes. But whenever they miss 1 in 23 tries, it's hard for me to be too upset about that.
No, you're right, but it's in the clutch moment. It's just another lack of clutchness from the Rockets.
And where do you miss a shot whenever you're feeling it a little bit? You
Yeah.
miss it short.
Yeah.
That ball was never higher than 10 feet.
No, it's just it's a lot of bad. It's really baffling to me how this team can be so consistently bad with turnovers and never correct it. Specifically, KD, like he is one of the best players of all time. And he has had some of the worst turnovers on the Rockets this season, constantly.
Yeah. I have some examples of losing plays from yesterday's game.
Okay.
Because I like to have receipts. Like, I hate to just say things, and I hate when people do this. Like, they just say things, and then they don't have anything to support their argument. I think it's foolish. And I think if you're going to say things that are negative and maybe even controversial and goes against the grain and all that stuff, you need to have receipts to back it up. So I have just a few examples of some losing plays the Rockets made yesterday. We'll touch that on the other side. Ryan Spilbors. I don't think y'all spelled this right. Did y'all spell this right?
It was copied and pasted from the email we got.
No.
So
Well, I don't think his boss spelled it right. Maybe he did. I don't know. Maybe I'm the idiot. But Ryan Spilbors will join us. He's going to be the analyst for Apple TV tomorrow. Angels and Astros tomorrow will be on Apple TV. So we'll talk to him at 3:45. Brian Barnhart, Illinois play-by-play. We'll go behind enemy lines for the big Houston-Illinois matchup coming up a little bit later. And look, it's a Friday show on a Thursday. We are live from St. Arnold. Come hang out with us. Watch the Astros opening day. That new score bug makes it hard to see what's going on at the game. But it looks like it's still the leadoff man. Is this still Neto?
No, Neto got out.
Oh, there's the out. I see the out. Okay, good. I hate Zach Neto.
Well, he's the guy who threw a tantrum last year, right?
Yes. I hate the shortstops in this division, other than Jeremy Pena, of course. I hate Corey Seager. Cannot stand him.
Fair.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, it's more respect there. Dodger, like, has had success, has had the Astros number. So that one's more of like I hate him because I respect him because he's really good. And he seems to terrorize the Astros. So it's kind of like a sports hate, respect thing. Like, I always had that with Jeter, always had that with Jordan. Although they're great, it's just like I hate you because you're so good. I hate Zach Neto, and I cannot stand Jacob Wilson.
Already?
What do you mean already?
This is from last year.
He played last year.
Well,
he's a little Bush League trying to run in and get obstruction calls.
I know.
Little Bush League
It is Bush
piece
League.
of Jacob Wilson.
Ooh, that got close.
I can't stand that dude.
Spicy
I
Branham.
can't stand that dude. Didn't they throw at him after that? I think they threw at him like later in the year after that.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think they went high and in on him later in the year because he tried to pull Bush League antics by running around third and trying to clock Isak. That's Bush League stuff. You should have drilled him in the ribcage, and I think they did later, actually. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We probably might.
That's the I wanted to take the shot in the ribs, not in the butt.
I think that was from Jacob Wilson.
Yeah,
I think that was the genesis of that drop. But come hang out with us. If you swing on by whenever we're on commercial break and you tell us the answer of when St. Arnold's was founded and then also answer an Astros trivia question, you're going to get $50 gift card for St. Arnold's. Like, that is fantastic. That is awesome. And I'm going to give you those losing plays the Rockets made yesterday when I come back. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok, ESPN975, Twitter, ESPN975. Joe's watching things at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. Mike Trout just stole second base and didn't break everything.
Wow.
It's a miracle.
Probably just one for the year.
Right.
Then he doesn't get hurt.
Getting out of the way on opening days. Like,
Yeah.
I'm good. I've hit my quota.
Yeah, it's tomorrow when he gets hurt in the game.
Good for the year.
Saturday. I don't know if they play tomorrow or not.
Yeah. If he'll play?
No, do they play tomorrow?
We literally just said that the Angels and Astros are on Apple TV.
That's right.
On the Friday
I'm
broadcast.
such
You know, if you weren't
They have a
distracted.
4-game series, yeah.
you weren't
I closed
distracted.
it. I closed it. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's not here on my tabs.
There you go. A little punchy. Get out of the first. That works. Congratulations to Jason. Won the $50 gift card to St. Arnold. That's outstanding. That's good. Good to see him.
We got a hat as well, so if anyone wants to come by, answer the same trivia question, we can do that.
They gave you 2 hats to give away, and you decided to keep one?
I bought one.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. So here's just a few examples of the losing basketball the Astros played yesterday. I'll begin. I already mentioned the whole little block by Alpi Shingun, which is a great play by Alpi. He wasn't the one that turned it over. Whenever I criticize this, that little sleeper Rockets guy, who I don't know who he is because he hides behind an account. The sleeper Astros guy, he'll show his face from time to time. I kind of like that guy. The sleeper Rockets guy, I really don't know enough about him, to be honest. But he just, he came to me yesterday. He's like, you're an old man, get off my lawn kind of guy, which I admit. I understand that I am that. I appreciate winning basketball, not losing basketball. I appreciate teams who don't turn it over versus teams who do turn it over. I'm sorry. We view games differently. That's all that's our impasse. You're willing to condone turnovers as long as there's a highlight on the other end of it. I don't want to have a turnover.
Yep.
We view games differently. It's just the way it is, and I understand that. I respect your opinion, and I don't care if you respect mine, quite frankly. It's a good catch there, Brenham. So that one play. But the other plays, how about the baseline out-of-bounds play on the final possession of the game to try to win it? What are they doing? Kevin Durant doesn't get a screen at all, just runs to the corner. He immediately gets double-teamed. No one's defending the ball, so they have an extra man. Jabari just pops up high. Alpe's just kind of in no man's land doing this number. Reed Shepherd kind of goes behind him but doesn't create an angle for a pass. There's nowhere for Amin to throw the basketball to, which leads to the deflection. Clock starts, can't even get up a shot. And then Alpi Shingun's doing this number what are you doing, Amin? That's where the Ime haters have a point. Because that might have been the worst designed baseline out-of-bounds play that I've seen all season. They don't do anything.
Maybe, but
there's zero screen.
But they have so many of them.
Right.
This happens all the time, where they are terrible at designing plays to get guys open on an inbounds pass. It's always a struggle, and it doesn't matter if it's Amen, Alpi, Tari, whoever's inbounding the ball. They're bad at it, and frankly, that's where.
But there's no outlet there.
No, there's
nothing. There's nowhere to throw the ball. They had zero screens. They have zero movement. They're all just popping to an area, and wisely, Minnesota's playing 5-on-4. They're not even defending the inbound, so there's nowhere for Amin to throw the basketball to. Does Amin make a bad decision? I don't know. That was probably the best opportunity he had to inbound the basketball.
Well, if he doesn't throw it there, he's probably getting a 5-second violation.
Right.
It's a poor design.
Terrible design.
That's one where, I agree with you. The Ime haters, validated. Very validated in that moment. To have no one, and I've talked about this before, they don't set aggressive screens. They're so lazy.
Yeah, they miss Adams there.
Yeah, we're just no one is open. No one's doing anything easy. You should be able to find one guy. The Rockets seem like they are the worst team at inbounding the basketball in critical situations of any good team in the NBA.
I don't know what that concept is. Go back and watch the play. It's blah. It's like a blur. It's we don't know what we're going to do here. We're just going to see if we can get open, and we're not, and then we're going to create a turnover, and I think it's a foul ball. Yeah.
Okay.
Look,
okay, so I have a question for you on that play.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up. If we went to last night's game and we subbed out the entire Rockets roster and coach for Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs, do the Cougs
I
hit
don't
the ball
like
in
to
there?
make those comparisons.
Because I think they do.
Yeah,
I think Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars can get a ball in bounds better than the Rockets.
I hope you're right.
That's how bad the Rockets are.
I mean, there's
a
that
college
legendary play
basketball
against
team.
Purdue last year. Well, I mean, that's not fair to say. I mean, Kelvin's a finalist for the
he
Naismith
is.
Basketball Hall of Fame.
And he should get in.
Yeah,
but
he could. I think he would have been a very successful NBA coach too, and almost had that opportunity, and did. He was an interim for a little bit for McKell.
But I think a college team could get that ball in bounds. The bad teams in the NBA can figure out plays for that. The Rockets just can't for whatever reason. They cannot.
Yeah, but it's any brand of basketball. It's not like, oh, because you're pros, this is bad. It would have passed in college. It's a bad set.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bad set at any level. So, like, that's an example of a losing play. I don't think that a winning team allows a big run after they're dominating. Like, you put your foot on the gas a little bit. You put your foot on the neck of the throat of the snake, and you win the game.
Mm-hmm.
8-second violation. You miss a couple open looks, a couple turnovers mixed in, and then Minnesota made every single shot. So, like, that's a sign of losing basketball. Another sign of losing basketball is whenever players don't have a real good idea of what's a better shot or a better opportunity to play, right? Like yesterday, and it was like halfway during the game. It wasn't even like in crunch time. The Rockets create a turnover. Great, good defense. There's a 3-on-2 fast break, and Jabari Smith takes it upon himself to say, you know what? I'm going to lead the fast break, and I'm going to be the guy that goes to the basket to try to get a finish. Brother, that's not your game. Like, and that's a sign of losing basketball. You know what the winning teams do? The winning teams know their roles. If Jabari Smith in this example is going to find a guard, and then if he gets it back for a dunk, he gets it back for a dunk. Jabari Smith should not be dribbling. Jabari Smith should not be trying to be a playmaker. The fact that he thinks he can do that means that they have not established his role, and that's a sign of losing basketball.
It's a play that I would think of more should be happening in the Silas era.
Yeah.
Where you have a bad basketball team, young players, just kind of doing whatever they want. Not in an era where you're trying to be a top 3 seed in the Western Conference and make a playoff push.
Right.
That play is in the wrong era of Rockets basketball. Too much of that's just continued over into this one.
Yeah, so that's an example. My last one, there was a play. The Rockets were on defense. And there was a drive, and Alpe's defending Rudy Gobert. And, like, the ball gets stopped about halfway into the paint, like halfway from the baseline, in the middle of the baseline and the free throw line. And I forget who was the ball handler, but he gets stopped. He kind of gets double teamed, like looking for an outlet to pass the ball. And there's a player in the corner, and there's Rudy Gobert underneath the rim. And for some reason, Alpe Şengün sprints to defend the guy in the corner, leaving Rudy Gobert wide open. And the dude who was trapped is like, oh, okay, thank you. Lobs it over the top to Gobert, who catches the ball for an easy slam. How do you make that stupid of a mistake?
I don't know.
How do you leave the stifle tower right in the middle of the lane wide open where all he has to do is catch the ball and put it in? When you sprint to the corner, it's just low basketball IQ on this team.
100%.
Losing plays.
Yeah. Are you critical of Alpe at all on the play that he crossed up Rudy and then got blocked? Or is that just a good play by Rudy Gobert?
I'm having difficulty remembering that exact.
It was
play.
like in the fourth quarter, I think it was. He crossed him up good, but then Rudy recovered really well. I was just like, how do you cross up Rudy Gobert and then not get an easy shot?
Well, Rudy's great at recovering.
But it just reminds me how
Probably
slow
a good
Alpe
play.
can be at times.
Yeah, but Rudy Gobert is like, a all defensive team
He is.
annually. So it's hard for me to blame Alpe on that.
But no, you're right. They just make losing basketball plays all the time.
Bunch of losers.
And I don't know what the fix is. I don't think a point guard fixes all these losing plays. Maybe enough to where you don't lose last night's game.
Oh, I don't think there is a fix.
Like, you lost the game by 2 points, so like maybe you win last night's game if you have a Fred on your roster and playing. But anything meaningful past that, I don't think so.
Yeah. Junkie, please stop talking about the Rockets. You're ruining my opening day. Can you ask Joe to recite the quadratic formula? I need a laugh after this depressing Rockets talk.
Nope.
Early on, I thought Fred Van Vliet. He said FVF. Fred Van Fleet.
That's probably what he thinks it is.
Coming back would fix everything, but that's not going to do it. What do the Rockets need to do to fix this roster for next season? They probably have to go all in with Giannis.
Yep.
Corey said, I thought that was KD.
He's
KD.
Right. Corey's right.
Oh, okay. I do remember that play. That's why I was getting confused.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah. Good shooters usually don't get their shots blocked. So it was like Kevin Durant's committed to taking the shot. Probably knew it about halfway up that I shouldn't have done it. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to allow Kevin Durant to live with a few plays like that because he's Kevin Durant.
Yeah. It's Giannis is probably the easiest answer. I think there's going to have to be more we explore in the offseason of just like if he only wants to go to the Knicks, then how do you pivot elsewhere? Yeah. So Giannis is the obvious answer to how do you fix this roster and how do you improve this team title chances for next season, but it might not be available to you. We just don't know how it's going to play out with the Bucks just yet.
Junkie says challenge flag. It was KD, not Şengün. You're right.
Joe's dumb.
You upheld your challenge. I meant Van Vliet, all capital letters, voice to text. I mean, did Siri pick you up? Did Siri? Hold on a second. How did you mean Van Vliet with voice to text when you said FVF? You're lying. Challenge flag. I caught you in a lie. You didn't say Van Vliet. Because if you were voice to texting, why did it send the acronym? Why did it say FVF? And now you're saying you meant Van Vliet? No, you didn't. You're lying to me. Don't lie to us. We'll catch you in your lies. I sniffed that out a mile away.
Well, that's what you're here for.
Come on. Pete, at the current rate, the Rockets will have a worse record than last year and will get bounced quickly in the first round. Hard to dispute that. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Apollo is joining us. Apollo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What is up, Apollo?
Sports fellas, double rides. Happy Astros opening day to all that celebrate. I am going to make a quick analogy for the Rockets' offensive struggles, let's just call them that. I am a lifelong Philadelphia Eagles fan because my mom's side, they're all from Philly, so that's who I grew up kind of watching. But last year, watching the Eagles offense with all the superstar talent they had on offense, but how abysmal they were and just could not put it together and string together some good offensive performances in a row. That is what that's what the Rockets offense is right now. Very good talent on the team, but they just cannot scheme anybody open or anything like that. So let me know what you guys think about that.
I actually think that's really interesting. I mean, we know the Eagles last year had, 2 games where they didn't complete a pass in the second half of a game. And you have A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, and you can't do anything, and they fell apart. And what do? They replaced their offensive coordinator. That's what I think the Rockets need to do. They don't have to fire Ime, but he's got to bring in somebody new on the staff that's going to bring in some kind of idea of just how to fix the offense.
Yeah.
He is a good coach, but his offense is kind of stale. And he hasn't been able to figure out with this group what's wrong. And even if you add someone like Giannis to it, there's still going to be major deficiencies within the Rockets' offense if he's running it as currently is.
I've tried to, I've tried not to get there. Like honestly, I've tried not to get there with Ime, but I think I am there. And you know what I think pushed me over the hill, and not to fire, to do what your idea is, like bring in an offense coordinator, for lack of a better way to say that. Bring in an offensive mind to be on your bench. You're number one. Number two, okay, you're ROC. You're bringing in offensive creativity for us. I like that idea. I want that idea. I haven't really been all the way there on that idea until that baseline out of bounds play yesterday.
Oh, that's the final straw?
Joe, go back and watch the play.
It's awful.
It's I don't know what they were thinking.
I mean, he just lobs at Jabari, and no one's open. No one's doing anything. And especially when you have KD being double-teamed like that in the corner, you would think somewhere else.
But he runs into the double team. But it's also on Durant.
So that almost makes me feel, in a way, not an excuse, but almost like that was an intended distraction of pull the double team into the corner.
But the double team's coming from the ball handler. It's coming from the inbounder.
Yeah, but then have 3 other guys who you're not going to have the guy on a men on the inbounds pass, and someone else should get open.
This is what annoys me about these aggregators. I'm trying to go back and find this baseline out of bounds play, and all you see on the aggregators are highlights. What a great game Kevin Durant had. What a great game Alpi Şengün had. Oh, what a great block by Alpi Şengün. Oh, what a great dunk by Kevin Durant. Why don't y'all tell me the truth?
How about that bloody lip?
This is what's wrong with aggregators. I'm pro aggregator. I like aggregate. I think they do good stuff. Blah 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 blah. I don't love the Dove Kleiman of the world. I have him muted. But I like the local aggregators. Give my information in one, but tell the whole story. You're being a little bit of the opposite of Chandler Rome.
Yeah, I think they know the negativity doesn't play for them. They only want to gas up the idiots.
Yeah, but I think you get taken serious. I know that it's not going to help the clicks and the engagement numbers, but I think you get taken more seriously
when you post everything.
I think.
No, I agree.
And look, maybe you don't get more likes on those, but maybe you get more credibility, and maybe you do get more followers.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it gives you that just. You can tell they're being honest with putting everything out there. But, no, they only post the good stuff. So it's not surprising. But, yeah, that was one of the worst out-of-bounds plays, like you said, all season. I'm
trying to just go from memory, but you had Kevin Durant on the near side of the floor.
Yep.
That just kind of migrates to the corner into the face of a double team. Mm-hmm. Jabari pops up high to the left slot without an angle. Alpi Şengün kind of goes baseline right block and just stands there. And then Reed Shepherd goes behind him like Alpi's his blocking fullback without creating any sort of passing lane. And there's 0 screens. Zeros. How are you going to get open?
That's where it comes down to the coaching.
You're not going to get open when you lollygag to a spot, and you're not going to get open without a screen. You have to either sprint or you have to create some separation.
Here we go.
Yeah, like Alpi, like Kevin Durant just goes into the corner and double team.
Yep.
Like, that's exactly. Yeah, I remembered it correctly. Look at that.
Like,
What are they doing?
Like Alpi is literally standing still.
He's doing nothing.
And Reed goes into the corner.
Maybe Alpi's supposed to set this screen,
Yeah.
creating an angle for Reed,
Where
but he doesn't.
Where even if a man tries to get to Reed here, this defender that's on Alpi right there, he's just deflecting that ball out of bounds.
There's nothing that a min can do from where he passes it in. There's zero passing lanes.
Yeah, that play's not on a man.
No.
That play's on Ime.
I think so. And maybe Alpi missed the screen. Maybe
Sure.
Alpi's supposed to screen Reed's man to get him a look in the corner. But
yeah,
because
you can
he ignores
see
him.
he kind of like takes a step towards like it's maybe the laziest screen in the history of basketball.
Maybe that's why they hate Alpi.
Like if that's a screen, and then he's put his hands up like,
and he's blaming him in. Yeah, that actually ticked me off. I'm glad you mentioned that because he throws his hands in. They're like, "What are you doing, man? What are y'all doing?" He has nobody to throw it to.
No, even how the Rockets got to the position, they got the one foul that got Naz Reid ejected from the game.
Yeah,
and like, yeah, it's a foul, but it could have gone either way. But even then, like Alpi, his first reaction is not see what the ref says. It's look up and throw my hands up in the air. Like, that's a foul.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, he's just so whiny.
I saw somebody on Twitter yesterday say, like, I don't like the body language after the Alpi Şengün block to send it to overtime because, like, nobody goes and gives him any love.
Yeah.
Like, he runs and blocks, makes this heroic play, unbelievable play, and no one, like, goes up to, like, really high-five him. Like, Durant, like, kind of slaps him a little bit, and Reed kind of gives him a little bit of a high-five, but everybody else mostly ignores him, where it seems like there could be some dissent.
No,
seems like there could be.
We talked about it. Was it last week we talked about Perkins saying that?
Yeah, he did.
But the bad body language, and at first I kind of pushed back, but
Durant
seeing moments like that where I'm like, like he's kind of onto something here.
Durant went to the press conference after they won the next game. He's like, did we have any bad body language? It's like, okay, yeah, it looks like you do. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We're at St. Arnold watching the game. Good spot for a cold beer. Will Kunkel's videoing us without our consent. That's a lawsuit. Whenever we come back, though, fear-mongering Chandler Rome is back. We'll discuss that next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. After I win all that money in my lawsuit with Will Kunkel for him filming me without my consent, you know what I'm going to do with all that extra money? I'm going to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, but the joke's on you. It doesn't cost a whole lot to go out there. That's what makes them fantastic. Love Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They are the best. Best weekend idea for you, best Monday through Friday. You're looking for a few days during the spring, during the summer, to take a few days off, take the family. Look no further than Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Always taking care of you. Look what they have coming up in April. April is awesome out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They got a little Easter weekend, the first weekend of April. The crawfish boil, third anniversary of it. Fajitas and Ritas cook-off the week after that. Spring fishing tournament and a chuck wagon dinner on that final weekend of April. Nothing but great times out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That water park coming soon, too. Blue Bayou Bend opening May 1st. The grand opening is May 9th. And it's just 90 minutes from Houston. These lines at TSA, you don't want anything to do with that. These gas prices, you don't want to drive all the way across the state. Go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's an hour and a half away from downtown. 92 acres for you to explore. Water for you to kayak, the Two Creeks, the catch and release pond if you want to do a little fishing. Teach the kids how to fish too. And they got all the stays you can want. They got glamping. They got a waterfront cabins. They have a lot of waterfront cabins. The tree house. You walk up into the cabin, it's in the tree. Or if you already have an RV, just pull up that bad boy too. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Ryan Spielborgs will be joining us here shortly, analyst for tomorrow's Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. I'm a fan of the Apple TV games. I hate that we lose our shin guys. Our friend Todd Callis, Jeff Blum was on with Dell earlier today. But I do like the production of Apple TV. I think they do a good job.
Remember, it was really bad that first year?
I actually argued for it. I didn't
really?
I didn't like the broadcasters, but I like the picture, and I like the production value.
Yeah, but now I like it. I like it a lot. It's one of those things where I have to remind myself that for Friday to resubscribe to Apple TV.
Oh.
Because I cancel it.
See, we like a bunch of shows on Apple TV.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of those yet.
The Apple TV's got some good shows.
I might just have to use this as an excuse to start watching.
What I would recommend is that you just, while you have Apple TV during baseball season, you just watch the shows as you have
What's the best one you said?
There's a lot. The morning show is very good.
Okay.
What's the one with the guy who looks like Tom Cruise, Michael Scott? It's not Inception. Is it Inception?
No, you're talking about Adam Scott.
Adam Scott, not Michael Scott.
Severance.
Adam Scott.
Severance.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm terrible at names. I remember things very poorly.
Lost. I was lost.
I knew where he was. I knew the show he was talking about, so it just took me a
I was like,
second.
well, Michael Scott's not a real character. It's a
Well,
character.
first I thought when you said Michael Scott, I was like, wait, you talking about the HBO show Rooster? Because Steve Carell's in that.
Have you started that?
No. I'm watching DTF right now.
Oh, I can't do it. It looks so stupid.
I want to watch Rooster first, and then I'm going to watch DTF.
David Harbour.
I'm not going to watch that show. I will not do it. It looks so bad.
Joe I will talk about it while you're next time you're on.
I can't. The script is like I can't get into the script. The script sounds so stupid. So stupid. Can't do it.
But it's a great cast.
Did you try it?
So what?
But see,
I lost my other trailer.
A good cast, well, that's fair. But a good cast can make a bad script. Good. They can make it work.
Yeah,
Give it a
maybe
shot.
like in a comedic value sense, but not really like in a drama.
Is it a drama?
It's both. Like
Okay.
David Harbour's more comedy with his part, and then everything else around it is like crime, mystery, and drama.
A lot of people
like
like
murder
Ted
mystery, that
Lasso.
is.
Lasso's on the morning or on Apple TV, which I think is okay. I don't think it's great. I think it's okay.
Well, they're coming back for another season, right?
Yeah, the morning show I think is unbelievably good.
I've heard very good things.
That's really
That'll
good.
probably be the first one I watch when I do it.
We're watching Shrinking right now too. Shrinking
also heard good things.
Which is good. It's not like it's not. I would give it like a 6.8. Maybe 7.2, somewhere in that range. But for a comedy, that's pretty high for me. I don't grade comedies that high.
And this will be a good test for our relationship of just like how much I trust you with your TV viewing.
Yeah, the morning show is awesome.
Brandon, have you started that new show by Vince Gilligan?
What's it called?
I think it's called Pluribus.
I haven't.
It's with the actress that's the main female
I know
lead
what you're
in
talking about,
Better Call Saul.
Okay. I haven't watched it
Ray
yet.
Seahorn, I think is her name.
It didn't really catch my eye.
Okay.
I watched the trailer on that. It didn't really catch my eye.
Okay.
I am interested to watch the Michael Scott one, though. That one's on our
Adam
list.
Scott.
Adam Scott.
No, Michael Scott. Steve
Rooster.
Carell.
Oh, Rooster. Okay.
Yeah. No, that one looks good. That one looks good.
He just confused us by saying Michael Scott again.
I remember things in very broad ways.
Like Steve Carell.
I'm kind of sick in the head, so I remember things in very broad ways. And not very specific at all.
You need like a Jim Harbaugh went to Michigan.
I know.
Trick to remember Steve Carell.
What is that called? It's not a mnemonic device, is it? Is that a mnemonic device?
I think you're right.
Mnemonic device?
I think so.
I thought it's not. A mnemonic device isn't where you create an acronym to mean it. I thought that was mnemonic.
No,
device.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you have to do an acronym and that makes it work.
Right? Or is it just something to make it
like
learn?
the way people like
or,
that.
Oh, actually, it could be anything. Mnemonic devices are memory techniques such as acronyms, imagery, or rhymes.
That was a very Brad Keller moment.
Designed to help the brain encode and recall information. Yeah, I work well with mnemonic devices. It helps people that are sick in the head. We're going to be joined. Hopefully, Ryan Spielborgs isn't listening into this conversation.
He might have just hung up.
Yeah, I'm like, well, that's jabronis.
Like these idiots.
This is what Houston has to offer. Yeah, but there's 3 radio stations. You have to understand that. 713-780-ESPN. No score. Bottom of the second. Hunter Brown got out of trouble again. He's had a runner at second in both of the first 2 innings.
Yeah, 43 pitches.
Walked the
through 2
leadoff
innings.
batter in the second inning.
So I think his last spring start he was at 83. So we could be like short Hunter Brown start today, which tests the bullpen right away in the first game of the season.
That's kind of who he is, though. Like, that's his MO. Like, he throws a lot of pitches. He's not a guy who goes 7-8 innings into games very often.
That's why he hasn't touched 200 innings yet.
That's why some people who and that's why it's important to him. And also, some people talk about like the whole ace versus like number one thing, and some people argue that Hunter Brown's not an ace yet. He's the number one because he doesn't log like a bunch of game logs where he has 7 or 8 innings.
Yeah, that's
which
fair.
I don't think that's fair.
I
think
do.
Hunter Brown's. I think he's an ace.
Well, I think it just depends on your standard of ace. Actually, I heard the Locked On Astros guys talking about it earlier. I think it was Brett said there's 2 aces.
Okay, Joey.
In baseball.
That's it?
Skubal and Skeens.
There's only 2. Well, Skeens didn't look like
That
he
was his
today.
take,
No. Well, see, I want to give him a pass though.
Well, WBC?
No, because O'Neal Cruz
O'Neal
sucks
Cruz
at
is
baseball.
horrible.
Yeah.
He's so bad.
He's like a better version of Jesus Sanchez. He's like a souped-up version of Jesus Sanchez.
Except he has no idea when the ball's in the air where to go.
As I was saying,
Yeah.
he's like Jesus Sanchez.
Like, he is the hardest hit balls of all time.
How bad was he in the infield where they decided he should then play outfield?
I thought it was fine.
Well, outfield's easier to play than infield.
Sure. I just wonder how bad he was in the infield where they can live with this in the outfield.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's and then we'll see. I would say it's still like Garrett Cole if healthy, and Hunter Brown's like right on the cusp. If you have a super high standard for ace, and I think for some people it's 200 innings. The ERA where Hunter Brown has had it at is fine. He's just missing the total of innings in his career to get there.
That's an interesting standard. You know, I don't know. I feel like you have to kind of move the goalpost from what it used to be.
Sure.
Because it's kind of the modern generation of baseball where everybody's hunting strikeouts, where it's very hard to log 220 innings. It's hard to log 200 innings.
Yeah.
Because everybody's looking for the Ks, which leads to pitches out of the zone, which leads to a bunch of pitches.
It's a little antiquated at this point. Like I would guess it's a very small number of pitchers that threw 200 innings last year in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
So it's very different than it used to be. But I think now for those elite guys, you expect them to do that. And we've talked about that with Hunter Brown. If he wants to win a Cy Young this year, that's going to help him a lot.
That's a loud train.
It's all day.
If you're looking for a high-quality TV show to watch, it doesn't get much better than the USA Network hit Burn Notice. I think that's Ocho.
That's Ryan.
It's Ryan?
Yeah.
That's a repeat joke there.
I thought it was Ocho's
no,
joke.
it's Ryan lost in Texas.
Yeah, I don't know.
He loves Burn
Is
Notice.
he being serious or is that his bit?
I don't know.
I think he's being very serious.
Like, is there a good show? Like, does USA Network produce good shows? Like, I don't think that they do.
I liked White Collar.
What? I
With
prefer
Matt-
my
with,
collar's
Matt
blue.
Bomber.
I'm legit. The only show I remember USA ever making that was quality was Mr. Robot.
What about Suits?
I never watched
I like
Suits.
Suits.
But I think Suits actually went to a different network, like halfway through its
Did
run.
it?
Yeah.
I think it did.
And then
I love Mr. Robot, but it fell off after a couple seasons.
Oh.
And then the Suits LA bombed after 1 year. Got
Yeah,
canceled.
USA Network's not known for their television.
No.
Other than Monday Night Raw.
That's not even their production.
That doesn't count.
That's not even their show.
I know.
It's like, here you go. You can buy airtime. Actually, I don't even know. Like, they buy the airtime now, right? Don't they buy?
Yes, they buy it.
Like,
yeah.
they buy their programming
Yeah.
to show on their network?
Yeah, they pay
That's what I
for it.
thought.
It's just like media rights.
Yeah. Astros get nothing in the second. Joey Loperfido got on base, but that's it. Went the other way. Little Joey Loperfido learned how to.
Oppo.
Somebody learned how to putt.
Batting fifth.
Loperfido learned how to putt. Anyways, Fearmonger Rome is back.
I like Ronger.
In his latest article, because Jeremy Pena made the opening day roster, but he's not playing.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I think that the Major League Baseball IL rules, though, if you start the season on the IL, you have to miss 10 days. And we know that the Astros and Dana Brown and Joe Espada, they always err on the side of, like, you better – like, not that you better. They're not telling them what to do. But they always would have a guy on the bench for 5 days if he can play 5 days, rather start the guy on the 10-day IL and then miss 5 days.
Yeah.
Like, they rather just keep their guy on the roster if there's a chance for him to come back during the window. I couldn't find if you could retroactive it in spring.
I did see this, where the Cubs did this.
Oh, they did do it. Okay,
they put
so that's my
retroactive
answer.
to March 22nd. So that's why I was a little surprised today.
So you can retroactive it.
Yeah, where it's
See,
like
I didn't know the answer to that.
if he was just going to not play the first 3 games of the season and play in Sugarland, why didn't you retroactive back to the injury? Maybe it was past 10 days, and that's why they couldn't do it. I don't remember exactly when he got hurt, which I guess it was like 2-3 weeks ago at this point. So maybe it missed that window to where you could do a 10-day stint.
I don't know.
But it makes way more sense to have him in game action
That's
in
interesting.
Sugarland
Yeah.
versus just having him take live BP in Sugarland and not with the team.
That's interesting to me, though, that because I couldn't find the answer to that. I started to doubt myself. I thought that you could retroactive it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I asked Google, but Google AI I don't trust in sports.
It's pretty bad.
So I'm glad that you mentioned that. So the Cubs did do that. So I guess it is possible. But maybe there's like some sort of hiccup with Pena coming back to play in a game that might – I don't know. Like I couldn't find the rule on it. I actually did search that this morning.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be in the lineup today after the home run and being up there playing I think he played his full 6 innings.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he was asked about what he felt. He's like, yeah, I don't feel like my timing's quite there yet. It's better than I thought it would be, but it's not there yet. And also, like, context matters. Like, we have a tendency of overrating things where the context might be different. Like, there are two variables into a guy hitting a home run, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the guy literally doing it, and then there's also the pitch that you hit, right? And the pitch that he hit was a hanging breaking ball. Like, it's the easiest, and I know that home runs are hard, but that's the easiest pitch to get that you're ever going to hit a home run on. So, like, the fact that he put that one in the Crawford boxes and hit it very, very far, okay, great. Like, love that for you. But it was a hanging breaker where, good hitters make the pitchers.
Yes, they're going to punish you.
They're going to punish you for that mistake. So I thought it was more, I guess, relevant that Jeremy Pena said that his timing wasn't quite there than the home run.
Yeah,
we freak out about the home run. He's back, and I tweeted it too. But then Pena's like, yeah, my timing's not quite there yet. I was like, okay, well, I trust that more than I trust the guy hitting a hanging breaking ball for a bomb.
Yeah, I was hoping we would see him today, but
still might.
The infield surplus was not untenable for today, at least.
It wasn't untenable.
Yeah.
Which Rome's back on that. He's back on his fear-mongering. I think he was happy that Pena made the team so he could fear-monger that the infield surplus is an issue again. In his article, I don't see things that he tweets anymore because he blocked me on Twitter.
Yep.
That's soft, boy. But anyways, he said Paredes now has no obvious path to regular playing time unless manager Joe Espada changes his hardline stance on limiting Yordan Alvarez to everyday designated hitter duties. All right, so he fearmongers twice here. The first one is Isaac Paredes is going to play regularly as long as he is hitting. And I think that the lineup today is actually an example of this. Isaac Paredes is hitting in the cleanup spot, or the 3 spot. He's hitting third or fourth. I can't remember. Anyway, he's hitting third or fourth. And you know where Christian Walker's batting? Seventh. He's hitting below Loper Fido and below Cam Smith. So you're going to tell me that Isaac Paredes, who they love offensively, they like way more than Christian Walker, who's hitting either 3 or 4th today, I can't remember, and Christian Walker's hitting 7th, and you're telling me that Isaac Paredes, their 3-hole hitter on opening day, doesn't have a path to regular playing time? Why are we being so idiotic about this?
Yeah, like if he was batting 7th instead of Christian Walker, you could go, oh, well, they must not feel great about him right now, but he's batting 3rd. Like I do think this is largely what you're going to see with the lineup. I almost just kind of wonder if it just moves down one with Pena.
Everybody just slots down.
Yeah, you go Pena, Altuve, Alvarez, and Paredes is batting 4th versus 3rd today. Like, and Joe Loperfido's batting 6th.
Loperfido takes terrible angles on baseballs, by the way. He's gonna make diving plays that I'm gonna poo-poo all over. I'm gonna get crushed.
You're gonna get crushed.
I already know what's gonna happen.
You're gonna get roasted.
Loperfido makes diving catches on like 80% catch probability.
I mean, that was the first game of his career. He made an incredible catch, but it really wasn't an incredible catch.
Yeah, he pulled the catch probability. I think it was like 75%.
Yeah, but he had to go dive for it.
Like a decent left fielder walks to it and makes the catch he's underneath it.
You're going to get more traction from Joey Loperfido than Astros lineups this year.
Maybe.
That's my prediction.
Maybe Sleeper Astros could call you a miserable loser.
I lost my password into that behind paywall thing, though. I used to have it behind the paywall that I wasn't supposed to have, but I had it, where I could pull up the catch probability as it is happening.
Okay.
And I lost the password to it, so I don't have a way to back in my way into it.
You're just going to ask for it again?
No, probably not. Because I wasn't supposed to have it. They wouldn't give it to me. No, they wouldn't. They're like, you're not privy to this. But yeah, you're right. But please, it's not going to matter.
Shout out to Jamie Jaime in our YouTube chat. Has the Chandler Rome Twitter profile picture.
Oh, that's so good.
I like that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I love a good bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I like a Rome that shows up in our Twitch chat every now and then,
yeah.
too. The last part of this Fearmonger Rome was that last sentence. Joe Espada changing his hardline stance on limiting Yordan Alvarez to everyday designated hitter duties. Joe Espada 2 weeks ago said he'd been trying to tell the media all offseason that Yordan's going to play left. Like, that's verbatim.
Yeah.
That's verbatim. So, like, what do you're cherry-picking quotes that you want to listen to. Like, you're cherry-picking quotes that you want to use. And it's not a hardline stance on limiting Yordan to everyday designated hitter duties. Majority, I'll give you. But everyday, no. And Joe Espada, quite frankly and very literally said, I've been trying to tell the media that Yordan's going to play left. But 2 weeks later, here we go, unless Joe Espada changes his hardline stance on Yordan being an everyday DH. Fearmonger. Fearmonger Rome.
He is. He's fearmongering.
Why are we
time.
falling for this fearmongerer?
I don't know.
Unbelievable.
There's dummies out there. They're not junkies, so they're not super smart.
Yeah. Brian Barnhart's going to join us at 4:15. When we come back, what is the best and worst case scenario for the Astros pitching staff this year. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from St. Arnold on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Your contenders are picked, the upsets are looming, and yet you still haven't decided where you're going to watch the games. Twin Peaks is the #1 seed for the tournament. Every game on wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree drafts from tip-off till overtime, Miller Lite, Coors Light, pretty much whatever you want to get, and every scratch-made bite makes the highlight reel. And that's not the only thing right now. Twin Peaks Shenandoah has officially elevated its guest experience with the opening of a new state-of-the-art cigar bar, 18310 North Highway in Shenandoah, Texas. You got over 60 premium cigar brands, plus your 29-degree craft beers and beers on tap. Excellent time. I love a good cigar bar. Cannot wait to get out to Shenandoah for the first time to go to a Twin Peaks and check out the cigar bar as well. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Live at St. Arnold for opening day. National holiday opening day is. And then, just on top of that, you got a little Sweet 16 basketball down the road. Fun doubleheader coming up tonight.
Can't
between
wait.
Nebraska and Iowa.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Texas game.
And then Houston and Illinois. We'll be joined by Brian Barnhart, Illinois radio play-by-play guy, coming up in 15 minutes. Do you have a feel on the Nebraska-Iowa game?
I like Nebraska just because I like Hoiberg. Like, I am a fan. So I lean Nebraska in this one. I did see some Iowa fans here earlier, though.
Yeah.
They're getting their pregame going already, which I don't blame them.
I rode down the elevator with an Iowa fan.
How was the mix downtown?
It was. It's a pretty diverse city, Brian. No, it was a good mix. I saw a little bit of everything. More U of H fans. But, I mean, it's still kind of early for the games, though, right?
Sure. Yeah.
The games don't start until 6:20 or whatever. I was at the Toyota Center from about 1:45 to about 2:30. So there still wasn't a whole lot of foot traffic there. Now, where we're staying downtown, there are Astro fans all over the place.
Oh, I'm sure.
All over the place. So it's more, more baseball still. But, yeah, there's a lot of people. A lot of people in the city today. It's great. And the weather's good, right? Like,
it's a perfect day
sunny.
for this.
We're here underneath the outside of the beer garden, which has the shade. It has the fan. It feels perfect right now.
Yeah, this is a great day for opening day.
The only slight issue I have.
What's that?
Is I can't have a cold beer.
Well, yeah, because you got to work tonight.
Can't have a cold beer.
Yeah.
Which, I'm just salivating over
Now-
here, like Pavlov's dog with the St. Arnold beer.
Brian said they got great root beer.
Oh, I might try root beer.
Great orange soda.
I'm more of a root beer guy. I might get a root beer, actually.
Yeah.
Root beer
I might get a root beer.
Root beer's great.
Yeah,
Root beer here's great.
It puts a little hair on your chest,
Have you ever had the alcoholic or alcohol?
I think
root
it's
beer?
called spiked root
Spiked,
beer.
whatever.
Yeah.
I know. Joe's dumb. I get it. It's so good.
No, it's yeah.
You went to Joe's dumb really quick.
Joe's
Joe's becoming very defeatist.
Here's the
It's like,
thing.
I know, I'm dumb. Sorry.
I can't get yesterday out of my head, guys. Like, yesterday was an all-time bad day.
Did that ruin you?
It makes me feel ruined.
You said you were going to tell your wife about it.
I did
What was
tell
the
her.
reaction?
She was just embarrassed. I texted her during the show, and I was like, hey, we need to go out to dinner tonight. She goes, what's going on? I was like, had a bad day. Need a bottle of wine to, help me feel a
How
little
much
better.
did you let Dana have?
She had half.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah.
I thought you were going to take 3/4 of that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if your half is different than her half.
It is, yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
It is different.
Junkie says Chandler Rome is softer than baby poop emoji. Another junkie, you guys should take it up a half notch and just start doing play-by-play of the Astros game until 7:90 sends you a cease and desist. No.
No,
We're not
they're
gonna do
already
live
probably in
play-by-play.
a bad mood today. It's fine. We can leave them alone.
Why do you think they're in a bad mood?
Because Blum was on our station. Jeff
Oh.
Blum, great guest on Dell's show.
He doesn't work for 790.
No, he kind of used to.
He doesn't anymore?
No.
He doesn't do the live hits with him?
Nope. He's free agent.
I think I'm on 790 tonight, actually.
You probably are.
I think they moved the game over.
Yeah, well, that makes
because
sense.
Texas is on what, 740?
Yeah,
950?
Or
yeah.
950?
Yeah, we're normally on 950. We're on 790 tonight.
Know your teammates.
What's that?
I said know your teammates, but Brian doesn't know ball. But I think we put a YouTube video up today with Dell and Blum. It was awesome to have him here. It was great.
Yeah, it's an awesome time. So what is worst and best case scenario for this Astros pitching staff, Joe? Because this is I like the pitching staff, but I'm also willing to admit that there's a lot of unknown with this pitching staff. Who knows what Imai does in America? Who knows what Burrows does as second real year as a starting pitcher in the big leagues and taking a step up, right, with the Astros over the Pirates. What does Christian Javier bounce back look like? Does Lance McCullers have a bounce back? Do we eventually see Arrighetti in this rotation? Who knows? Do we eventually see Ryan Weiss in this rotation? Who knows? So I do think that there's a wide range of results, more than normal for this team. Like years past, you can kind of predict what's going to happen. Framber Valdez is going to give you 190 innings, sub 3.5 ERA. Hunter Brown taking that next level. So you kind of had a little better feel and predictability of what the Astros pitching staff rotation was going to look like. This year, I mean, it's very uncertain. It has a chance to be good, but I also think that the worst case could be pretty stinking bad.
Yeah, I think it has a chance to be great, to be honest with you. Like what we've seen from Burrows and Imai in spring, I think you can get to the playoffs and say, if you're in a 3-game series, 5-game series, whatever it is, and say you feel confident going Imai, Burrows, obviously with Hunter Brown starting first, but feel confident in all 3 of those guys that they can win you a playoff game. There's also the scenario where you go, I really hope Imai opts out of that contract and tries to get more money elsewhere, even though he was not that good for the Astros.
That's unlikely.
It feels unlikely, right? So you're going to be begging him to opt out of his contract, which is not going to happen if he's bad. That Lance McCullers falls apart. That Spencer Arrighetti, if he has to come up and replace McCullers at some point, then isn't the guy we thought he was going to be, 2 years ago. At this point, I think there is a really high, top 10 rotation ceiling. I think there's also a bottom 10 floor, where it can really range on what this rotation can look like. And it probably just ends up right in the middle, where one guy's good, one guy's bad, but can you get a good Javier and a good McCullers, and you might have the best rotation in baseball, honestly.
I think he fell. That's kind of where I stand. It's
I don't know if your cord's going to go that far.
I'm agile.
Okay.
I'm agile. I'm like a what do they call it? A Chester cat?
I was worried about you picking that up with Mommy's wrist.
Well, I use my left.
Good call.
I was strategic on the usage of my hands. My wrist, Mommy's wrist, though. I know the junkies have been they've been clamoring to know what my recovery process has been like. Because I've been using that arthritis cream, and they got inflammation pills. The recovery's been good. I'm starting to feel like my old self a little bit.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Astros, I think the top end ceiling is okay. Hunter Brown is going to be Cy Young contender. Ace, not an ace. That debate, don't really care. But he can be a top 3 Cy Young guy again. He did it last year, so obviously that's his upward ceiling. Imai, maybe Imai just comes to America and he's really, really good, right? He turns into a number, not like an ace guy, not a Cy Young guy, but maybe he's a top 20 Cy Young guy. Mm-hmm. Maybe he's an under 3.5 ERA guy, where you're not necessarily getting the innings of Fromber, but you're replacing the ERA of Fromber. Maybe Burrows is going to be kind of that same mold. I think can't handle this little 5-mile-per-hour breeze over here, where he's kind of in that same mold. Maybe he can be an Imai, where he kind of graduates to a number 2 starter caliber. And then Javier McCullers, they don't need to be nuts, but they just need to be competent, right? That gives you a pretty good starting 5.
Yeah.
And then Arrighetti you can throw in the mix. Who knows about why starting the year in the bullpen. So that's best case scenario. Now, worst case scenario, which I do think is in play. Again, I think it's a wide range because of the relatively unknown of these starting pitchers. What if Mike Burrows is just who he was last year at Pittsburgh, where he's a 4-ish ERA guy, but he can't even get out of the 5th inning?
That's a problem.
What if Imai doesn't translate to America? There's been a lot of pitchers that have come from that side of the country, that side of the earth, that have not been able to really establish themselves in Major League Baseball. So that is in play. What if Christian Javier can never get the induced vertical break again? And it's living at 17 and he's throwing 91 and he's getting shelled. That's in play. What if Lance McCullers looks like what Lance McCullers looked like last year? That's in play. So, that's why the range of possibilities are very, very high. And, look, I understand it's opening day and we're all optimistic and we're all hopeful, and I hope that is, more positive than negative. I just think we have to also understand how it can turn. And if worst case scenario, or if it's a little closer to worst case scenario, the trickle-down effect of what that can do to your bullpen, too, always taxed, always, having to throw tons of innings. Now it has the trickle-down effect where your bullpen's terrible, too.
Yeah, I was on a Inside the Icebox, the OG Inside the Icebox.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We dropped that on YouTube today, and it airs on radio tomorrow as Carlos Correa flies out with bases loaded. How do you feel like do you feel like this entire season with Imai is going to be kind of a roller coaster about his contract, of where people are, I cannot believe they didn't just lock him up, and then the next start is, how do they give him these opt-outs when he's just going to stay here because he's bad?
No, I think it was the only way they could get it done.
Which is weird, because a couple of these Japanese guys this year just came in way lower than expected. I like the idea of the opt-outs, but I hope he's opting out because he's awesome. That's my biggest hope for this season.
Yeah.
Is that he's incredible. It's like when we used to talk about Bobby Slowick, right? About if Bobby gets a head coaching job, you got a new OC. It's a problem, but it's a great problem to have. I hope we're having that problem with Imai this year. But he's the one that, to me, is, when you talk about floor versus ceiling, he might be the guy that swings it the most in the positive direction.
See, I think it could be Burrows.
You think it's Burrows?
I think they're in the same tier.
Sure.
Lance and Javier, my hope is just that they stay in the rotation, right? They can be decent back into the rotation guys where you're not searching in AAA. Hey, Colton Gordon, can you be better than Christian Javier? I don't want to get to the spot where they're you can't afford to pitch them anymore, which is likely. I mean, you got there last year with McCullers. Mm-hmm. Lance McCullers was unpitchable last year, and they were creating injuries from him. Surprised he didn't get Mommy's wrist. Christian Javier became pretty close to being unpitchable late last season. So the goal for them, my goal for them, is that, and I know it's not their goal, but it's my goal for them. If they're just competent Major League Baseball starters in the 4 and the 5th spot, great. And I know this isn't the exact order, but the exact order is overrated anyways. But those guys, I just want to, keep their head above water, stay in the rotation. Whereas Burrows and Imai, I'm looking for, can one of these guys develop into your number 2? Whoever's not developing into the number 2, can he close out what is a very good starting pitcher trio? I think it's possible. But I think that this time of year we probably look very much at the most optimistic scenario. We probably gloss over the other, range of it being not as optimistic.
Yeah, I think the other part with what you're just talking about there is if I had to pick one guy to fall apart and say you have to remove him from the rotation, I would prefer it to be McCullers because his contract is up at the end of the season where Javier is locked in for, 2 more years after this. So
I think it's 1 more year.
Oh, no, I think you're right. You need Javier to be what he was. You don't have to have him, leading a no-hitter like he was in the World Series, but I used to be Christian Javier's biggest fan when he really only had 2 pitches. And we saw that third pitch get brought into the game a little bit last year. But it's really that rising fastball that has been the problem for him recently that is the biggest question. And he, if he's a problem this year, it raises a lot of questions about just like the future of the Astros rotation.
He's the new McCullers, right? Where he's like counting down the
you're
clock
right.
for his
You're
contract
right.
to expire. Now, and to be fair to Javier, his stuff was a little bit better in his last spring training start. His velo was up a little bit, up a tick or 2. The IVB was up a tick or 2, which maybe he's trending in the right direction. My hope for them is just that they're competent big league starters. And look, maybe just one of them, right? And you're right, more Javier than McCullers, because maybe Eric Getty can be that competent starter.
Sure.
Maybe Weiss can be that competent starter. So your hope is that your top 3s for sure, Hunter Brown, Burrows, Imai, and you can count on them for 30 starts this season. And then you're searching for 2 other guys that can be competent. Javier McCullers will get the first crack at it. Eric Getty's going to be the 6th man of the rotation. Ryan Weiss can go into games. And then you got some guys down in AAA that, you can count on for a spot start here and there. Jason Alexander still in this organization. Colton Gordon still in this organization. J.P. Francis still in this organization. You expect to get Ronel Blanco back this year. You expect to get Hayden Wesneski back this year. So you have some options. They're just no guarantees.
We got Lolo, too. I said that
That's
bad.
right. Ulola.
Where he could be an option for you this year, too.
He
potentially.
walks so many. I think eventually he's going to be a reliever.
That makes sense.
I just think his control's not good enough to be a starter in baseball.
If you thought that now and you were Dana Brown, would you make that transition earlier?
No.
In the minors, or just hold on a little bit?
No. Because if you don't believe that he can be a starter in the bigs and he goes in like his, gangbusters in AAA, maybe that's an arm that you can flip at the deadline for a decent bat.
Sure.
So no, I wouldn't. The starters have way more value than relievers. If you don't think he's going to be a starter in the bigs, I think you just keep him as a starter, use him as trade bait, and then if you have to call him up to the bullpen, you just all right. Let's see if you can take off. Most pitchers start off as starters anyways, and then eventually get transitioned to relievers. Yeah, pretty close to the big leagues.
Josh Hader started as a starter, even.
Abreu,
Chapman.
Yeah. It's
Those
a fun
kind of
game
guys.
we're playing here. 713-780 ESPN. Stroll poll today. What?
Sassy.
Stroll poll today has an option for. It reminded me of that game where you just go back and forth naming guys.
Oh, well, that's just like what dudes do.
Right, I know. That's why I said it was a great game. Stroll poll today has an option for Jordan hits 40 bombs. Let's go. I think it's in play. See if you can give me a root beer, Brian. Brian is not even asking, what do we want? He's like, I want this food, I want this food, I want that food. He didn't even ask us if we wanted anything. You see that?
I saw it.
I'm going to order you a root beer. Settle down. You are sassy. Joe's right.
Eric the Buyer, how can y'all do play-by-play on the show if the game doesn't start until 6:05? Joe made me retire the bit, so we can't do that.
Retired.
We can't do it. That was an example of why Paredes should bat in front of Jordan. Works a walk, 2 on. They don't walk Jordan. Yep, you're right. I agree with you. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's talk some college basketball. Brian Barnhart calls the radio play-by-play for the Fightin' Illini. Let's talk to Brian Barnhart when we come back. Go beyond enemy lines with Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, 97.9 live from St. Arnold. First, I'm going to tell you about the greatness that is Pro Dunk. Pro Dunk is the very best. They have the highest quality basketball goals in the market. They've been making the highest quality basketball goals since 1984. They got a tempered glass backboard for you. Gets you that true, authentic feel off the glass, off the backboard. It is awesome. It's got that breakaway rim, which is great for you as well. You can throw down some jams. You can hang on it. And you're not going to worry about a thing because the breakaway rim is going to keep you safe. They got the extended overhang, too, for all your weak-ankled people. You don't have to worry about rolling your ankle on the basketball stanchion because it's clear and it's out of the way. Also, you can accept that stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof for you, which is awesome. You have to have that in Houston. And it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. It is great. Their accessories, top-notch. LED light kits for night play. Backstop, it's pole pad lettering, and lots more. Plus, you got to check out Thor. Thor's awesome. They have the lightning adjust feature on Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. But they have all the goals, though. They have in-ground adjustable, portable, wall mount, roof mount. They can do it all. And they install that goal for you, too, if you want. You don't have to worry about screwing it up. They install the Pros of Pro Dunk at the perfect height, perfectly straight. So order your goal now. ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Big day in Houston sports. Great spot to watch it all, too, right here at St. Arnold, watching the Stros game. Hunter Brown in some traffic. He's in some early traffic. We'll see if he gets out of it. Still no runs at Minute Maid Park. And then you got the basketball at Toyota Center later tonight. The late game, Illinois-Houston. We'll talk to Brian Barnhart, Illinois play-by-play here shortly. And then also Iowa-Nebraska, the first game. Let's head out to the HRP guest line. Joining us now, Brian Barnhart does radio for the Fightin' Illini of Illinois. Brian, thank you for taking a few minutes, hanging out with us on a beautiful day in Houston. Lots going on. This Illinois basketball team, I think, much better than a 3 seed. Maybe some of the injuries midway through the Big Ten, a couple of losses there, might have hurt the resume a little bit. But whenever you hear people talk about Illinois, it's the offense. What makes them so good offensively?
Well, first of all, great to be on. Welcome to the Big Ten Tournament South a little bit here, right? The 3 Big Ten teams. But no, it's great to be on. Yeah, offensively, they pass the ball really well. Their spacing is good. They can spread the floor. You know, the 7-foot twins, Ivasic twins, can shoot it from out there. Now, they haven't shot it well lately, but they have that capability. Mirkovic is kind of a point forward. He distributes the ball really well. They just are so efficient offensively. They don't waste a lot of possession. Where they've been defeated is if they get out-rebounded. They're a really good rebounding team. If the rebounds are fairly close as the game goes on, it's usually a really close game, and they come up short in a couple, 3 or 4 overtime games. But they've been in every game. Offense is not an issue because of their spacing. It's not like they run up and down the floor, but they are just so crisp with their passing. They don't foul defensively a lot. They don't send teams to the line, and they make about 80% of their free throws. So all of those factors kind of result in what, for most of the year, was the number 1 offense in KenPom in the country.
You know, I got a lot of friends that went to the University of Illinois, and I think back to when John Gross was there, and we talk now about here in Houston about the impact that Kelvin Sampson has had on the Cougars program. But what's it just been like since Brad Underwood took over and really got, you know, Illinois back to where you want that basketball program to do? It feels so much different than it did in the Gross era. More like what it was, more like when Bill Self was there.
Yeah, it's funny because when I started almost 25 years ago, Bill Self was the coach before he left for Kansas. And as a younger broadcaster at the time doing play-by-play, and I grew up near Champaign, so I'm an Illini fan since I was a little kid. But, you know, I remember all the Lou Henson years, the success that Lon Kruger had. And when I took over the games, you know, we're competing for the Big Ten championship. We're Sweet 16 and Elite 8 in 01. You know, Bruce Weber makes it all the way to the championship game in 05, and I just kind of thought this is the way it's always going to be, you know, and you can't take that stuff for granted, as you all in Houston, you know, knew after the 80s and everything that happened there, and then you went through a down period. And so it was, you know, we didn't go to the NCAA tournament for 5 or 6 years in a row, and then Brad comes in, and the first couple of years he struggles and, you know, rebuilding everything. But since about 2019, 2020, the year that COVID moved in, they were headed for the tournament that year and had great players, Trent Frazier, Kofi Coburn, on down the list, Ayo Dosunmu eventually out of Chicago, and that really got it rolling. And now even in this new era where you're putting together rosters all the time, you know, Brad Underwood has gone overseas. He's pulled in these guys from the Balkans. He landed Keaton Wadler, a little bit under the radar player in the state of Kansas. And that combination, he's got one of the best teams he's had this year with the current group.
Being joined by Brian Barnhart, Illinois radio play-by-play. Houston and Illinois coming up at the Toyota Center a little bit later tonight. You know, a lot is made about the offense for Illinois, and just touched on it there. Very good offense, but you look at the numbers. I think underrated defensively too. 3rd in the Big Ten in opponent field goal percentage. 3rd in the Big Ten in opponent three-point percentage. Do you think they're a little underrated on that side of the floor?
Yeah, probably. You know, I think so. The offense gets so much attention. Now, early in the year, November, and of course teams change, as you guys know, between November and March. But in November and early December, they were struggling defensively. They just weren't very solid, and they kind of changed things up after they lost to Nebraska at home on a buzzer beater. They went and won 12 in a row, and defense was a big part of that run. Now, during that 12-game winning streak they had, Kylan Boswell got hurt, Andrei Stojakovic got hurt, and so the numbers slipped a little bit towards the end of that time frame. Another loss at home to Wisconsin in overtime was a key part of that. And then they've been a little more consistent here lately, especially in the tournament. These first two games, they've been outstanding defensively. So, yeah, the numbers have fluctuated a little bit defensively. At one point, I think they were in the top 20 or 25, and it's moved up and down a little bit, defensive efficiency. But they are so good rebounding. They out-rebound opponents by plus 11, plus 10 or 11. They get a lot of offensive rebounds. I know Coach Sampson talked about that quite a bit in his press dealings earlier this week. And so that, their defense, I would agree with you, is underrated to a point. They've had their moments where it hasn't been as good, but their offense has been so good that even in those games where they haven't been as efficient defensively, they've been in just about every game, with the exception of a game with UConn and a game with Michigan.
You mentioned how Wagler was under-recruited out of Kansas. I mean, what did you know about him when he got on campus, and what have you seen that growth from him from when he was there to where he is now? Because he's obviously projected lottery pick and a very important player for the Illini.
Yeah, he was. It's a great story, and hey, he's a great kid. It's one of those stories. Recruiting. There's so much focus on, the 4-star, 5-star ratings. The circuit that the guys play on for the summer leagues or the different leagues that there are. And he was kind of just a guy on kind of the back courts. He wasn't on the headliner courts. And when you're not on the headliner courts, then the numbers don't, feed in and people don't pay attention. And so Illinois paid attention. Tyler Underwood, Brad Underwood's son, had a connection to somebody at Oklahoma State when Brad had coached there that was coaching Keaton Wagler. And, this guy kept telling folks that, hey, we've got a player here if you're interested. And only really Illinois and Minnesota were the only two major schools that were interested. Now, teams in the Missouri Valley were interested. There were some other schools that, were taking a look at him. But Illinois was the first major school to jump in and see what an efficient passer he was. But even when he came to Champaign guys in the fall, people were like, well, he'll get some minutes. He'll probably share time to get back up to Kylan Boswell. And then word started coming out of camp that this kid could surprise you. This kid's the real deal. And he just hasn't stopped. I mean, from the opening start of the season, he has been so consistent. He is unrattable. I don't know if that's a word, but he doesn't get rattled. He had the 46 points at Purdue. That got the nation's attention. And then teams have tried pretty much since to try every kind of defense to slow him down. But he doesn't have to score 25 or 30 points. If you look over the last month or so, he's only scored like 20 points or more once because he gets 7 or 8 assists. He gets 5, 6, 7 rebounds. If teams are going to double team him or they're going to try to take him away, he finds teammates. He's kind of like a quarterback, run-pass option quarterback, that he takes whatever the defense gives him and makes his teammates better, but he doesn't have to score 35 or 40. Now, certainly if he does, and we might need that in some point here, whether it's tonight or somewhere else, but he's got that capability. But he has been so unflappable, never changes his demeanor, doesn't get frustrated, and he's made himself into a lottery pick.
Yeah, us radio guys can make up our own words, Brian. It's all right. No worries.
Yeah,
Brian, we appreciate the insight. Yeah, well, I don't know how to spell it all. We talk for a living. We don't have to know how to spell. But, Brian, appreciate the insight. Thank you so much. We'll see you over here at the arena here pretty soon.
All right, sounds good.
That's Brian Barnhart, Illinois radio. Really good Illini team. Really good team. I've seen a lot of people talking about how this is a Final Four type of matchup, and I cannot disagree with them. Let's talk a little bit about the matchup. Let's talk a little bit about the 4 Sweet 16 matchups coming up tonight, 2 in Houston, 2 somewhere else, out in California, actually. We do that when we return. It's Jeremy and Joe live from St. Arnold on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business, and they open their doors with one mission: making a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason that people come to D&M has only grown. They're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little. At D&M, you don't get a rookie. Their average manager has been there for 20 years, salesperson for 10 years. So you're working with someone that knows how to save you money and protect you from depreciation and design a lease around your life. So if your payments are too high, you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want that smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
Oh, okay. No music. Ryan got into a car wreck earlier, and he's immediately putting a car wreck on the radio program. Ryan, I hope you're well. You might not be well after the show, though.
Sorry,
just
I'm
kidding.
so
Just
sorry.
kidding. It's Joe and Jeremy out at St. Arnold. Great time. Astros again, squandering an opportunity. So we all ordered. What are you laughing at, Brian? We all ordered a crawfish roll.
Yeah.
All three of us ordered a crawfish roll.
All ordered the same thing.
They brought one out before the other two.
Yeah, Brian
Guess who
got
took
this.
it?
Brian.
They
handed it to me because you guys were talking.
The non-talent took the first crawfish roll out here. Can you believe that?
I can because you guys have to talk more.
Usually the producer
and I ordered mine first.
Waits to the very end.
Oh,
you know, a producer over here depriving the talent from eating.
It's
unbelievable.
Oh,
Philip's here. What's up, Philip? Always good to see you.
Talent
How you
producer
doing?
intern.
I remember. Yeah. I was Max Verstappen's my junkie of the day. In fact, we'll get into that a little bit later. But Philip is here. Philip, a resident Twitcher, works right across the street, and every time we're over here, he always comes over here and says hello. So good to see you, Philip. One of the only Twitchers we know in person. All the other ones hide their identity for some reason. 75 smart of J-Bone to get a dark beer so it looks like a root beer. It is a root beer.
It's a root beer.
It is a root beer. I'll let you have a drink of it if you show your ugly face. Joe, if you have a lot of friends who went to Illinois, you should have cheated on their homework. You hear this guy, J-Bone, this is what you sound like when you talk about the Cougs. Is that good or bad?
I thought he was great.
Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know if that was an insult or I don't know if that was a dig or a compliment. I don't know.
I think it was intended to be a dig, but I think it was a compliment because he was very talented.
Yeah,
I enjoyed him.
I don't know.
Great parties in Illinois.
This guy gives me a Dave South vibe. Dave South was a legend. A legend. There goes a man. He's got a man.
You should have emulated his style.
Texas Aggies.
Never say a player's name.
There goes a man. Oh, these look phenomenal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This looks very good. You don't mind if I just eat this, right?
I'm
and
glad
you go ahead and do the rest of the
finally got
segment.
food.
Yeah,
I've
Brian.
been here since 10 a.m. I don't want to talk about myself.
Yeah, but that was.
I was kidding.
The reason you're here at 10 a.m., though, I'm going to have to out you a little bit here.
Well,
that was partly your fault, Joe.
Well, yeah, the speaker was in my car.
Would you thought we started early today?
No,
or
the speaker was in my car.
Oh.
So I had to bring it. I had to bring the T-shirts as well.
The good-looking shirts.
Yeah.
Swing on by. We're at St. Arnold, if you haven't noticed. Great spot to watch the ball game. Still no runs in said ball game. Great pregame spot if you're headed over to the basketball a little bit later. It's just a great spot all the time. The food is phenomenal. The cold beer is phenomenal. The cold root beer is phenomenal as well. So he talked about Illinois, Houston. I've watched so much Illinois this
Really?
week. Yeah. I've watched a few of their games. I've listened and have watched and have read every single piece of item or every piece of information about this game. Illinois is good, man.
Do you feel like
Illinois good?
What was Kelvin saying the other day when he started watching him? He felt like a fan because it was just how much he was enjoying watching them play basketball.
They play offense so well.
Yeah, they're a fun team. I think the the games tonight that are here in Houston are very, and so are the Texas and Purdue game and the Arkansas and Arizona, but the games here tonight are really interesting. And this matchup, a good offensive team, as you said, they're good on defense too, Illinois, but then you have the Cougs who have more of the experience. And that's what I feel like this game's going to ultimately come down to, is that the Cougs have guys like Sharp who've been there before. They've done that, and that's why I think they're going to get the win tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. If you have Cougar questions, 713-780-ESPN. We're just flying by the seat of our pants today. So you can ask us whatever you want to ask us. You got some basketball questions for the NCAA games today, feel free. I think it's going to be a game for whoever wins the boards. Because, Illinois' offense, great, right? Average almost 85 points a game. Their KenPom offensive efficiency, number 2 in the country. They've been number 1 at times. You look at their shooting, though, and their shooting's not phenomenal. 47% from the field. That was 10th in the Big Ten. 9th in the Big Ten in three-point shooting at 35%. Now, what's interesting is that they all can make threes. Every single player on their roster can make threes and will shoot threes. From their point guard to their center. From their 1 through their 5, they'll all shoot the threes. The Ivasic twins, both of them will shoot the threes. Tomislav, 32% shooter. His twin brother, Zvonimir, 29% three-point shooter. So, they will shoot it, and they're both, right around the 30% range, low 30s. So, they'll shoot threes. Merkovic, David Merkovic.
Man, you had to
from
put
Montenegro.
some work in.
Yeah, a little bit of the pronunciation guide.
There's a lot of bitches in that Illinois lineup.
Yeah, I was watching. What's the Illinois? Is it the Score? What's the one in Chicago? Is it the Score?
Yeah.
I was watching a lot of their clips because they had Brad Underwood on,
Sure.
and they were talking about it. And I was trying to think. One of the guys goes, the Ivasic twins, Merkovic, Stojakovic, Petrovic. I think they have an itch to win it all. It made me laugh. It was far better than that debacle that Brian just said. But
I was actually copying Granado. That was his joke.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So now does it sound better?
No, it's better.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
much better.
I think it's worse. I mean, you stole it.
So that's the thing,
Because
though.
I thought it was funny.
You're not above that.
Well, I thought it was. I know I'm not.
So why is Illinois great offensively? It's not because they're a great shooting team. They're a solid shooting team, and they can shoot the three from all over. But whenever you have 5 guys on the floor who can shoot, they're going to space you out. So they're going to be able to attack you a little bit, better, easier, depending on your defenders. But they're a really good offensive rebounding team. They average 13.5 offensive rebounds a game. That led the Big Ten. It's one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the entire country. So if you can limit them to their first shot, which their first shot, okay, pretty good, but they're great offensively because they get offensive rebounds and they don't turn the basketball over, so they get way more shots on goal. So if you can limit their shots on goal, that to me is where the game's going to be won or lost.
What are the Cougs average per game on offensive rebound? Do you know?
I think it's right around 13-1.
Well, that's what's interesting is because that last game, obviously, the Cougs versus
12-8,
A&M.
12-8.
They didn't shoot the ball particularly well to start the game against A&M, but they were just getting board after board after board. So you have two teams that kind of stylistically in that way are similar, where they might not shoot the ball very well, but they're going to get multiple opportunities every single time. So it's just who wins that battle. It might just come down to that tonight. Like how does the Cougs attack the glass, defend the glass to get the win? I mean, I think this is going to be the game of the weekend. I'm not just saying that because you're on the Cougs call, Jeffrey.
Well, I hope it's not the game of the weekend. I want Houston to win by 20, but I don't disagree with you.
I think it's going to be a really good game tonight.
I don't disagree with you. 713-780-ESPN. If you have some college basketball questions, we're here to answer them. This is your chance. One of the areas that I watched an Illinois guy do breakdowns of the Houston Cougars. He did a tape study basically, and they put it on their website, whatever the Illinois Go Cougs is or whatever. They it made me actually feel a little bit differently about Bucky McMillan. He was pointing some things out on tape where they're not fundamentally sound and they don't have great plan. It's okay.
Yeah, but I see
that's interesting.
That's interesting, but yes, I can see that as you say that, but you do look at that team, and as we talked about, I mean, their entire team was gone when he took the job. He had to bring in a whole new roster.
Yeah, but it's more scheme stuff.
Okay.
It's more coached up to a certain scheme, not having great defensive principles, making it easy. But maybe that's just one guy's opinion. And they were playing a good basketball team,
a great basketball
which
team.
exposes you a little bit.
I would just want to see what it looks like with his roster because I'm curious about Bucky. I think you got 3 really good coaches right now between the 3 big programs here in Houston or in Texas. Sorry.
So anyway, a lot of talk has been about the Illinois offense, right? Number 2 in KenPom offensive efficiency. Houston's defense, number 4 in KenPom defensive efficiency. So you have strength on strength, right? a top 5 offense in the country, top 5 defense in the country. So that's all everybody's talking about. What I haven't really seen talked about a whole lot is the Houston offense versus the Illinois defense. Like that really hasn't been a huge breakdown of this game. It's mostly like top 5 offense, top 5 defense, clash of styles, boom, boom, boom. I've seen very little conversation about Houston offense versus Illinois defense.
Where do you feel like compared to – which one's stronger? Is it the Cougs offense or the Illinois defense?
If you just want KenPom efficiencies, Houston's 10 in KenPom offensive efficiency, Illinois' 24th in defensive efficiency. Okay. Here, like my thought is, like, I think Illinois' offense is great, and I think they have an underrated defense. I think Houston's defense is great, and they have an underrated offense. So it's an interesting clash.
Yeah, well, and what would you prefer to have? Like that great defense,
a
and
terrible
underrated
team, and a free pass.
Well, yeah, I know. See, I think I like the Cougs side of that more, where the elite defense, underrated offense more. I would just rather rely on my defense in a tournament like this, where everything's kind of a toss-up. Every game's different.
Yeah. See, I look at it more from a personnel perspective.
Sure.
Like, I don't really – like, the numbers is one thing, because it's like two teams are trying to game plan on how they're going to beat the other. So, like, the numbers kind of get thrown out the window a little bit. Illinois defensively, like, you know, solid defense, good defense. I'm very eager to see what Houston's plan is against them. Like, reading some of the little conversation about, like, what Illinois might try to do is mostly from this guy that did that film study. It's like Illinois like to do drop coverage and pick and rolls. They don't really turn you over, but they don't ever foul.
Interesting.
And what they try to do is they force you into bad shots. So, like, they're willing to, like, they're not going to pressure you. They're not going to sit there and try to turn you over. They're not going to, like, reach in, go for steals, because they don't foul and they don't turn teams over, but they force you into very low percentage shots. So they run you off the three-point line. They try to keep you out of the paint. They try to make you settle on the mid-range jumper. So, like, is that an area where Kingston Flemings can get to his mid-range jumper? And if Kingston Flemings is making his mid-range jumper, like, how much does that boost Houston? I think that's an area that I'm looking forward to watching. Like, does Kingston have that mid-range jumper falling? What Houston's offense looks like against Illinois' defense, and then how Houston can handle, you know, this prolific, maybe the best offense in the entire country.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, just like as you're saying, like the style of clashes and of these matchups and what they do and what teams do well. And the thing is neither team does really anything poorly. Like they're just good at everything, but also elite at some things. So it's just a really interesting matchup between of who's best is going to outweigh the other one's best. And I do think Kingston's obviously one to watch tonight. The other thing for me that's important is Sharp in the foul trouble.
Yeah.
Like you just don't want to have him missing large chunks of game time tonight because you need that shooting, that ability.
I'll go one further.
Sure.
He's probably going to draw the Wagler assignment.
Is Wagler good on defense?
He's long.
Okay.
So he can defend a bit. But, like, Sharp's going to get the Wagler assignment. Like,
yeah.
Sharp, unless, they throw a curveball. But Sharp always gets the best scorer on the other team.
Yeah.
He got DeBonsa. He got Peterson. He always gets the top guard on the other team. So I imagine he's going to be on Wagler. So that's another thing. Like, keeping him on the floor because of his shooting is important. But keeping him on the floor because he's your best perimeter defender, probably more important.
Yeah, as long as he's out there, I think the Cougs have a really good chance in tonight's game. Well, of course they have a good chance. They're favored to win the basketball game. But I am curious to see just how Flemings handles this next step, too, against Illinois.
Yeah.
Like how he handles the pressure of this game. Because we know that in the tournament at this point, this is where teams with elite-level freshmen can be separated from championship contenders to just guys. Like we know ACAP's probably going to have a good game tonight. I think Flemings will.
Why do you think that?
Because it's awesome on offense.
Arizona's awesome on defense.
I know. No, A-Cup's terrible on defense, so it'll bounce out throughout the entire game. But I think he's the best offensive player left in the tournament, A-Cup.
Yeah. We'll get to some of your college basketball questions, and we'll look at the other three games as well. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line live at St. Arnold. Hunter Brown, he got lifted. Got lifted in the fifth. What was his pitch count at?
It was 102.
Okay, that's a good time to lift
And then
him.
blue ball was nasty there.
What was it? Was it good morning, good afternoon, good night?
Yeah, I think
they
it
strike
was.
him out on 3 pitches?
It looked like it.
I was looking down. So yeah, so blue ball looked very, very good. That's nice. Still no score though. Hunter Brown. That's Hunter Brown's MO though. Like ace, number one, whatever. Like it's all kind of semantics. It's like words and what stuff. But where can Hunter Brown improve? Where can Hunter Brown get better?
Pitch count.
Going deeper into games. Yep. And And I understand that they were watching him because it's start number 1, but he's still got the pitch count over 100. Like I wouldn't think
102.
I wouldn't think 102 pitches on opening day, his first start of the year. It's 102 pitches in 4 2/3. So it really wasn't them babying him. You know what I mean?
His last spring start was 83. So this is obviously the most he's thrown. I mean, it's honestly, going to 102 is a surprise. You could have argued he shouldn't even have gone out there for the 5th inning.
Right.
But yeah, blue ball was 3 up, 3 down, got the K. Got out of there.
Man.
Low Profito, the only hit for the Astros right now. Great roster choice.
Can I nitpick a little bit?
Sure.
I don't really love 3-pitch strikeouts.
Okay. Let's explain.
Because you want a first pitch ground out?
No. No.
I didn't know if you're talking about a pitch efficiency.
Now, there's context here.
Okay.
If strike 3 is a chase, whatever. I don't love throwing a strike on an 0-2 count. Now, if you get a chase there, totally okay. You get a chase on an 0-2 count, totally okay.
But if you put one in the zone on 0-2.
I don't think you should throw an 0-2 pitch in the zone ever, quite frankly.
That's
now,
fair.
I hate it when it's 3 feet outside. I think it should be competitive. I think it should be a competitive pitch where there's a chance you can get a chase.
Yeah.
But I don't like 0-2 pitches in the strike zone. That's another get off my lawn old man take.
Well, if it wasn't the strike zone, it's because he threw 99 when he got him out.
But I still don't like that. I think it should be up and elevated.
No, I get that. Yeah.
You shouldn't. I don't think you should ever throw an 0-2 pitch in the strike zone.
That makes sense.
Now, if they chase, great. But I think that it should be, a little bit off, baseball up, baseball down, baseball in. Set up your 1-2 pitch. I don't think you should challenge on 0-2. That's just, maybe it's an old man take. I don't know. All right, 713-780-3776. Your college basketball questions. We'll take a look at these other games coming up as well. We'll do that when we come back. Jeremy and Joe, live from St. Arnold, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Tournament is here. It's finally resuming after a long wait, and it is awesome. Tournament is great. Upsets are inevitable. Buzzer beaters are so much fun, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas, and it's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, assists, blocks, and much, much more. Maybe it's Bennett Sturts at Iowa. Maybe it's Hoiberg's boy at Nebraska, Darius Acuff. Joe's loves Darius Acuff. He thinks he's going to drop 30 against Arizona. Maybe it's your favorite players on Houston, Illinois, Tremont Mark, Sprayton Smith, whoever it might be. Go prove that you know ball on Underdog right now. So easy to do. Just download the Underdog app, and then, maybe you can win a lot of money, too. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash if you get all your picks right. Easy to do, fun to do. You know ball. Go prove it. Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, and you're going to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We are inside of the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Great spot to watch your sports. Great spot to watch the Stros. Great spot to just hang out. Beautiful day. Great spot. Cold beer's fantastic. These crawfish rolls. We all three got crawfish rolls, which is kind of scary that we all got the same thing. But they're very good. Very good. You can't find a bad bite in here. Brian was the first to eat all of his because he kept the first one.
Ordered it first.
Chivalry is dead here, I think. But anyways, 713-780-ESPN. Junkie, in a college setting like tonight, would you rather have the best offense or best defense? See, I don't think it's that binary. I don't think it's that rudimentary. It's just way more than that.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I prefer the defense because I think you also a lot of times get even good offenses, they struggle in the tournament. So I'd rather have the struggles of just having a bad day than your elite defense on top of that, just to make it even harder for a team like Illinois or someone else to score. So I always prefer in college the defense.
They say defense travels. Does Kingston need to have a big game for us to win tonight? I wouldn't say need.
No.
But important, sure. It doesn't have to be scoring either. It doesn't have to be he needs 30 for the Cougars to win. I mean, what if he scores 12 but he has 10 assists that lead to 8 threes? It's so big is relative. And then he has to be good defensively. Illinois has 5 guys that are going to be on the floor at all times because they can go to their – Stojakovic comes off the bench for them. Peja's boy. So, they all have to defend well. They're going to all have to play good defense. So maybe he doesn't have a great offensive night, but maybe he has his best defensive night of the year.
Which would that be great?
So, relative, sure. I think they all need to play well in order to win. Houston and Illinois. Both teams are Final Four good. Illinois, well, why are they a 3 seed? Well, Illinois lost 4 of 6 in a stretch where they were missing 2 key guys in their rotation. It dings their resume.
Yeah.
That's why you can't really pay attention to the seed that often. If they were healthy 100% of the season, and then you look at a stretch where they lose 4 of 6, okay, they're gettable. But they were without 2 of their dudes. So that you have to factor that into the equation as well.
And it was all the tournament teams as well, Michigan State, Wisconsin, UCLA, and Michigan. So the only 2 games in that stretch they won were against Indiana, who was on the outside of the bubble, and USC, who was not a tournament team.
And 2 were on the road.
Yeah.
2 were against top 10 teams on the road. So can't really look at a whole lot like that. 713-780-ESPN. 75, Kingston. Careful how you spell that, 75. Kingston will have a big game because of the Illinois setup. Hope you're right. Coug Blaze, he asks, will Houston try to speed up Illinois a little bit? You think we'll play with some tempo on offense tonight? He thinks that the Houston guards can run right past their big guys. See, I was thinking about that myself as I was just thinking about this game. I do wonder if Houston tries to run a bit when they get off. Here's the struggle, though. Is that you're going to have to commit everybody to the defensive glass, right? Illinois is going to offensive rebound like crazy. Mm-hmm. So you have to commit everybody to the glass, which if you commit everybody to the glass, it does slow you down getting into the break. But do I think Houston will try to run, even though when they send 5 to the glass? I do think that they're going to try to run and score a little bit so they don't have to, rely so much of the half-court offense. I do think that they will, but I also say that knowing that Houston's going to have to commit 5 to the defensive boards.
Yeah, they might try to run early maybe, and then – if it's not going well, Kelvin Sampson will pivot, or maybe the other way. Who do you think? Who's one of the players that maybe we haven't talked about yet that you think is the most important guy tonight? Is it Sanak? Is it Mercy?
Probably David Mirkovic.
Okay.
How Houston handles him. If he went nuts in their game against Penn, he had 29 points and 17 rebounds. He's huge. 6'9", 250. He's got some guard skills. So how you defend him, I think, is going to be important.
Which one's 23? 23 years old? I can't remember.
I don't know their ages.
Well, one of the European guys is a 23-year-old freshman.
Probably Mirkovic.
Yeah.
Because the Ivasic's are both international too. All 3 of those guys have played professionally. The Ivasic twins, they both played at SC Derby. Okay. Mirkovic played European professional ball. They're huge. They're big dudes. 7'1", 255, 7'2", 250, 6'9", 250. So, if your mind is, we're going to get out and run, well, then you're going to allow a lot of offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
So, you have to – it's kind of, two-step plan, right? Make sure you get the board, then run after that. Which it helps if your guards rebound, though. If Flemings can get it on the glass, he can grab and go. If Uzan can get some rebounds, he can grab and go. Sharp gets some rebounds, he can grab and go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be fun there. Sinak, the rebounding's big there. He's Houston's leading rebounder. So, how can you limit a good offensive rebounding team? Your best rebounder gets lots of rebounds, right? So that's going to be critical. Boxing out, that sort of thing. That'll be critical. How about these other games? Texas plays Purdue. That's the first game tonight. Purdue, 8.5-point favorite there.
I like Texas just because I don't like Purdue.
Really?
No, they just annoy me.
It feels like you have a little bit of take lock on Purdue.
Yes, I'm locked into Purdue.
Didn't you pick them to be one and done in the tournament?
Why do you hate them?
I don't know. It's just one of those. I've only had a couple people from that went to Purdue, and they all annoyed me.
I think Purdue advances tonight. I think this ends the ride. The
Cinderella
Cinderella story's over.
Yeah, I'm also a big Texas fan, so I want to make sure hook them all the way.
Are you?
Yeah.
It
just annoys Brian.
First game in Houston, Nebraska, Iowa. Well, Brian's pretty much the same amount of fan of you are.
That's true. This game.
No, I actually have the T-shirt.
I have a T-shirt.
Brian, Joe can get a T-shirt.
I have a T-shirt.
It's not that hard to get the T-shirt.
I got it from a player on the team. I got a T-shirt.
Oh, what a brag.
This game's going to be fun, Nebraska and Iowa.
Yeah, I don't know which way to go on this.
No, I don't either.
I think they're the same. Caliber. They're the same caliber.
Yeah, I know that there's a 4 versus 9 seed difference here, but Iowa, they play very similar to the way Nebraska's played a lot this year.
Yeah, it's a 4-9 seed, but Nebraska's only a 1.5 favorite, and I think that the season series is tied at a game apiece. Yeah. Nebraska won at home by 9, and they lost on the road by 5. I want to say this 9-point game went to OT. It did. So, Nebraska won a home game in overtime. Nebraska lost on the road by a couple of possessions. It's a coin flip.
It is, and Iowa played terribly. I think what this looks like about 9. They won 3 of their last 9 games in the regular season and into the Big Ten tournament, and now they're playing really well in March Madness. But I'm going to guess Nebraska tonight. I think it's a 1.5 for Nebraska right now, so it's projected to be a close game, but I'll take the Cornhuskers just because.
The Cornhuskers. I'm very eager to see what the crowd looks like, too. Nebraska fans took over Oklahoma City last week, so I'm curious to see what the Toyota Center looks like tonight.
Red. It's going to be very red.
Don't sleep on Iowa and Illinois. I saw an Illinois fan somewhere around here.
Right here.
Oh,
Carlos.
Yeah. There you go. So, don't sleep on them either. Big Ten fan bases travel. And then the only other game we haven't talked about, number 1 seed Arizona in the West region, 4 seed Arkansas. Wildcats 7.5-point favorites. Darius Acuff, of course, for the Razorbacks. Arizona's loaded. Bradley, Big 12 Player of the Year. Burry's talented freshman, probably a lottery pick. You got Koa Pete, freshman, probably a lottery pick. Krisa, their big center. Karchinkov, who's one of those 28-year-old freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
They're loaded.
I'm taking Arkansas because I love Acuff.
Okay.
I like Acuff, and I like the experience from their coach. So I'm just rolling with Arkansas. This just feels like their tournament right now. Just to keep it rolling, elite level play that you're getting from him, night in, night out.
You don't believe any of this.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I love Acuff.
You don't believe this?
Who would he be trolling?
You don't believe Texas is going to win?
No, I don't believe Texas is going to win.
Then why is he saying it, you think?
I do like Arkansas. I love Acuff.
You're picking Arkansas. If we were at a casino, you would put money on Arkansas to win.
Yeah, plus 7.5, yeah.
No, that's plus 7.5. I'm talking money line.
That's not, you said at a casino.
How much do you like Acuff? We can play money line at the casino.
I know, but he said to win.
He's my dream for the Bulls.
Oh, okay.
That's why I like Acuff.
Oh, there it is. There had to be something there.
No, I think Arizona wins this game comfortably.
If I can get the 7.5, I'll make a wager with you.
That's not what I'm talking about. You said they're going to win.
Well, I think they're going to win, but what are the odds for money line? I don't know what the money line odds are, but.
If it's minus 7.5, it's probably what, plus 310?
Something like, plus 250 to 310, somewhere in there.
Right?
I would imagine, yeah.
I think Arizona's too tough. I think Arizona's good. Arizona plays so good offensively. Arkansas, not the best defensive team.
No.
I think Arizona's going to find some advantage. Plus, they're 1 through 5, they hurt you. 1 through 5, they hurt you. So I think they're going to find some matchups that are advantageous for them. And then they play so hard defensively, and then they're very good defensively. So Acuff still might get his. But I think
as anyone else, it's kind of like what happened to BYU in their first game where DeBonsa was going nuts, but BYU was just kind of bad everywhere else. That's the way to stop Arkansas, it seems like.
Arizona's the best team I've seen Houston play all year, in person, all that. I think Illinois is very similar.
Is it a wide margin from Arizona to the next team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even with like Iowa State.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like Iowa State a lot too, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can get a little bit of blinders on for my Big 12 schools, though, so maybe I overrate the Big 12 slightly because I've seen them in person and I fall in love with their teams a little bit more.
Well, yeah, but you just said it's still a wide
I
margin
saw Arkansas
between
too,
Arizona and Iowa State. So
yeah, I would say it's pretty significant.
Okay.
Because I think Arizona is just lethal 1 through 6. 1 through 7. I forgot about Del Orso. I mean, 1 through 7, they can hurt you. Iowa State, after their big 3, there's a bit of a drop-off there. Whereas Arizona's 1 through 7, boom, dude. Iowa State's dude. Good player, young player with promise, drop off.
well, and your best player for Iowa State is what they said, questionable or game time decision.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking specifically about tonight's
but
game,
for tonight's,
I don't know. I haven't seen the latest on Jefferson.
Last I saw was just the game time decision for him.
I think they can win tomorrow without him against Tennessee. I think they desperately need him against Michigan. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's cash or trash when we come back. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. I'm cashing Ownwell. In fact, you can save cash with Ownwell. That's right. They're going to save you money on your property taxes. Property taxes keep going up. It is annoying, but it is a part of life. Now, you can fight those property taxes, and I would recommend that you do, but I wouldn't do it on your own. I would use Ownwell, ownwell.com. In fact, I do use Ownwell. They saved me money last year. I can't wait to see the process this year, how much money they saved me. And it's so easy. Last year, you just go to the websites. This year, no different. Head to the website, fill out some information. They're going to email you every step along the way, and then you don't pay until they save you money. It's risk-free. You owe nothing up front. You don't pay until Ownwell saves you money. It's great. It's my favorite thing about them. But new customers, you can expect to save, on average, $774 a year by signing up. They have an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. Shows you how good they are at their job. Also, you can join the 140,000 Houston properties that already use Ownwell. So you're in great company. 140,000 Houstonians, 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year, and they have lowered property taxes on more than 500,000 Texas. You can be one of them as well. So do not wait. Deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com, and let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com. Cash 'em or Trash 'em with Jeremy and Joe, live from St. Arnold, hanging out with the people. People here are great. Not many runs over at the dike.
No.
Low Profito, though.
That's great. I mean that sincerely. I do mean that sincerely. I know it didn't come off that way.
It did not sound sincere.
That sounds like you're
whatsoever.
angry that he has 2 hits.
You know what happened there?
It's not Zach Cole.
You know what happened there? Is I was just going to be a jerk to whatever you said.
What? Never.
I was just going to be a jerk to
Sky
whatever
is
you
blue.
said. And then you hit me with something
Water's
that
wet.
I wasn't ready for. I was like, no, you're an idiot. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good point.
Yeah, run total in the game right now is 2.5. That's the over-under
What do they
right
do
now.
What does it start at, you know?
7, I think it was. 7.5, maybe?
Ugh. What inning are they in? It's hard to do radio and watch the game.
7th inning, I believe.
They're going into the 7th?
I think they're going to the top of the 7th, yeah.
Blue ball looked good.
Yeah.
He's nasty.
Blue ball looked really good.
I see blue ball, closer of the future, all over my Twitter timeline.
That's probably
right now.
true.
Yeah, Hader's replacement.
And Abreu's replacement. Well,
That
I think
works
he's
great.
Abreu's replacement first.
And then Hader down the road.
Yeah. Or maybe Hader just doesn't get back.
Yeah, they said he's going to start doing batting practice in April, mid-April.
I saw mid-April. Well, he's going to start throwing lives in mid-April. So,
Great.
I mean, I think that's mid-May at best.
Yeah. Yeah, a month of throwing to guys.
Yeah, build. Man, that might be a little bit too extreme, but
Put some time in Sugarland and then coming back like mid-May, at best early May. But that even feels like a stretch.
yeah, I would go mid-May. If I had to pin it down on one thing, I would say mid-May.
And it could be June.
Yeah.
But
We'll see how this team does. You know,
Slow start, they
Look,
don't rush him. Is that what you're saying?
I'm rooting for them to be good, right? I don't think a rebuild would be the worst thing for this organization.
okay, so I don't disagree with you. I think the problem with that is
Cash or trash. A rebuild wouldn't be the worst thing for this
Cash.
organization.
Can I do both?
No. Don't
We'll see.
straddle the fence.
Well, see, I want to trash it because I think the best thing that for the Astros, if they're going to do a rebuild, would be to start at the deadline. But I don't want Dana Brown in charge
same.
of that.
Oh, fair. That's
So
fair.
it's like I do agree. Like it could be in the best interest of the Astros, but you don't have a GM in place that I trust to start this process.
No, but you can start okay, this is what's going to happen. Like, hey,
Yeah.
trade. You give a mandate to Dana Brown. Go have an auction for Brian Abreu. Get the most you can for him, and then you keep everybody else until the offseason. Bring in a GM. Okay, now you trade Isak, who has a year left. Now you trade Pena, who has a year left. Hunter Brown's going to have 2 years left at that point, right?
If
I
you
think
traded
so.
Hunter Brown this offseason, you would get a king's ransom.
I mean, I think you can actually rebuild it pretty quick. I mean, you got a Pena on the market, you have an Isak on the market, you have a Hunter Brown on the market. Maybe if you get crazy, you have a Yordan Alvarez on the market. Like, that's 4 huge pieces that you could get back a really good prospect package to where all of a sudden your minor league system overnight looks pretty good.
And you can get some Cam Smith players in there where they can be up quickly. They don't have to be in the minors for the next 3 seasons before you wait for them to come back up.
So that's why I think the timing of a rebuild will be okay.
Yeah, I agree.
It wouldn't be this 3 straight years of 100-loss baseball and this 12 years of no playoff baseball. I think that you, with the pieces you currently have and where you're at in their contracts and their age, I actually think you could do a rebuild really quickly. Really quickly.
No, I agree. It's just you have to have the right moment to do it, which might be this offseason. I just don't want Dana Brown doing it. That's the hardest part for me.
I'm with you on
Because
that.
I do agree with you, but I'm very hesitant to say, yeah, Dana Brown, go ahead, trade Jeremy Pena. Like, that seems like a no. He can trade Abreu. He could trade Hader. He could trade Paredes. Well, there's runs.
That's a run.
That's a run. You're right. Thank you for the correction.
Who hit that, Trout?
Mike Trout.
Who did he hit off of?
Blue ball.
Blue ball's out there again?
Yeah.
That's his second up down.
That's interesting. That surprises me.
Me too.
So he came in for 1 out, and now he's back out there.
He came out for an out in the 5th. He got all 3 in the 6th, and he started the 7th. That's surprising.
Yeah. I wonder if we have a lefty coming up here, and maybe we'll flip it then. But
Who's we?
We'll watch it, flip it then. Great point, Jeremy. Thank you for correcting me.
He said so sincerely. Thank you for correcting
Trout's
me.
back, boys. Trout's on pace for 162
He's got
home runs and 162 stolen bases.
Multiple walks, stolen base.
Trout
Mike
is
Trout.
back.
Where's my Mike Trout MVP odds right now? Where is he on this
He
list?
can win MVP on a 65-win team again.
Yeah, where's Trout? Let me search him here. Mike Trout plus 8,000. Should we just place it right now?
I'm surprised that he left blue ball out for 2 up downs.
That's not – yeah. That to me, the concern there, and it's still out there, versus a lefty, is does that reflect what Joe Espada might think of the rest of the bullpen?
Yes.
That's not good. That's not good in game 1.
I mean, blue ball's not going to be able to pitch 2 1/3 every night.
Nope.
Yeah, that's surprising. I like blue ball as a multi-inning weapon. When I say multi-inning weapon, I'm thinking like an inning and 2/3. Kind of like how they used them in the 5th and in the 6th. Trying to get the extra inning out of them, surprising to me. I don't love that, actually. All right, cash or trash, 713-780-3776. The first weekend of the NCAA tournament should have staggered the games more Saturday, Sunday. You had a game at 11, then like a game at 1:30, and then you crammed in all the other games between like the 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock window, both Saturday and Sunday. I don't know the exact amount of time between, but can we just space them like every hour or so?
Yes.
Can we just do that?
Yeah, I would love to have a game. So cash, I would love to have games starting with like 6-7 minutes left to go in the previous game, just kind of rolling over.
Or just at halftime.
Halftime's not bad.
Halftime's
just
fine.
halftime. Every halftime the next game starts.
I think the hour's the window. Every hour you start one. 11, noon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and whatever that math is.
Well, we did those shows on Thursday and Friday, and for the last hour and a half, 2 hours of our shows, there was no games really to talk about, and the games that were on ended up being terrible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the hour gap is good.
Yeah, they've done this for years though on the weekend.
Yeah.
They always give you the two island games for some reason on Saturday and Sunday. And sometimes it's cool. If it's a really great matchup, that's a great game, you can lock in on it without any distractions. But then you get like Michigan St. Louis, and then you're stuck with a complete blowout and nothing coming on the TV for the next hour.
Good. I'm glad that you're all on board.
Cash.
Joe, what do you got?
One of Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani will not win MVP this season. Aaron Judge plus 215, Shohei Ohtani minus 145.
Is your bet still Bobby Witt?
My bet, I still have a Bobby Witt plus 500 or plus 550 right now. So one of them will not win MVP this year.
So you said one of Judge and one of Ohtani will not?
Yeah.
Just one?
Just one.
Cash.
Oh, yeah,
because
they would have to. Yeah, because they can't both win it.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Scrape.
I was like, honestly, when you said that, you scared me for a second.
I totally spaced. That's my fault.
Although the chances of them
You just
both
made the
winning
list.
are 6%, and the chances of one of them winning is 3%.
3%, that's right.
Don't know what you guys are referencing.
Mathematically correct.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it. I think cash.
Okay.
One of them will not win, yes.
Okay.
One of
Cash.
them, it's just math there, I think, at this point, right?
Yeah,
Because,
I play the odds.
Neither guy is minus money, I would bet.
No, Ohtani is.
He's what?
He's minus 145.
And then Judge's?
Plus 215.
Yeah, I would be on the right side of the value here. Yeah.
Which one is more likely to not win? Is it Judge?
I'm going to go the guy who's plus 200.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ohtani
Especially since you're betting Bobby Witt.
Ohtani could get hurt.
Sure. Judge could get hurt. Everybody could get hurt.
I actually don't love Ohtani's chances to win the MVP. Like, I know that I was being, a math guy there. Like, I don't know what he's going to look like on the mound.
Yeah.
They're going to do, like, 6-man all year.
But if he does both, I feel like he just kind of auto gets votes from some people.
As long as he's not like
I think he has to be solid, though.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying if he's bad on the mound, but if he's at least competent, they're just going to give it to him.
And you get voter fatigue. Like, you get a guy who has, like, a great year. Sometimes, like, it almost happened last year with Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
I know that Cal Raleigh was setting records, but he didn't have the year the Judge did. But you had, like, all of a sudden this voter fatigue. It's like, oh, a new guy. Let's see if we can get it for the new guy. So I think that comes into play a little bit.
I did make a very small wager on Paul Skeens
Cy Young?
MVP.
Well, that's over. Oh, that's done. You just lost it today.
I know I did.
Yeah.
I know I did.
Burn
It's
that
over.
ticket.
I was thinking, like, hey, if the Pirates somehow make the playoffs, and Paul Skeens is incredible.
Can I tell you where you went wrong?
If they make the playoffs?
Yeah.
I like their lineup.
It fell apart there.
I like their lineup, but
I don't
O'Neal Cruz sucks at baseball.
I don't feel like you have to make the playoffs as much these days to win those awards.
No, because Trout did it year after year.
Now it's a little bit more analytical, like who has the best WAR, where it used to certainly be like best player on the best team. I feel like it's gotten away from that a little bit. The MVP thing is tough. MVP, I think, for a pitcher, he would have to guide them to the postseason.
Yeah.
Cy Young certainly in play, but
yeah, MVP have 20-plus wins in the postseason, sub-2 ERA again.
I'm trying to think of the last 20 years, the only pitcher. Is it Verlander and Kershaw, the last 20 years, the only pitchers to win MVP?
That sounds right.
It doesn't happen very often. I think it's like 2 in the last 20 years.
Kershaw won one?
Yeah. He won one. Verlander won one.
I didn't know Kershaw won one.
I can't think of another pitcher who's won MVP since the turn of the century.
Wasn't there that Giants closer that finished second one year? The guy who would dye his beard.
I don't recall.
Was it Gagne?
That was Dodgers, right? Eric Gagne.
Yeah, Eric Gagne won Cy Young, but he didn't win MVP.
Finished 6th. He did.
Yeah.
I can't believe he did that as a closer.
Yeah, he won Cy Young.
He
as
got
a closer.
6th place in MVP as a closer.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've got Kershaw in 2014.
The guy that dyed his beard was Bobby Wilson, maybe. I got them confused.
Okay.
So Kershaw won it win?
14. Verlander in 11. That's the last straight pitcher to win.
There's been gay pitchers that have won?
No. Ohtani. Only pitchers. Last one was Dennis Eckersley before that.
I'm not going to sign up for that.
Which part?
Only pitchers.
I see what you did there. That one kind of made me laugh.
It was funny.
was
Honestly,
bad.
Brian, like, maybe your best one.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right, I'm out. See you guys later.
Bye, Brian.
Acknowledge me.
Phillips says, has Branham been saying the Astros game starts at 6:05? No. Joe made me retire the bet. So, blah.
Joe Downer.
Whose turn is it? Your turn?
I guess
Brian's turn? Brian, what you got? What are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I love the college basketball tournament, but the possession arrow rule is the dumbest rule we have in sports. I hate it. Just tip the ball off like we do in the NBA when you have a tie up.
I trash it.
Trash.
I trash this.
Expound.
I think it's a fairer way to do it.
How is it more fair?
Because you alternate possessions.
Yeah, but
what's
no,
more
but
fair than alternating possessions?
More fair is you have two guys with equal share of the ball and you make them compete for it.
I think
That's
it's
more
unfair.
fair.
I think it's a disadvantage to short people, actually.
Well, that part.
Yeah,
would be
you know,
true.
I was gonna agree with you.
Plus,
but then
you-
as
Oh,
Jeremy,
he-
yeah,
Well,
but
that's the point of the game.
Favor with the short king.
As a 5'6" short king,
No,
I
but
gotta make sure. Like, do you want me to do a jump ball if we play a pickup basketball game?
Yeah.
We're
That
gonna
wouldn't be
lose.
advised.
Plus,
No, we're out.
The discrepancy between like college basketball teams is greater than NBA teams too. So like you could have like a St. Peter's and like a Kentucky. Like that's not
Sure.
fair. That's a disadvantage to the inferior athlete.
Well, I don't think you can argue that it's less fair than just tipping
Oh, I think
it
it's
off.
way less fair. There's nothing
But
fairer
it's
than trading
equal-
possessions.
No, if it's equal possession, they should compete for the ball.
Whenever you're playing chess, do you alternate possessions or do you like have some sort of athletic feat to see who gets to
That's
go?
an apples and oranges.
No, it's not. It's the exact same thing.
How
it's
is it- how-
because
how
it's
is
a
it the same thing?
competition. It's a competition.
Yeah,
Chess
but
is
there's
a
no
competition.
tie-up with the rook. What are you talking about?
But it's still determining who has possession whenever there is some sort of idleness.
No, you just go back and forth the whole time. There's never any cause to determine who goes next.
Well,
You just take
it'd be like
turns.
starting chess. It'd be like starting chess. It'd be like race to the wall and back, and whoever wins the race gets to go
They
first.
just give it to. I forget which color it is, but they just give it.
I think it's the darker shade.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't know. It's one of the two. I remember it's determined on the color of the piece, but
I enjoy chess. I'm not very good at it.
Same.
But I do enjoy the game. The battle of wits. I'm much more of a checkers guy.
did you watch that?
Or Connect 4.
That Queen's Gambit show on Netflix
I did.
from a
Loved
couple
it.
years ago.
Great show.
It was a great show.
Great. Was it based on a true story?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great show.
It was.
What was that actress's name?
Anna Taylor-Joy.
Delvey?
Nope.
No.
I'm terrible
Not
with names.
Delvey. Anna Taylor-Joy, I think.
Yeah, that was a great show. That was one of my better ones. Netflix hasn't had her. Well, people like that His or Hers.
His or Hers was really good.
Did
I
you
enjoyed
like it?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I need to check it out. 713-780-ESPN. Do you have any more cashes or trashes before we open it up to the junkies who are always so brilliant?
No, go for it.
Well, I got one more.
No, well, then you go for it.
I was actually going to see if y'all had something.
Shoot or shoot.
The biggest NFL news story no one's talking about is that the CBA between the NFL and the NFL Refs Union is expired, and that we could be getting scabs again.
Cash it because they're not. They're talking about like MAC refs. They can't even get SEC refs. We're talking about the MAC, the bottom barrel of college football.
That might be intentional. Force the referees back to the table.
But why would the refs care?
Well,
I think it forces the NFL to the table.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
I don't like having to talk about people bitching about referees.
But we're going to do it anyway.
But now you kind of have to if there's replacement refs. You have to talk about the mistakes that the scabs make versus just a normal game.
Did you hear what the NFL's potential fix for it is?
Just more review, right?
Well, yeah, like the what do they call it? The rapid
eye in the sky?
No, yeah, well, like they could step in and just change the call and just buzz down like, hey, you got it wrong, change it. Apparently, NFL has said they're going to open that up to more rules and used more often if they have to go to these lesser refs.
Yeah. Chewy's here. What's up, Chewy?
Chewy.
Everybody say hi to Chewy. Hey, Chewy. Good to see you. Chopped and screwed, straight out of Houston. Love the shirt, Chewy. Great to see you. Great to see Chewy always. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a bad idea. That's all I know.
Junkie, when two chess pieces possess the same square, time to arm wrestle. There you go. Perfect example. See how silly that sounds? That's what a jump ball is.
That's an apples and oranges.
You know what, my old man off the lawn thing? Could you imagine if we lived in the era where they all of a sudden added the three-point line? Like how different that is?
Yeah.
That'd be like adding field goals worth more points.
Yeah, but
or like touchdowns from like outside of the 30, you're now worth 9 points.
We have people that have talked about the 4-point line.
It's so radical. Like, could you imagine how radical that was at the time?
I can't even imagine.
Right? Like every shot on the floor is 2 points, and then all of a sudden they're going to create this arc. And if you shoot beyond the arc and you make it, now you're going to get 50% more points. Well, that's radical.
I think I talked about this with Mapes.
It's way better, but it's radical.
That before all of our times. That until the 1982 season, there was a 3 for 2.
Oh yeah, I've heard about
this. In the NBA.
Yeah,
3 for 2.
Yeah, they got 3 free throws to make 2. 3 free throws to make 2 of them.
3 to make 2.
All the time?
Yeah.
Like every time they went to the line, you got 3 to make 2?
No, there was it was like the end of the game, I think it was the situation.
But if you made the first 2, you didn't get the third.
It was almost like, I think it was like kind of being in the bonus.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's really weird.
If you make the first 2, you don't get a third.
But if you miss one of the first 2, you get a third
another
shot. That's so dumb.
Could you imagine that today?
Why?
I mean, it's more punitive to the fouling team. It was intended not to foul.
Okay.
It's pretty boring. It's bad for TV.
No, I like that Bill Simmons thought of that as if you make the first free throw, you get credit for both.
As a punitive way to
make the game faster a little bit.
Just
a little bit.
What if you missed the first? You get a second?
Then you get a second.
No, you have to earn it at the line. You got to earn it at the line.
You have to earn it?
I think you have to earn it at the line, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You have to earn it.
Yeah, I don't think that you should
Like
just make the
the
first and it counts
tie ball
too.
possession,
It's
you
not
have
the same
to earn
thing.
it.
It's not. It's totally different.
You have to earn it.
No.
No, he's got you boxed in here a little bit.
No, he doesn't. Because in one play where the 2 to make 1 or whatever, there was a foul committed. Like the other team fouled somebody else. In a jump ball, there's no team that's in the wrong. There's no penalty for either side.
That's why they should equally compete for it.
Right, which is the possession arrow is the fairest and more balanced way to do it.
We're not going to agree here.
If we were having a draft, what is the equal and most balanced way to do it? Is to take turns drafting people. If we were just like, okay, now we're going to have these athletic feats in between these draft picks to settle who goes next, that's what the jump ball is.
You keep making apples and oranges comparisons.
No, you don't know how to, you realize that I'm so right that you just throw out fruits to try to.
I don't know how two people tying for possession of the ball is equal to deciding draft slots in a fantasy draft.
Because you have to have fair and balance.
It is fair. You tied for the ball, you jump it up.
That's not fair to short people. If Joe,
you're on the court.
If Joe gets
don't
tied
be on
up,
the court then.
No, okay. So you're not gonna have any point guards. You're gonna have a bunch of Yao Mings running around.
That was discrimination. Don't be on the court.
That was.
Well, if you're on the court, you should have to compete for it. There was people try to propose a rule a while back that I think it's because Shaq was so bad at free throws. Like they should be able to designate a free throw shooter. Obviously, it went nowhere, but that'd be kind of the same thing.
That was a bad idea. Well, I feel very attacked.
Targeted.
In the segment. What did I do? This isn't a math question.
To be fair, I did not go with you at all.
Junkie says schools determine their roster, recruit a tall guy within a certain degree. When jump ball or the arrow is trash, says somebody. B-Mac sounds like he loved the XFL coin toss race to the ball.
Didn't we all?
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, when they throw the ball out there and chase after it.
Was that the original XFL?
Yeah. Guys were tearing their ACLs.
I must have missed that.
And what is fair in sports? Jeremy, take the L. There's no L. It's a difference of opinion. There's no L. There's no right answer.
Agree. Well,
no, we didn't agree. We still don't agree.
I'm agreeing on what you just said, Hardo.
If tie up is guard and center, it is not fair, George. Exactly.
George.
I think the texture was named George. Chill out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The way you read it made it sound okay.
I didn't read it.
They might be talking to me.
Cash or trash enchiladas are a top 2 Mexican dish.
Ooh.
Not even close for me.
I would trash it, but I do love them.
I do love them too. I also trash it. Tacos, one.
Trash. Fajitas.
Well, that's tacos, right?
Huh?
You put them in tacos.
Yeah.
Does that count?
I feel like they're kind of the same.
Yeah. They call it something different, but sure.
I'm a child. I love quesadillas.
Quesadillas, I think, are better than enchiladas.
Yeah, I would agree.
Nachos.
Taco quesadillas.
Nachos are better than enchiladas.
And I do love enchiladas.
Enchiladas will be on my Mount Rushmore, but it's not 2.
No.
Cash or trash, crinkle cut fries or the superior fry?
Cash it.
I trash it.
What?
Trash.
Just give me an old-fashioned fry.
Oh, I love crinkle
You
cut.
know what's underrated? A shoestring fry.
Agreed.
Agreed. Also underrated, but crinkle cut number one.
No.
Oh, you're such a child.
Yeah, for sure.
Crinkle cut?
Yeah. They're
you eat
awesome.
You eat that with your Dino Nuggets?
I've never eaten the
Whoa.
Dino Nuggets, but I do make the Dino Nuggets.
I'd rather have a waffle fry
Was
than a
that
crinkle
Ryan?
cut.
Was that Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan, you can't talk to
Was
us.
Ryan
We can't hear
offended
you.
by that I called somebody out for Dino Nuggets?
Cash or trash, leaving the bases loaded without scoring a run to end an inning should be called a grandstand. I think it's fair.
Yeah,
Sure.
cash.
Let's go. I like that's fine. That's a grandstand.
We should tell TK that.
Yeah, bring it up Friday.
See if
Bring
it
it up
starts
Friday.
trending.
I'll let you do that. George was added by Talk to Text somehow. Texter name is JT. How is that possible?
I don't know.
That's funny. All right, how about some of these Astro Bowl predictions? Do you have any Astro Bold predictions that you want to make? There's some that are out there. Do you have any? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from St. Arnold on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Look, Twin Peaks is an incredible place to go, but right now you can go to the new Twin Peaks in Shenandoah. Well, it's not new, but they got something new for you. They have a new cigar bar right now that you can check out. It's not just their 29-degree beers. You can get your Miller Lite, your Coors Light, all of that, your Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. And they've got all the great food you can get, but I cannot wait to get out to Shenandoah for the first time. I love going to a cigar bar, and the fact that I can go to now a Twin Peaks and a cigar bar at once, it's incredible. Twin Peaks, a go-to place for March Madness, for all of your games. We were watching your favorite baseball team, football team, whatever it is. They got all the televisions, wall-to-wall TVs, and incredible food that you can get whenever you want. Don't forget those 29-degree draft beers. Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the St. Arnold Beer Garden. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. We are at St. Arnold. Astros trail 1-0 late into the game. Great spot, though. Come on out here any chance you get. You're going to love your time out here. Great spot to watch the Stros. Great spot to pregame before some college basketball later today. And then, of course, all year long. The weather today is beautiful. Fantastic. Really nice. All right. Bold Astro take, 713-780-3776. Junkie says leaving the bases loaded should be a grandstand. It should be a grandstand. Leaving the bases loaded should be a grandstand. It should be a grandstand.
I think they just accidentally repeated themselves.
Not really helping out the Junkies are the most sophisticated listenership in all of Houston sports
Definitely
radio.
not.
Rocky says, bold Astro prediction, they lose greater than 90 games.
Gross.
Yeah, I just don't see how they lose 90. They have too many offensive pieces, and they have enough decent arms to avoid 90. If 90 would have to take a injuries, and then also probably selling.
Yeah, you'd have to be bad for up until the deadline, and then whatever is left that's good, get rid of them.
Yeah.
I think at worst they're a 500 team.
Same.
I don't see them falling below 500 this
The only
year.
thing would be if they're either at or below 500 a little bit and they sell. Then that brings that into play a bit. But they would have to make that decision kind of early because the deadline comes kind of late.
I think it's August 1st this year.
Yeah. Trash or blank, the Astros wind up further in the MLB playoffs than the Rockets in the NBA playoffs.
Cash it.
You think they get past the first?
I think the Astros win a playoff series and the Rockets do not.
Okay.
Even though it might be a 3-game series, but it's still a series.
I think they're pretty even in terms of their tiers.
No, I agree, but I have zero confidence right now in the Rockets winning a playoff series against any team they face. It's game 1 of 162, so I still have a lot of hope for the Astros.
Yeah, I think there's a chance the Rockets or the Astros don't make the playoffs at all.
Sure.
So I think that would give the Rockets the edge there, right?
I mean, technically, it's not impossible for the Rockets to miss the playoffs. Like, they could fall into the play-in tournament and they get knocked out.
But I'm confident that they will make the playoffs.
They are losing 2-0 to the Angels, so.
I'm confident that the Rockets will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Astros, I'm not feeling as good today as I did yesterday.
No, I think they'll be good.
Season's over.
Season's over. Well, we're going to see that today.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I told you these guys
How are we ever
mid.
going to score runs?
Jordan stinks.
Which the roof robbed the Astros of a run today. Nick Allen's playing short. Why is he playing short?
Did Correa get hurt?
The white flag? I don't know.
Did they bring him? Why is he playing short?
No, Correa's at third. It's Paredes is out.
Why is he out?
Christian Walker's out.
They pinch hit for him?
No, Nick Allen pinch ran for Walker. He had a double in the last inning, so they brought in Nick Allen to pinch run, and then.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of pitch running when you're trailing in the game.
They were trailing 1-0 though, so trying to get one run in.
Yeah, but that spot's going to come back again. It's going to come to the plate. It's probably going to come to the plate in a critical spot in the ninth.
Yeah, I don't know who's up next, but it probably will. But that might be some of the surplus stuff here. You can be
no, you don't
at the end
need
of
to
games.
play Nick Allen.
Well, it was more about getting.
Who's going to pinch hit then?
Bryce Matthews.
Would you rather have Walker in the box or Matthews in the box?
Walker.
I don't like that's too early to pinch run, especially when you're trailing. I don't like the way Spot is managing this game.
Fire a spot up.
I don't love the
One
way he's
game
managing
in.
this game. I hate bringing in a pinch runner that early when the Spot is going to bat again, and I hate to use it whenever you're trailing that early. I hate that he used blue ball for 2 up downs.
Yeah,
I don't like the way Spot is managing this game.
Yeah, right now,
I really don't.
Nick Allen, if they went 3 up, 3 down, would be the last batter of the 9th inning.
And he'll get pinch hit for, so it's not going to be Nick Allen. I understand that. But it's going to be one of your bench guys.
Is he faster than Bryce Matthews?
No, they just probably wanted to play him at short.
Yeah.
Because they do want to get him into games because he is an elite defender. But you use a defensive sub late with a lead. So Spot is trying to get creative on how he uses them. Like, we're going to use him as a runner, and then he's going to be in the game defensively. The problem is it's the 7th inning when you did it.
Yeah.
You're trailing by a run, now by 2, and that Spot's going to bat in the lineup again. I don't like it.
No. Plus, it always makes me because I agree with you. We're like, if the Astros would have succeeded there and got Christian Walker home, I'd be like, what does it matter? It's a tie game. You're going to figure it out. But since they didn't do anything
that
with it.
spot's still going to bat.
I know, but I'm very in the moment of the results of everything else that happens after. But they didn't do anything with it, so bad decision.
See, I don't believe in the results, really. I believe more in what is in the best interest at this very moment. Because things are going to go up and down. It's not always going to, the averages aren't always going to hold true, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe you get a hit there. Maybe Allen hits a walk-off homer. Was it the best thing to do, though? Well, it worked, so it's the best thing to do. Bold Astros prediction, nobody goes to the 60-day DL. It's IL now. So you're right on that. Walker hits 275, is a 25-homer, 100 RBI guy. It'll be hard to drive in 100 runs hitting 7th.
It will be. Now,
trash it.
I also – so do the players that already are on the 60-day DL not
isn't
count?
Brandon Walter
Yeah.
already
do
on
they
the
not
60 day?
Do they not count for this take?
No, it doesn't count.
I'll trash it. Someone's going to get hurt and be out for most of the season if not
Trash.
all of it.
I mean, this team has Lance and Yordan.
Yeah. Bold statement, Astros go to the World Series, win it, and fire Dana. A repeat like they did with Click.
Trash.
Yeah,
Trash.
that. All right, here's some credible, I guess, bold Astro predictions. Carlos Correa, the potential for this offense is to lead the league in runs scored. It's going to be tough to lead the league in runs scored whenever you score 0 in a game 1.
Yeah, I'll trash it.
Trash.
I don't like that one. Tag's bold prediction is that Yordan Alvarez is going to break Jeff Bagwell's franchise record in home runs, which is 47.
47, I believe, is right.
The roof cost him one today.
So because of the roof, and they won't open it on a beautiful, beautiful day in Houston, Texas, I'll say trash.
His previous high on that is 37.
Yeah.
I don't think it comes close.
No, he could get to 40 if he stays healthy, plays 145 games, but I don't think he gets to 47.
Also, are they going to pitch to him that much?
Right.
You know, like
if the rest of the offense isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems out of the realm of possibility. Chandelier Rome had 3. He had Yordan first 40 home run season.
Cash it. I'm in on that.
If you were to handicap it, would you handicap it at? Plus what? Because he's never done it before. It would be plus money, obviously.
Yeah.
Plus 325.
I think I saw it. I think it was around plus 300.
I think the safe bet is no.
No, the safe bet is no.
He's never done it. He gets hurt all the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of like if I was actually going to bet on it and getting some odds for it.
Here's the next one from Fearmonger Rome.
Okay.
Jeremy Pena becomes a realistic trade deadline candidate. Actually, don't disagree with this one.
No, the way he frames it is that if the Astros are in the position where they're not a good playoff team or not going to be a playoff team and they're bad, then yeah, I would cash it.
Yeah, he definitely framed it, which I agree with him.
For sure.
Now your thing, Dana Brown, deadline, all that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean, well, it's still I cash it, but it doesn't mean I'm going to like it. And even if Dana Brown ends up being right, it's like you still risk the future of your franchise on a guy who might not be the GM the next year. It's just weird.
Uh-huh. Imai wins the AL Rookie of the Year.
I got money on it, so plus 650. So
you got money on it?
Yeah.
Who's his biggest threat? Who was the favorite?
One of the guys from Detroit.
Okay.
I can't remember his name.
Was it their shortstop?
It was McGonigal or whatever it is. Yeah, McGonigal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's McGonigal, Carter Jensen, the White Sox third baseman, Okamoto.
Oh, heads up.
Hey, Brian, can you tell Colton just to put it down?
It's getting a little drafty.
It's getting windy in here.
Here inside of
See? And if
Arnold's.
the roof was open, maybe a ball would fly out of the ballpark.
They would have flown out of the ballpark. There's no – oh, my goodness.
Oh,
that
my
was
God.
The weirdest play I've ever seen. Who was batting? Was it Correa?
Yeah.
Correa hit a blooper down the right field line, foul territory. The first baseman ran by it. The second baseman ran past it. The right fielder dove inside of both of them back towards the line.
He missed it?
He missed it. That was weird. I've never seen – and the roof is closed.
And that reminds me of the I saw McTaggart retweet
He tripped on the second baseman.
The Bregman walk-off against the A's when he hit it like a dribbler.
Oh, yeah.
And then they went to tag him and he dropped it and then they overthrew the first baseman. Like one of the funniest walk-offs I've ever seen in baseball.
CBS prediction for the Astros, their bold prediction. Isak Paredes will be traded before April 14th.
Are they reading Chandelier Rome?
April 14th. That's 3 weeks.
Trash.
3 weeks.
Absolute trash.
I just don't see how you go from nothing to trading Isak in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That'd be very reactionary.
Yeah.
So no matter how the season starts.
And like the Red Sox deal is not coming into place.
No. Bold statement, Brown and Lance going to have a 19-like season. Verlander and Cole, and Lance retires after the season.
Trash that thing.
Yeah, I trash both ends of it. Lance wouldn't retire if he has a top 2 Cy Young finish.
Yeah, he's talked about getting a new contract, whether it's with the Astros or someone else. So
if he has a top 2 Cy Young finish, just playing out the scenario, he's going to make $30 million a year.
Yeah, it might be a 1-year, $30 million deal, but he's going to get it.
Yeah, wouldn't retire off of that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Oh, Chewy had one. Chewy didn't like the Astros score bug. Did the score bug?
You know what? I've heard a lot of people say that. I'm going to cash it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It's a little weird that it's like only on a third of the screen.
What?
It's only like a third of the screen. Like going across. It's like a third of the way going across.
Isn't it always like that?
Yeah.
I just find the placement a little weird.
It's always there.
I'm not saying it's not always there. I find the placement
How long have
weird.
you had this take?
I hadn't really thought about it. I just think of it like NFL, like you see the score bug, like Sunday Night Football.
It's in the middle,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. I just if you don't like the positioning of the Astros score bug on the shin, it should be like a 10-year take. You know, it's been there forever.
Well, it's just like,
yeah.
when am I going to bring it up? Like it's not a pressing issue.
Cash or trash.
Yeah, exactly. When it came up organically. You made my point.
It's just funny that you don't like the positioning of the score bug.
I don't.
It's always existed there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from St. Arnold on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Well, it's a great time out here at St. Arnold today. Thank you, everybody, for swinging on by. Whole show out here. Beautiful spot. It is fantastic out here. So, yeah, thank you for St. Arnold for having us out.
Oh.
You want to piggyback off that or just going to?
Yeah. If you're listening right now and you want a pint of beer, come up here. I'll take care of you right now.
There you go.
The next 5 minutes.
The next 5
Otherwise,
minutes.
Joe takes
No,
him
it was
home.
awesome. We've been out here all day. It's been a great time. Austin, who helped us get set up this morning, was incredible. The whole staff has been great, friendly, great service, and good people. And we all got lucky. It's beautiful weather today.
It is, gorgeous weather. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-ESPN. Who is your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
I got to go Isaiah Thomas.
Huh.
I
know why you're saying this.
It's not that I don't – okay, so I don't necessarily totally disagree with the take, except for the fact that Kevin Durant would not have won 6 titles with the Bulls like Michael Jordan did. He said if you subbed out KD and Jordan, the Bulls still would have won 6 titles.
Trash
it. You tried to trigger me the other day. You failed. Isaiah Thomas, he succeeded. This made me mad.
When would the Bulls have lost?
I think they would have lost to the Suns.
Yeah, look at the turnovers that Kevin Durant
I think
has.
they would have lost to the
Suns didn't pressure like teams now.
They
I
might
think they
have.
would have lost to the Jazz.
Fair.
Nah.
I think they would have beat the Blazers still.
I don't think Kevin Durant can push
they
off.
would've- I think they would beat the Blazers, the Sonics, and the Lakers still, but they would have lost to the Jazz and to the Suns.
Can Kevin Durant push off like Jordan pushes off? I don't think the answer to that's yes.
Not anymore. Not against Buzelis.
He's too slim.
Ryan Hollins thought he should, but
Yeah, he thought he should have.
no, I'm trolling you. I don't think so. Jordan's the ultimate winner. Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Do you think Jordan, if a double team, could find a way to pass out of it?
Yeah. Famously has.
Yeah.
Yes.
Multiple times.
Yes.
To a Reed Shepard-like player.
No, that's not fair to Reed.
They did. Steve Buscemi or
Reed's
whatever his
better
name is.
than-
Michelle.
Reed's better than Steve
Steve
Kerr.
Kerr. No, Steve Kerr.
Reed's better
John
than John
Paxson.
Paxson.
John Paxson.
Was it Paxton or Paxson?
Paxson.
Paxton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's better than him. They're not. That's such a lazy take.
I had to nominate myself. I just called Steve Kerr one of the Blues Brothers on accident.
You just made the list.
That's not even the worst thing that was said about
I
Steve
know,
Kerr
I
on our
know,
radio
I know,
station today.
I know it. Yeah, Junkie of the Day nomination, Locked on Astros for saying Steve Kerr got fired, apparently.
To be fair, they're not locked on NBA.
They're not, but that's so wrong.
No.
So I have to nominate him.
Yeah.
Junkie?
Can I nominate another Locked on Astros?
Go
take?
ahead.
One of the guys said if Fred VanVleet hadn't been injured, the Rockets would have 10 more wins this season.
Oh, that might be true.
10?
Might be true.
Jeremy couldn't get through it without laughing.
To be fair, you can't disprove it.
Can't just be.
That's true. There's no way to know, as a great man once
Why
said.
do they keep this bum?
Who was on
This
the
is
mound?
why Blue Ball went 2 and.
Is this Roa?
Yeah.
See, the thing is, like, that's a bad number. Not a good player.
What
70,
number?
73?
Oh, yeah, it's a bad sign.
It's a bad sign.
It's a bad sign.
It's like my take on my take lock on Brockmeyer.
Bear Bachmeyer.
Yeah, Bachmeyer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a real quarterback.
Yeah, because he wears 44.
I don't think the Astros are going to be a playoff team.
All right, season's over.
Should we do to steal a bit from Landry Locker?
Oh,
should we do football takes on the baseball season?
I was going to say,
tomorrow?
should we do a funeral tomorrow?
No, but I mean, the offense is inept. And you're having to go multi-innings with – you had 2 up-downs with Blue Ball. Roa's like, one of your lone righty relievers. He gives up a solo homer. Like, this team has some bullpen issues.
It definitely has bullpen issues, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like the guy who hit it, but it was Chanel, their first baseman.
Why do you like him?
He's a good prospect. He's got good power. As you can see.
You like
he a
every
former Cub or
prospect with good
something?
power?
No. I just went all in on him on fantasy like 2 years
There
ago.
it is.
Something.
There had to be a person.
All right, someone else to a junkie of the day.
Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen kicking a journalist out of his presser ahead of the Japanese Grand Prix because of a question that this journalist asked him last year at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
That's soft.
Yeah.
He's didn't like last year's question, so.
No, the journalist kind of asked him, like, hey, do you regret a former Grand Prix where it looked like you crashed somebody intentionally, which cost him, like, spots on the grid, which cost him about a bunch of points, and the last year's championship came down to, like, the final race. So the deduction in points kind of could have very much cost him the world championship.
That's tough.
And Verstappen kicked him out. He saw him. He located him before the press conference started, said, you got to go.
He said, play Lechona and get him
He
out of
gave
here.
him the whole Lechona heave-ho. So, Max Verstappen junkie there. And then Caleb Williams trying to trademark Iceman.
Joe?
No, it's just Iceman.
George G. Gervin is the Iceman.
He's the Iceman.
Oh,
Caleb's just Iceman.
Joe.
I'm right.
No, Joe. Come on.
No.
Iceman, baby.
I'm surprised you know who George Gervin is because he played before 1992.
I've interviewed George Gervin, so
Also,
I know who he is.
No, George Gervin was Iceman.
He wasn't the Iceman?
No.
Well, you know what, Jeremy? I hate to say it. Jeremy Branham's right.
Boom.
Yeah.
Jeremy Branham's right.
Sorry, Caleb.
Junkie?
You can't go on this spill about this podcast name being stolen and then condone
No, you're
somebody
right.
else
You're right.
stealing
That's
a
why.
moniker.
That's why I said you're right.
Yeah, that's not a good look by Caleb Williams. Brian, what you got?
He's like 22.
I'll nominate Paul Skeens for not making it out of the first inning today.
That's not fair.
And then I'll nominate the possession
Fair.
arrow in college basketball.
I think it's O'Neal Cruz's fault. But
Alex nominated
Doesn't matter.
the runs, the Astros offense. Chewy asked the shin score bug. Brian also wants to nominate the location of said score bug. All right.
I don't like it.
What's winning?
I don't know.
I like the Verstappen one.
All right, let's go Verstappen. Very soft of Verstappen. Congratulations, Max Verstappen. You haven't won enough. You win the Junkie of the Day. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Thanks to Ryan for coming in late after he got into a car accident. Thank you to Sean Mapes for filling in for Ryan while Ryan was at said car accident. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.